The match has concluded. Real Madrid has triumphed over Serie A champions Juventus with a resounding score of 4-1, securing the UEFA Champions League title for the 2016-2017 season. This victory marks the fourth championship for Real Madrid this season. European Super Cup, Club World Cup, La Liga, Champions League. Real Madrid has magnificently claimed the title of four-crown king. As the team's leading scorer, Cristiano Ronaldo has netted a total of 43 goals across all competitions this season, along with 11 assists. The 32-year-old Cristiano remains at the pinnacle of his career. Perhaps it won't be long before he surpasses Messi in the tally of Ballon d'Or awards. Real Madrid has claimed the Champions League title for 2 consecutive seasons, undoubtedly solidifying their status as the true kings of Europe. Inside the office of Atletico Madrid, an atmosphere of silence and gravity prevailed. The club's president, first-team coach, along with numerous stakeholders and sporting directors sat in their chairs, exchanging glances while watching the news on television. The broadcast displayed scenes of celebration following Real Madrid's victory over Juventus in the Champions League final, featuring Cristiano Ronaldo, Gareth Bale, and Karim Benzema gathering around the coveted trophy for a commemorative photograph. This trio, known as the BBC attacking triumvirate, had been undefeated across Europe last season, especially Cristiano. He had made 47 appearances, scoring 43 goals and providing 11 assists. Such a staggering average of nearly a goal per game instilled fear into the hearts of every competing team. Who could halt the peak performance of Cristiano? Who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Undoubtedly, the most suitable contender is Barcelona's Messi. Yet, at that time, Messi had just experienced 3 consecutive runner-up finishes with his national team. And in the current season, he had only secured the Copa del Rey and Spanish Super Cup titles with his club. Moreover, rumors suggested that his esteemed partner in attack, Neymar, would be departing for Paris this summer. Adding to this, as Messi ages, his position on the field has gradually shifted closer to midfield, though he remains, after all, Messi. Even if he drops back to midfield, and his only remaining forward partner is Suarez, he is still one of the 2 most outstanding players in the world. Cristiano and Messi continue to be the unparalleled duo. However, for Atletico Madrid, acquiring Messi is far from feasible, nor can they recruit Cristiano from Real Madrid. As one of the top 3 teams in La Liga, Atletico must seek a superstar capable of standing alongside Cristiano and Messi. In the Atletico office, everyone gazed at the resolute Cristiano, triumphantly hoisting the trophy, shaking their heads in resignation. This season, Torres has only managed to score 10 goals. He can no longer be a key player for the team. Seizing this opportunity, Coach Simeone sought to persuade the club stakeholders for increased transfer funds. If Atletico aims to make a mark in La Liga and the Champions League next season, we must recruit a top-tier striker. Last season, Torres had just returned to Atletico from AC Milan, and Simeone had hoped this former golden boy could once again shine on the front line. However, to his dismay, the 33-year-old Torres had lost his way. With 45 appearances across all competitions, he managed only 10 goals, a stark contrast to his peak performance. Clearly, Torres could no longer shoulder the offensive responsibilities for Atletico. What about Griezmann? The club president, Enrique Cerezo, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Griezmann is currently the star of the French national team. Can't he be the scoring guarantee for Atletico? Faced with the president's inquiry, Simeone quickly explained, Griezmann is indeed exceptional, but his role leans more towards that of an attacking midfielder. He serves as the engine of the team's offense, rather than its finisher. Hence, the team still needs to bring in a powerful center forward. Once Simeone concluded, an air of silence enveloped the office. After a brief moment, Enrique Cerezo remarked, rather than focusing solely on new signings, I hope you can also scout for promising talents from our youth academy to nurture. While La Masia has produced stars like Messi and Iniesta, why can't our Atletico Youth Academy achieve the same? Undoubtedly, Cerezo's words left Simeone at a loss for words. Meanwhile, as Simeone conversed with the club's stakeholders, veteran Torres was engaged in a training match with a group of U17 players. Torres was equally dissatisfied with his performance last season and was aware that the management was considering placing him on the transfer list. Yet, he yearned to impress the coach and management through diligent training. He aspired to remain at the Calderón Stadium. Thus, As the season came to an end and everyone else was on vacation, Torres chose to train alone with the U17 team. Great shot. That kick had tremendous power. The goalkeeper had no time to react. Another goal. This guy's shooting skills are terrifying. 2 goals in just 10 minutes. I can't believe someone his age possesses such remarkable shooting ability. Another goal. He's a veritable goal machine. The substitute players erupted into enthusiastic cheers upon witnessing the incredible scenes unfolding on the field. This commotion drew the attention of Simeone and the club president, Cerezo, who had just concluded their discussion. What's happening? Simeone glanced at the scoreboard. The match had just begun, and already the red team led the white team 3 o'clock. To Simeone's astonishment, the red team was not even Torres' side. Torres hasn't scored, but a player from the red team netted 3 goals in 10 minutes. The U17 coach informed Simeone candidly. Are you implying that a U17 player is outscoring Torres? How is that possible? Simeone's expression turned to one of disbelief. As a professional coach, Simeone knew that even though Torres was nearing the twilight of his career, competing in U17 matches should still be a walk in the park. Yet, unexpectedly, Torres had failed to score, overshadowed by a U17 player. At that moment, the red team regained possession. The winger, positioned near the baseline, delivered a cross, and suddenly, a tall player within the penalty area soared into the air. Despite the full force of 3 defenders attempting to intercept, he executed a header. Boom! In an instant, the ball struck the net with the force of a cannonball. The goalkeeper failed to react in the slightest. The score was now 4 o'clock in favor of the red team. This guy has just scored his 4th goal. It's truly terrifying. The U17 coach's words once again captured Simeone's attention. Are you saying that every goal for the red team has been scored by that Asian player? Indeed. Chapter 2. Securing a trial opportunity. A top star card. Soon. The first half of the match concluded with Atletico Madrid's red team triumphing over the white team with a score of 4-0. As the leading striker of the white team, Torres left the pitch empty-handed after 45 minutes, despite attempting dozens of shots that yielded little success. Frustrated, he approached Simeone and others to greet them. In his early days, Torres had emerged as the principal forward for Atletico Madrid, hailed by many fans as the cornerstone of the team's resurgence. However, as Atletico languished in La Liga, he transferred to the Premier League giant Liverpool in 2007. During his over 3-year tenure at Liverpool, Torres achieved the pinnacle of his career, appearing in 142 matches and netting 81 goals, alongside 20 assists. This performance solidified his status as a world-class forward. In 2011, Torres made another move to the Premier League, joining the rising Chelsea, but found himself adrift at Stamford Bridge, scoring only 46 goals in 172 appearances. Subsequently, he joined AC Milan but was unable to regain his peak form. Ultimately, in December 2014, Torres returned to the Calder-Inn Stadium after 7 years. Yet, the once prolific scorer found it impossible to rediscover his scoring touch at Atletico. What is the matter? Not a single goal. Simeone questioned Torres with a serious tone. In Simeone's eyes, although Torres's capabilities had diminished significantly, performing an U17 match should have been a straightforward task. Upon hearing Simeone's skepticism, Torres fell silent. What is the background of that Asian player? Simeone's attention shifted to the red team's forward as he inquired earnestly about Torres. Are you referring to Chu Feng? He is the substitute forward for Atletico's U17 team, hailing from the Celestial Empire. The Celestial Empire? Simeone's expression flickered with surprise upon hearing Chu Feng's nationality. He had heard of the footballing standards from that region, which were, at best, on par with the top 8 teams in Asia. Has he been in the Atletico youth training camp long? Simeone continued to probe, his interest in the Asian forward evident. It seems he just joined last month. I'm not entirely sure. You should ask the youth training director about that, Torres replied, and upon hearing this, Simeone fell into contemplation. Then, suddenly, Simeone spoke up, find a time to give him a trial opportunity. After stating this, he departed the club alongside team owner Cerezo. To be frank, Simeone held little faith that Atletico's youth academy could produce a top-tier forward. The odds were akin to winning a lottery. Furthermore, this match was merely an internal U17 scrimmage with no practical value, and most importantly, Chu Feng was only 17 years old. A player of such youth would struggle to cope with the intensity of La Liga matches. The suggestion of a trial for Chu Feng was largely intended for Cerezo's ears. Notably, Cerezo had previously expressed a desire for Simeone to scout talent from the youth ranks during a high-level club meeting. This was merely Simeone's way of addressing Cerezo's request. Chu, I have good news for you. Coach Simeone just mentioned that he will grant you a trial opportunity. As soon as Simeone and Cerezo departed, Torres eagerly relayed the news to Chu Feng. To be candid, after playing a half with Chu Feng, Torres felt a spark of the youthful brilliance he once possessed. Thus, he sincerely hoped that Chu Feng would have a grander platform to showcase his talents. Really? Are you sure? Chu Feng was instantly engulfed by a mix of anxiety and excitement. For him, the greatest dream was to play in one of the top 5 leagues. Thank you for your recommendation, Torres. Chu Feng excitedly patted Torres on the shoulder. Torres quickly waved his hands and replied, Chu, you misunderstand. It was and Appos, Timmy who recommended you. They expressed interest in you themselves. Is that so? Chu Feng was taken aback. He found it hard to believe that the renowned coach Simeone would offer a trial to a U17 training player. At this moment, Torres added, You scored 4 goals in the first half. Coach Simeone must have recognized your remarkable scoring efficiency. Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully. He understood that this match was merely a training exercise and held little weight. Perhaps there were other reasons behind Simeone's decision to offer him a trial. Hey, Chu, why do you seem so unfazed? Torres continued, The first team head coach personally extended you a trial opportunity. You should be thrilled, especially at the sight of Simeone. In Torres's perception, youth academy players would typically be elated at the arrival of the first team coach, but Chu Feng remained composed throughout, only showing a glimmer of excitement upon hearing about the trial opportunity. It's best to reserve my excitement until I actually become a member of Atletico's first team. For now, I have merely been granted a trial opportunity. Chu Feng understood that receiving a trial did not guarantee a place in the first team. Throughout Atletico's youth training history, no player had ever jumped directly from the U17 league to the first team. As the 15-minute break concluded, the match resumed. Chu Feng saw his teammates gradually rising to return to the field and gave Torres a reassuring pat on the shoulder, signaling him to enter. With the score at 4-0, is there really any need to continue playing? Torres gazed hopelessly at the scoreboard, disinterested in the prospect of playing the second half. Is that your mindset? Remember, until the referee blows the final whistle, anything can happen. Chu Feng urged with determination. With no choice, Torres steeled himself and stepped onto the pitch. Meanwhile, a smile crept across Chu Feng's face. He understood that as long as he completed this match, he would earn Torres' star card. Although Torres had lost his once dominant prowess, he was undeniably a world-class striker at his peak. Chapter 3, Matching Torres' star card. Participating in the trial. Ding. Congratulations, host. A successful 90-minute battle against Torres has been detected. Reward, C-level player Torres star card. Ding. Would you like to match Torres star card? That evening, in the Atletico Madrid youth training dormitory, after finishing his training, Chu Feng lay on his bed, filled with excitement, finally welcoming the sound he had longed to hear. He did not rush to match the card, but instead focused intently on the star card he had just obtained. Fernando Torres, 33 years old, height, 186 centimeters, weight, 78 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 75, explosiveness, 73, reaction speed, 69, strength, 73, stamina, 65, jump, 72, injury risk, 60. Physical attribute rating, C, offensive attributes shooting, 80, long shot, 76, header, 77, set pieces, 66, dribbling, 71, offensive attribute rating, B, passing attributes, long pass, 65, short pass, 64, through ball, 60, cross, 60, vision, 70, passing attribute rating, C. Defensive attributes, tackle, 67, slide tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, physicality, 60. Defensive attribute rating, D. Overall rating, 73. Evaluation. Due to age and injury troubles, Torres' speed and impact have significantly diminished, yet he still possesses a certain level of shooting skill. He can serve as a starter for relatively weaker teams in the top 5 leagues, but his stamina can only last for 60 minutes. To be honest, when Chu Feng saw Torres and Oppo's current attributes, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. It was truly too low. Aside from shooting, Torres and Oppo's other attributes were utterly unremarkable. However, this was to be expected. In true history, Torres would soon transition to the J-League. Nevertheless, at present, many of Torres' attributes still surpassed Chu Feng's. A month prior, after watching the U20 team suffer a last-minute defeat to Saudi Arabia, Chu Feng, in a fit of rage, smashed his television and subsequently found himself transported to 2017, becoming a player for Atletico Madrid's U17 team. Although Chu Feng's overall rating was only 60, he possessed an impressive strength attribute of 88, which allowed him to gradually establish himself within the U17 squad. Just yesterday, the system issued a task to compete against Torres and secure victory. Thus, he played with great determination during the match. Finally, perseverance paid off. Chu Feng achieved a resounding victory against Torres' team, thereby acquiring Torres' star skill card. Matching. Without much hesitation, Chu Feng decisively clicked the match button. Matching in progress. Please wait. Approximately 10 seconds later, the system and Oppo's voice echoed in Chu Feng and Oppo's ears once more. Ding. Match successful. Please check the latest attribute values. Chu Feng widened his eyes in excitement, eagerly opening his latest attribute panel. Indeed, following the match, many of his attribute values had improved. Chu Hao, 17 years and 1 month, level C, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 75, explosiveness, 73, reaction speed, 69, strength, 88, stamina, 65, jump, 72, injury risk, 65, physical attribute rating, C, offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long shot, 76, header, 77, set pieces, 66, dribbling, 71, offensive attribute rating, B, passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 78, passing attribute rating, C, defensive attributes, tackle, 56, slide tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, physicality, 60, defensive attribute rating, D, overall rating, 75, comprehensive evaluation level, C, P, S, classification of football star levels, football king level, S, ability value 96 to 100, Ballon D and Oppo's, or level, S, ability value 90 to 94, superstar level, A, ability value 85 to 90, main player in top 5 leagues, B, ability value 76 to 84, substitute player, C, ability value 69 to 75, professional player, D, ability value below 75. According to the current classification, Chu Feng's rating has reached C level, indicating that he now possesses the strength of a substitute player in the top 5 leagues. At this moment, the system presented methods for further enhancement. Enhancement methods: each victory in an official match grants 1 point of free attribute. A victory in a Champions League match awards 2 points of free attribute. Winning the Golden Boot in various competitions grants 5 points of free attribute. Furthermore, during matches, skill packages from competing opponents may randomly drop. Upon seeing this information, Chu Feng felt a surge of confidence. He firmly believed that with the matching of Torres' star card, his current capabilities were entirely sufficient to challenge the top 5 leagues. Moreover, with an 88 strength attribute, he was poised to dominate in the U17 league. Chu Feng even felt ready to contend in the top 5 leagues. Trial. Just then, Chu Feng suddenly recalled the trial invitation extended to him personally by Simeone. He was determined to participate, as this was undoubtedly the best opportunity for him to break into the top 5 leagues. It is essential to note that the system's enhancement methods primarily focus on victories in top 5 league matches. Therefore, to further elevate his attributes, he must join a team in one of the top 5 leagues, and Atletico Madrid is one of the best options. As one of the top 3 teams in La Liga, Atletico can participate in the Champions League and has the capability to compete for the championship. Additionally, compared to the other 2 giants, Real Madrid and Barcelona, Atletico's competition for a forward position is relatively less fierce. Apart from Torres, there are also French star Griezmann, Argentine forward Angel Correa, and Kevin Gamero. However, all 3 players are below 180 centimeters in height and do not excel in heading. If Chu Feng could indeed win Simeone's favor and become a player for Atletico's first team, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to establish himself there. With this thought in mind, Chu Feng felt a surge of passion. He was now eager to participate in the trial and showcase his talent to coach Simeone. The next day, upon arriving at the Atletico Madrid training ground, Chu Feng learned from U17 head coach Henderson about the trial invitation for the afternoon. Henderson, as Chu Feng's head coach in the U17 youth team, earnestly patted Chu Feng on the shoulder and said, "It's fine to give it a try and see the world. The first team trial will involve matches, so be careful not to get injured." To be honest, Henderson did not believe Chu Feng could succeed in the trial. In his view, although Chu Feng possessed excellent physical qualities and some shooting skills, he was entirely unqualified to become a first-team player. Chu Feng disregarded Henderson's words and immediately began to prepare his gear, as he could hardly contain his eagerness to demonstrate his abilities before Simeone. Chapter 4. Trials commence. Chu Feng encounters derision. In the afternoon, at precisely 1:00 and Oppos clock, Chu Feng arrived at Atletico Madrid and Oppos' training ground, bearing his kit. However, he did not find Simeone, the first team's head coach, present. Instead, Burgos, Simeone's assistant, was overseeing the trial. Furthermore, prominent first-team stars such as Torres and Griezmann graced the training ground with their presence as spectators. "Chu, how are your preparations coming along? Do you feel confident?" Torres inquired, initiating a conversation with Chu Feng upon their meeting, seeking insights into his readiness. Chu Feng responded with his characteristic composure, "Certainly, I have long awaited this day." Anavan. This is the Asian player who wreaked havoc in the U17s. His name is Chu Feng. Torres, after exchanging a few words with Chu Feng, took the initiative to introduce him to Griezmann, who stood nearby. "Young man, becoming an Atletico Madrid first-team player is no simple feat. Best of luck," Griezmann remarked, scrutinizing Chu Feng from head to toe. "I am aware, yet I remain filled with self-assurance." At that moment, Burgos abruptly blew his whistle, beckoning the trial participants to gather around him. As the players congregated before Burgos, the assistant coach of Atletico Madrid's first team commenced elucidating the rules. "You will draw lots to be divided into Team A and Team B, followed by a 90-minute scrimmage. Only those who exhibit exceptional performance during this scrimmage will stand a chance of entering the first team. All right, proceed to draw lots now." Lin Feng surveyed the players participating in the trial alongside him, the majority of whom were Atletico Madrid Youth Academy U21 players, in addition to a few free agents. However, their ages hovered around 21. In essence, Chu Feng was poised to compete against players 4 years his senior. Frankly, at the youth level, even a 1-year age difference can be significant, let alone a 4-year disparity. Yet, this held no sway over Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng had just matched with Torres' star card, elevating his level to C grade. This nearly matched the standards of a substitute player in the top 5 leagues. Provided Chu Feng performed as expected, he was confident in his ability to successfully join Atletico Madrid's first team. As Chu Feng confidently approached the lottery box, poised to draw, he was abruptly jostled from behind by several towering players. "Humph, why is there an Asian trying out? This fellow is truly ignorant. Hey, Asian, this is not your playground." Scram. Confronted with the derision from these U21 players, Chu Feng remained unfazed, retorting with a piercing gaze. "What? Unconvinced? Dare to challenge me one-on-one?" Unquestionably, Chu Feng and Oppos' words instantly incensed these U21 players. "Good lad, you are truly audacious." The foremost player among them immediately charged towards Chu Feng, brimming with anger. However, at that instant, Burgos materialized before the crowd. "If you wish to brawl, you may leave at once. We do not welcome troublemakers." Upon witnessing Burgos' fury, these U21 players promptly wilted. They were unwilling to forfeit a trial opportunity due to a conflict with Chu Feng. "Asian monkey, you better hope you're on the same team as me. If you're on the opposite side, I'll be sure to break your legs." Ha ha ha. After uttering these harsh words, these U21 players proceeded directly to the sidelines, commencing their final warm-up exercises. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's countenance remained devoid of emotion. Before long, following the drawing of lots, the players from Team A and Team B gradually made their way onto the field. Chu Feng was assigned to Team B, but to his surprise, he was not granted a starting opportunity. Upon inquiring with Burgos as to why he was not starting, the response he received left Chu Feng both amused and exasperated. "Chu, you are only 17 years old, while the other players are all over 20. If we allow you to play for an extended period, you might sustain an injury." Following Burgos' explanation, Chu Feng could only shake his head helplessly. As a professional football player, Chu Feng could only silently accept Burgos' decision at that moment. Just as Chu Feng reached the bench, he encountered the same U21 players with whom he had previously clashed. These players were assigned to Team A, Chu Feng's opposing team. Upon discovering that Chu Feng had not secured a starting position, they resumed their taunts. "Hey, Asian, there and Oppos. Still time to withdraw. Get lost. This is not a place for you. You're only fit to deliver takeout. Asians are not worthy of playing football. In truth, since Chu Feng's arrival at the Atletico Madrid Youth Academy, he had consistently faced mockery and insults from numerous Spanish players. Some players even deliberately made gestures that discriminated against Asians. Chu Feng clenched his fists, poised to confront these individuals, when a towering black man intervened. Pay them no mind. The black man, named Lasse, hailed from Senegal and, like Chu Feng, played as a forward. His height reached over 195 centimeters, granting him an unparalleled height advantage. However, Lasse's speed and stamina were notably poor. Consequently, he was not selected for the starting lineup and, like Chu Feng, awaited his turn on the bench. After being restrained by Lasse, Chu Feng's emotions gradually subsided, suppressing his anger. He retorted vehemently towards the U21 players. I will ensure that you suffer a crushing defeat. At 1:30, the scrimmage between Team A and Team B officially commenced. Although Chu Feng did not start, he remained on the bench, diligently observing Team A's formation to identify potential vulnerabilities. Nonetheless, it must be conceded that Team A's overall strength was demonstrably superior to that of Team B. Within the opening 10 minutes, Team A's number 9 forward breached Team B's goal with a diving header. 1-0. 5 minutes later, Team A scored again, this time through a long-range shot from a midfielder at the edge of the penalty area. In under 20 minutes, Team A had already established a 2-goal lead. This caused Team B and Oppo's players to experience an immediate mental collapse. By the end of the first half, Team A had further extended their lead to 3-0. Chapter 5. Assist. A double. Terrifying physical prowess. At that moment, Bigos approached Chu Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and said with anticipation, "Unleash your full potential. You'll be on in the second half. If you aspire to join Atletico's first team, you must excel in these 45 minutes." Chu Feng nodded to Burgos, changed into his match jersey, and went to the sidelines, awaiting his substitution. Lays was also entering the game alongside Chu Feng. Burgos granted Lays 45 minutes to demonstrate his abilities as well. Lays, stay in the penalty area once you're on. I'll deliver the passes to you. Chu Feng, having a decent impression of Lays, decided to prioritize assisting Lays in scoring during the match. Beep. The referee blew the substitution whistle, and Chu Feng and Lays embraced each other before stepping onto the field. Their trial was finally commencing. Yo, the Asian monkey's on. This might be his last match in the youth academy. We have to ruin his career. Several players from Team A, upon seeing Chu Feng's entrance, deliberately raised their voices to taunt him. However, Chu Feng disregarded them this time, focusing all his attention on the game. After the match resumed, Team B players were forced to defend passively. This time, Hanky, a key midfielder from Team A, dribbled into the attacking third. Seeing this, Chu Feng immediately dashed towards Hanky. This Hanky was one of the players who had mocked Chu Feng earlier. Frankly, Chu Feng had been displeased with him for a while. Chu Feng mustered all his strength and rammed his shoulder into Hanky with full force. Although Chu Feng's physical confrontation stat was only 60, his core strength reached a terrifying 88. While such stats weren't remarkable in the top 5 leagues, Chu Feng's physical attributes were more than sufficient in a trial match. With Chu Feng's sudden collision, Hanky lost his balance. What? Hanky fell heavily onto the turf, his eyes filled with shock. He felt as if he had been hit by a speeding tank. This guy is so strong. How is this possible? Hanky could hardly believe what had just happened. In Atletico U21, Hanky, as a defensive midfielder, had always been known for his excellent physical prowess. He was usually the one bullying others with his physicality during matches. But this time he was knocked over by someone else, and an Asian at that. This made Hanky feel utterly humiliated. Just then, Chu Feng gained control of the ball and quickly glanced at Lays' position. Seeing that Lays had already entered the penalty area, Chu Feng didn't hesitate. He swiftly raised his right foot and struck the bottom of the ball with the inside of his foot. Thud! With a resounding strike. The ball arced through the air like a falling leaf, landing precisely in the penalty area within seconds. More accurately, the ball landed almost perfectly on Lays' head. Since Chu Feng had equipped Torres' star card, his passing ability had improved to some extent compared to before. Currently, Chu Feng's long pass stat had reached 70. Frankly, a long pass stat of 70 was a rare find in youth team matches. Therefore, when Chu Feng made this long pass, everyone looked surprised. At that moment, all Lays needed to do was complete the header. Thud! Lays nodded his head slightly, and the ball quickly pierced through the Team A goalkeeper's gloves. 3-1. Team B pulled one back. Burgos, on the sidelines, looked puzzled and surprised at this scene. What's going on with Chu Feng? When did his passing become so accurate? Didn't Coach Simeone say he's a striker? Torres, who was watching from the sidelines, was also stunned by Chu Feng's performance. He swallowed and couldn't help but say, "Yeah, this is too strange. That pass just now, could it have been a fluke?" Inside the stadium, Lays rushed to Chu Feng immediately after scoring, hugging him tightly. He exclaimed excitedly, "Chu, your pass was amazing. I barely needed to run to score." Chu Feng replied calmly, "Just stay in the penalty area and avoid being offside. I'll continue to provide you with assists." After the restart, the Team A players were visibly flustered. They were hesitant to launch an attack rashly. Just then, Chu Feng suddenly called on his teammates to press high together. This goal had given the Team B players a glimmer of hope for a comeback. So they began pressing tirelessly. Before long, Team B managed to steal the ball. In the midfield position, Chu Feng raised his hand for the ball, and his Team B teammates passed the ball to Chu Feng without hesitation. Clearly, after witnessing Chu Feng's pass earlier, the Team B teammates were impressed by Chu Feng's skills. This time, as soon as Chu Feng stopped the ball, two Team A players charged towards him in a flash. Besides Henke, there was also his midfield partner, Smith. The two players' eyes were filled with animosity, especially Henke. After rushing to Chu Feng, he suddenly performed a sliding tackle. His feet left the ground, and he exposed his cleats. Clearly, Henke's only goal this time was to cripple Chu Feng. Seeing this scene, everyone was worried for Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng himself didn't panic at all. In that instant, Chu Feng lightly poked the ball with the toe of his right foot, and the ball just barely passed over Henke's sliding tackle. Immediately after, Chu Feng quickly jumped up. He narrowly avoided Henke's tackle. Damn it! Damn it! How is this possible? Henke was completely stunned. He couldn't defeat Chu Feng in a physical contest, and now, even his foul was easily dodged by Chu Feng. Henke's mentality was gradually collapsing. At that moment, Chu Feng regained control of the ball, but in the next second, another Team A defensive midfielder, Smith, also charged towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng exerted a little force, and the latter was directly bounced away. Thud. Afterward, Chu Feng glanced at Lays' position in the penalty area again and once again unleashed his long-range passing skill. In an instant, the ball landed precisely in the penalty area again. Lays completed the header almost effortlessly. Thud. The ball pierced through Team A's goal again. 3-2. Team B scored 2 consecutive goals. Chapter 6. A remarkable 6 goals. Astonishing the assistant coach. How is this possible? On the sidelines, Atletico Madrid's assistant coach Burgos swallowed hard and murmured to himself in a trembling voice. Clearly, Burgos was utterly astounded by Chu Feng's performance. It is worth noting that when Simeone introduced Chu Feng to Burgos, he merely mentioned him as a prolific scorer, without alluding to his passing abilities. Yet now, within less than 10 minutes of his appearance on the pitch, Chu Feng had already provided 2 assists. Standing beside Burgos, Torres observed this with a look of profound confusion, exclaiming, "This is perplexing. I recall that just yesterday, during our match, this fellow's passing was rather mediocre. How could it have improved so dramatically in merely a day?" On the field, the match continued. Following Chu Feng's consecutive assists, the players of Team B gradually began to place their trust in this Asian talent. Keep it simple. Just deliver the cross. Upon issuing tactical instructions to his teammates, Chu Feng, alongside Lasse, surged into the forward position. Now, Chu Feng was poised to score. 5 minutes later, Team B earned a chance to attack. A midfielder launched a long pass that accurately found an advancing fullback. In that instant, Chu Feng swiftly raised his right hand, signaling for a cross. Bang! The fullback hesitated not for a moment, immediately delivering the cross. To be frank, the quality of this cross was rather average. Sailing towards the back post of the small penalty area, Chu Feng and Lasse were positioned in the center and front, respectively, but the ball sailed over their heads. Just when everyone believed Team B's attack was about to fizzle out, Chu Feng suddenly dashed towards the far post. In an instant, Chu Feng regained control of the ball. Even as 2 defenders from Team A closed in, the 2 center-backs flanked him, attempting to thwart his advance. However, they underestimated Chu Feng and Oppo's true impact. With determination, Chu Feng braced himself and engaged in a physical contest with the 2 defenders. In that fleeting moment, both defenders lost their balance. At that juncture, Chu Feng executed a sharp shot from a tight angle. Bang! With a dull thud, the ball rocketed past the outstretched fingers of Team A's goalkeeper. Ever since Chu Feng matched with Torres' star card, his shooting attribute had successfully upgraded to 80. In youth competitions, a shooting attribute of 80 is nearly invincible. This shot from Chu Feng was utterly commanding and unstoppable. instantly altering the score to 3-3. What a stunning goal. Upon witnessing Chu Feng's remarkable strike, Bigos immediately applauded him with fervor. Beside him, Griezmann could not help but exclaim, "I can hardly believe he is only 17. His ability to navigate the game surpasses even that of U21 players. His physique is astonishing." Fernando Torres self-deprecatingly remarked, "Youngsters today are truly formidable. It seems I must make way for them." As the conversation unfolded, Chu Feng struck again. In midfield, a player from Team B suddenly delivered a through ball. Upon receiving the ball, Chu Feng found himself confronted by Team A's defensive midfielder, Hank, who clearly bore a grudge from their previous encounter. He would not allow an Asian player to dominate in his presence. Thus, Hank charged at Chu Feng with all his might, colliding with him from the side. Yet, this impact had no effect on Chu Feng whatsoever. In fact, Hank lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground after colliding with Chu Feng. Such was the terrifying physical prowess of Chu Feng. After toppling Hank, Chu Feng surged forward with great strides. At the edge of the penalty area, he suddenly halted, glancing at the goal before attempting a long-range shot. Bang! The football, akin to a cannonball, thundered into the net. Team A's goalkeeper was once again rendered helpless. The score shifted from 3-3 to 4-3. In less than 20 minutes, Chu Feng had achieved a flawless record of 2 goals and 2 assists. With his exceptional physicality and exquisite shooting technique, he truly is a prodigy. It is hard to fathom that he is merely 17. It was evident that Atletico's assistant coach was wholly captivated by Chu Feng's performance. Meanwhile, Torres, observing Chu Feng's display, inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Beep, beep, beep. As the 90-minute trial concluded, the score settled at 6-3. Chu Feng netted 2 more goals, bringing his total to 4 goals and 2 assists. He single-handedly orchestrated 6 goals, almost single-handedly securing the victory for his team. "Chu, you played remarkably well. I must admit, you are a genius." After the match, Bigos sought out Chu Feng. "Thank you, coach. So, can I join Atletico's first team now?" Chu Feng did not beat around the bush, but directly inquired about the trial's outcome. A hint of awkwardness flickered across Burgos's face as he paused for a moment before explaining, "The final decision lies with Coach Simeone. I will send in the video of today's match. As soon as I have news, I will inform you immediately." Chu Feng nodded, refraining from further comment. At that moment, Torres approached him, excitedly patting Chu Feng on the shoulder, jesting, "Kid, your skills are improving tremendously. You even resemble me in my prime." Hearing Torres's words, a smile crept onto Chu Feng's face as he replied, "You are my idol." "No, you are my idol. I grew up watching you play." "No wonder. I was wondering why your playing style mirrors mine so closely." "Haha," Torres continued. "Once you make it to the first team, I will definitely look out for you." "All right." To be honest, Chu Feng felt uncertain about his chances of joining Atletico's first team, as he could not fathom Coach Simeone's thoughts. Nevertheless, he had showcased all his talents in today's trial. Now, all he could do was wait. Chapter 7. Signing the professional contract. Officially joining Atletico Madrid's first team. The next day, within the confines of the Atletico Madrid club's head coach's office, assistant coach Bigos had just handed over his meticulously prepared trial report to Simeone. After casting a brief glance at its contents, a flicker of tension crossed the usually composed face of the Atletico Madrid first-team coach. Could it be true that Chu had managed to score 4 goals and deliver 2 assists in merely 45 minutes on the pitch? Simeone, scrutinizing the trial report, earnestly inquired of his assistant, Burgos, "Is this indeed the case?" "Absolutely. Chu single-handedly created 6 goals. His performance was truly extraordinary. The U21 defenders simply could not withstand his onslaught," Burgos replied promptly. Simeone furrowed his brow, evidently regretting that he had not attended the trial match in person. Sensing his superior's unease, Bigos reached into his pocket and produced a USB drive. "Boss, this contains the footage of the trial match. Would you like to see it?" Upon hearing of the recording, Simeone's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Of course. Play it right away." Burgos swiftly connected the USB drive to the laptop and quickly accessed the match footage, fast-forwarding to the start of the second half to showcase Chu's performance. Simeone remained fixated on the screen, his expression shifting between astonishment and disbelief. As the 45 minutes elapsed, Simeone continued to stare intently at the screen, seemingly in a state of disbelief. "Quick, contact Chu immediately. Let us promote him to the first team at once. This lad is a supercharged version of Torres. His potential is boundless." Undoubtedly, after witnessing Chu's trial performance, Simeone was deeply impressed by this Asian prodigy. He harbored a profound conviction that this 17-year-old forward would serve as the cornerstone of Atletico's resurgence. Scoring 4 goals and providing 2 assists against opponents averaging 4 years his senior was a testament to his exceptional talent. Such a player was far too gifted to remain in the youth academy. He needed to be brought to the first team without delay. At that moment, Simeone could hardly contain his eagerness to witness Chu's prowess firsthand. Understood. I shall call Chu at once. Meanwhile, within the Atletico Madrid U17 training camp, Chu Feng was still engaged in training with his teammates. To be frank, after waiting all night for news from Burgos, he felt a sense of despair creeping in, leading him to believe that his hopes of joining the first team were dwindling. Thus, he transformed his sorrow into motivation, dominating the morning scrimmage with a flurry of goals, powerful strikes, headers, and even an acrobatic bicycle kick. He single-handedly netted 6 goals, securing a resounding victory for his team. After training, following a hearty lunch, Chu Feng returned to his dormitory to rest. Just then, he received a call from Burgos. Chu, congratulations. You are officially joining Atletico Madrid's first team from this moment on. Quickly pack your things and report to the club this afternoon. Burgos' words caught Chu Feng completely off guard. Mr. Burgos, is this truly happening? He asked, unable to contain his excitement. Indeed. I know it's hard to believe, but it is absolutely true. You are now a player for Atletico Madrid's first team. Be here by 2 p.m. After hanging up the phone, a resolute glint appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. He understood that his time was about to begin. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 12:30 p.m. He hurriedly packed his belongings into his suitcase just as his roommate returned to the dormitory. Chu, what are you doing? Are you moving out? No. I just received a call from Mr. Burgos asking me to report to the first team, Chu Feng replied. Upon hearing this, his roommate's eyes widened in disbelief. The first team? But you're only 17. His roommate continued, if I recall correctly, since Simeone became the head coach. No U17 player has been promoted directly to the first team. Well, now there is, Chu Feng smiled faintly, hoisting his suitcase as he departed the dormitory. At 2 p.m., Chu Feng arrived punctually at the Atletico Madrid club's entrance. Burgos was already waiting for him, and, upon spotting Chu, hurried over to take his suitcase. Chu, first you will meet with Coach Simeone, and then we will sign your professional contract, officially making you a player for the first team. Burgos explained as he led Chu Feng into the head coach's office. Simeone sat in his chair, casually observing the young Asian talent before him. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. You are Chu Feng? Yes, coach, Chu Feng replied in fluent Spanish. Are you Spanish or from the Far East? Simeone's curiosity about Chu Feng's nationality was piqued, likely due to his commendable command of the language. I am from the Far East, but I moved to Spain long ago to live with my uncle, so my Spanish is quite decent, Chu Feng explained, drawing from his memories of this life. Here is your professional contract. Simeone handed Chu Feng the prepared document and continued, as you are under 18. We can only offer a 3-year contract with a weekly salary of 3,000 euros, amounting to approximately 15,600 euros annually. Of course, if you perform exceptionally. There is always the possibility of a raise. Chu Feng nodded, understanding that as a 17-year-old, he could not expect a high contract, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, a weekly salary of 3,000 euros translates to over 20,000 RMB, a substantial amount for a 17-year-old. Agreed. Chu Feng promptly took the pen and signed his name on the contract. The new season will commence on July 15th. Until then, you may train with the club. Remember, being a member of Atletico Madrid's first team does not guarantee you game time in La Liga. Before the season begins, I and the coaching staff will evaluate the players, and if your performance is mediocre, you may find yourself relegated to the second team or even loaned out. I will strive to do my best, coach. Chu Feng replied, his voice brimming with determination. Chapter 8. The fortuitous skill card of young Spider Alvarez. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully signed with Atletico Madrid's first team. Reward. Random top striker skill card from Atletico Madrid. Just after Chu Feng had settled his luggage in the player's apartment at Atletico Madrid, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Additional rewards? What does this top striker skill card from Atletico Madrid mean? As soon as Chu Feng expressed his curiosity, the system kindly provided an explanation. Random Atletico Madrid top striker skill card. Randomly selects skills from all top forwards who have played for Atletico Madrid. Would you like to draw? Without hesitation, Chu Feng eagerly agreed, curious to see what kind of skill card he could obtain. Drawing in progress. Please wait. 10, 50, 100. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Alvarez Luck Explosion card. Alvarez? Young Spider? Isn't he the player who joined in the 2024 season? Is this even possible? However, what is the function of this skill card? Chu Feng had anticipated receiving skills from stars like Agüero, Falcao, or Villa, but unexpectedly, it was Alvarez. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that Alvarez is indeed a world-class forward. At the tender age of 23, he achieved a Grand Slam. And he also won the World Cup alongside Messi. He is currently among the elite forwards of the new generation in football, and after joining Atletico Madrid, he immediately became the team's leading scorer. At this moment, the system displayed another prompt. Alvarez Luck Explosion card, passive. This skill card is passive. The host can gain a luck boost during matches, making it easier to obtain shooting opportunities and score goals. Note, the harder you work, the luckier you become. The more actively the host runs, the higher the luck value. Conversely, the opposite is also true. This is intriguing. Upon reading the explanation of the skill card, Chu Feng became immediately interested. After all, the young Spider Alvarez is indeed an active forward, tirelessly running in every match. It is precisely due to Alvarez's dedication that he has garnered numerous opportunities. In other words, Alvarez's early achievement of the Grand Slam in football was not solely due to luck, but also hard work. After all, effort and luck are complementary. Without effort, there would naturally be no luck. Unfortunately, there are currently no matches for Chu Feng to personally witness the prowess of this skill card. Yet, regardless, obtaining the Alvarez Luck Explosion card will undoubtedly enhance Chu Feng's scoring efficiency significantly. This instilled in him a greater confidence to impress Simeone in the upcoming season. June 3, 2017. Spain, Catalonia, Chinatown. In a small supermarket, a blonde woman was arranging products on the shelves. As she slowly stepped onto the freight elevator while carrying a box, she called out to a Chinese man at the cash register for assistance. Realizing that one person could not handle it alone, immediately, the middle-aged Chinese man put down what he was doing and hurried to the woman. Elena, how many times have I told you? I can handle this. The man quickly took the goods from Elena's hands. I know. Tofu. This is the last time. Elena flashed a brilliant smile at the middle-aged man, while his face was filled with embarrassment. Elena, let me remind you again. My name is Tofu, not Tofu. After placing the goods on the shelf, the man earnestly corrected Elena's pronunciation. I'm saying tofu. 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 Upon hearing Elena repeatedly call him Tofu, Tofu couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Fine. If you like to call me Tofu, so be it. Elena, you've finally gotten a break. You don't need to rush here to help. I can manage alone. Tofu looked at Elena, whose forehead was already glistening with sweat, feeling somewhat guilty. However, Elena brushed it off, saying it's all right. I have nothing to do at home. I might as well lend you a hand. With that, she offered Tofu another radiant smile. Though Elena was only 37, years of hard work had left her with a few deep wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Yet, when she smiled, she still exuded a refreshing charm, her beauty undiminished over the years. Although she was Spanish, she possessed the fair skin often admired in Asian aesthetics, particularly her delicate and refined facial features, complemented by her sparkling large eyes. Seeing Elena's brilliant and captivating smile, Tofu felt his heart race, prompting him to quickly turn away, unable to meet her gaze. In contrast to Elena's exotic beauty, Tofu appeared considerably older. At 43, years of exposure to the elements had etched deep lines on his face, giving him the appearance of a man in his 50s. Despite this, the younger Elena held a deep admiration and affection for Tofu. Conversely, Tofu, adhering to the reserved nature of Eastern cultures, hesitated to advance their relationship, leaving their connection in a rather delicate state. Uncle, where are you? I'm back. The sound of a voice abruptly shattered the awkward atmosphere between them, especially for Tofu, who dashed to the store entrance with the speed of a sprinter, scrutinizing the young man before him with keen eyes. What's wrong? After a month, you don't recognize me? Chu Feng, unable to hold back, teased as he noticed his uncle's intense gaze. Chu Feng, this rascal knows to come back. Where have you been gallivanting for a month? Tofu exclaimed, astonished. He had raised Chu Feng after the latter's parents tragically passed away in a car accident. Since Tofu had never married, he treated Chu Feng as his own child. A month prior, Chu Feng had left a letter and ventured alone to Atletico Madrid's youth training camp, which had greatly worried Tofu, so he couldn't help but reprimand Chu Feng upon his return. Here, sign this quickly. Ignoring Do Fu's scolding, Chu Feng directly handed his uncle a contract. What is this? Do Fu asked, bewildered. The contract for Atletico Madrid's first team. Since I'm still under 18. I need a guardian and Oppo's signature. What? Do Fu and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chu Feng. Chapter 9. Introducing Strong Reinforcements? Simeone and Oppo's dual preparations. At this moment, Elena approached Do Fu, and together they gazed at the contents of the contract. Atletico Madrid and Oppo's first team? Chu, you truly did it. Elena exclaimed excitedly to Do Fu. Oh my goodness. Chu has become a player for Atletico's first team. How marvelous. Do Fu, this is something to be proud of. Do Fu looked at Chu Feng with disbelief. Stammering, Chu Feng, is this contract for real? Upon hearing his uncle's question, Chu Feng nearly choked on his words. Of course, from now on, I am officially a player for Atletico's first team. Uncle, it won't be long before you can enjoy a comfortable life. Once I become a key player, you and Elena should hurry and get married. I will give you a generous red envelope then. After being teased by his own nephew, Do Fu's face turned a shade of embarrassment. He quickly retorted, let's not dwell on trivial matters. How did you become a player for Atletico's first team? In his youth, Do Fu was also an athlete, excelling in basketball, football, and even the less common sport of rugby. He was considered a key player on his university team. However, after experiencing setbacks in his entrepreneurial ventures in his home country, he moved to Spain with the young Chu Feng to strive for a better life. Upon arriving in Spain, Do Fu found work in the IT sector, but due to the overwhelming competition, he was unfortunately laid off at the age of 30. Do Fu attempted to secure several other positions within the IT industry, but his age became a barrier, leading him to start his own business, a Nokia phone store in the Chinese community. Yet, with the arrival of the financial crisis and the rise of the iPhone, his second entrepreneurial endeavor ultimately failed. He was left with no choice but to operate a small supermarket with the remaining funds, barely scraping by. Despite the financial hardships, Do Fu would always take the time to bring Chu Feng to watch La Liga matches. In truth, Chu Feng's passion for football was largely influenced by Do Fu. Uncle, are you still unaware of my talent? I barely showcased a fraction of my skills, and Coach Simeone was already captivated. Chu Feng confidently patted Do Fu on the shoulder. Elena, do you think this is genuine? Do Fu, still uneasy, feared that Chu Feng might be deceived, and handed the contract to Elena. After examining it thoroughly, Elena nodded in reassurance. Do Fu, there's no doubt. This is absolutely real. Hearing Elena's confirmation, a smile finally broke across Do Fu's face. Well done, young man. I never expected you to possess such talent. Do Fu exclaimed excitedly as he embraced Chu Feng, feeling genuine happiness for his nephew in that moment. Remember, once you join Atletico, train diligently. It's no easy task to establish oneself in such a prestigious club. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, responding impatiently, all right, enough with the lectures. Just sign the contract. I'll treat you and Elena to a grand feast later. Currently, my weekly salary is 3,000 euros. Uncle, if you ever need money, just let me know. Subsequently, Chu Feng turned to Elena. Elena, please invite my sister too. I haven't seen the lovely Mia in ages. Haha. Mia, Elena's daughter, was just a year younger than Chu Feng and was renowned for her beauty at school, earning the title of the campus belle. In their daily lives, Mia and Chu Feng shared a close friendship. Elena and Mia's journey had not been easy. Elena's husband tragically lost his life on the streets due to drug-related issues shortly after Mia's birth, leaving Elena to raise her daughter alone in the chaotic environment of Madrid. As Elena had to care for the young Mia, she found it increasingly difficult to work, leading to their financial struggles. Eventually, they moved to the Chinese community in the suburbs of Catalonia, where Elena met Do Fu. From the moment Elena first saw Do Fu, she was drawn to his politeness and humility, as well as his athletic physique. Standing at 6 feet tall and possessing a strong build, Do Fu was a natural athlete. Their relationship blossomed as they bonded over their shared experiences of adversity, although Do Fu hesitated to confess his feelings, believing he could not provide Elena with a happy life due to his career struggles, something that Chu Feng disdained about him. Mia had recently participated in a cheerleading competition and would not return home for about a week. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. That's all right. We can just eat together, the three of us. Aunt, what do you think of my proposal? Elena, knowing only a few words of Chinese, did not grasp the meaning of and in this context, so she remained oblivious to Chu Feng's intention. Little rascal, don't call people names. Dofu quickly scolded him in Chinese, then turned to explain to Elena in Spanish. That evening, at a Chinese restaurant, Chu Feng, Dofu, and Elena enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. The following day, Chu Feng returned to Madrid with the contract in hand. As June began, with only a month remaining until mid-July, Chu Feng understood that if he wished to secure his place in Atletico's first team, he needed to dedicate himself to relentless training. In the meantime, at Atletico, Simeone, having signed Chu Feng, insisted that the management seek to recruit a powerful striker during the summer transfer window. He recognized that placing all hopes on a 17-year-old Asian player was a considerable risk. Therefore, Simeone had to prepare for contingencies. After thorough analysis from scouts, Simeone set his sights on Sevilla forward, Vitalo. Currently, Vitalo was merely a rotational player at Sevilla, having started 25 matches last season, achieving a record of 6 goals and 6 assists in La Liga. While his scoring efficiency was moderate, he was undoubtedly a better option compared to the aging Torres. To acquire the 27-year-old forward, Simeone proposed a bid of €30 million, knowing that Atletico's transfer budget for the summer window was a mere €40 million. This clearly illustrated Simeone's dissatisfaction with Atletico's attacking lineup. However, to Simeone's astonishment, Sevilla rejected the initial offer of €30 million. Reluctantly, he raised the bid by €5 million. Ultimately, after a series of negotiations, Atletico successfully secured Vitalo for a fee of €35,600,000, leaving the club with insufficient funds for additional signings during the summer window. Chapter 10. Entering July. The intra-team training matches commence. While Atletico Madrid is fervently pursuing the acquisition of Vitalo, Chu Feng dedicates himself to rigorous training on the pitch each day, engaging in high-intensity drills. It is worth noting that June in Spain can be exceedingly scorching, leaving Chu Feng's body feeling as though it has endured a sauna session after each training. Nevertheless, he persists in training day and night. Recently, he has heard from various club staff about Vitalo's potential signing, yet Chu Feng remains indifferent. He understands that to secure his place in a prestigious club like Atletico Madrid, he must constantly prepare for competition against elite strikers. Furthermore, he does not regard Vitalo as a top-tier forward. In the previous La Liga season, Vitalo only made 25 appearances, scoring 6 goals, a tally that barely exceeds that of Torres. Chu Feng is confident that with diligent training, he will have the opportunity to surpass Vitalo and Torres in the battle for a forward position. On this particular day, when Chu Feng returned to the Atletico player apartment, it was already 8 in the evening. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed and proactively opened his personal attributes to assess his progress. Having been part of the first team for 3 weeks of intense training, he was eager to see the results of his efforts. Chu Feng, 17 years, 2 months, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 76, explosiveness, 74, reaction speed, 69, strength, 88, stamina, 67, jumping, 72, injury resistance, 65. Physical attribute rating, C, offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long shot, 76, header, 77, set piece, 66, dribbling, 72, offensive attribute rating, B, passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 79, passing attribute rating, C, defensive attributes, tackle, 56, sliding tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, physicality, 62, defensive attribute rating, D, overall rating, 75, comprehensive evaluation level, C, star skill, Alvarez's lucky card. After meticulously scanning his attributes, Chu Feng noticed only slight improvements in a few areas, with his overall rating and comprehensive evaluation level remaining unchanged. He realized that he needed to exert even greater effort. To be honest, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with the current training results. He had anticipated that 3 weeks would be sufficient to elevate his overall rating to 80. Yet it remained stagnant. Determined, Chu Feng resolved to increase his training intensity in the upcoming sessions. The next day, upon arriving early at the training ground, Chu Feng encountered several unfamiliar faces. During this period, as the first team players were on vacation, most of the training partners were from Atletico's B team. The first to greet Chu Feng was a young black man named Arona, hailing from Senegal. At just 23 years old, he serves as a reserve forward for Atletico. Like Chu Feng, he was also promoted from the youth academy to the first team this season. Chu, I've heard of your illustrious deeds. I'm thrilled to be your teammate, Arona exclaimed. The news of Chu Feng's remarkable trial performance, where he scored 4 goals, had spread throughout the Atletico Youth Academy. So Arona was certainly familiar with his name. Likewise, Chu Feng replied briefly before swiftly refocusing on his training. Time was of the essence for him. In addition to Arona, several other young players had also joined the first team for training, including the 20-year-old Tony Moya, the equally youthful Kadi Bear, and the even younger Rodinas. These players, like Chu Feng, were handpicked by coach Simeone to train with the first team. Perhaps due to their similar ages, Chu Feng quickly bonded with this group of young athletes. However, there were also some Atletico youngsters who looked down upon him, such as the young center-back Antonio Montaro. This player, a quintessential Spaniard, harbored a disdain for Asians, regardless of Chu Feng's exemplary performance. Consequently, Montaro often found himself in conflicts and verbal spats with Chu Feng during practice. Nevertheless, Chu Feng chose to disregard Montaro's provocations. Before long, the end of June arrived, and Coach Simeone's staff members gradually made their way to Atletico. As for Simeone himself, he was not scheduled to arrive until July 15th, leaving all training responsibilities in the hands of assistant coach Burgos during this period. As July commenced, Burgos organized an intra-squad match to assess the young players' conditions. Undoubtedly, this match would serve as a midterm examination for the Atletico youth. A stellar performance could significantly enhance their chances of remaining with the team, while a mediocre or poor showing might result in a demotion to the B team. Thus, when Burgos announced the upcoming match, excitement and determination filled the air. On July 3rd, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the training ground was set for the match. The young players of the first team were divided into a red team and a blue team, and the intra-squad match officially began. Chu Feng and Arona found themselves on the red team. Eager to test his abilities through competition, Chu Feng exerted himself fiercely on the pitch as the match commenced. In the 3rd minute, Tony Moya, a 20-year-old midfielder for the red team, received the ball but soon found himself besieged by blue team players. Instinctively, he passed the ball toward the penalty area. Bang! In that moment, Chu Feng effectively used his body to hold off the young Carlos Isaac, a Spanish center-back standing at 184 centimeters tall. Although their heights were comparable, in terms of sheer core strength, Chu Feng easily overpowered Isaac. At the penalty spot, Chu Feng did not fully exert his force but instead gently nudged the defender with his shoulder, causing Isaac to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. In the next instant, Chu Feng effortlessly executed a header. Bang! The powerful header struck the blue team's goal like a cannonball, leaving the goalkeeper utterly helpless. 1-0. Chapter 11. A dazzling display. 17 and annihilating the opponent. Nearly 3 minutes into the match, Chu Feng propelled the red team to an early lead with a goal. On the sidelines, assistant coach Burgos could not help but applaud upon witnessing Chu Feng's performance. This lad has surpassed his physical condition from the training sessions. Burgos appeared thoroughly impressed with Chu Feng's display. Before long, the red team seized another opportunity to attack. This time, Chu Feng did not linger in the penalty area. Instead, he proactively withdrew to the midfield to receive the ball. In the 8th minute, Tony Moya received the ball centrally and, without hesitation, passed it to the advancing Chu Feng. Upon receiving the ball with his right foot, Chu Feng was immediately confronted by 2 defenders from the blue team charging at him. Clearly, after Chu Feng's recent goal, the blue team's defenders were now closely marking him. No matter where Chu Feng found himself on the pitch, there were always at least 2 players attempting to disrupt him. However, Chu Feng remained unfazed. After skillfully controlling the ball with his right foot, he swiftly accelerated with the ball. It is noteworthy that Chu Feng's dribbling attribute had reached an impressive 72, and his speed was recorded at 76. Most importantly, his strength had soared to an astonishing 88. When Chu Feng surged forward, he resembled a freight train barreling down the tracks. In an instant, Chu Feng broke through the encirclement of the 2 blue team defenders. Following this, he dashed into the blue team's penalty area like a shooting star. All the pressure fell onto the 21-year-old center-back, Antonio Montaro. Taking a deep breath, Montaro summoned all his strength and charged toward Chu Feng. Previously, Montaro had always looked down upon Chu Feng. This time, he was determined to demonstrate his prowess. Yet he was a step too late. Near the edge of the penalty area, Chu Feng suddenly halted his advance and raised his right foot to unleash a powerful shot. With a resounding thud, the ball zipped past Montaro and hurtled toward the bottom corner of the net. The blue team's goalkeeper, in a desperate attempt to save the shot, stretched to his utmost, but Chu Feng's strike was unparalleled in both speed and precision. Thwack! The ball struck the inside of the goalpost and ricocheted swiftly into the net. 2-0. Chu Feng scored again. Infuriatingly, that Asian player found the net once more. This dark-haired Asian forward is nothing short of a phenomenon. His power is overwhelming. It's impossible to stop him. Is the level of Asian football truly this formidable? The blue team players, upon witnessing Chu Feng's second goal, displayed expressions of despair and helplessness. Antonio Montoro stood in a daze, unable to fathom how Chu Feng's shot could be so precise. Yet the match was far from over, and Chu Feng's personal showcase continued. 10 minutes later, he used his formidable physique to bulldoze through an opponent's defensive midfielder, effortlessly claiming the ball. In the next moment, Chu Feng charged toward the opponent's penalty area with remarkable speed. At this juncture, the entire blue team defense instinctively focused their attention on Chu Feng, even as his breakthrough attracted the attention of 3 defenders. In that fleeting moment, Chu Feng astutely spotted Arona surging into the penalty area. With not only exceptional physical attributes but also keen vision and awareness, Chu Feng quickly swung his leg and executed a precise lofted pass. Boom! The ball soared over the heads of multiple blue team players and, like a guided missile, landed perfectly at Arona's feet. The latter wasted no time, unleashing a powerful shot against the blue team's goalkeeper. The score was rewritten once again. 3-0. Chu Feng had achieved a remarkable record of 2 goals and 1 assist. This lad, is he truly only 17? Goodness, isn't he a forward? How can his passing be so accurate? What a remarkable player. This Asian individual is indeed a goal-scoring machine. Upon hearing his teammates' remarks, Montoro's internal fury was ignited. A bunch of useless players, unable to handle a mere Asian. Don't dare to call yourselves players of Atletico. Just watch me. In the ensuing match, Montoro took the initiative to mark Chu Feng closely. To be fair, Montoro, as a center-back, possessed considerable talent, with commendable physical attributes and defensive awareness that set him apart from his peers. However, when faced with Chu Feng's onslaught, he found himself utterly helpless. In the 35th minute, while positioned at the top of the penalty area, Montoro tried to intercept the ball from Chu Feng, who had successfully received it with his back turned. Yet, Chu Feng denied him any chance, swiftly turning and using his shoulder to collide with Montoro. Montoro, refusing to back down, exerted all his strength to contest Chu Feng, but at the moment their shoulders collided, Montoro felt a sharp crack. With a pain cry, Montoro collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Chu Feng unleashed a thunderous shot, effortlessly penetrating the blue team goalkeeper's defenses. 4-0. How is this possible? Montoro stared incredulously at Chu Feng, unable to comprehend how an Asian player, especially one from the Celestial Empire, could possess such formidable physical prowess. Before the end of the first half, Chu Feng delivered a surgical through ball to Arona, successfully assisting him in scoring. Ultimately, the first half concluded with a score of 5-0. Before the second half commenced, Burgos substituted Chu Feng with another player, having fully grasped the young prodigy's capabilities. A 17-year-old who scored a hat-trick and provided 2 assists in the first half. This was a testament to Chu Feng's extraordinary talent. Now, Burgos's priority was to allow Chu Feng to rest. He certainly did not wish for such a gifted player to sustain an injury. Chapter 12: The Key Players Return. A formal sprint towards the new season. As the match drew to a close, the friendly competition also reached its conclusion. After the game, Coach Bigos and his assistant provided evaluations for all participating players. Chu Feng earned the highest rating of, accompanied by glowing remarks. This player possesses exceptional heading and shooting abilities, and can retreat to the midfield to pass and organize play. Given his tender age of 17, he can undoubtedly be considered a prodigy. Following this match, the Spanish players who had previously underestimated Chu Feng experienced a dramatic shift in their attitude towards him, including Antonio Montoro. It is no exaggeration to say that Antonio Montoro has completely transformed into Chu Feng's devoted admirer, even going so far as to offer to polish Chu Feng's shoes after every training session. Indeed, to earn the respect of others, one must first become stronger. Currently, nearly all of Atletico Madrid's young players firmly believe that Chu Feng has the potential to remain in the first team. Consequently, aside from Montoro's fervent attempts to win over Chu Feng, the other players also gather around him daily, striving to cultivate a good relationship with him in hopes of receiving his support in the future. However, Chu Feng remains remarkably composed. He understands that, given his current capabilities, securing a place in Atletico Madrid's first team is not guaranteed. Thus, during this period, Chu Feng continues to train fervently, tirelessly honing his skills. As time gradually passes, at long last, July 15th arrives. This marks the gathering of the main players in Atletico Madrid's first team. Additionally, head coach Simeone concludes his vacation and officially arrives at the training ground with his coaching staff. On the first day of assembly, Chu Feng has the opportunity to observe a plethora of renowned stars up close: Griezmann, Gamero, Sael, Koch, Gaden, Godin, Felipe, Oblak, and also Atletico's new signing, Vitalo. Gentlemen, the new season is just a month away. Now, I need you to forget about your delightful vacations. Starting today, everyone must engage in physical training. Prior to the commencement of the season, Simeone holds a brief meeting with all first-team players. Last season, we garnered only 78 points in La Liga, finishing third. To be frank, I am extremely dissatisfied. Our noisy neighbors triumphed with 4 titles last season, while we ended up empty-handed. This is utterly disgraceful. Simeone continues to shout passionately at the players. This season, our primary objective is to clinch the La Liga championship, followed by the Champions League and the Copa del Rey. I'm aware that some of you may think I am mad, but I want to emphasize that as long as you adhere to my tactical framework, Atletico Madrid will have a chance. Simeone spoke for a full hour, and honestly, as the head coach of Atletico Madrid, the pressure he bears is quite substantial, especially considering last season's empty-handed results, while their city rivals, Real Madrid, basked in glory with 4 titles. Simeone's support among fans and club executives is waning. Should Simeone fail to achieve favorable results this season, there is a possibility of a dismissal crisis. Hence, it is imperative for him to conduct a motivational session with the players to ignite their fighting spirit. Around 10 in the morning, training for Atletico Madrid's first team officially commences. Due to the majority of key players having been on holiday and not training, Simeone focuses on physical and strength training to quickly restore the players' conditions. Chu, how are you settling in with the team? During training, Torres takes the initiative to engage Chu Feng in conversation. Quite well. I heard you received N's rating in the previous intra-squad match, but I must caution you not to become complacent. N's rating does not guarantee your place in the first team. Torres patiently explains to Chu Feng, barring any surprises. Coach Simeone will organize another friendly match in a week. Only those who perform exceptionally in this match will secure their positions. You must give it your all. Chu Feng nods in acknowledgement, then immerses himself back into training. This is precisely what Chu Feng anticipated. He has always understood that establishing a foothold in Atletico Madrid's first team is no simple feat and requires navigating through rigorous selection. Currently, Chu Feng's sole focus is to train diligently and optimize his condition. At 5 in the afternoon, after training concludes and all the Atletico players leave the field, Chu Feng remains behind to continue his practice. He meticulously assesses his attributes and realizes that his stamina is rated at only 67, while his physicality stands at a mere 62. These values are alarmingly low. Chu Feng comprehends that Atletico Madrid places significant emphasis on physicality and movement. Although he is a forward in Simeone's team, he must also engage in high pressing and active running. If he does not swiftly enhance these 2 attributes, he will certainly not secure a position in the first team. Thus, Chu Feng's primary task now is to elevate his physicality and stamina, and there are no shortcuts. He can only rely on relentless practice. With no other option, Chu Feng pushes his weary body to continue running on the field. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Meanwhile, in the office of Atletico Madrid's head coach, assistant coach Bigos presents the training summary of the young players to Simeone. After casually flipping through a few pages, Simeone quickly locates Chu Feng's evaluation. S rating in the friendly match? Upon seeing the rating, a spark of interest appears on Simeone's face, prompting him to scrutinize Chu Feng's assessment. A prodigious striker? Burgos, is this your evaluation of Chu? Simeone inquires, glancing up at his assistant. Indeed, Mr. Simeone. In the friendly match, he scored a hat-trick in just 45 minutes, along with 2 assists. His talent is truly extraordinary. Burgos replies. After a moment of contemplation, Simeone slowly asks Burgos, do you believe he is qualified to remain in the first team? Given his age, it may be somewhat challenging for him to stay in the first team, but based on his performance, he absolutely deserves a place in the squad. Frankly, I haven't Oppos. He's seen such a hard-working young player in a long time. Simeone gazes out the window, reflecting, indeed, this young man has been training for 2 hours now. He shows great promise. Chapter 13, The Detriments of Injury. The striker's training ground. It was 10 o'clock at night. Exhausted, Chu Feng slowly reclined on the substitute bench. In pursuit of enhancing his physical attributes, he had increased his training regimen, typically extending his practice by an additional 2 to 3 hours post-training. However, today, he had engaged in physical training for a staggering 4 hours. It is no exaggeration to say that he could barely feel his legs at this moment. After catching his breath on the bench, he mustered his spirit and checked his attributes. Chu Feng, 17 years, 2 months, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 76, explosiveness, 74, reaction speed, 69, strength, 88, stamina, 70, jumping, 72, injury, 60. Physical attribute rating. C. Offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long shot, 76, header, 77, set piece, 66, breakthrough, 72, offensive attribute rating. B. Passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 79, passing attribute rating. C. Defensive attributes, tackle, 56, slide tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, physicality, 66. Defensive attribute rating. D. Overall score, 75. Comprehensive evaluation level. C. Star skill, Alvarez and Amp. Oppo's, S. Lucky card. Through diligent effort, Chu Feng and Amp. Oppo's, S. stamina had finally reached 70, while his physicality attributes had also surged to 66. Clearly, the week of training had not been in vain. A long-awaited smile graced Chu Feng's face. Since the Atletico Madrid first team had officially commenced training, he had been diligently engaging in extra practice every day. Today marked the end of a week of additional training. It is worth noting that during regular training sessions, Coach Simeone's intensity was quite formidable, causing most Atletico players to rush home for rest after training. Yet, Chu Feng stubbornly continued to train harder, often leaving his legs cramping from exhaustion. His relentless effort was driven by the desire to remain in the first team of Atletico Madrid. Chu, your training regimen is far from scientific. Suddenly interjected Atletico assistant coach Burgos, appearing before Chu Feng. With the internal match approaching the day after tomorrow, your intense training will adversely affect your performance. Burgos tossed a bottle of mineral water to Chu Feng and continued, "You are only 17. Excessive training could lead to skeletal issues." "I understand, Mr. Burgos," Chu Feng replied, taking a few gulps of the water. "The competition in the first team was fierce, and with my stamina being a weakness, I can only strive to improve in this manner." Before Chu Feng could finish, Burgos interjected, "Let me reiterate, this kind of training can easily lead to injury. If you wish to continue playing, you must adhere to a more reasonable regimen." Seeing Burgos's displeasure, Chu Feng could only nod in agreement, promising to refrain from extreme training. After enduring over a week of grueling workouts, Chu Feng could genuinely feel the pain in his legs. Perhaps it was time for a break. As Burgos had pointed out, such intensity in training might enhance his stamina, but could also escalate the risk of injury. Before departing, Burgos reiterated, additional training is acceptable, but it must be moderate. Training 4 to 5 hours daily is simply unsustainable for your body. Be cautious. Avoid injury at all costs. With that, Burgos vanished from Chu Feng's sight. Once Burgos left, a look of alarm crossed Chu Feng's face as a troubling thought struck him. He hastily checked his attributes again. What? Injury status has dropped to 60? Upon seeing the injury attribute reduced to 60, panic washed over him. Indeed, high-intensity training truly affects injury risk. I must be more vigilant. Chu Feng distinctly recalled that the last time he checked his attributes, his injury status had been 65. Now, a week later, it had plummeted by 5 points. Sleep. I need to rest. Chu Feng hurriedly dragged his weary body back to the player dormitory. It seemed that relentless training was not the panacea he had hoped for. The following day, after the Atletico first team training session, Simeone addressed the team once more. "Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we will have an internal match. Be prepared." After a brief pause, he continued with a serious demeanor, "This match is crucial for the young players. The coaching staff and I will decide which young talents will remain in the first team based on your performance." Upon hearing this, many young players, including Chu Feng, displayed signs of anxiety. Finally, the match that would determine his fate was upon him. "Chu, how do you feel? Are you confident?" Arona approached Chu Feng, inquiring softly. "I don't know. I'll just do my best." This was Chu Feng's honest sentiment. Although he had improved his stamina and physicality recently, his injury attribute had declined. Moreover, The internal match would feature not only young players but also key members of the first team. Chu Feng was uncertain whether he could adapt to La Liga's intensity with his current abilities. I believe you have the most potential among the young players. Go for it. You must stay in the first team. Arona, a good friend and roommate of Chu Feng, genuinely believed in him, especially since Chu Feng had assisted him during the last internal match. Let us strive together, Chu Feng said, patting Arona on the shoulder before heading towards the player dormitory. Chu, are you not training extra today? Arona asked, catching up with Chu Feng out of curiosity. With a slight sigh, Chu Feng replied, I'm feeling worn out lately. I need to rest for a while. Clearly, after realizing the decline in his injury attribute, Chu Feng had lost all interest in additional training. His immediate priority was to recuperate. Upon returning to the player dormitory, just as Chu Feng was about to lie down for a brief rest, a familiar sound echoed in his ear. Ding. Task issued. To realize your football dream, the host must remain in the Atletico first team. Ding. Task reward. Strikers Training Ground. Strikers Training Ground? What is this? Chapter 14. The Fateful Showdown. Little Spider's Fortuitous Activation. The following day, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Simeone, Burgos, and other members of the coaching staff stood solemnly at the sidelines. Meanwhile, within the confines of the pitch, Atletico Madrid's first-team players had divided themselves into the red team and the blue team, and the intra-squad match was officially underway. This was the first time Chu Feng would compete alongside Atletico's main players, and to be frank, his emotions were undeniably exhilarated. Chu, this time I will not be defeated, Torres boldly proclaimed as he approached Chu Feng before the match commenced. In the recent draw, Torres had been assigned to the red team, while Chu Feng found himself with the blue team, setting the stage for a direct confrontation between the two forwards. Chu Feng, however, paid no heed to Torres' bravado and focused intently on his warm-up exercises. On the sidelines, Burgos presented the recently established lineups to Simeone and the other assistant coaches. The red team boasted 8 first-team players and 3 young talents. The goalkeeper was Oblak, with defenders Juan Fran, Savic, Godin, and Felipe. The midfield comprised Gaetan, Gabi, Alavi, and Tony Moy, while the forward line featured Torres and Gamero. Conversely, the blue team included 5 young players and 6 mainstays, with Moy as the goalkeeper. The defensive line consisted of Montoro, Lucas Fernandez, Jim Nez, and Carlos Isaac. The midfield was anchored by Partey, Saul, Griezmann, and Koch, and the forwards were Angel Correa and Chu Feng. Upon summarizing the starting lineups, Simeone nodded slightly, uttering, "Let us commence." As soon as his words fell, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the official start of the match. This clash, pivotal for determining Chu Feng's place within Atletico's first team, had begun in earnest. With 8 mainstay players, the red team swiftly asserted dominance over the match. In the second minute, the players of the red team launched an offensive. Midfielder Gabi, receiving a pass from a teammate, made a slight adjustment before executing a long ball. Moments later, the ball was under the control of Juan Fran, the red team's right back. Known for his formidable attacking prowess, Juan Fran's crossing ability was among the finest in La Liga. As he received the ball, the forwards Torres and Gamero surged into the penalty area. Without hesitation, Juan Fran accurately delivered a cross that arced over the heads of the defenders, heading straight for Torres. In the small box, Torres, having positioned himself against the blue team's Carlos Isaac, executed a powerful header. Although goalkeeper Moy reacted swiftly, he could not intercept the ball. The net rippled as the score became 1-0. "Beautiful," Simeone exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for Torres' goal. "Experience prevails. Torres' form is ever improving." Assistant coach Burgos echoed. Despite being 34, his instinct as a forward remains undiminished. It seems Torres will continue to be a key player this season. Simeone nodded in agreement, seemingly endorsing Burgos' sentiments. At that moment, as Torres celebrated fervently, Chu Feng felt an involuntary surge of tension. In the opening 3 minutes, he had yet to touch the ball, while Torres had already scored. This realization weighed heavily on him. "Stay calm. The match has just begun," Griezmann advised, approaching Chu Feng and patting him on the shoulder. "I will pass to you shortly. Be ready." Griezmann, like Chu Feng, was part of the blue team. Having witnessed Chu Feng's trial match a few months prior, he had a reasonable understanding of the young Asian player's capabilities. "All right, no problem," Chu Feng responded eagerly, nodding at Griezmann. With the ball back in play, the blue team initiated their attack. After passing the ball to Griezmann, Chu Feng sprinted towards the penalty area at breakneck speed. Under Griezmann's guidance, The midfielders opted for a series of measured passes rather than rushing into an attack. Soon, the ball found its way back to Griezmann, who had moved to the left flank. As a left-footed player, Griezmann had already noted Chu Feng and Oppos' positioning before receiving the ball. Without pausing, he delivered a cross with his left foot. In an instant, the ball traced a graceful arc in the red team's penalty area, heading straight for the far post, where Chu Feng awaited. Griezmann had indeed kept his promise and delivered the ball to him. On the sidelines, Simeone and Burgos sharpened their focus, eager to witness whether 17-year-old Chu Feng could gain an advantage against Atletico's seasoned players. In the small box, just as Chu Feng prepared to leap for a header, red team's center-back Godin surged forward to intercept him. Godin, a dual captain for both Uruguay and Atletico, stood at a towering 188 centimeters and possessed remarkable physicality, making him a cornerstone of the team's defense. At the moment of collision, Chu Feng felt his balance waver. Thud! Godin's forceful impact sent Chu Feng sprawling to the ground. Despite Chu Feng's core strength rating of 88, his physicality score was only 66, making it an insurmountable challenge to prevail against Godin. Still too weak. It seems this player belongs in the youth squad, Simeone mused, disappointment evident on his face as he witnessed Chu Feng being easily overpowered by Godin. Even the likes of Benzema and Suarez would struggle against such a defender, let alone a mere 17-year-old. Burgos, having developed an appreciation for Chu Feng's determination through their interactions, quickly offered words of encouragement. He genuinely hoped Chu Feng could remain with the team. Just as Simeone and Burgos engaged in conversation, the atmosphere on the pitch shifted dramatically. After being knocked down by Godin, Chu Feng sprang to his feet and raced towards Godin with the speed of a sprinter, clearly intent on executing a tackle. Ding! Fortuitous activation card successfully engaged. Post-tackling, physicality, and shooting capabilities enhanced by 80%. Chapter 15. Stealing the ball from a top La Liga defender. A stunning goal. In that fleeting moment, Chu Feng forcefully collided with Godin from behind, catching the Atletico Madrid captain completely off guard, as he clearly did not anticipate Chu Feng's audacious attempt to intercept the ball. The sudden impact caused Godin to slightly lose his balance. After all, Chu Feng's core strength had reached an impressive 88. Coupled with the enhancement from the Alvarez luck card, his power surged significantly, leaving Godin somewhat disoriented. Just as Godin was about to fall, Chu Feng swiftly poked the ball away with his right foot. In the blink of an eye, he successfully seized the football. Before anyone could react, Chu Feng took a quick glance at the positioning of the red team's goalkeeper, Oblak, and immediately unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. Bang! The football rocketed towards the goal with fierce spin, crashing into the bottom corner of the net. The goal was scored with sheer determination. Chu Feng had equalized for the blue team, 1-1. At the moment Chu Feng scored, everyone on the field was left in a state of shock. They could hardly believe that the 17-year-old Chu Feng had managed to snatch the ball from Godin, nor could they fathom the extraordinary quality of his shot. As Atletico's starting goalkeeper Oblak stood motionless, failing to react in any way, even Chu Feng himself was taken aback by the turn of events. Standing there, he silently marveled. Is this the power of the little spider-esque luck card? Astonishing. As soon as the Alvarez luck card was activated, Chu Feng felt a surge of strength coursing through every part of his body, and his movements quickened severalfold. Especially that shot. He could hardly believe that his casual attempt could find its way straight into the corner. What a beautiful strike. Absolutely splendid. The first to rush to Chu Feng's side to celebrate was Montoro. Although Montoro had previously held reservations about Chu Feng, he was now utterly captivated by his skill. He joyfully jumped onto Chu Feng's back, exuberantly cheering as if he were more thrilled than if he had scored himself. In contrast, Chu Feng maintained a calm demeanor. After celebrating with Montoro, he jogged over to the red team's goal, quietly retrieved the ball, and made his way back to the center circle. Clearly, after experiencing the prowess of the Alvarez luck card, his confidence was soaring. Chu Feng was not content with merely leveling the score. He yearned for victory. How? Is this possible? How did he just do that? Oblak, the red team's goalkeeper, stood in stunned silence, still reeling from the shock of conceding that goal. As Atletico Madrid's first-choice keeper, Oblak was already regarded as one of the world's elite goalkeepers, yet he had shown no reaction to Chu Feng's explosive shot. Godin, too, was incredulous. He helplessly raised his hands, muttering, "Damn it, I let a kid intercept the ball. This is utterly humiliating." Yet, truth be told, the Asian player's power was formidable. Godin's feelings were undeniably complex. He was frustrated with himself for being careless, yet exhilarated by Chu Feng's striking impact. Perhaps, at that moment, Godin began to acknowledge this emerging talent from the East. On the sidelines, Atletico's coach Simeone could not suppress a gulp as he turned to his assistant Burgos with a serious expression. "Did you see that? This kid actually managed to steal the ball from Godin and his shot." Before Simeone could finish, assistant coach Burgos, filled with excitement, interjected, "It seems Chu is truly a genius. Godin's physicality is world-class, and his ball protection skills are top-notch. It is rare for any player in La Liga to steal the ball from him. Yet today, Chu has done it." Burgos continued to praise Chu Feng's performance, while a satisfied smile crept across Simeone's face. "This is intriguing. It appears this young man genuinely possesses the talent to remain at Atletico." Throughout, Simeone had been skeptical of Chu Feng's abilities and had even considered loaning him out before this internal match began. However, witnessing Chu Feng's astonishing goal had instantly altered his thoughts on loaning him out. The match was far from over, with the score now tied. The stronger red team felt the pressure mounting. Although today's match was merely a friendly, as professional players, losing in any form was unacceptable. Consequently, the players of the red team rallied their spirits to secure a victory. In the 23rd minute, the midfield maestro Gate-in received the ball in the center and, facing the interference of two blue players, effortlessly maneuvered past Kevin Gamero and saw L with a series of swift stops and turns. Meanwhile, red team forward Torres had already begun to accelerate in the front line. Bang! Upon noticing Torres' run, Gate-in wasted no time and delivered a penetrative through ball. Mere seconds later, the football landed at Torres' feet. However, blue defenders Jimenez and Montoro quickly closed in on him. Under their pressure, Torres' attempt at goal was easily collected by goalkeeper Moy. Bang! Following this, Moy opted for a quick free kick. In an instant, the ball soared across half the pitch, landing at the feet of Griezmann on the right flank. As soon as the French star received the ball, he was immediately besieged by multiple red defenders, Felipe, Olavi, and Gabi. All three of them lunged at Griezmann. Yet, Griezmann, being Atletico's star player, possessed exceptional ball control. Within mere seconds, he utilized a variety of feints and changes of pace to carve through the defenders' ranks. In no time, Griezmann surged into the top of the penalty area. Upon witnessing this, the two red center-backs, Godin and Savic, could not afford to be careless and promptly lunged toward Griezmann. At that moment, Griezmann lightly nudged the ball to his right. It landed perfectly in front of Chu Feng, who found himself unmarked. Undoubtedly, this was Chu Feng's opportunity to shoot. Chapter 16, the final moment of interception. A divine pass. With a resounding thud, Chu Feng seized the splendid opportunity to shoot, without a moment's hesitation. He glanced at Oblak's position, then swung his right foot with all the strength his body could muster. In that instant, the ball soared like a missile towards the corner of the net. On the goal line, Oblak, upon witnessing Chu Feng's shooting motion, was instantly alert. His gaze fixed on the approaching ball. As Chu Feng struck, Oblak bent his knees and leapt into the air with remarkable speed. However, the sheer power of Chu Feng's shot was extraordinary, causing the ball to spin rapidly. Oblak could only extend his arms in a desperate attempt to intercept it. Yet, as the ball neared him, a flicker of panic flashed in the eyes of Atletico's main goalkeeper. Swoosh! The ball grazed the tips of Oblak's fingers. In a heartbeat, bang! The ball slammed against the inner post, rebounding with lightning speed into the net. Oblak was powerless to stop it. 2-1. Chu Feng once again breached Oblak's defenses, propelling the blue team ahead in the score. "Brilliant! I knew you would score," exclaimed Griezmann, who had assisted Chu Feng. Rushing to his side, "Thank you, Antoine. If it weren't for you drawing the defender's attention, I wouldn't have had such a splendid opportunity," Chu Feng thought to himself, fully aware that his shooting chance at the top of the penalty area was largely due to Griezmann's distraction. To breach Oblak's goal repeatedly speaks volumes of your skill, Chu. You are the most gifted 17-year-old player I have ever seen. Griezmann, a world-class player, sensed the boundless potential within Chu Feng. As Atletico's star, he hoped that the young talent would remain with the team, as it would undoubtedly bolster their performance in the upcoming season. On the sidelines, Simeone applauded after witnessing Chu Feng's powerful strike pierce through Oblak's defenses once more. "Burgos, what do you think of Chu's shot?" Simeone inquired of his assistant coach. "Top-tier quality. Both the power and angle were exceptional. Moreover, Chu was fortunate. Had the shot been slightly off, the ball could have been deflected by the post," Burgos replied candidly. Simeone nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "I can't believe he is only 17, he remarked, then turned his attention back to the field. Undoubtedly, After Chu Feng's powerful strike broke the red team's goal, the players in red had no choice but to fight back with all their might. Shortly after the kickoff, several key players from Atletico showcased their true prowess. In the 38th minute, Gabi received the ball in midfield, executing a series of quick passes with Gaetan and Olivide. When the ball returned to Gabi's feet, the blue team's midfield had been thoroughly dismantled. At the top of the penalty area, the Atletico midfielder attempted a long-range shot. Gabi's shooting position was nearly identical to that of Chu Feng's earlier attempt, but the result was vastly different. Gabi's shot soared into the stands. 5 minutes later, red team fullback Chu Feng also opted to push forward with a cross. However, Torres' header inside the box went wide of the goal. During this period, the red team squandered numerous opportunities. As the second half commenced, the red team made a substitution, replacing the ineffective Arona with Gamero. It must be said, Gamero immediately enriched the red team's attacking strategies upon his entrance. Though he stood just over 1.7 meters tall, he was robust and possessed impressive shooting skills. In the 60th minute, Gamero and Torres executed a wall pass at the top of the penalty area. Gamero, using his strength, shielded the blue team's center back before swiftly passing the ball to Torres. At that moment, Torres charged into the penalty area. Facing this golden opportunity, Torres struck with a low shot, successfully penetrating the blue team's goal. 2-2. At last, the red team had equalized. Torres' goal undoubtedly ignited the fighting spirit of the red team players. In the ensuing moments, the red team launched a relentless offensive against the blue team. Witnessing this, Chu Feng quickly retreated to midfield, eager to contribute defensively. Yet, truth be told, the impact was minimal. The red team's midfielders, Gabi, Gaetan, and the two wingbacks Chu Feng and Felipe were all key players for Atletico, exhibiting exceptional synergy. Regardless of how fervently the blue team fans cheered, the ball remained firmly under the control of the red team players. During this time, Torres and Gamero, the two forwards, had ample shooting opportunities, but regrettably, the red team's attacks were thunderous yet ineffective, failing to yield any goals. On the blue team's side, although Angel Correa had a few counterattack chances, they were thwarted by Godin and Savic. Thus, the score of 2-2 persisted into the final 10 minutes. As the 80th minute approached, both teams' players, fatigued, struggled to organize effective attacks, resulting in a stalemate. For the majority of the time, the red team players maintained possession in their own half, utilizing meaningless passes to waste precious time. In the 88th minute, with just 2 minutes remaining in the match, red team center back Godin passed the ball to Gabi, who was receiving it with his back turned. Just as Gabi turned, a shadow swiftly darted past him. Suddenly, Gabi seemed to be struck by a freight truck, losing his balance while the ball rolled into Chu Feng's control. It was Chu Feng who had seized the opportunity, charging from behind and knocking Gabi down with sheer force. Clearly, Chu Feng was unwilling to settle for a draw. He yearned for victory. In the next moment, Chu Feng took off in great strides, dribbling the ball towards the opponent's penalty area. At that instant, multiple red team players converged on him, including key defenders Savic and Godin. Moreover, wingback Chu Feng actively moved towards the center. In that fleeting moment, Chu Feng found himself besieged by 3 of Atletico's finest. To be honest, given Chu Feng's current prowess, breaking through this trio seemed almost impossible. Yet, he was acutely aware of this fact. Thud! Just as these 3 players were about to close in on him, Chu Feng suddenly passed the ball into the penalty area. At that moment, Griezmann was already positioned near the penalty spot, ready to shoot. Chapter 17. Successfully staying with the team. The striker training ground opens. In an instant, Chu Feng's foot skillfully maneuvered the football over the heads of several defenders from the red team, landing perfectly in front of Griezmann. Undoubtedly, this was a pass akin to a guided missile, delivering the ball right to Griezmann's feet. At that moment, the French superstar exhibited no hesitation and swiftly swung his left foot. With the entire surface of his foot enveloping the ball, he unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! With a resonant thud, the football soared towards the goal like an arrow released from a bow. Even Oblak could do nothing but watch as the ball sailed into the net he guarded. 3-2. Just at the last moment, the blue team scored. A dramatic finish. Splendid. Immediately after scoring, Griezmann sprinted towards Chu Feng, who had assisted him, and the two embraced with palpable excitement. "Chu, your pass was magnificent," Griezmann exclaimed, giving Chu Feng a thumbs up, filled with genuine admiration for the 17-year-old prodigy. "It's mainly because you shot so well." Haha. Chu Feng's face radiated with a brilliant smile after receiving praise from the star player. Soon, more players from the Atletico Madrid blue team gathered around Chu Feng to celebrate. Although the match had not yet concluded, everyone understood that the blue team had secured victory. At that moment, Atletico's head coach, Simeone, was applauding enthusiastically from the sidelines. Well done. It seems Chu is also capable of playing in midfield, a player with great potential. Up to this point, Chu Feng had already achieved 2 goals and 1 assist in this internal match. If Simeone were not blind to talent, he would definitely keep Chu Feng in the team. After the restart, the players from the red team did not give up. Gamero, Torres, and Gabi immediately joined the offensive efforts. The referee had also granted nearly 5 minutes of stoppage time. Unfortunately, the red team players failed to capitalize on their opportunities. And when Torres' shot from inside the box hit the crossbar, the referee ultimately blew the final whistle. Chu, congratulations. After the match, a dejected Torres approached Chu Feng. Though his red team had lost, he sincerely offered his compliments. Griezmann, standing nearby, patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, saying appreciatively, "Chu, let's give our all in the new season. Let us strive to snatch the La Liga championship from Real Madrid and Barcelona." Clearly, after this match, Griezmann was already convinced that Chu Feng would remain with the team. And indeed, that was the case. The head coach of Atletico's first team, Simeone, along with assistant coach Burgos, approached the players with evaluation reports. These are your scores from the match. Anyone who receives A, B, or higher will stay with the team, while those with below A, B will need to hone their skills with the B team. After Simeone's announcement, the assistant coach distributed the evaluation reports. Chu Feng's score was an S, the highest rating, shared only with Griezmann. This confirmed that Chu Feng had successfully secured his place in the first team. You played well, but do not presume that this guarantees you a starting position. In a few days, the team will organize several friendly matches, and I will decide the starting lineup for the new season based on those performances. So, continue to strive, young man. Simeone made it a point to address Chu Feng directly, outlining his plan. As an experienced coach, he understood how to manage young talent. Despite Chu Feng's flawless performance in this match, Simeone refrained from excessive praise, opting instead for motivation. He recognized that young players could easily become arrogant. However, what Simeone did not realize was that Chu Feng was not an ordinary young player. He might be confident, but he would never be prideful. Chu Feng understood that in order to become a mainstay in Atletico's first team, he had a long way to go and needed to remain diligent. That evening, at 8 o'clock, in the player's apartment, Chu Feng had just finished a call with his uncle, Do Fudong, informing him of his retention in the first team. Just as he hung up, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. You have secured a place in Atletico's first team for the new season. Ding. Task reward, striker training ground. Ah, the task reward. If not for the system's reminder, Chu Feng might have forgotten. Speaking of which, what exactly is the striker training ground? As soon as he finished pondering, a dialog box appeared before him, explaining the system's function. Striker training ground. A virtual football field where the host can train various attributes with efficiency surpassing that of normal training, all while minimizing the risk of injury. Wow, what a remarkable opportunity. Upon reading the system's explanation, Chu Feng's interest was piqued. He quickly activated the striker training ground. Suddenly, Chu Feng found himself in a remarkably realistic football field, where all attribute options were laid out before him. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose to focus on his confrontation attribute. Instantly, a virtual player clad in a golden jersey appeared and charged directly at Chu Feng. In an instant, Chu Feng was knocked to the ground. Wow, the sensation was so lifelike. The impact felt almost identical to that of an actual match. After getting back on his feet, Chu Feng immediately concentrated, engaging the virtual player in confrontation. After an intense training session lasting a full 5 hours, Chu Feng discovered a training progress bar. Training project, confrontation attribute. Target value, 66 to 67 current progress. 10 estimated time to completion, 7 days. In other words, once the progress reaches 100%, his confrontation attribute would increase from 66 to 67. After grasping the situation, Chu Feng eagerly immersed himself back into training. After nearly 2 more hours of vigorous practice, indeed, the training progress increased. Current progress, 14. Chu Feng originally intended to continue training, but at that moment, the striker training ground unexpectedly shut down. It turned out that the training duration was limited to 7 hours each day, exceeding that would result in automatic closure. With no choice but to wait until tomorrow for further training, Chu Feng recognized that although the training time was limited to 7 hours, the efficacy of the striker training ground far surpassed that of regular training. Perhaps it would not be long before Chu Feng transformed into a versatile, multi-talented warrior. Chapter 18. The warm-up matches commence. As time glided into late July, the onset of the new season drew ever closer. During this period, Coach Simeone began to intentionally modify the training regimen, placing a greater emphasis on tactical drills. Simeone's preferred formation is the 4-4-2, which meant that the first-team players of Atletico Madrid practiced the setup almost daily. After regular training, Chu Feng would promptly return to his apartment and engage in 7 hours of simulated training at the Godly Striker training ground. After nearly a week of rigorous training, Chu Feng's competitive attribute finally reached 67. However, truth be told, there is little distinction between 67 and 66 to enhance his competitive prowess and increase his success rate. Chu Feng knew he must continue to toil diligently. Training item, competitive attribute, target value, 67 to 68, training progress, 1, estimated time required, 10 days. According to the current projected timeline, achieving a competitive attribute of 70 by the start of the new season would be quite commendable. After all, the La Liga season is set to commence on August 20th, leaving roughly 30 days of preparation. As the end of July approached, Atletico Madrid was set to partake in their warm-up matches. On the last day of July, specifically July 31st, Atletico would face their first opponent in the United States, Nice from Ligue 1. For Chu Feng to fully earn Coach Simeone's trust, he needed to deliver an exceptional performance in this friendly against Nice. On July 29th, the first-team players of Atletico boarded a plane and, after crossing the Atlantic, successfully landed in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Although soccer enjoys only moderate popularity among American sports, numerous fans donned Atletico jerseys to greet them at the airport. After all, Atletico, as one of the trio of giants in La Liga, boasts immense global influence. Griezmann, Torres. Fans fervently shouted the names of Atletico stars, creating a scene of delightful chaos. Stars such as Griezmann, Torres, and Oblak were surrounded by adoring supporters, whereas Chu Feng found himself largely overlooked, with hardly anyone noticing the Asian face among the Atletico players. However, Chu Feng was unfazed. He firmly believed that one day he too would be a celebrated star like Griezmann, sought after by many. 2 days later, on the match day of Atletico versus Nice, as the team bus made its way towards the stadium, Coach Simeone officially announced the roster for the warm-up match. On the bus, all the Atletico players turned their attention to Simeone. Despite being merely a friendly, every player yearned for the opportunity to take the field. After all, only by playing could they showcase their talents and potentially catch Simeone's eye, paving the way to becoming a mainstay in the new season. Forwards, Griezmann, Torres. Midfield, Coke. Upon completing the announcement of the starting lineup, the players exhibited a mix of joy and disappointment, with Chu Feng belonging to the latter group. He had not made the starting list, as Simeone opted for last season's mainstays, Griezmann and Torres. Chu Feng was not particularly surprised. After all, he was merely a newcomer, and at just 17 years old, he needed to patiently await his opportunity. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Michigan Stadium buzzed with energy as nearly 20,000 fans filled the stands, the majority proudly adorned in Atletico Madrid jerseys. This was to be expected. After all, Nice, being a relegation-threatened team in Ligue 1, could not compete with Atletico in terms of fame and influence. However, Nice was not without merit, boasting a renowned forward, Balotelli. At 8:30 p.m., the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match. The more formidable Atletico Madrid swiftly took control of the game, with Griezmann, Torres, and midfielder Saul creating numerous shooting opportunities. However, that evening, Nice goalkeeper seemed to be in extraordinary form, making acrobatic saves to keep the scoreline intact. In a surprising turn of events, in the 30th minute, Nice countered and broke through Atletico's defenses, scoring a goal. The player responsible was none other than Balotelli. Centre-back Dante gained the upper hand in a duel with Torres, successfully clearing the ball with a header, which landed at the feet of midfielder Cagniello. Without hesitation, he launched a long pass forward. At the edge of the penalty area, Balotelli used his physicality to overpower centre-back Savic and then unleashed a powerful burst, evading Godin's interference. With strides like a comet, he surged into Atletico's penalty area. Just as goalkeeper Oblak prepared to intervene, Balotelli suddenly swung his right foot, unleashing a ferocious shot. Boom. In an instant, the ball rocketed into the net like a cannonball. The sheer velocity of Balotelli and Oppo's strike left Oblak with no chance to react. 1-0. Nice took the lead. On the sidelines, Simeone furrowed his brow. clearly displeased with the performance of his players. Both the defenders and forwards were underwhelming that night. Meanwhile, seated on the bench, Chu Feng lamented the team's concession. Balotelli's shot was formidable, truly a world-class player. Sitting beside him, Arona could not help but exclaim upon witnessing Balotelli's goal. Indeed, Balotelli was once heralded as the third best after Messi and Ronaldo, but alas, his eccentric personality has hindered him. Just as Chu Feng finished speaking, a notification flashed before his eyes. Ding. Task assigned. Help Atletico Madrid secure victory. Task reward. Balotelli's cannon shot skill card. Finally, it has arrived. Upon seeing the system's notification, Chu Feng felt invigorated. With his strength now at 88, acquiring Balotelli's cannon card would be a perfect match. However, Chu Feng was merely a substitute and uncertain whether he would even get a chance to play, let alone help Atletico achieve victory. Chapter 19. Warm-up match debut. Balotelli strikes twice. Minutes later, the first half of the match between Atletico Madrid and Nice came to a close, with the score still at 1-0. Nice temporarily led Atletico Madrid thanks to Balotelli's powerful strike within the penalty area. Upon returning from the halftime break, Simeone's face was etched with fury. He vehemently shouted at the Atletico players, "Is this your true strength? Get it together. Play seriously. Don't fear injury. Show me your real capabilities." Simeone understood that the majority of his players had failed to exhibit their true potential in the first half, primarily because the starting lineup consisted largely of last season's main squad. Undoubtedly, these players would also be key figures in the upcoming season. Thus, they needed to demonstrate their genuine abilities in this warm-up match. With only 20 days remaining until the La Liga season commenced, the prospect of sustaining an injury in a warm-up match was a risk they could not afford, as it would likely jeopardize their positions in the starting lineup. As an experienced coach, Simeone was acutely aware of the players' concerns. After contemplating the situation, he opted for a significant substitution strategy. 15 minutes later, Arona, Bitolo, Bear, Montoro, and Chu Feng were granted the opportunity to step onto the field. It was evident that these players were newcomers, and Simeone aimed to leverage their youthful vigor to alter the current disadvantage. As Chu Feng first entered the pitch, he could distinctly feel his heart racing. Despite being merely a warm-up match, it marked his debut representing Atletico Madrid. As the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the second half, Chu Feng rushed into the offensive zone, seeking a chance to shoot. However, it was apparent that after the mass substitutions, the young players were eager to become the team's savior, resulting in a tendency for them to play individually for much of the time. This was particularly true for Bitolo, who had just transferred to Atletico Madrid for $35.6 million this summer. In the 48th minute, Juan Fran delivered a precise cross from the flank that sailed into the small penalty area. At that moment, Bitolo found himself surrounded by at least two defenders from Nice. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, Bitolo stopped the ball with his right foot, quickly maneuvered, and shot. Yet, his attempt was thwarted by Nice central defender, Dante. In that instant, another Atletico forward, Chu Feng, was in an unmarked position within the penalty area. Had Bitolo passed the ball to Chu Feng, it would have been a certain goal opportunity. "Hey, pass it. There's no one around me," Chu Feng exclaimed in frustration, raising his hands towards Bitolo. However, Bitolo ignored him and continued to pursue his solitary offensive efforts. In the 53rd minute, the ball found its way back to Bitolo's feet, this time at the top of the penalty area, when the young midfielder Bear passed the ball to Bitolo. Nice's two central defenders Dante and Lamar had already positioned themselves effectively. Clearly, Bitolo was unable to find a shooting opportunity amidst the double pressure from the defenders. Nevertheless, he chose not to pass, attempting a shot instead, which was once again blocked by Dante. On the sidelines, Simeone shook his head in despair upon witnessing Bitolo's performance. He seemed exceedingly dissatisfied with the new recruit. Just then, Nice launched a counterattack. After blocking Bitolo's shot, Dante swiftly regained possession of the ball. With a powerful kick, he sent the ball soaring into the forward zone. What initially appeared to be a routine clearance turned out to be a precise pass to Balotelli. Without hesitation, Balotelli executed a powerful drive and charged towards Atletico's penalty area. Although Balotelli's physical prowess had diminished since his peak, he still posed a significant threat to the Atletico defenders. Moreover, the defender tasked with marking Balotelli was the newly introduced Montoro. At just 21 years old, Montoro was clearly unable to withstand Balotelli's assault. With a surge of strength, Balotelli collided with Montoro, who lost his balance and fell heavily onto the grass. In the next moment, Balotelli entered Atletico Madrid's penalty area. The despair in goalkeeper Oblak's heart was palpable, for he knew that Balotelli would not opt for a delicate shot to the far corner, but would unleash a powerful strike. If Balotelli attempted to score from such close range, Oblak would have no time to react. As Balotelli surged into the box, he lifted his right foot, preparing to shoot. Just then, another Atletico defender, Godin, collided with Balotelli from the side, knocking him down. The referee, witnessing the incident, promptly blew the whistle for a foul. Consequently, Nice was awarded a penalty. Godin did not contest the referee's decision, fully aware that it was indeed a foul. At the penalty spot, Balotelli seized the ball from the referee and, without exchanging a word with Oblak, took a powerful shot. The ball struck the back of the net with the force of a cannonball, nestled securely in the corner. Oblak had no chance to react. With the penalty converted, Nice led Atletico Madrid 2-0. This was a testament to Balotelli's prowess. As a natural-born scorer, Balotelli maintained a perfect penalty conversion rate. No goalkeeper could anticipate the intentions of the god of football. On the sidelines, Simeone, witnessing Balotelli's successful penalty, returned to the bench, utterly disillusioned with his players on the pitch. At that moment, all Simeone desired was for the match to conclude swiftly. Chapter 20. A goal. The final 15 minutes. The moment of Chu Feng has arrived. As Nice altered the score to 2-0, an unrelenting pressure descended upon each Atletico Madrid player. With key stars like Griezmann and Torres already substituted, Atletico's hopes of equalizing or triumphing in this friendly match rested solely on the shoulders of their younger players. In the 58th minute, fullback Felipe delivered a precise 45-degree cross that, like a guided missile, found the awaiting Vitorlo in the penalty area. Undoubtedly, this presented a golden opportunity for a goal. However, the new Atletico recruit squandered it once more. His header lacked the necessary power, allowing the Nice goalkeeper to safely gather the ball. What a disappointment! It seemed that the over €30 million spent on him had gone to waste. Watching from the bench, Simeone felt a sharp pang of distress as he witnessed Vitorlo's continued failure. Just a month prior, he had personally brought Vitorlo on board, only to realize that he was a veritable terminator of offensive plays, often redirecting shots into the opposing defense's grasp. After approximately 15 minutes, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Nice, with a 2-goal lead, believed they had crushed Atletico's spirit and began to relax. On the other hand, Atletico and Oppos's young players, despite their fervent desire to change the scoreline, were hindered by their limited skills and Vitorlo and Oppos's dismal form, gradually losing their fighting spirit. In the 73rd minute, Atletico finally earned a corner kick thanks to a breakthrough by Juan Fran. Central defenders Godin and Montoro surged into the Nice penalty area, eager to capitalize on the corner. With a thud, Felipe sent the ball sailing into the box. The scene was chaotic, with attacking and defending players entangled, yet Godin, towering above, managed to secure the first touch. Nice players were well aware of Godin's prowess in aerial duels, and 3 defenders surrounded him. Yet Godin executed a challenging header. At the goal line, Nice goalkeeper Cardinali, who had yet to make an impact, showcased his remarkable reflexes, leaping into action to punch the ball away. It was a save that could be deemed world-class, just as all Nice players thought they had successfully defended. An unexpected turn of events occurred. The ball ricocheted to Chu Feng at the edge of the penalty area, with no defenders nearby to impede him. Ever since Chu Feng entered the pitch, Nice defense had underestimated him. Had Vitorlo delivered the ball to Chu Feng, Atletico might have already taken the lead. With a determined spirit, Chu Feng seized this splendid opportunity. He summoned all his strength, swiftly raised his right foot, and struck. The ball shot like lightning, curving into the far corner of the net. The Nice goalkeeper, who had just made an outstanding save, stood frozen, helplessly watching the ball sail into the goal. 2-1. Atletico had finally scored. Yet, Chu Feng understood that this goal did not alter the current scoreline. If he wished to fulfill the task set by the system and earn Simeone's trust, he needed to find the net again. As his teammates prepared to celebrate with him, Chu Feng sprinted into the goal, retrieving the ball with fervor. Then, with unwavering determination, he made his way back to the center circle. On the bench, Simeone was instantly invigorated by Chu Feng's strike. He leapt to his feet, enthusiastically pumping his fist. Well done, Chu. In crucial moments, we rely on you. To be honest, Simeone had long since lost hope and confidence in this match, but Chu Feng's goal reignited the suspense. Coach, Chu has once again proven his worth, remarked Burgos, Simeone's assistant coach, who was perhaps the most delighted by Chu Feng's contribution, having personally brought him into the first team. Burgos had always held Chu Feng in high regard. With around 15 minutes remaining, anticipation glimmered in Simeone's eyes as he wondered how this 17-year-old Asian player would perform. Beep. Upon the restart, Nice players remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat as they continued to play in a relatively relaxed state, opting for meaningless passes in their own half to waste time. In the 78th minute, the ball found its way to Nice midfielder Cagelo, but in that instant, Chu Feng surged towards him with unyielding determination. In a flash, Chu Feng collided forcefully with Cagelo using his shoulder. Cagelo, a robust midfielder, lost his balance upon impact. Ding! Spider luck card activated. Clearly, the system recognized Chu Feng's burning desire for victory, activating the passive skill card, enhancing his physical attributes significantly, and sending the Nice midfielder sprawling. Since the collision was executed with his shoulder, it was deemed a fair play. As Cagelo fell, Chu Feng seized the ball. At that moment, his gaze was singularly focused on the goal. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, as if propelled by the very winds of fortune, charging into the Nice penalty area. Two center backs, Dante and Lamar, witnessed Chu Feng's interception yet failed to react urgently, even neglecting to close down on him. Dante, a former member of the Brazilian national team, and Lamar, who had experience with the French national team, both underestimated Chu Feng, believing him incapable of posing any threat to the Nice goal. Chapter 21. The last-minute decisive goal. A hat trick. In that fleeting moment, Chu Feng charged into the penalty area of Nice with the grace of a shooting star, the ball firmly at his feet. Simultaneously, he swiftly lifted his right foot. Just as Dante and Lamar were closing in on him, the football whizzed past the ears of the two Nice defenders. Thud. With the enhancement provided by the Little Spider Alvarez's fortuitous card, Chu Feng's shot was imbued with remarkable precision and power. Although Nice goalkeeper, Cardinale, leapt into action to make a save, the angle of Chu Feng's shot was nothing short of a dead zone for the goal. A second later, the ball found the net, and at that moment, all Cardinale could do was lament his fate. 2-2. Chu Feng had equalized for Atletico Madrid. Despite scoring, Chu Feng exhibited no change in demeanor. He immediately sprinted to the goal to retrieve the ball. For him, leveling the score was merely a stepping stone. He yearned for victory. How could it be? The speed of this Asian player's shot was astonishing. Dante, the Nice center back, stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom Chu Feng's strike. Meanwhile, his fellow defender, Lamar, stood with his hands on his hips, his expression tinged with despair. To concede 2 goals to an Asian player was indeed a humiliation. It seemed they had to take this seriously. Lamar glanced at the clock. Approximately 6 minutes remained in the match, and Nice still had a chance to alter the scoreline. Naturally, Atletico's players also had the opportunity to claim victory. On the sidelines, Simeone clapped his hands vigorously, thoroughly pleased with Chu Feng's performance. Keep going. There's time left. Let's aim for another goal. As a renowned figure in football, Simeone was determined not to lose to a relegation-threatened French team in front of over 30,000 American fans. His pride was at stake. Not far from Simeone, on the Nice bench, Coach Ravel's expression turned grave. He had initially believed his team would secure the win, but unexpectedly, a formidable force named Chu Feng had emerged. Who exactly was this Asian player? Ravel turned to his assistant coach, who quickly searched for Chu Feng's name on the computer, but found no information. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle to restart the game. With Chu Feng's 2 goals, Atletico Madrid's players were buoyed by a surge of morale. In the final minutes, they pressed forward in pursuit of a 3rd goal. Conversely, the Nice players' morale had plummeted, and the ball had become a hot potato for them. To prevent conceding, their first instinct when pressured by Atletico players was to clear the ball with a hefty kick. Before long, the match reached the 90th minute, and the 4th official raised the sign for stoppage time. A total of 3 minutes were added. As the score remained 2-2, Nice players began to slow the pace of the game, with many collapsing to the ground. The referee had no choice but to halt the match. As time slipped away, Chu Feng felt a deep-seated anxiety. He knew that the task assigned by the system was to help Atletico secure victory in this friendly match, and he needed another goal. Failure to accomplish this task would mean no rewards for him. Determined, Chu Feng gritted his teeth and surged toward the Nice player with the ball. Defensive midfielder Cagelo, seeing Chu Feng charging at him like a tiger, opted not to hold onto the ball but quickly passed it back. The football landed at the feet of center-back Lamar. At this moment, the match clock read 92 minutes and 21 seconds. Clearly, time was running out for Chu Feng, but he refused to give in, relentlessly pursuing the ball. In an instant, Chu Feng stormed into Lamar's vicinity, but the Nice defender passed the ball to Dante. Without hesitation, Chu Feng adjusted his center of gravity and sprinted towards Dante with the speed of a gale. Ding! Little Spider's fortuitous card activated. The system detected Chu Feng's unwavering effort to win the ball and reactivated Alvarez's skill card. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt an infusion of energy coursing through his weary legs. He quickly propelled himself forward with great strides. Fortune favors the diligent. This time, Lamar's pass lacked strength, and the ball did not reach Chu Feng in time, presenting him with a golden opportunity. In a flash, as the ball arrived at Dante's feet, Chu Feng was already upon him. This would be his final chance, and he would not let it slip away. With all his might, Chu Feng collided forcefully with Dante. At the moment Chu Feng activated the Little Spider's fortuitous card, his strength, stamina, explosiveness, and shooting attributes surged significantly. In that instant, Chu Feng resembled a raging bull, crashing into Dante with overwhelming force. The former Brazilian international had no capacity to respond. Just like that, Chu Feng effortlessly snatched the ball away from his opponent. Then, with the agility of a whirlwind, Chu Feng charged into the Nice penalty area. On the goal line, the last line of defense for Nice, Cardinale, had no retreat left. His only option was to advance. The Nice goalkeeper dashed out, racing toward Chu Feng, but alas, with the enhancements from the Alvarez's fortuitous card, Chu Feng's abilities were nearly on par with the peak form of Alvarez. With a deft touch of his left foot, Chu Feng maneuvered the ball past Cardinale in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he struck into the open goal. Thud. The ball echoed into the net. 3-2. Almost at the last minute of stoppage time, Chu Feng scored the decisive goal. As he netted the ball, the referee promptly blew the final whistle. With a magnificent hat trick, Chu Feng had led Atletico Madrid to victory in the friendly match. Chapter 22. The acquisition of the mighty Balotelli card. Attracting domestic attention. Splendid. Remarkable. The moment Chu Feng scored, nearly all the players of Atletico Madrid instinctively surged towards him. Undoubtedly, Chu Feng was the most significant contributor to Atletico's victory that night. He achieved a hat trick within just 45 minutes and clinched the match with a last-minute goal. Although this game was merely a friendly, the dramatic finish left all the players exhilarated. Even Simeone, the head coach of Atletico, clad in a black suit, strode excitedly towards Chu Feng to celebrate. "Well done, Chu," Simeone exclaimed as he embraced him. Clearly, after this warm-up match against Nice, Simeone had begun to appreciate this young forward from Asia more and more. Chu Feng, too, joyfully celebrated with his coach and teammates. Thrilled to have one in his debut match for Atletico Madrid. Naturally, what mattered most to Chu Feng were the task rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for aiding Atletico in defeating Nice. Task reward. Balotelli's Mighty Card. Balotelli's Mighty Card, an active skill. The host can activate the Balotelli's Mighty Card before shooting, which will enhance shooting attributes by 20%, power attributes by 20%, and long-range attributes by 20%. Note: active skill cards require extensive practice. Proficiency must reach 100 to fully unleash their potential. Upon returning to the locker room, Chu Feng felt a tinge of disappointment upon seeing the system notification. Particularly, the fact that Balotelli's Mighty Card required practice weighed on him. However, he quickly devised a plan and promptly activated the Striker Training Ground. In the selection of training programs, he indeed found the Star Skill Training Program, Balotelli's Mighty Card, Proficiency, 100, time required, 38 days. Currently, the proficiency stood at only 1. If Chu Feng wished to attain a proficiency of 100%, he would need to train for no less than 38 days. However, this meant his competitive training would have to be put on hold. After careful consideration, Chu Feng ultimately decided to prioritize enhancing his competitive attributes, postponing the training for Balotelli's Mighty Card until the new season began. After all, even without achieving full proficiency, he could still utilize the Balotelli's Mighty Card in matches, albeit without its optimal benefits. Chu, you played splendidly today. Maintain this momentum. I believe it won't be long before you become a key player for Atletico. At that moment, assistant coach Bigo specifically sought out Chu Feng to greet him. Chu Feng promptly exited the Striker Training Ground and returned to reality. "I will strive diligently." Chu Feng replied firmly to Bigos, fully aware of the significant support he had received from him since joining the first team. In a couple of days, Atletico will face Swansea in a friendly match. You won't be participating. Coach Simeone has excluded you from the roster. Why? Chu Feng quickly inquired of Burgos. Burgos smiled gently and explained, "You have already earned Coach Simeone's trust. Now, your primary focus should be on avoiding injuries." There are only 20 days left until the new season begins. Train well and strive to get yourself in peak condition. Trust me, you will certainly have your chance to play in the new La Liga season. As Burgos had mentioned, following the match against Nice, Simeone's attitude towards Chu Feng underwent a significant transformation. He had even included Chu Feng in the primary lineup. Upon hearing Burgos' explanation, a smile instantly brightened Chu Feng's face. I will train hard. I will not let you and Coach Simeone down. In that moment, visions of his goal at the Calder Stadium for Atletico flashed through Chu Feng's mind. With precisely 20 days remaining until the new season commenced, Chu Feng knew he needed to optimize his performance during this final stretch. Only then could he secure an opportunity to play. At this moment, in Europe, Spain. In a tavern somewhere in Madrid, several fans donned an Atletico jerseys sip beer while watching football news. In the recently concluded friendly, Atletico Madrid triumphed over Nice with a score of 3-2, thanks to the hat-trick by 17-year-old Chu Feng. They celebrated their first victory in the warm-up match. As the television broadcasted the highlights of Atletico's friendly match, it instantly captured the attention of the fans. What? Chu Feng? Who is he? A newly signed player? One older fan inquired curiously. I don't and Appos. Tino. I and Appos. V never heard of this player before. Is he really Asian? Another fan became intrigued as the television showed Chu Feng's compilation of goals. Only 17? Could he be a young player promoted from the youth academy? Incredible! A hat trick at such a young age. Honestly, Atletico's forward line could use a refresh. Torres is too old, and his form has declined. But this young man, Chu Feng, is merely 17. Can he truly adapt to the intensity of La Liga? The fans engaged in animated discussions about Chu Feng. When Messi joined La Liga, he was only 17 as well. Perhaps this young Asian forward might become Atletico and Appos. As Messi. Haha, let and Appos. As hope so. Becoming Messi is a tall order. If he can reach AG Aero's level, that would suffice. In Asia, the Celestial Empire. Within the offices of the largest sports website in the nation, Dongqiu.com, a staff member responsible for La Liga statistics stumbled upon news of Chu Feng while gathering information about Atletico. Chu Feng. Could he be from the Celestial Empire? The staff member's spirits soared. It had been quite some time since a player from the Celestial Empire had graced one of the top 5 leagues. If this player named Chu Feng were indeed of Celestial Empire nationality, it would be seismic news for domestic football. The staff member wasted no time and quickly logged onto Atletico's official website to search for Chu Feng's name. Indeed, in the team roster, he discovered Chu Feng, and the website confirmed his nationality as the Celestial Empire. What? No way. The staff member exclaimed excitedly, feeling as if he had discovered a new continent like Columbus. Chapter 23, Public Opinion and Turmoil. Chu Feng's meteoric rise within the Atletico Madrid forum, a member shared a highlight reel of the match between Atletico and Nice. Titled, 17-year-old Chinese prodigy scores hat trick, leading Atletico to their first victory in preseason. Within half an hour, a multitude of domestic fans flocked to witness this phenomenon. Who is this Chu Feng? How have we never heard of his name before? At the tender age of 17, he has already graced the pitch for Atletico. This is sheer genius. Could it be that Chinese football is truly on the verge of revival? We must hastily bring him into the national team. Perhaps he can help us reach the 2018 World Cup. Goodness, this is Atletico Madrid. A player from our homeland is making waves. His shooting power is astounding. It's hard to fathom that he is a player from our nation. Please, do not return home. He must remain with Atletico. Indeed, he should continue to develop in Europe. Who knows, he might genuinely become a world-class star. Is Chu Feng truly from our homeland? Let's not make any mistakes here. I find it hard to believe. It seems my 2 decades as an Atletico fan can no longer be concealed. If Simeone can indeed allow Chu Feng to take the field in La Liga, I will undoubtedly transform from a Real Madrid supporter into a die-hard Atletico fan. For the majority of fans, hope in the national team has long since faded, yet the emergence of Chu Feng has, in a certain sense, rekindled their optimism. After all, since 2002, Chinese football has remained stagnant, particularly in recent years. Despite the domestic league flourishing due to financial investments, the national team's performance has only declined. Now, the national team has become a source of ridicule among fans. It is no exaggeration to say that Chu Feng's debut has evoked a sense of incredulity and fervor among domestic fans. After all, it has been ages since a player capable of competing in one of the top 5 leagues has emerged from our nation. And the most crucial fact is that Chu Feng is merely 17. His future is boundless. Gradually, the influence of the post began to expand, drawing an increasing number of fan comments. In just 3 hours, the post became a trending topic. In a sense, it seems that Chu Feng has exploded into fame overnight. Meanwhile, upon receiving news about Chu Feng, the management at Dongxiu Network convened an emergency meeting to capitalize on Chu Feng's wave of popularity. They prepared to spend exorbitantly on acquiring the broadcasting rights for the new La Liga season, while also planning extensive coverage of Chu Feng's news. The following day, Dongxiu Network and Oppo's homepage was inundated with news about Chu Feng. 17-year-old prodigy Chu Feng becomes Atletico and Oppo's savior, hat-trick against Nice. Light of the nation. Chu Feng scores last-minute winner against Nice. Post-match embrace with Simeone. Another football genius emerges. And he is a player from our homeland. Hope of the village. Chu Feng joins Atletico's first team, poised for new season in La Liga. Cornerstone of Chinese football's revival. 17-year-old Chu Feng's hat-trick and debut. Bright future ahead. As Dongxiu Network broadcasted extensively, other media outlets began to follow suit, and Chu Feng's name even became the third trending topic. The highlight reel of his match against Nice went viral online, garnering nearly 10 million views within a day. In the comments section, fans praised Chu Feng's performance. Balotelli may have scored 2 goals, but Chu Feng achieved a hat-trick. It's clear that Chu Feng surpasses Balotelli in skill. Come on, that's just nonsense. But Chu Feng is indeed impressive. To represent Atletico at 17 is simply astonishing. It seems Chu Feng will become a mainstay for Atletico. We might see him on the La Liga stage next season. Those 3 goals are phenomenal. His physical attributes and shooting power exceed that of his peers by a significant margin. No longer will we envy others. Our homeland has a football genius. Football has its own Yao Ming. My only wish is that he never returns home. From this moment on, I shall become a fan of Atletico Madrid. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, in the hotel where Atletico was staying, after concluding a day of training, Chu Feng was about to rest when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Dofu. "What's up?" Chu Feng inquired, his voice tinged with fatigue. On the other end, Dofu's voice trembled with excitement. "Xiao Feng. Do you know? You have become a sensation in the country. Almost every domestic sports website is reporting your news." It was evident that Dofu's tone brimmed with enthusiasm and exhilaration. "Why? Because you scored a hat-trick against Nice. You little rascal. I never expected you to have such talent. Haha, you've truly made your uncle proud. Keep up the hard work. I want to keep you long. Customers are arriving." After hanging up, Chu Feng curiously logged onto domestic websites, and as expected, just as Dofu had said, every sports website was filled with news about him. After perusing the articles, however, Chu Feng's expression shifted. There was no excitement or joy on his face, only a frown. In his view, much of the domestic media's reporting was far from reality, clearly exaggerated in nature. Some outlets even labeled him as the savior of football, a title that felt overly grandiose. Being a savvy individual, Chu Feng understood the nature of these media outlets. One day, should his performance falter, or if he fails to make the matchday squad for Atletico, these same media that once praised him would undoubtedly revel in his downfall. True to form, just a few days later, Atletico faced their second preseason match in the United States against Premier League side Swansea. Chu Feng, along with Griezmann, Gabi, Godin, and others, did not make the starting lineup and were even omitted from the 18-man squad. Simeone opted for a degree of rotation, and the match concluded in a 0-0 stalemate. Upon witnessing that Chu Feng did not take the field in this match, the domestic media swiftly launched a series of negative reports. Chu Feng loses Simeone's trust. Not even selected for the 18-man squad. Chu Feng cast into the cold. Simeone chooses Gamero and Bitolo for the forward line. 17-year-old Chu Feng reduced to a bench warmer. As a young player, Chu Feng failed to impress Simeone. The future of Chu Feng at Atletico is uncertain. Rumor has it, several domestic clubs have already extended olive branches to Chu Feng. This young player may join a domestic team. Chapter 24. The new season approaches. The starting lineup is confirmed. Chu Feng paid no heed to domestic reports during this period. He dedicated all his attention to training. Following the conclusion of the friendly match between Atletico Madrid and Swansea, the first-team players swiftly boarded a flight back to Spain the very next day. The date had now reached August 5th, leaving only 15 days until the commencement of La Liga. For Simeone, these final days were crucial for fine-tuning his team's form. Upon returning to Spain, Chu Feng embraced a rigorous routine, leading a life dictated by the trifecta of training, rest, and additional practice. His days were consumed with training, and upon its completion, He would promptly return to his player apartment to engage in further training at the God of Strikers training ground. After 7 hours of intense practice, he would succumb to slumber. This relentless schedule persisted for over a week. As a result of his fervent training, his attributes saw notable enhancements, particularly in his physical confrontational skills, which had already reached 69, just a step shy of 70. After one training session, Chu Feng intentionally accessed his personal attributes for a review. Chu Feng, 17 years, 3 months, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 77, explosiveness, 75, reaction speed, 70, strength, 88, stamina, 71, jumping, 73, injury, 60, physical attribute rating, C, offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long shot, 76, header, 77, set piece, 66, dribbling, 72, offensive attribute rating, B, passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 80, passing attribute rating, C, defensive attributes, tackle, 56, sliding tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, confrontation, 69, defensive attribute rating, D, overall rating, 75, comprehensive evaluation level, C, star skills, Balotelli and Oppos, S, heavy artillery card, Alvarez and Oppos, S, fortuitous card. In addition to the increase in his confrontational attribute to 69, his physical attributes had also seen minor improvements. However, his overall rating remained unchanged at 75. With the new season drawing ever closer, Chu Feng resolved to concentrate his training objectives on mastering Balotelli's heavy artillery card. In his view, La Liga did not place excessive emphasis on physical confrontation, rendering a confrontational attribute of 69 sufficiently adequate. Furthermore, should he activate Alvarez's fortuitous card during a match, his confrontational value would experience a temporary boost. Thus, the immediate priority was to maximize the proficiency of Balotelli's heavy artillery card. Once he closed his attribute panel, he swiftly opened the God of Strikers training ground to check the training progress for Balotelli and Oppos' S card. Training project, Balotelli's heavy artillery card, proficiency, 12,100, time expended, 32 days. During this time, Chu Feng occasionally engaged in shooting drills on the training ground, contributing to a gradual increase in proficiency. Nevertheless, according to the system's predictions, he would require approximately another month to fully master the skill. Initiating training. For Chu Feng at this moment, time was of the essence. He hesitated not a moment and commenced training immediately. The training for star skill cards was fundamentally distinct from ordinary attribute training. In the simulated training ground, the likeness of Balotelli truly materialized. Chu Feng needed to imitate Balotelli's shooting technique. This training method proved to be exceedingly engaging, and should he err in imitation, the system would promptly correct him. With the support of the God of Strikers training ground, Chu Feng's proficiency soared dramatically. Before he knew it, the date had advanced to August 15th. With only 5 days remaining until the inaugural match of the new season. After the day's training, Coach Simeone convened a brief meeting with the entire team. All Atletico Madrid first-team players gathered around Simeone, attentively listening to their esteemed coach. As a celebrated figure within Atletico, Simeone commanded immense respect, and when he began to speak, the players fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him with solemnity. The first opponent of the new La Liga season was Girona, a team not to be underestimated. I expect each of you to be prepared for a tough battle, Simeone asserted. This season, we shall contend for glory across 3 fronts, the Champions League, La Liga, and the Copa del Rey. Our objective is to seize the treble. Upon uttering these words, a flicker of unease and astonishment crossed the faces of the Atletico players. Clearly, many felt that their current capabilities fell short of such lofty aspirations. I understand that some of you may lack confidence in this goal, Simeone continued, but I assure you, if you unite and train diligently, miracles will occur. Before I assumed the role of head coach, Atletico languished in mid-table mediocrity, even flirting with relegation. Yet here we are today, a formidable contender for the La Liga title and a regular in the Champions League. So trust in me, trust in my tactics, and I guarantee that we shall achieve our seasonal ambitions. Simeone's impassioned address ignited the players' spirits, resulting in a thunderous applause. Following the meeting, within the confines of the Atletico Madrid club's head coach's office, Simeone scrutinized the tactical board, contemplating the starting lineup for the season's first match. He turned to Burgos beside him and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the selection of forward pairings for this match?" The goalkeeper, defensive line, and midfielders had all been confirmed on the tactical board. Only the two forward positions remained uncertain. Chu Feng had demonstrated remarkable training dedication during this period, and his hat trick in the friendly match warranted consideration for a starting position. Burgos proactively recommended Chu Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Simeone shook his head. Chu's form is indeed commendable, but he is still too young, just 17. I prefer the combination of Griezmann and Torres. On one hand, these two players had established a rapport last season. On the other, they possessed extensive experience in La Liga. Having concluded his statement, Simeone swiftly inscribed Griezmann and Torres' names on the tactical board before Burgos could respond. Thus, it was decided, and as for Chu Feng, it would be prudent to wait and see. For Simeone, the opportunity for Chu Feng to start was non-existent. Indeed, he did not even make it into the 18-man squad for the first match. Chapter 25. Atletico Madrid suffers defeat in the opening round. Griezmann receives a red card. Presenting opportunity for Chu Feng. August 16th. Today marks the deadline for submitting the registration list for Atletico Madrid's new recruits. The task at hand is to select a jersey number that resonates with them. However, for the young player Chu Feng, the available numbers within the squad are alarmingly few. After much contemplation, he ultimately decides upon the number 18, a choice that holds significance as it coincides with his birthday on May 18th. Upon excitedly relaying his chosen number to Burgos, Chu Feng is met with disappointing news. He has not been included in the 18-man roster for the match against Girona. "I'm sorry, Chu. This was Coach Simeone's decision. But do not lose heart. The season is long, and you will eventually get your chance," Burgos reassures him, gently patting Chu Feng on the shoulder. "All right," Chu Feng replies, somewhat dejected. In truth, he had already anticipated that he would not quickly ascend to a starting position in Atletico. He understands Simeone well. The Argentine coach is not one to favor young talent. Rather than nurturing newcomers, Simeone prefers to rely on players he knows well. As a 17-year-old emerging talent, Chu Feng must patiently await his opportunity to shine under Simeone's guidance. After bidding farewell to Burgos, he heads straight to the training ground for extra practice. Following 3 arduous hours of training, Chu Feng returns to his player apartment and immerses himself in the Divine Striker training ground, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his training. With no immediate prospect of playing time, the only course of action for Chu Feng is to train diligently, striving to master the skills associated with the powerful Balotelli card in the shortest time possible. Time swiftly advances to August 20th, the opening day of La Liga. The Atletico players selected for the matchday squad board the bus early to head to the away game, while Chu Feng remains at the training base. In the meantime, the largest sports website in the country, Donchio.com, has invested a staggering €30 million to secure broadcasting rights for La Liga and the Copa del Rey, even enlisting renowned commentators He Wei and Su Yang from TV5 for coverage. It is evident that Donchio.com has spared no expense to broadcast Chu Feng's matches, with the live link pinned on their official site 3 days prior. However, when the 18-man roster for Atletico is announced, it strikes a devastating blow to Donchio.com. Chu Feng is not among the starters. Chu Feng, omitted from the starting lineup. Simeone lacks faith in the young talent from the East. Chu Feng is even absent from the substitutes bench. Chu Feng's fate at Atletico remains uncertain. Rumors suggest he may soon be loaned out. In Spain, at 7 p.m. local time, the first match of La Liga between Girona and Atletico Madrid kicks off. Chu Feng chooses not to watch but continues training in the Divine Striker training ground. As the match unfolds, Atletico plays with remarkable initiative, with players such as Griezmann and Torres creating numerous scoring opportunities. Yet, the Girona goalkeeper appears inspired, making a series of remarkable saves to thwart Atletico's attempts. Quickly, the first half concludes with both teams locked in a scoreless draw. As the second half commences, Girona intensifies its offensive efforts, and forward Stunian manages to break through Oblak's defenses, putting Girona ahead 1-0 against Atletico. In response to trailing, Atletico's players visibly become anxious. In the 65th and 72nd minutes, Griezmann commits fouls against Girona's midfielder Granelli, leading the referee to issue a straight red card. Atletico is now down to 10 men. Just as everyone expects Girona to secure a comfortable victory, Atletico, despite being a man down, rallies with newfound vigor. Relying on their solid defense, they prevent Girona from extending their lead. Remarkably, in the 85th minute, Atletico's substitute Angel Correa completes a counterattack, leveling the score. After a fiercely contested 90 minutes, the match ends in a 1-1 draw. Atletico earns a point on the road. To be frank, the performance of Atletico's players in this match fails to satisfy the fans. On the Atletico Madrid fan forum, nearly all supporters criticized Simeone and the red-carded Griezmann. Simeone played too conservatively. His team lacks attacking prowess. I can't fathom why Torres was allowed to play. He simply does not deserve to be a starter. Griezmann's performance was abysmal. He was far too rash. With Real Madrid and Barcelona both victorious, Atletico has only managed a single point. It seems this season they are destined to miss out on the championship once again. My feelings for Simeone are a tumultuous mix of love and hate. He needs to make some changes. Post-match, a multitude of Spanish media outlets criticized Simeone and Atletico. Marca: Simeone's team has lost its attacking capabilities. They were equalized by a relegation-threatened Girona. Sport: Atletico Madrid faces a draw. Griezmann sent off. Attack remains Atletico's most significant dilemma. AS: the 36-year-old Torres has lost his magic. Who can take over T9's role? Marca: current La Liga championship odds. Real Madrid at the top. Barcelona in second. Atletico shares position with Sevilla. Following the match, Simeone refrains from chastising his players. He understands that their failure to secure victory is largely a consequence of his tactical decisions. With a full 7 days until the next match against Las Palmas, Simeone must use this time to formulate an appropriate starting formation for Atletico. On the training ground, the team's morale dipped significantly after the loss, particularly after dropping points in the season opener, leading to doubts about Simeone's tactics. Furthermore, with Griezmann suspended due to his red card, the question remains, who will assume Griezmann's attacking role? Time passes, and it is now August 25th, just 2 days before the second round of matches. After training, Simeone specifically summons Chu Feng to his office. Prepare yourself. You will be starting in the upcoming match against Las Palmas. Chapter 26. The Debut. Chu Feng's first appearance in La Liga. After leaving Simeone's office, Chu Feng was engulfed in a wave of exhilaration at last. He was on the brink of his long-awaited debut. However, he soon regained his composure. He understood that if he failed to score or underperformed in the upcoming match against Las Palmas, regaining Simeone's trust would be exceedingly challenging. Therefore, it was imperative for Chu Feng to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon returning to his player apartment, Chu Feng immediately lay down on his bed and activated the Godly Striker training ground. He needed to enhance his proficiency with the Balotelli Power Shot card as swiftly as possible. The higher his skill level with this card, the greater his chances of scoring in the forthcoming match. 2 days later, on match day, Atletico Madrid's players set off early on a flight to Las Palmas. The scheduling of La Liga this season was notably unreasonable, with Atletico playing away from home in the first 3 rounds, not returning to their home ground until the 4th round. Despite Atletico's protests to the La Liga Federation, their concerns went unheeded. Las Palmas, located in the Canary Islands, is a small city with a population of around 600,000. Due to its island location, the Atletico players were compelled to travel by plane. At 3 in the afternoon, Simeone, having just landed, promptly attended a press conference. After Atletico and Oppos's draw with Girona in the opening match, skepticism surrounded the team and Oppos's prospects for the season. During the press conference, a reporter from Marca provocatively questioned Simeone, inquiring whether he believed the La Liga champion this season would be Real Madrid or Barcelona. A hint of a smirk appeared on Simeone's face at the question, but he quickly regained his calm. As a seasoned Argentine coach, he responded with measured confidence. Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico all have the potential to win the La Liga title. The reporter pressed further, pointing out that Atletico's squad had only signed Vitalo during the summer transfer window and questioned if they were truly contenders for the championship. Simeone replied, "A draw against Girona is not the end of the world. The league is long, and as long as we can adjust quickly, anything is possible." The reporter from Marca continued, "In the last match, Griezmann received a red card and will be suspended for this match. Which player will you choose to replace him in the forward line?" Simeone cryptically replied, "You will find out after the match." Meanwhile, at the hotel, most of the Atletico players were resting in preparation for their evening clash against Las Palmas. However, Chu Feng was tirelessly training in the Godly Striker training ground. The exercises within did not induce any fatigue, allowing him to train for an extended period without impacting his performance that evening. At 5:30, following the conclusion of Simeone's press conference, the Atletico players boarded the team bus en route to the stadium. Las Palmas was a relegation-threatened team. with a squad even weaker than Girona's. Thus, the objective for the day was singular: secure those crucial 3 points. Simeone shouted to all the Atletico players, "Now, I will announce the starting lineup." Forward line: Angel Correa, Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng had learned 2 days prior that he would be starting, hearing his name called still stirred a wave of excitement within him. As the bus drew closer to the stadium, his nerves intensified. Torres, sitting beside him, noticed his anxiety and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Chu, feeling nervous is entirely normal. I still vividly remember my debut with Atletico. I was just as anxious as you are now. But once the whistle blows, all my focus was on the game, and I forgot about my nerves. Play well and strive to help Atletico secure their first victory." Despite their competitive relationship, Torres offered his well wishes in that moment. Chu Feng nodded appreciatively and then opened his skill panel to review his progress. Training item: Balotelli Power Shot Card, Proficiency, 56-100, Time invested, 10 days. Description: the host has gained a fundamental mastery of Balotelli's shooting technique through extensive training, though he may not fully harness the card's power during a match. Upon reading the skill card's description, Chu Feng felt a mix of emotions. With a proficiency of only 56, he was unable to unleash the full potential of the Balotelli Power Shot Card, which meant he would have to rely more on another passive skill card. At 7:20 in the evening, after final tactical preparations in the locker room, Atletico's starting players gradually made their way to the player tunnel for the final preparations ahead of their entrance. Chu Feng stood second to last in line. While his teammates exchanged pleasantries with the Las Palmas players, Chu Feng closed his eyes, attempting to relax. From the beginning of his journey to this moment, Chu Feng's dream had been to compete in one of the top 5 leagues, and now he was on the verge of fulfilling that aspiration. He knew that if he could score in this match, it would undoubtedly change the course of his destiny. Ding! Side quest issued. Score your first goal in La Liga. Quest reward: extend Godly Striker training ground duration to 8 hours. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Chu Feng's ear as the system updated the quest. Scoring a goal would elevate the training duration in the Godly Striker training ground to 8 hours. To be honest, the reward was exceedingly tempting. Beep. Suddenly, the referee blew a few short whistles, signaling the players to take the field. As Chu Feng stepped onto the pitch with his teammates, waves of heat and a cacophony of noise enveloped him. Las Palmas' home ground, the Gran Canaria Stadium, could accommodate 31,000 spectators, and that evening, it was packed to capacity. Chapter 27. The highly anticipated match. The lightning pace of La Liga. In the distant eastern continent, the Celestial Empire. Within the studio of Dongqiu Network, Hiwei and Su Yang commenced their commentary duties. Welcome, friends of Dongqiu Network, to the second round of the 2017 to 2018 La Liga season, where Las Palmas hosts Atletico Madrid. In their previous match, Las Palmas suffered a crushing defeat against Sevilla, losing 3-0. While Atletico Madrid was held to a draw by Girona on their away game. Neither team has yet to secure their first victory of the season. Now, let us introduce the starting lineups of both teams. Las Palmas' coach, Max, has opted for a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper is Chicazola, with 4 defenders, David Simeone, Lemos, Vigas, and Danny. The midfield consists of Fabio Gonzalez, Borja, and Vieira, while the forward line features Halalovi, Benito Ramrez, and Momo. On the visiting side, Coach Simeone has deployed his familiar 4-4-2 formation. The goalkeeper is Oblak, with defenders Felipe, Godin, Jimenez, and Juanfran. The midfield includes Carrasco, Koch, Party, and Sael. And the forwards are Angel Correa and Chu Feng. The 17-year-old Chu Feng has been granted the opportunity to debut tonight. If I recall correctly, he should break the record for the youngest Asian player to start in La Liga. Oh my. It is truly astounding that a player from the Celestial Empire can make an appearance in La Liga at such a tender age, and representing Atletico Madrid no less. Although Hiwei, as a football commentator, has witnessed many extraordinary events, he found it difficult to maintain his composure upon seeing Chu Feng's name on the starting list. It has been an exceedingly long time since the Celestial Empire has produced a football prodigy, or perhaps it has never done so. Now, with Chu Feng starting at the mere age of 17, it is evident that he possesses remarkable talent. It appears that we are about to witness history. As is well known, Coach Simeone is not typically one to favor newcomers, yet tonight he has made the unprecedented decision to field the young Chu Feng, indicating that this young player from the Celestial Empire possesses extraordinary qualities. Su Yang, the commentary guest, also expressed his excitement. Initially, the match was not expected to attract many spectators, but as Dongxiao Network staff highlighted the news of Chu Feng's starting position on their official website. A surge of fans flocked in almost instantaneously. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 1 million fans entered the live stream. Did Lu Xiong make his appearance? I would gladly trade my roommate's luck for a goal from Chu Feng. Am I dreaming? Chu Feng actually started? Surely Simeone didn't receive a bribe. Hey, do you think Europe is like our national team? Simeone must have recognized Chu Feng's talent. I can hardly believe that a player from the Celestial Empire is able to play for Atletico Madrid and even start. From this moment forth, I shall become a supporter of Atletico Madrid. Where can I find a Chu Feng jersey with the number 18? Hey, upstairs, find Wang Dao. Come on, Chu Feng. Strive to score. My expectations are modest. A single shot on goal would suffice. In the barrage of comments, aside from a small number of fans engaging in playful banter, the majority of domestic fans sent their blessings to Chu Feng. For these fans, it has been a considerable time since they have witnessed a player from the Celestial Empire in the top 5 leagues, especially as, in recent years, Korean and Japanese players have excelled in Europe, with the likes of Son Heung-min and Kagawa becoming mainstays in the top leagues. As for the Celestial Empire, although Zhang Shizhe once joined Wolfsburg in the Bundesliga, the club signed him primarily for commercial purposes, hence his nickname as a marketing midfielder. He never had the chance to play and ultimately returned home. Yet now, at the nadir of Celestial Empire football, Chu Feng has emerged. Not only is he starting for Atletico Madrid, but he does so at the age of 17 years and 4 months, which undoubtedly leaves all domestic fans in a state of disbelief. This evening, millions of domestic fans will stand behind Chu Feng, cheering for him from the distant eastern continent. In Catalonia, Chinatown, within the Doufu supermarket, Doufu had also turned on the television early, munching on sunflower seeds as he patiently awaited the start of the match. Tofu, are you certain that little Chu is starting? Elena, sitting nearby, was equally fixated on the small 20-inch screen, asking Doufu. Yes, on the field. Look, number 18. The one in the number 18 jersey is Chu Feng. Doufu exclaimed, leaping from his seat in joy, like a child. Wonderful. I am so proud of little Chu. Elena excitedly made a cross over her heart, silently wishing Chu Feng good fortune. At the Gran Canaria Stadium, with the referee's long whistle, the match officially commenced. Las Palmas, playing at home, took the first kick. As a relegation-threatened team in La Liga, Las Palmas did not launch a fervent attack against Atletico Madrid, but rather played cautiously, passing the ball in their own half. Press. Steal the ball. Show Atletico Madrid's tenacity. In the coaching area, Simeone animatedly directed his players to apply pressure. Under Simeone's urging, forwards Angel Correa and Chu Feng commenced their pursuit. However, Las Palmas, being a La Liga team, possessed commendable ball skills, and their defenders successfully evaded Atletico Madrid's pressing with precise passing. Is this the rhythm of La Liga? Chu Feng felt a sense of astonishment as he realized that Las Palmas, despite being a relegation candidate, had defenders with exceptional passing abilities. Chu, don't just stand there. Run. Quickly, go for the ball. At that moment, Simeone's voice echoed in Chu Feng's ears, and he had no time to ponder, immediately diving into the pressing effort. Bang. In the 5th minute of the match, Las Palmas finally opted for a long clearance. The ball landed in Atletico's defensive area, where Godin skillfully gained control. Once the ball was at Atletico's feet, they swiftly initiated an offensive towards Las Palmas' half. On the left flank, Carrasco received the ball. Chapter 28, Atletico Madrid's attack stymied. Chu Feng withdraws. Carrasco, a right-footed player, finds himself positioned on the left flank within Simeone's tactical framework, primarily to exploit his ability to cut in and shoot. As the owner of Atletico's number 10 jersey, Carrasco halted the ball along the left sideline, only to be immediately besieged by multiple Las Palmas defenders, Fabio Gonzalez and David Simon. A defensive midfielder and a fullback rushed to obstruct Carrasco's path. Despite the defensive pressure from both players, the Belgian winger opted to force his way through. With a deft touch, Carrasco initially feigned a dribble with his left foot, misleading his opponents into thinking he was committed to a run, only to swiftly nudge the ball with his right foot inward. In an instant, Carrasco skillfully utilized a change of pace to elude the defender's interference. Following this, he charged into the penalty area with determination and unleashed a fierce shot. The ball sailed past the goal line. Continue. Maintain the pressure. Play like this. Although Carrasco's attempt did not find the target, Simeone still applauded his effort. 3 minutes later, Atletico Madrid, leveraging the combative prowess of Coke and Party in midfield, successfully intercepted the ball from Vieira. in a swift exchange. The ball was once again delivered by Coke to the flanks, finding Carrasco. Las Palmas sent out a double team once more. However, this time the defenders, having learned from experience, immediately engaged physically with Carrasco as he attempted to change direction. Fabio Gonzalez and David Simon collided with Carrasco simultaneously, causing him to lose his balance. Following the successful tackle, Gonzalez promptly passed the ball to the wing, where Halilovic awaited. A product of the famed La Masia Academy, Halilovic was once dubbed Little Messi by many Barcelona fans upon his debut. Though not particularly tall, he possessed rapid footwork and excellent dribbling skills. This time, as Halilovic faced Felipe's defense, he showcased his sharp technical abilities, darting left and right before accelerating suddenly. In a flash, Halilovic maneuvered along the byline, testing Atletico Madrid's defensive line. Aware of the situation, center-back Godin rushed in to close down on Halilovic without hesitation. Yet, at that very moment, Halilovic executed a perfectly timed pass. The ball zipped past Godin, finding its way to Benito Ramirez. As the leading scorer for Las Palmas, Ramirez was not about to squander such a golden opportunity. With a powerful strike using the instep of his foot, the ball rocketed into the net with the force of a cannon. Oblak, standing on the goal line, was left frozen, as the sheer power of Ramirez's shot rendered him helpless. The ball found the back of the net. Las Palmas, playing at home, had struck first against Atletico Madrid. The player who scored was Benito Ramirez. Simeone's proud defensive system was thoroughly breached at this moment. 1-0. Iwe, witnessing Atletico Madrid concede the opening goal, spoke with disappointment in his commentary. His fellow commentator Su Yang lamented, "The moment of truth for Atletico's attacking prowess has arrived. One can only hope that Chu Feng can find the net." In the live chat, fans from the homeland expressed their concerns. Has Atletico become this weak? Las Palmas' teamwork is remarkable. Atletico's defense is utterly helpless. Chu Feng has barely touched the ball in the first 10 minutes. Alas, Chu Feng is still too young to adapt to the intensity of La Liga. If Atletico loses today, given Simeone's temperament, he will surely cast Chu Feng aside. The players of Atletico have lost all faith in him. Within the stadium, the home supporters of Las Palmas rose to their feet, fervently waving their fists, as over 30,000 fans seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory. Meanwhile, the faces of the more than 1,000 traveling Atletico fans reflected a glimmer of despair. They had anticipated a commanding victory over Las Palmas, yet they now found themselves trailing. On the bench, Simeone wore an expression of dismay. Focus. The opponents are not that formidable. Be serious. Truth be told, Simeone felt a twinge of anxiety, especially after losing Griezmann from the front line, as if they had lost their offensive engine. As the game resumed, the tension among Atletico players was palpable. In midfield, Gabi received the ball and attempted to pass it to Carrasco, hoping to leverage the Belgian winger's breakthrough ability to create an opportunity. Unfortunately, Las Palmas had already begun to focus their defense on Carrasco. At that moment, 3 defensive players converged upon him simultaneously. Following their lead, Las Palmas opted for a defensive strategy, aiming to maintain their 1-goal advantage until the final whistle. Faced with 3 defenders in front of him, Carrasco's eyes betrayed a sense of despair. Though undeniably talented, it was simply impossible for him to navigate past 3 opponents in a single move. He was Carrasco, not Lionel Messi. With a resigned thud, Carrasco opted for a backward pass, returning the ball to Gabi. At that precise moment, the ever-elusive Chu Feng, having struggled to find an opportunity within the penalty area, suddenly withdrew to the midfield to receive the ball. Gabi, after a moment's contemplation, ultimately decided to pass the ball to Chu Feng. At the edge of the penalty arc, Chu Feng received the ball with his back to the goal, and astonishingly, there were no defenders in his immediate vicinity. In the next moment, Chu Feng swiftly turned to face the goal. To the players of Las Palmas, Chu Feng appeared merely as an Asian player, a 17-year-old forward, incapable of posing a threat to their goal. Thus, when Chu Feng positioned himself at the top of the penalty area, not a single defender chose to challenge him. Chapter 29. The birth of the first goal in La Liga. A goal worth its weight in gold. After glancing towards the goal, Chu Feng swiftly raised his right foot and struck the ball with tremendous force. The defenders of Las Palmas, witnessing this moment, rushed towards him. Among them, the center-back Ramos was the first to confront Chu Feng. However, it was too late. Chu Feng had already completed his shot. With a resounding thud, the ball surged towards the Las Palmas goal like a cannonball. Ding! Balotelli's heavy cannon card activated. Proficiency 56 on the goal line. Goalkeeper Chica Sola was on high alert. As soon as he saw Chu Feng's shooting motion, he leapt into action. Yet, the sheer power of Chu Feng's shot propelled the ball at lightning speed. Although Sola made a valiant attempt to save it, he was simply too late. As the ball approached the goal, despair flickered in the eyes of the Las Palmas goalkeeper. But instead of crashing into the net, the ball struck the post. 56% proficiency was evidently insufficient. After his shot was thwarted by the post, Chu Feng instinctively clasped his head in dismay, his face reflecting profound regret. In truth, he had aimed to control the angle as much as possible, but it had just veered slightly off course. Not bad. Keep going. Be more decisive with your shots. On the sidelines, Simeone did not scold Chu Feng for missing the opportunity. Instead, he offered applause and encouragement. In this match, Chu Feng was the only player capable of threatening the opponent's goal, making him the standout performer for Atletico Madrid at the tender age of 17. Simeone naturally hoped to see more such displays from Chu Feng. Meanwhile, not far away, the Las Palmas coach berated his defenders, demanding their focus. Concentrate. Do not let that Asian player get a shooting opportunity. We only have a one-goal lead. Stay solid. In the studio back home, Wei and Su Yang lamented Chu Feng's shot hitting the post. What a pity. Chu Feng was just a hair's breadth away from a goal. However, as a 17-year-old, being able to execute such a high-quality shot in La Liga speaks volumes about his talent. Moreover, it seemed that the Las Palmas defenders had underestimated Chu Feng. For the majority of the match, he was unmarked, suggesting he might have further opportunities. Just as Su Yang finished speaking, Chu Feng found himself in a promising position again. After Las Palmas goalkeeper took a goal kick, it was intercepted by Atletico's center-back Godin. Following a series of intricate passes, the ball found its way to forward Angel Correa. Although Correa lacked exceptional physicality and explosiveness, his technical skills and ball control were remarkable. In a pivotal moment near the edge of the penalty area, Correa, with his back to the opposing center-back, prepared to turn and shoot. However, another center-back closed in from behind. Both Ramos and Piga's Las Palmas defenders were drawn towards Correa. Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Correa deftly nudged the ball to the arc and Oppo's edge, where Chu Feng awaited. At that moment, Chu Feng was still unmarked. Once again, an extraordinary opportunity presented itself. This time, to be cautious, Chu Feng did not shoot immediately. Instead, he raised his head to carefully assess the goal's position before executing his shot. Bang! Balotelli's heavy cannon card activated. Proficiency 56. As Chu Feng's foot made contact with the ball, Las Palmas midfielder Borja lunged towards him, attempting to block the shot. Yet, he was just a fraction too late. In an instant, the ball whizzed past Borja like a bullet. The next moment, the ball thundered into the bottom corner of the net. It was a goal. Throughout the process, Las Palmas goalkeeper did not even attempt to save, illustrating the remarkable speed of Chu Feng's shot. As the ball struck the back of the net, it felt as though the entire Las Palmas stadium fell silent. Fans of both the home team and Atletico Madrid could hardly believe that the ball had found its way into the net. Beep. When the fans saw the referee point towards the center circle, they finally realized that Chu Feng had scored. In an instant, over 1,000 Atletico Madrid supporters erupted into jubilation. What? A goal. A stunning long-range shot. Who is this player? I've never seen him before. He seems to be an Asian forward. Who is this remarkable talent? The quality of that shot is exceptional. I heard he was promoted from the youth academy. And he is only 17. 17? Finally, Atletico's forward line has a successor, with Chu Feng's powerful strike. The Atletico fans began to recognize the presence of an Asian forward in the starting lineup. In that moment, all Atletico fans passionately discussed Chu Feng. On the field, after scoring, Chu Feng did not celebrate his first La Liga goal, but rather quietly retrieved the ball from the net and dashed towards the center circle. Chu, you saved the team. A perfect shot. Well done, Chu. Keep it up. We still have a chance. Atletico Madrid will prevail. On the field, Chu Feng's teammates rushed to him, embracing and celebrating in a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, on the bench, Simeone leapt up in exhilaration after witnessing Chu Feng's long-range strike. He fervently waved his fists, seemingly releasing his emotions in this manner. Assistant coach Bigos embraced Simeone, equally animated, shouting, "Mr. Simeone, we equalized. It was Chu's goal." Simeone enthusiastically slapped Burgos on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You're not mistaken. Chu is indeed a genius. Tonight, he has showcased his talent." For Simeone, including Chu Feng in the starting lineup was a significant gamble, as he understood that a loss or a poor performance from Chu would invite criticism and scorn from Atletico fans. Yet, it now appeared that Simeone had made the right choice. Chapter 30, Creating History. The first player from the Celestial Empire to score in La Liga. Chu Feng received the ball at the top of the penalty area, surrounded by no defenders from Las Palmas. A shot. The ball flashed past Borja. It's in. 1-1. My goodness. 17-year-old Chu Feng has equalized for Atletico Madrid. What a magnificent goal. Chu Feng has made history as the first player from the Celestial Empire to score in La Liga. At this moment, he has etched his name into the annals of history. In the studio, commentator Hue roared passionately into the microphone, as if he could see the hope of football from the Celestial Empire in that instant. Beside him, guest commentator Su Yang could not help but exclaim, "This will be a milestone moment for football in the Celestial Empire." Chu Feng, at the tender age of 17, has scored his first goal in La Liga. Moreover, the match is not over yet. Given Chu Feng's current form, he may well score again. As Chu Feng found the net, the entire live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments. Glancing around, it was evident that the mood of nearly all the viewers was ecstatic. Incredible. Chu Feng has truly scored. Splendid. Chu Feng is amazing. I can't believe I'm witnessing history. This night was not spent in vain. Finally, a player from the Celestial Empire has scored in La Liga. Keep it up. Let us aim for another goal. Where can I buy Atletico Madrid jerseys? I must get an 18 jersey to support Chu Feng. Honestly, I never dared to dream that a player from the Celestial Empire could score for Atletico. Football from the Celestial Empire is finally on the verge of revival. Undoubtedly, millions of fans from the Celestial Empire were elated upon witnessing Chu Feng's goal. They have long awaited this moment. For the beleaguered football of the Celestial Empire, Chu Feng's emergence is like a ray of hope. However, at the match site, the spirits of the 30,000 Las Palmas fans plummeted. They never anticipated that an Asian player, let alone one from the Celestial Empire, would score. This seems to be a profound humiliation for Las Palmas. How infuriating. To be scored against by an Asian forward. What were the defenders thinking? That said, it must be acknowledged that this forward from the Celestial Empire possesses remarkable shooting skills. This fellow merely had a stroke of luck. Indeed, Asians cannot play football. Come on. Las Palmas, you must secure the victory. Soon, the match resumed. During this time, the players of Las Palmas immediately abandoned their defensive stance and began launching counterattacks against Atletico Madrid. However, it must be said that this was not a wise choice. In terms of player strength and valuation, Atletico Madrid far exceeds Las Palmas. With their current abilities, Las Palmas stood little chance against Atletico Madrid. In the 38th minute, Las Palmas midfield General Borja received the ball in the center and, just as he prepared to advance, found himself besieged by multiple defenders. Suddenly, Coke, Party, and others rushed toward Borja. Clearly flustered, Borja had no time to think and quickly passed the ball to the flanks, where Haaland awaited. Las Palmas' scoring opportunity stemmed from Haaland's breakthrough on the wing, so when he paused the ball, several Atletico Madrid players rushed toward him. Fullback Felipe, defensive midfielder Coke, and even center-back Godin all converged on Haaland, drawing the attention of three defensive players. Despite Haaland being dubbed the new Messi, it must be said that he is still far from Messi's level. Thus, when faced with the three Atletico players, it was impossible for him to dribble through like Messi. At that moment, Haaland's only option was to pass. Bang! In a flash, Haaland made a swift pass just before the defenders arrived. The ball arced beautifully through the air, landing precisely at the feet of forward Benito Ramírez. Just as this forward prepared to head the ball toward the goal, Atletico Madrid's center-back Jim Nez intervened. He collided heavily with Las Palmas striker in midair. Instantly, Ramírez lost his balance, and his header was securely caught by Atletico's goalkeeper Oblak. Bang! Oblak wasted no time. As he secured the ball, he immediately booted it forward. In the blink of an eye, the ball landed within the reach of Sael. Seeing Chu Feng retreat to the center to receive the ball, Sael promptly passed it to him. However, as Chu Feng received the ball and prepared to turn, he was suddenly knocked down by a Las Palmas defender. Clearly, without the Alvarez luck card, Chu Feng's physicality was insufficient to withstand the intensity of La Liga. As Chu Feng fell to the ground, the entire home crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos and insults. Get out of here, Celestial Empire person. This is not where you belong. Little brat, hurry back home. Foolish Asian. Useless. Don't embarrass yourself on the field. Yellow-skinned pig. You merely had good fortune. The deafening chorus of abuse echoed through the stadium. And upon hearing such unseemly remarks, Chu Feng's eyes burned with determination. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm himself. Chu Feng understood that the best response was to score and achieve victory. In the ensuing moments, he channeled all his focus into the match. Suddenly, the first half approached its conclusion. In the 43rd minute, Las Palmas aimed to deliver a final blow to Atletico Madrid's defense. This time, Las Palmas defensive midfielder Borja, upon receiving the ball, opted for a powerful clearance into Atletico's penalty area. Bang! At the top of the box, Las Palmas star forward Benito Ramírez leapt in unison with Atletico's center-back Godin. However, in terms of strength and jumping ability, Godin clearly had the upper hand. Chapter 31. Assist 1. A divine pass from Chu Feng. Bang! As Godin collided with Benito Ramírez, the Atletico Madrid center-back swiftly propelled the ball forward. The moment for Atletico's counterattack had arrived. Coincidentally, Godin and Oppo's clearance landed perfectly in the gap between Chu Feng and David Simeone. The two players, driven by an unrelenting sprint, raced towards the ball and Oppo's landing spot. At present, Chu Feng's explosive attribute was merely in the 70s, while David Simeone, a quintessential fullback, clearly possessed superior speed. Ultimately, the Las Palmas fullback seized control of the ball first. Nevertheless, Chu Feng refused to concede defeat. He gritted his teeth and sprinted with all his might. A mere second later, Chu Feng found himself right before David Simeone. Even though Simeone had secured the ball, Chu Feng did not relent. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged directly into David Simeone's path. Then, with all his strength, Chu Feng collided fiercely. At that instant, the Alvarez luck card was reactivated. Ding! Strength, speed, and shooting increased to 80. Empowered by the attributes from the skill card, Chu Feng resembled a speeding freight truck, instantly toppling David Simeone. The referee, however, did not blow the whistle for a foul. Clearly, from the referee's perspective, it was merely a normal physical challenge. Thus, Chu Feng successfully regained possession of the ball. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, he charged towards the Las Palmas penalty area with all his vigor. Witnessing this, the other defenders immediately heightened their focus. Center-backs Ramos and Piku, along with defensive midfielder Fabio Gonzalez, sprinted towards Chu Feng. It is no exaggeration to say that, at that moment, Chu Feng was besieged by 3 La Liga players. Even though Chu Feng had activated the Little Spider luck card, breaking through 3 La Liga-level players in quick succession remained a formidable challenge for the 17-year-old. Bang! Just then, Chu Feng abruptly halted his advance and opted to pass. In that fleeting moment when he seized the ball, he had already noted the positioning of his teammate Angel Correa. As all the Las Palmas defenders rushed towards him, Correa found himself unmarked. A simple pass to Correa would undoubtedly apply pressure on the opponent's goal. Without hesitation, Chu Feng swiftly passed the ball with his right foot. In an instant, the ball sailed over the heads of 2 Las Palmas defenders, and as it landed in the penalty area, Angel Correa was already primed for a strike. The Argentine forward, without touching the ball, executed a breathtaking volley. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the ball ripped through the fingertips of Chiquizola and sped into the net. 2-1. Atletico Madrid, playing away, had completed the turnaround. A goal. It was Angel Correa's volley inside the penalty area, and the assist came from none other than Chu Feng. This evening, the 17-year-old Chu Feng had achieved 1 goal and 1 assist. Up to this point, his La Liga debut had been nearly flawless. Ecstatic, Hiway once again shouted passionately into the microphone. Atletico Madrid has taken the lead. At the moment Correa's shot crossed the goal line, it felt as if every Las Palmas fan's heart had momentarily stopped beating. On the sidelines of the Atletico Madrid stadium, Simeone, witnessing the score reversal, fervently waved his fist in the coaching area and even leaped up in excitement. This is the essence of the bandit coach. Every goal sends Simeone into a frenzy of exhilaration. On the field, Correa rushed towards Chu Feng after scoring, ruffling his thick hair and exclaiming excitedly, "Chu, your passing skills are impressive. Honestly, I thought you would take the shot yourself." Receiving praise from his senior, Chu Feng beamed with a long-lost smile. "Your volley was stunning. You must teach me a few tricks next time." Angel Correa thumped his chest in response. "Don't worry, absolutely no problem." This goal instantly altered the course of the match, especially as it came just before halftime, disrupting Las Palmas' tactical plans for the break. When the referee blew the whistle to resume play, the home players of Las Palmas were already mentally unraveling. Their attacks became increasingly isolated, failing to threaten Atletico's defense. As the first half stoppage time concluded, the referee signaled for halftime. 2-1. Atletico Madrid, playing away, had scored 2 goals and turned the tide. In Madrid's Arganzuela district, at the Cank Bar, a haven for Atletico Madrid fans, the atmosphere was electric. Whenever Atletico played, the bar filled with supporters enjoying drinks while watching the match. With the first half concluded, Atletico Madrid, bolstered by the remarkable performance of 17-year-old Chu Feng, led Las Palmas 2-1, showcasing a flawless 45 minutes. Perhaps it would not be long before this young man named Chu would become a mainstay in Atletico Madrid's lineup. As the Spanish commentary from the television faded, excitement permeated the Cank Bar. Fans in Atletico jerseys enthusiastically discussed Chu Feng's performance in the first half, clearly captivated by his display. This kid saved the team. From now on, I will be his fan. I can't believe he's only 17. Haha, Atletico has its own Messi. In comparison to Messi, I feel Chu's playing style resembles Cristiano Ronaldo more. Regardless, I hope Coach Simeone gives this young player ample opportunities. Scoring and assisting, perhaps he can even play in midfield. Torres can retire in peace. We have a new hope for the forward line. Chapter 32, a remarkable resurgence. Machine gun celebration. Breaking news. Atletico Madrid leads 2-1 at halftime. The 17-year-old prodigy from the Celestial Empire contributes a goal and an assist. Powerful strike. Chu Feng scores the first goal for a player from the Celestial Empire in La Liga, making history. Chu Feng becomes the youngest Asian player to debut in La Liga. Highlights of Chu Feng's first half, featuring both a goal and an assist. After many years, a player from the Celestial Empire starts in one of the top 5 leagues. The 17-year-old Chu Feng may become the cornerstone of the revival of football in our nation. As the first half concluded, the official Dongxion network promptly released a plethora of news and reports about Chu Feng. Each report swiftly attracted an abundance of comments from domestic fans. Undoubtedly, Chu Feng has now become the embodiment of popularity. I never imagined a player from the Celestial Empire could score in La Liga. Chu Feng's performance was nothing short of perfect. The giant of football has emerged. It won't be long before Chu Feng becomes the foremost figure in our nation's sports scene. The mere fact that he represents Atletico Madrid is astonishing enough. And to think he has scored. Who dares to claim that people from the Celestial Empire cannot play football? Stand up. A true football genius. Scoring in La Liga at the tender age of 17. I was still playing in the mud at that age. The strongest high school student in football. Haha. Is the spring of Celestial Empire football finally upon us? On the trending list, Chu Feng's name ascended to the top with remarkable speed. Furthermore, beyond the football enthusiasts, even some who were indifferent to football or sports began to search for Chu Feng's name. That night, Chu Feng's name became ubiquitous throughout the Chinese internet. In the Dongxion network studio, He Wei gently removed his headphones and let out a long sigh of relief. He excitedly turned to Su Yang and remarked, "Su, it seems we are fortunate to witness history today. Indeed, my hands are still trembling with excitement. Chu Feng's emergence has instilled a glimmer of hope in our nation's football. Perhaps we truly have a chance to qualify for the 2018 World Cup," Su Yang replied. However, as soon as Su Yang finished speaking, He Wei voiced a contrary opinion. "I don't think Chu Feng should be selected for the national team just yet. He should focus all his energy on the club. As for the national team, football is a team sport. And even a player of Messi's caliber couldn't lead Argentina to the Copa America title." After a moment of silence, Su Yang slowly responded, "That makes sense. Chu Feng's immediate priority is to establish himself at Atletico Madrid. The competition in Europe is exceptionally fierce." 15 minutes later, the referee blew the whistle to commence the second half. As the leading side, Atletico Madrid's players exhibited a noticeable composure in their play. In contrast, Las Palmas, playing at home, seemed eager to equalize, perhaps due to the home advantage. However, their attacks were overly predictable, primarily relying on Haaland's breakthroughs on the flank. After Simeone placed heavy marking on Haaland, it was evident that the player had been effectively neutralized. Confronted by Atletico Madrid and Oppo's impenetrable defense, Las Palmas players found it nearly impossible to envision scoring. In the 55th minute, Atletico's midfielder Gabi, in conjunction with another midfielder, Party, successfully intercepted a pass from Fabio Gonzalez. Mere seconds later, the ball found its way to Carrasco's feet on the left flank. The Belgian winger, leveraging his speed, deftly maneuvered past defenders like David Simeone and Borja. In a flash, Carrasco surged into the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, Atletico Madrid had completely breached Las Palmas' defense. To thwart Carrasco's advance, 2 center-backs, Lemos and Pigas, pressed forward to the edge of the penalty area. Boom. Yet. Carrasco resolutely unleashed a shot. The ball zipped past the defenders like a missile and swiftly veered toward the corner of the net. However, at that instant, Las Palmas goalkeeper Chiquizzola executed a world-class save. He sprang into the air at lightning speed, managing to deflect the shot with his right hand. Boom. Despite Chiquizzola's efforts to parry the ball, it failed to travel far, landing perfectly at Chu Feng's feet. Faced with such a golden opportunity, Chu Feng would not let it slip away. With a swift push, the ball soared into the net, leaving Chiquizzola with no time to react. 3-1. Atletico Madrid regained their lead. Another goal. It's Chu Feng again. A brace. The 17-year-old Chu Feng has completed a double on his La Liga debut. Am I truly not dreaming? Hiwei's last words echoed his genuine feelings. Having witnessed countless moments of sorrow and disappointment in the Celestial Empire's football history, Hiwei was utterly astonished by Chu Feng's performance. Su Yang swallowed hard. Expressing his excitement and nervousness, no words can encapsulate my emotions at this moment. Chu Feng. He is undoubtedly a monumental figure in Celestial Empire football. Tonight, he has showcased the might of the Eastern Dragon to all Spanish fans. Within the stadium, the Las Palmas fans, who had mocked Chu Feng just moments ago, were now rendered speechless. A glance around revealed that the expressions of nearly all home fans were filled with desolation, despair, and resignation. After scoring, Chu Feng sprinted at full speed to the corner flag, executing the celebratory gesture he had envisioned for so long. After completing his run, he suddenly turned and mimicked a shooting motion towards the Las Palmas fans, as if his hands had transformed into a machine gun, firing wildly. Chu Feng's intention behind this celebration was to deliver a striking rebuttal to the Las Palmas supporters present. Throughout the match, every time Chu Feng received the ball, the Las Palmas fans would jeer and hurl insults at him, and every word had been etched into his memory. Once Chu Feng finished his machine gun celebration, he felt unsatisfied and pointed to his ears, continuing to provoke the Las Palmas fans. Chapter 33, La Liga's first victory. Simeone lavishes praise on Chu Feng. Upon the resumption of play, the players of Las Palmas undoubtedly found their morale plummeting to an all-time low. While a scoreline of 1-2 still held a glimmer of hope for a comeback, the moment it transformed to 1-3, it felt akin to a slow demise for the home team. In the 73rd minute, Atletico Madrid scored once again. A precise long pass from the midfield maestro, Coke, sailed over the heads of two Las Palmas defenders and landed at the feet of Chu Feng. It marked the first instance in this match where Chu Feng received the ball inside the penalty area. The defender tasked with marking him, Ramos, was a Uruguayan player, nearly 23 years of age and towering at 187 centimeters. Despite being 2 centimeters taller than Chu Feng, he was outmaneuvered as Chu Feng seized the opportunity. Not only was Gabi's pass impeccable, but Chu Feng's timing was equally astute as he positioned himself advantageously. Inside the box, instead of launching a header, Chu Feng shielded the ball with his robust frame, glanced at the positioning of the Las Palmas goalkeeper, and decisively lifted his right foot to shoot. Having already netted 2 goals in this match, Chu Feng instilled fear among the Las Palmas defense with his striking presence. In the blink of an eye, the defenders Ramos and Pigas rushed to confront him. Bang! Chu Feng indeed struck the ball, but rather than taking a shot, he opted to pass. With a swift push of his instep, the ball zipped through a gap between the 2 central defenders, skimming along the grass, and landed at Angel Correa's feet. At that moment, the Argentine forward found himself completely unmarked. Bang! Angel Correa did not squander this opportunity created by Chu Feng, glancing at the position of Quesada. He unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared like a razor, whizzing past the Las Palmas goalkeeper. 1-4. Atletico Madrid extended their lead once more. Another goal. The attacking line of Atletico had thoroughly dismantled the Las Palmas defense. This was a goal that extinguished any lingering suspense in the match. In the commentary room, Hiwei expressed his heartfelt admiration. Chu Feng has also registered his second assist in this match. As it stands, he boasts 2 goals and 2 assists. A total contribution of 4 goals. After this game, I believe Chu Feng will be the talk of the town. On the pitch, following Angel Correa's goal, he chose not to celebrate, but instead rushed to high-five the 17-year-old Chu Feng. What a beautiful pass. Chu, your vision is exceptional, Angel Correa exclaimed, giving Chu Feng a thumbs up. Your positioning was also commendable. Chu Feng replied, only for Carrasco to chime in playfully. All right, you too. Enough of this mutual admiration. I haven't scored yet. Chu, could you pass me the ball? Carrasco looked at Chu Feng with eager anticipation. I'll do my best. For reasons unknown, As the match progressed, Chu Feng found himself in the role of playmaker. Upon the restart, the players of Las Palmas had utterly lost their fighting spirit. Under the coach's orders, they retreated to their half, forming a defensive wall. Clearly, for Las Palmas, hope had evaporated. The final 20 minutes devolved into mere formality. In the 76th minute, Simeone made a triple substitution, replacing Carrasco, Angel Correa, and Chu Feng. He was already preparing for the upcoming match against Valencia, aiming to grant these three attacking players ample rest. Mettle, Torres, and Gaydon entered the fray. However, it must be noted that these three players displayed a lack of synergy on the field, particularly against Las Palmas' fortified defense, failing to create any shooting opportunities. Ultimately, after 90 minutes, Atletico Madrid triumphed over Las Palmas with a score of 4-1, securing their first victory of the season. Chu Feng, who achieved 2 goals and 2 assists, was named the player of the match. In the player tunnel, Chu Feng faced the Spanish press for the first time. Chu, how does it feel to play your first La Liga match? A blonde, blue-eyed reporter inquired, microphone in hand. I am honored to represent Atletico at the age of 17, and I am grateful for Coach Simeone's trust, Chu Feng replied, demonstrating his emotional intelligence by promptly acknowledging the coach's support. After all, without Simeone's promotion, he might still be in the U17 training camp. Can Atletico snatch the La Liga title from Real Madrid and Barcelona this season? Another bespectacled reporter queried. I'm sorry, I am not omniscient. I cannot predict the future. Chu Feng responded, understanding the reporter's intent and countering with candor. However, I believe Atletico is on the right path. And as long as the players adhere to the coach's tactics, we will achieve satisfactory results by the season's end. In another interview area, Atletico's head coach Simeone was also being questioned. Mr. Simeone, could you share your thoughts on player Chu Feng? It was evident that most reporters were intrigued by the 17-year-old talent from China. Upon hearing Chu Feng's name, a smile instantly brightened Simeone's face. He is the most gifted 17-year-old star I have ever encountered. In many ways, Chu Feng's playing style resembles that of a young Torres, and he boasts an exceptional long-range shot. I am confident he will evolve into a top-tier forward. Simeone was generous with his praise, awarding Chu Feng a perfect score for his performance that evening. To be honest, before the match commenced, Simeone had harbored concerns about Chu Feng's ability to acclimate to the intensity of La Liga. Yet, from the outcome, it was clear that Chu Feng not only adapted to the pace of the game but emerged as the standout performer within the team. Ding. Detected host has assisted Atletico in scoring. Reward. Training time for Divine Striker increased to 8 hours. Chapter 34. 100 Mastery achieved. Seasonal tasks commence. As Chu Feng concluded his interview with the reporters, the system's voice immediately resonated in his ears. The training duration at the Divine Striker training ground had been unlocked to 8 hours, signifying that Chu Feng could accelerate the enhancement of his attributes. Furthermore, due to his 2 goals in the match, he was awarded 2 points of free attributes. Eagerly, Chu Feng accessed his personal attributes panel. Chu Feng, 17 years and 3 months, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 77, explosiveness, 75, reaction speed, 70, strength, 88, stamina, 71, jumping, 73, injury, 60, physical attribute rating, C, offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long-range shot, 76, header, 77, set piece, 66, dribbling, 72, offensive attribute rating, B, passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 80, passing attribute rating, C, defensive attributes, tackle, 56, slide tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, physicality, 69. Defensive attribute rating, D, overall rating, 75. Comprehensive evaluation level, C. Star skills, Balotelli S heavy artillery card, Alvarez S fortunate card. Available attribute points, 2 after careful consideration. Chu Feng decided to allocate both points of free attributes to stamina. During the match against Las Palmas, especially after the 70th minute, he distinctly felt his legs lose their strength. This was a clear indication that a stamina attribute of only 71 was woefully inadequate. Stamina 71 to 73. Quickly, Chu Feng allocated the 2 free attribute points to stamina, raising it to 73. However, to endure a full 90 minutes of intense running, a value of 73 remained insufficient. Thus, he resolved to focus on stamina training at the Divine Striker training ground, once the proficiency of the Balotelli heavy artillery card reached 100. Following this match, numerous esteemed Spanish media outlets took notice of the 17-year-old Chu Feng. AS newspaper, Atletico Madrid triumphed 4-1 against Las Palmas, with the 17-year-old Chinese prodigy scoring twice. Simeone labels him as the successor to Torres. World Sports Daily, Atletico finally secures its first victory. In the absence of Griezmann, due to suspension, the young Chu Feng emerged as the key player. This 17-year-old talent achieved 2 goals and 2 assists in his La Liga debut. Marca, Atletico's hope for the next decade in attack? Simeone boldly fields the 17-year-old Chu Feng in La Liga. This Asian forward proves his mettle with goals and assists. In Spain, the largest Atletico fan forum was abuzz with posts about Chu Feng. The fans were greatly intrigued by this 17-year-old talent from China. Scoring 2 goals and providing 2 assists on his debut, this Asian forward is undeniably impressive. The Atletico Youth Academy has finally produced a top-tier forward again. It has not been easy. The Atletico attack now has promising successors. Torres should step aside and make room for Chu Feng. Is the level of Asian football developing this rapidly? It's hard to believe he is only 17. His shooting and physicality are remarkable, and most importantly, he possesses an exceptional overall vision. Atletico has truly struck gold this time. One can only hope that Coach Simeone grants this Asian talent ample playing time. But let us not celebrate too early. It would be wise to wait until he scores 10 goals in La Liga before singing his praises. In Asia, the news about Chu Feng dominated the headlines of the Dongxiaowang app after the match. The young prodigy from the East dominates. 17-year-old Chu Feng scores twice to rescue his team. Not only a scorer but a playmaker, Chu Feng delivers 2 assists in a single match, breaking the record for Asian players in La Liga. Post-match, Simeone claims Chu Feng is the most talented 17-year-old player he has ever seen. Multiple Spanish media outlets praised Chu Feng's performance. The youngster becomes Atletico's attacking hope. Chu Feng awarded Best Player of the Match in La Liga. A perfect debut in 75 minutes. Rumors suggest Lippi has been impressed by Chu Feng. He plans to visit Spain for a live assessment. Underneath each report about Chu Feng, numerous domestic fans congregated to comment, and unsurprisingly, his name surged to the top of the trending charts. Even some prominent football figures expressed their opinions online. Renowned football commentator Huang Jianxiang, the hope of Chinese football. 17-year-old Chu Feng scored twice in his Atletico debut. Perhaps, from this moment on, Chinese football is on the verge of a resurgence. Underground football analyst Li Laoba, who says Chinese players cannot compete in the top leagues, who claims they cannot make their mark in prestigious clubs. Chu Feng's 2 goals and 2 assists have decisively refuted that notion. He is the beacon of hope during the dark times of Chinese football. Youth advocate and commentator Dong Lu, Chu Feng's performance was indeed stellar. But I still advise Lippi not to recruit him into the national team just yet. The priority should be to help him establish himself in Europe. At that moment, in Spain, aboard the flight back to Madrid, while all the Atletico players were resting, Chu Feng quietly accessed the Divine Striker training ground. He resumed his training with the Balotelli heavy artillery card. During the match, he had successfully utilized the skill card to score, which allowed him to fully appreciate its potency. Chu Feng was confident that by enhancing the proficiency of the Balotelli heavy artillery card to 100, scoring in matches would become significantly easier. Moreover, with a full 10 days until Atletico's next fixture against Valencia, he had ample time to improve. 4 days later, after diligently training for 8 hours in the Divine Striker training ground, Chu Feng's perseverance bore fruit. The proficiency of the Balotelli heavy artillery card finally reached 100. Training objective: Balotelli heavy artillery card. Training progress: 100. Description: after extensive simulation of Balotelli's long-range shot technique, the host has completely grasped the essence of the skill card. In matches, whenever the host attempts a long-range shot, the Balotelli heavy artillery card will activate automatically. The host's strength and long-range shooting ability will be enhanced by 50. Upon exiting the Divine Striker training ground, Chu Feng could feel that his thighs and calves had indeed broadened significantly. Is this the enhancement bestowed by the 100 proficiency of the Balotelli heavy artillery card? He could hardly contain his excitement to witness the results of his training in an actual match. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his ears once more. Ding! Main quest announced. Capture the La Liga Golden Boot. Quest reward: obtain an S-Class Star skill card. Chapter 35, The mockery from the opposing coach before the match. Who is Chu Feng? Winning the La Liga Golden Boot? Surely, there's been a mistake. Upon seeing the task assigned by the system, Chu Feng's first reaction was to laugh it off. It is common knowledge that the Golden Boot in La Liga has long been monopolized by Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, two of the world's most illustrious football stars. The notion that Chu Feng, at the tender age of 17, could snatch the Golden Boot from these legends seemed akin to a Herculean task. Ding. Football is round. Anything can happen. The system presented another prompt. As Chu Feng read the system's response, a bemused expression involuntarily crossed his face. While the saying holds true that anything is possible, he remained somewhat doubtful of his own capabilities. Nevertheless, he resolved not to yield. After honing his proficiency with the powerful shot of Balotelli to 100, he shifted his training focus to physical fitness. Training objective: stamina 73 to 75. Training progress: 1. Time required: 10 days. Let us persevere, Chu Feng thought, glancing at the seemingly lengthy time estimate. Despite the daunting timeline, he understood that to make his mark at Atletico Madrid, he had to give it his all. In the offices of Atletico Madrid, head coach Simeone was engaged in discussions with his assistant Burgos regarding the starting lineup for the upcoming match. With Griezmann's suspension lifted, Simeone found his options in attack had increased. Both Correa and Chu had each scored twice in their last match, showcasing their impressive form. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow this striking duo another opportunity to shine. Burgos suggested this to Simeone, who nodded in agreement, as it aligned with his own thoughts. Correa and Chu would remain the primary forwards, while Griezmann could be deployed on the flanks, playing alongside Carrasco. This strategy would significantly enhance the team's attacking prowess. Thus, the decision was made. Known for his preference for counterattacking football, Simeone resolved to fully unleash the offensive talent of Atletico's players this time around. As the clock inexorably approached September 8th, the day before the Valencia vs Atletico match, the pre-match press conference commenced. Home coach Marcelino was the first to answer questions from the media. Mr. Marcelino, your team has an identical record to Atletico, with 1 win and 1 draw. Do you believe Valencia can secure 3 points at home tomorrow? A reporter from Marca inquired. Marcelino shrugged, responding with utmost confidence, Atletico is an exceptional team. But winning at the Mestalla is no easy feat. Our players are fully prepared to face Atletico head-on. We will earn 3 points for our fans. Next, a journalist with dark hair and a yellow complexion from the Celestial Empire posed a question to Marcelino. Mr. Marcelino, what are your thoughts on player number 18 from Atletico's lineup? He just scored twice in the last match. Since Chu Feng's remarkable performance of 2 goals and 2 assists in his previous game, he had become a sensation back home, even to the extent of being dubbed a representative of the youth movement. In pursuit of first-hand coverage on Chu Feng, the sports channel had dispatched prominent host Ma Fanshu as a special correspondent. This time, Ma Fanshu specifically sought Marcelino's opinion on Chu Feng. However, the Valencia coach appeared to regard Chu Feng with disdain. Excuse me, who is Atletico's number 18? Upon uttering this, laughter erupted from the assembled journalists. Ma Fanshu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The Valencia coach continued, to score twice at 17 in La Liga is, frankly, not a monumental achievement. A fleeting moment of brilliance does not signify anything substantial. Valencia is a team that prioritizes our own strengths. Atletico is a traditional powerhouse with numerous gifted players. Our focus should be on Griezmann and Carrasco, not on a mere 17-year-old. Regardless, victory will ultimately belong to Valencia tomorrow night. Moments later, as Marcelino's press conference concluded, Atletico's head coach Simeone arrived for his turn. Ma Fanshu promptly relayed Marcelino's remarks regarding Chu Feng to Simeone. Chu Feng is only 17 and has played just 1 match in La Liga. It is understandable that Marcelino is unfamiliar with him. However, I believe after tomorrow's match, he will certainly remember this young talent from the Celestial Empire. I am confident that Chu will create pressure on Valencia's goal. Simeone answered a few more questions before the pre-match conference drew to a close. Almost immediately following the conference, media outlets in both Spain and the Celestial Empire began to report on Marcelino's pre-match comments, igniting fervent discussions among fans. Marca, Valencia coach overlooks 17-year-old Chu Feng. Simeone claims the young talent will prove Marcelino wrong with his performance. The battle is imminent. Both coaches engage in a pre-match war of words. World Sports, Atletico's number 18 from the Celestial Empire faces Marcelino's mockery. Can this young player respond with goals? In the comments section, Atletico fans also mocked Marcelino. This old man is truly arrogant. I hope Chu can make him regret his words with a victory. The opposing coach is utterly insufferable. Atletico must win. I have a feeling Chu might shine brilliantly in tomorrow's match. That oblivious old fool. Chu must score. Let this man experience the mysterious strength of the East. At that moment, back at the hotel where Atletico was staying, Simeone recounted Marcelino's comments to Chu Feng immediately after returning from the press conference. However, to Simeone's surprise, Chu Feng did not seem angry. His expression remained neutral. Chu, don't you feel upset hearing such remarks? Simeone could not help but ask. Chapter 36. The grand showdown commences. It was tolerable. Rather than succumbing to anger, I yearned to respond with goals, Chu Feng replied calmly. This was precisely the response that Simeone had hoped to hear. Satisfied, Simeone patted Chu Feng on the shoulder and continued, Very well, if that is the case. You shall start tomorrow's match. Let your goals deliver a resounding blow to Marcelino. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he had thought that with Griezmann's suspension coming to an end, he might return to the bench. However, now he had once again earned a starting opportunity, invigorating him with renewed energy. Rest assured, coach, I will certainly do so, Chu Feng stated with unwavering determination and confidence. This was precisely what Simeone wished to see. The following day, match day. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Mestalla Stadium. This home ground of Valencia can accommodate 55,000 spectators, and tonight, the attendance was nearly at full capacity. 50,000 Valencia fans sang their club anthem, Amont Valnaya, in unison before the match, proclaiming, We are one of the best teams in the league. We are Valencia Football Club. We fight to defend all. Meanwhile, on the visiting supporters stand, around 3,000 Atletico fans had also made their way to the venue, although their numbers paled in comparison to the home crowd. Each Atletico fan passionately sang their club anthem. The battle was about to begin. In a distant studio in Asia, the commentators He Wei and Su Yang were ready. Due to Dolcio's early announcement of both teams' starting lineups, a significant number of domestic fans had flocked to the live broadcast. The current viewership had surged to 8 million, breaking viewing records. Welcome, dear fans, to Dolcio, to witness the focal clash of the third round of La Liga. The Bat Army, Valencia, faces off against Atletico Madrid. The commentary for this match will be led by myself, He Wei, alongside Su Yang. Playing at home, Valencia deployed a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper Neto. The defense line, Montoya, Paulista, Garay, Gay. In midfield, Soler, Parejo, Kondogbia, Pereira. The forwards, Zaza, Rodrigo. On the other hand, Atletico Madrid, under Simeone, also utilized a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper Oblak. Defense, Felipe. Lucas Hernandez, Savic, Juanfran. Midfield, Carrasco, Saul, Koch, Griezmann. Forwards, Chu Feng, Angel Correa. In the first two rounds, Valencia and Atletico Madrid each secured a win and a draw, currently ranking 7th and 8th in La Liga. As the referee's whistle blew, the match officially commenced. At this moment, Valencia, playing at home, launched the first attack. After Rodrigo kicked off, the ball reached the midfield maestro, Kondogbia, who made a slight adjustment before passing it to the young Soler. Suddenly, a tall Atletico player charged towards Soler. Without hesitation, he shouldered Soler to the ground. In swift succession, the Atletico player successfully seized the ball. Chu Feng. Just as the match began, Chu Feng was already in the fray. He used his robust physique to topple Soler. The referee, Jos Gonzalez, did not blow his whistle for a foul. It was an exquisite tackle. In the studio, as He Wei finished his sentence, Chu Feng surged forward towards Valencia's penalty area. Meanwhile, nearly 50,000 Valencia fans in the Mestalla Stadium erupted in boos. To some extent, the Valencia supporters, much like those from Las Palmas in the previous match, harbored disdain for Chu Feng, who hailed from Asia. Thus, as Chu Feng advanced with the ball, the Valencia fans attempted to disrupt his mindset with their deafening jeers. In the coaching area, Marcelino appeared unfazed, seemingly unconvinced that Chu Feng could pose a threat to Valencia's defense. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng had penetrated the area just outside the penalty box. At this moment, Valencia's defensive midfielder, Kondogbia, was also well positioned. This player, hailing from Central Africa, was only 25 years old and stood at an impressive 188 centimeters, boasting remarkable physicality and defensive skills. Chu Feng was aware that in terms of physical confrontation, he was no match for Kondogbia, so in that instant, he promptly passed the ball to the right flank. where Griezmann awaited. After serving a suspension due to a red card in the match against Girona, Griezmann was eager to showcase his talents upon his return. On the right flank, after receiving the ball, Griezmann faced the close marking of Valencia's left back, Gay. With a deft touch of his left foot, he deftly maneuvered the ball through Gay's legs. Then, from the right side of the penalty arc, Griezmann unleashed a powerful shot. Boom! The ball soared like a cannonball, hurtling towards Valencia's goal. In a crucial moment, goalkeeper Neto sprang into action. Neto leaped into the air, exerting all his strength to punch the ball away. An extraordinary shot. An equally remarkable save. Barely 2 minutes into the match, Atletico Madrid had already taken a shot, and Valencia's keeper, Neto, had executed a spectacular save. In the studio, just as Higuaín's words faded, Atletico Madrid attempted another shot. This time, Neto and Oppos's punch sent the ball spiraling toward the top of the penalty arc, where Chu Feng was poised to pounce. Although Valencia's midfielder Parejo was also closing in on Chu Feng, he managed to seize the opportunity and took the shot first. Balotelli's heavy cannon activated. At the moment Chu Feng prepared to shoot, he heard the activation sound of his skill card. Immediately after, the ball thundered towards Valencia's goal. Bang! The ball collided forcefully with the intersection of the goalpost and crossbar. Clearly, Chu Feng's attempt was overly ambitious in its pursuit of an angle. A near miss. Chapter 37. What? The coach is fighting on the sidelines? Chu Feng's shot at the post. What a pity. Chu Feng's strike was just a touch short of fortune. Inside the studio, commentator Higuaín's face was etched with disappointment as he remarked, Chu Feng's form has been steadily improving. He has nearly adapted to the rhythm of the game. Had it not been for the interference from Valencia's defensive midfielder, perhaps Chu Feng's shot would have breached the opponent's goal. At this moment, the stands of Mestalla Stadium were filled with thousands of Valencia fans, who were indeed startled by Chu Feng's powerful shot. Many Valencia supporters began discussing Chu Feng, having heard that this Asian player had scored 2 goals in the last match. It seems he possesses considerable skill. What a remarkable shot. Is Atletico Madrid's youth training about to rise again? They must be cautious of this Asian forward. They cannot afford to give him another chance to shoot. What are we afraid of? Coach Marcelino has stated that this player is not a threat. Indeed, this guy is merely fortunate. Valencia must focus their defensive efforts on Griezmann. On the field, after witnessing his long-range shot strike the junction of the post and crossbar, a flicker of regret passed through Chu Feng's eyes. But he quickly adjusted his mindset and channeled all his energy into the match. The game continued. During this time, Atletico Madrid's players, playing away, adopted a high-pressing tactic in the attacking third, with Chu Feng, Angel Correa, Carrasco, and Griezmann tirelessly striving to regain possession. Unfortunately, Valencia's defenders did not falter. Upon seeing Atletico players charging forward, Valencia's players opted for long clearances. Gradually, the match settled into a stalemate. In the blink of an eye, the clock reached the 25th minute, and the home team Valencia began to reveal their sharp fangs. In the backfield, when the ball reached Parejo's feet, Atletico's attacking players, Angel Correa and Griezmann, dared not be careless and rushed towards him. However, their pressure came a moment too late. Parejo had already sensed the gap in Atletico and Oppos's defense. Boom. Suddenly, Parejo showcased his exceptional long passing ability. Within seconds, the ball landed on the left side of the penalty area, where it was received by Rodrigo. As a Spanish forward, Rodrigo possessed a certain level of breakthrough capability. At this moment, Atletico's center-back Savic had also emerged from the penalty area. Notably, Atletico's midfield stalwart Godin was absent due to injury, so partnering with Savic in defense was Lucas Hernandez. This player's defensive awareness and physical attributes could not compare to Godin's. As Savic closed in on Rodrigo, it signified that a gap had emerged in Atletico Madrid's backline. Faced with this golden opportunity, Rodrigo did not hesitate. Boom. He swiftly nudged the ball with his right foot. Then, the ball rolled swiftly along the grass towards the penalty area. Simultaneously, another Valencia forward, Zaza, charged into the penalty area. Block. Do not allow the opposing forward any space to shoot. Hurry. In the coaching area, the experienced Simeone sensed the impending danger and urgently instructed his defenders to close down. However, Lucas Hernandez's reaction was noticeably delayed. Zaza had already lifted his foot to take a shot, yet the defender remained stationary. Boom. In the next moment, the football struck by Valencia's forward flew into the corner of the net like a cannonball. Oblak could only watch in despair. Valencia, playing at home, took the lead. Zaza's goal. Valencia 1, Atletico Madrid 0. Hiway's tone was filled with helplessness as he continued to lament into the microphone. Simeone's prideful defense has been effortlessly torn apart by Valencia's players. Atletico's concession of this goal was far too easy. In the stands of Mestalla Stadium, thousands of Valencia fans, upon witnessing this goal, nearly leapt from their seats, their cheers and shouts soaring into the sky. On the substitutes bench, Valencia's head coach Marcelino could hardly contain his excitement, and in a moment of exuberance, he charged towards Atletico's substitutes, repeatedly shaking his fists. It is worth noting that prior to this match, Simeone and Marcelino had exchanged heated words over Chu Feng. And now, seeing his forward score first, Marcelino began to provoke Simeone. After shaking his fists, Marcelino directly shouted at Simeone, "Diego, did you see? That Asian player in your team is worthless. Valencia is already in the lead. And what about your trusted Asian forward? He has yet to make an impact. You and that Asian forward are both fools." On Atletico's substitutes bench, Simeone, already feeling frustrated by the team's conceding of a goal, was further incensed by Marcelino's mockery, igniting the fury within him. As a renowned figure in football, once Simeone becomes angry, scarcely anyone can rein him in. Simeone rolled up his sleeves and stormed towards Marcelino. Just as he was about to deliver a left hook, he was swiftly intercepted by assistant coach Burgos. "Calm down, Diego. Don't fall for his provocation." Burgos and several other assistant coaches tightly held Simeone, continually soothing the Atletico coach's temperament, while at that moment, the referee approached the sidelines and issued yellow cards to both Simeone and Marcelino. In the commentary studio of Dongxio Network, Hiway could not help but jest. "What? The coaches are fighting on the sidelines? Simeone must control his emotions. The match has just reached the 25th minute. Atletico Madrid still has ample opportunity to equalize or even take the lead." Another commentator, Su Yang, added, "Indeed, from the start of the match until now, Atletico has consistently held the advantage. Do not let a single goal affect their mentality." Soon, the match resumed. During this interval, Chu Feng displayed remarkable enthusiasm. Understanding that Simeone's recent conflict with Marcelino was primarily to defend him. Thus, Chu Feng hoped to express his gratitude to Simeone through a goal. Chapter 38. A Balotelli-esque cannon. An equalizer in stoppage time. As Valencia took the lead on their home ground, they immediately adopted a defensive posture. Marcelino understood that Atletico Madrid would launch an aggressive offensive in the remaining time, so for Valencia, the immediate priority was to fortify their defense. Under Simeone's stewardship, Atletico Madrid has never been predominantly an attacking team. Rather, Simeone is more adept at orchestrating a robust defense. Consequently, once Valencia entrenched themselves defensively, scoring against them would prove significantly more challenging for Atletico. During this period, although Chu Feng displayed commendable vigor in the attacking front, he was frequently thwarted by the overwhelming number of defenders surrounding him, often losing the ball just as he prepared to shoot. Moreover, each time Chu Feng received the ball, the crowd at Mestalla erupted in a chorus of boos, further unsettling his composure. It was not just Chu Feng. Even the team's star player, Griezmann, had a lackluster performance. He attempted several individual breakthroughs, but each ended in failure. The inability to threaten Valencia's goal for an extended period caused a shift in Atletico's players' mentality, leading to a noticeable decline in their morale. Unbeknownst to them, the match had progressed to the 40th minute. In the Atletico coaching area, Simeone was pacing anxiously, occasionally shaking his head in despair. Having witnessed Chu Feng's performance in the first half, Simeone was undoubtedly disheartened and had already resolved to substitute Chu Feng with Torres at the start of the second half. 2 minutes. There were only 2 minutes of stoppage time remaining. Valencia currently held a 1-0 lead over Atletico. The performance from Atletico in the first half was nearly the opposite of their previous match against Las Palmas. Chu Feng's display was hardly commendable. In the studio, Hiway opted not to defend Chu Feng, directly addressing his shortcomings in the first half. Torres had already begun warming up on the sidelines, and it seemed likely that coach Simeone would indeed replace Chu Feng with Torres. After Su Yang made this statement, he could only shake his head in resignation. At this moment, within the stadium, Atletico's wing player Carrasco suddenly opted for a dribbling breakthrough. Despite facing dual pressure from Montoya and Soler, he attempted to push through with determination, but unfortunately, Carrasco was unsuccessful. The ball was cleared decisively by Soler. In an instant, the ball soared towards the forward line. Then, Valencia's forward Rodrigo seized the ball from Savage's challenge. In a flash, Valencia was presented with a counterattack opportunity. At the edge of the penalty area, Rodrigo, having acquired the ball, immediately unleashed a powerful shot. Fortunately, Atletico's goalkeeper Oblak was highly focused, swiftly diving to make a spectacular save. The ball then landed at the feet of midfielder Saul. Just as Saul had brought the ball under control, another wave of Valencia players surged forward. Parejo and Kondogbia charged towards Saul simultaneously, forcing the Atletico midfielder to act hastily and clear the ball with a powerful kick. Thud. Suddenly, the ball landed in Valencia's defensive half. Just as defensive midfielder Pereira prepared to receive the ball, a player clad in Atletico colors sprinted towards him at breakneck speed. Before Pereira could react, this Atletico player collided forcefully with him. It was none other than Chu Feng. Alvarez's lucky card activated. At the moment of impact between Chu Feng and Pereira, Alvarez's lucky card was successfully activated. Strength, shooting, speed increased by 50 as this card was passively activated. The effects varied each time. This instance enhanced its strength, shooting, and speed attributes. Empowered by the skill card, Chu Feng successfully intercepted the ball from the Valencia defensive midfielder and, without hesitation, surged towards the penalty area. At this moment, in the coaching area, Marcelino observed Chu Feng's interception from afar, his expression calm. He believed that with Chu Feng's abilities, he posed no threat to his goal. The Valencia defenders shared a similar sentiment, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. The two center-backs, Paulista and Garay, opted not to advance but rather focused their defensive efforts on another Atletico forward, Angel Correa. As for Chu Feng, he was left to be challenged by Kondogbia. Perhaps before activating the little spider and Oppo's lucky card, Chu Feng lacked confidence against Kondogbia. But now, his strength, shooting, and speed had surged by 30%. As he charged forward, Chu Feng resembled a small cannon. In the blink of an eye, he deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, then brazenly shoulder-checked Kondogbia. In an instant, the Valencia midfielder lost his balance, nearly toppling to the ground. What? How could this be? Kondogbia's eyes filled with tension and confusion. Previously, in their physical confrontations, Kondogbia had decisively outmatched Chu Feng, yet now, the tables had turned, and Kondogbia found himself at a disadvantage. As Kondogbia grappled with this bewilderment, Chu Feng surged into the penalty area. At this point, the two Valencia center-backs finally recognized the severity of the situation. Paulista and Garay hastened towards Chu Feng, desperate to halt his advance. However, Chu Feng came to an abrupt stop, poised to unleash a strike. Balotelli's cannon card activated. At the instant Chu Feng took his shot, the system's notification chimed. The next moment, the ball, spinning ferociously, soared over the heads of the Valencia defenders. On the goal line, Valencia's goalkeeper Neto, upon witnessing this, leapt into action. Bang! Neto's right hand nearly grazed the ball. But due to the immense power behind Chu Feng's shot, the ball crashed past Neto's outstretched hand and thundered into the net. Chapter 39. Unlimited Firepower. Winning Simeone's trust. The ball has found the net. Chu Feng has scored his third goal in La Liga. In the dying moments of the first half, Chu Feng has once again rescued the team. In the studio of Dongxiu Network, Hiwei witnessed Chu Feng's powerful strike as it soared into the goal, and he immediately erupted in excitement. Commentary guest Su Yang also shouted with fervor. That shot was truly magnificent, like a cannonball crashing into the net. Valencia's goalkeeper Neto gave his all but was unable to stop the ball. The comments flooded in, with fans praising Chu Feng's performance. Incredible. When it matters most, we rely on Chu Feng. That goal was quite stylish. Neto even managed to touch the ball, and it still went in. Keep going. Don't stop. Let's aim for a second goal. Marcelino must surely recognize Chu Feng now. At this moment in the Mestalla Stadium after scoring, Chu Feng dashed to the corner flag and performed his signature machine gun shooting gesture. Valencia fans responded with thunderous boos and insults. Asian monkey. Get lost. Mestalla is no place for your antics. Go back to the Celestial Empire and tighten screws. It was just a lucky shot. What is there to be proud of? Useless Asian. Chu Feng, however, remained unfazed by the taunts. In fact, the louder the insults grew, the more exhilarated he became. He understood that his goal had indeed pierced through the defenses of the Valencia fans. Chu, your shooting power is astounding. Who would have thought your thighs had such strength? The first to rush to Chu Feng's side was his Atletico teammate Griezmann. Clearly, the star was taken aback by Chu Feng's strike. Keep it up, Chu. We haven't taken the lead yet. Score another. Exactly. Chu, I'll pass the ball to you. Just shoot. At that moment, Carrasco, Korea, and others joined in to celebrate with Chu Feng. On the sidelines, Simeone, witnessing Chu Feng's formidable goal, was utterly ecstatic. Sprinting to the edge of the pitch at near sprinter speed, pumping his fists and shouting at Valencia's coach Marcelino, "Hey, did you see that? This is Chu's strength. Your defense crumbles before him. Speak up." Not long ago, when Valencia had scored, their coach Marcelino had taunted Chu Feng from the Atletico bench. Now, it was Simeone's turn to retaliate. It was clear that no one could escape the laws of karma. Marcelino did not respond to Simeone, and at that moment, he regretted his earlier mockery. After witnessing Chu Feng's incredible strike, he realized that this Asian player possessed not just luck, but also undeniable skill. Before long, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The score stood at 1-1, as both teams entered the break on even terms. Inside the home team's locker room, Marcelino gazed sternly at his Valencia players, clearly dissatisfied with their defensive performance in the final moments of the half. After all, Valencia could have returned to the locker room with a 1-0 lead, but now they were back at square one. This had undoubtedly disrupted Marcelino's tactical plans. "You must keep a close watch on their number 18. I will reiterate, I do not want to see this Asian player score again. Kondogbia, your task in the second half is singular. Follow this 17-year-old Asian player." Meanwhile, in the away team's locker room, Simeone rushed towards Chu Feng as soon as he entered, embracing him tightly, which startled Chu Feng. "Chu, you played brilliantly," Simeone exclaimed, patting Chu Feng's shoulder enthusiastically. "In the second half, you have the freedom to shoot at will. Whenever you feel the opportunity, unleash that damned ball towards Valencia's goal. We have a full 45 minutes to turn the tide. Boys, for Atletico, for the fans. Let's defeat Valencia." Simeone's words ignited a fervent atmosphere in the locker room. Looking around, every Atletico player wore an expression of unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, far to the east, in the studio of Dongxiu Network, commentator Hiwei slowly removed his headphones and replayed Chu Feng's goal several times. It was truly hard to fathom that such a strike came from a mere 17-year-old. Unbelievable. Nito's right hand nearly touched the ball, but its sheer power caused him to lose grip. Hiwei's voice trembled with excitement. Beside him, Suyong could not help but remark, "Indeed. From a professional standpoint, that shot was nearly flawless. It reminds me of the Tiger shot from Captain Tsubasa. I believe Chu Feng will surely have more shooting opportunities in the second half." 15 minutes later, with the referee's whistle, the second half of Valencia versus Atletico Madrid commenced. The home team Valencia immediately launched an offensive towards Atletico's goal. In the 50-minute mark, midfielder Parejo sent a long pass that landed perfectly at the feet of Soler on the right flank. Facing Felipe's defense, Soler executed a deft nutmeg, instantly breaking through. He then decisively crossed the ball. The football traced a beautiful arc in the air before landing precisely at Rodrigo's feet. After holding off Savic, Rodrigo turned sharply and shot. The ball was securely caught by Atletico's goalkeeper Oblak, who promptly threw the ball to midfielder Koch. As Atletico's playmaker, Koch had three passing options: Carrasco on the left, Griezmann on the right, and Chu Feng in the center. Without hesitation, Koch made his decision: a through ball. With the inside of his right foot, he struck the ball swiftly. A penetrating pass appeared at Chu Feng's feet in an instant. Chapter 40, a stroke of genius. Heel pass. Assist +1. At the arc of Valencia's penalty area, Chu Feng, having secured his position against the defensive midfielder Kondogbia, successfully received a pass from Koch. Although Simeone had made it unequivocally clear during halftime that Chu Feng had the freedom to shoot at will, he found himself unable to take a shot due to his back being turned to the goal. Just then, another Valencia midfielder, Pereira, charged towards him, resulting in Chu Feng facing a double team. Such close marking is typically reserved for superstars in La Liga, yet tonight, it was Chu Feng's turn to experience it firsthand. Before Hiwei could finish his commentary, Chu Feng made a decisive choice. He initially intended to turn and shoot, but at that very moment, he caught a glimpse of Griezmann sprinting into the penalty area. Consequently, Chu Feng swiftly executed a heel pass. In an instant, the ball slipped through Kondogbia's legs and landed perfectly at Griezmann's feet. Kondogbia was utterly unprepared for such an unconventional pass, leaving him completely motionless as the ball passed by. Inside the penalty area, Griezmann received the ball and immediately unleashed a left-footed shot. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the ball sailed into the bottom corner of the net. Valencia's goalkeeper Neto was helpless to stop it, only able to watch in despair. 2-1. Atletico Madrid had turned the tide. Griezmann's goal, assisted by Chu Feng. A heel pass that set up Griezmann's shot. Now it was Atletico Madrid's turn to lead. Truthfully, when Iwe witnessed Chu Feng's audacious heel pass to Griezmann, he was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to believe that a 17-year-old player from China could possess such remarkable skill. For Chu Feng himself, it was equally astonishing that he managed to deliver the ball to Griezmann. After all, his passing skill was still rated a mere C. Chu. Magnificent. Upon scoring, Griezmann rushed to Chu Feng and embraced him tightly. What were you thinking when you made that pass? Chu Feng, with an awkward smile, replied. I don't know. Perhaps it's just a gift. Ha ha ha. With Griezmann's goal, Atletico Madrid finally took the lead in the away match, placing immediate pressure on the Valencia players. In the coach's area, Marcelino held his head in his hands, his eyes reflecting a sense of despair. Can't two players contain a 17-year-old Asian? How infuriating. Letting him pass with his heel. You're all a bunch of fools. Focus. If you don't want to play, just get off the field. Marcelino's composure had completely shattered. Prior to the match, during a press conference, he had claimed not to know Chu Feng and even dismissed the notion that Chu Feng could pose a threat to Valencia's defense. Yet now, just 50 minutes into the game, Chu Feng had already contributed a goal and an assist, a stark contradiction to Marcelino's earlier statements. As the game resumed, Valencia found themselves with no choice but to attack fiercely in order to defend their home turf and preserve their coach's dignity. This was precisely what Simeone had hoped for. As a renowned defensive strategist, Simeone excelled in fortifying his team's backline. Predictably, Atletico Madrid formed a solid defensive wall, with all frontline players retreating to their half, ready to test Valencia's resolve in breaking through. Currently, the Bat squad lacked players with exceptional ability to breach defenses, so against Atletico Madrid's formidable wall, their only option was to launch high balls into the penalty area. Unfortunately, this strategy proved ineffective against Atletico's defense. After an arduous 15 minutes of relentless assault, Valencia remained without a single shot on goal. Push up. Fullbacks, move forward. Attack with all your might. To address the offensive shortcomings, Marcelino instructed his two fullbacks, Montoya and Gay, to join the attack, hoping to create opportunities through wing crosses. In the 68th minute, the ball reached Valencia's right-back Montoya, who glanced into the box and, seeing Zaza, Rodrigo, and Kondogbia charging into Atletico's area, decisively sent in a cross. Bang! Moments later, the ball soared into the 6-yard box. Although the three Valencia players fought fiercely for it, the first touch was cleared by Atletico's defender Savic on the left side of the penalty area. As the ball descended, it was seized by Koch. Now it was Atletico's turn to counterattack, with Valencia committing numerous players forward. Their defense was left vulnerable with only two center-backs remaining. Meanwhile, Atletico had two attackers ready, Chu Feng and Angel Correa. Bang! Koch launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. Suddenly, the ball landed at the top of the penalty area. Argentine forward Angel Correa was quick to seize it. Atletico's counterattack. 2 against 2. 2 defenders versus 2 forwards. Correa, now in possession, saw Garay rushing toward him, leading to a direct confrontation between the two Argentine players. Iwe intently watched the screen. Although Correa was advancing with the ball, his gaze occasionally shifted to Chu Feng's positioning. Sure enough, the next moment, Correa opted for a lateral pass. The ball reached Chu Feng's control. Just as Iwe finished speaking, Chu Feng unleashed a shot from the left side of the penalty area. Seeing this, Valencia's other center-back Paulista reacted instinctively, diving to block the shot without a moment's thought. At that instant, Chu Feng swiftly altered his right-footed motion, transforming a shot into a deft touch. A shot? No. A feigned shot turned into a dribble. Chu Feng effortlessly maneuvered past Valencia's center-back. The commentator Iwe was completely deceived by Chu Feng's earlier shooting motion. Thus, Chu Feng surged into Valencia's penalty area. All the pressure now rested squarely on goalkeeper Neto. Chapter 41, third in the scoring rankings. Consecutive brace. The Valencia goalkeeper did not hesitate. Upon seeing Chu Feng charging into the penalty area with the ball, he immediately abandoned his post and rushed towards him. However, at that moment, Chu Feng had already made his shooting motion. Balotelli's heavy artillery activated. Boom. With the power of Balotelli's strike, the football tore past Neto like a cannonball. It then crashed violently into the back of the net. As the last line of defense for Valencia, Neto had no chance to intervene. He could only silently retrieve the ball from the net. 3-1. Atletico Madrid, playing away, had once again extended their lead. And once again, the scorer was Chu Feng. A consecutive brace. Chu Feng had once more delivered a resounding slap to the face of Valencia's head coach. In the studio of Dongqiu, calm, Hui's face was filled with excitement and pride after witnessing Chu Feng's goal. He exclaimed into the microphone at only 17 years of age. Chu Feng has already netted 4 goals in La Liga. Furthermore, he has provided 3 assists. In the scoring rankings, he stands just behind Cristiano Ronaldo with 6 goals and Lionel Messi with 5. Inside the Mestalla Stadium, the expressions of the tens of thousands of Valencia fans were a mix of emotions. To be honest, before the match began, hardly anyone could have anticipated that an Asian player would score 2 goals. In fact, most Valencia fans were not even familiar with Chu Feng. Could they really be on the verge of losing? Once again, this damned Asian player. How infuriating. Was Valencia's defense in a stupor? Tonight's match was destined to be a night of disgrace. Unbelievable. To be scored upon twice by a rising star from the East. The defenders should collectively retire. It's all Marcelino's fault. He had to provoke this Asian player before the match. Indeed, he should resign immediately. Marcelino. He is unworthy of being Valencia's head coach. Gradually, discontent began to surface among the Valencia fans. They even began to direct their anger at head coach Marcelino. Meanwhile, on the substitutes bench, the Valencia head coach wore a mask of fear and shock. The course of the match had completely exceeded Marcelino's expectations, just as he had stated before the match. Marcelino did not believe that Chu Feng could apply pressure on Valencia's goal. Thus, in his pre-match tactical deployment, he had consistently emphasized the need to defend against Carrasco and Griezmann. Yet now, Chu Feng had scored 2 goals, marked the opponent's number 18. I do not wish to see him shoot again. Finally, Marcelino began to alter his tactics. He explicitly instructed Valencia's players to focus on marking Chu Feng. He gradually realized that it was not enough for just Kondogbia to contain Chu Feng. More players had to be assigned to keep a close watch on him. After the restart, Valencia's players immediately launched an attack towards Atletico's goal. However, due to Kondogbia and Pereira's need to constantly mark Chu Feng, there were not many players available to join the offensive. Moreover, with Atletico 2 goals ahead, they continued to adopt a defensive formation, further complicating Valencia's attacking efforts. For the most part, Valencia's players could only threaten Atletico's goal through long-range shots from the midfield. Unfortunately, this approach yielded little effect. In the blink of an eye, the clock struck 80 minutes. With only 10 minutes remaining, Marcelino, in a desperate move, substituted the underperforming Pereira for forward Gonçalo Guedes. By removing a defensive midfielder and adding a forward, Valencia's formation shifted from 4-4-2 to 4-3-3. In the 83rd minute, Perejo's long pass found Gonçalo Guedes in the attacking third. Perhaps due to his recent entry onto the pitch, Guedes displayed remarkable energy in the forward position. This time, he used his body to shield the ball, receiving it with his back to the goal on the left side of the penalty area. At that moment, Valencia's other 2 forwards, Zaza and Rodrigo, surged into the box. Unfortunately, Guedes chose not to pass. Instead, he attempted to turn and shoot, despite Savic's close marking. Boom. Regrettably, his shot flew high into the stands. On the sidelines, Marcelino shook his head in dismay, extremely dissatisfied with Guedes' choice in that moment. Pass the ball. Don't shoot. Do you think you're Messi or Ronaldo? Just as Marcelino was berating Gonçalo Guedes, Atletico Madrid's goalkeeper Oblak suddenly took a goal kick. Moments later, the ball found its way to Carrasco on the left flank. An opportunity for Atletico to attack. However, as Carrasco received the ball on the wing, Valencia's defenders quickly closed in, Montoya and Soler. Faced with the double team, Carrasco lacked the strength to break through. Boom. Carrasco delivered a cross. The ball swiftly entered the penalty area. At the near post, Chu Feng leaped into the air. Realizing he had little chance to score directly due to Paulista's interference, he opted for a clever backheel. The ball sailed over another defender, Garay, landing perfectly at Angel Correa's feet. Boom. The Argentine forward seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. Although Neto did everything he could to save, the ball crashed into the net. 4-1. The suspense was over. The Mestalla Stadium fell silent, and many Valencia fans began to leave their seats, while the visiting supporters erupted in jubilant cheers. One more goal. Who says Atletico's attack is weak? Tonight, they have scored 4 goals. A complete rout of Valencia. 17-year-old Chu Feng also recorded his 2nd assist of the match. The intrigue has all but dissipated. As Hue remarked, a score of 4-1 was more than sufficient for Atletico to claim victory. Thus, after the restart, Atletico's players refrained from further attacks. While Valencia's players seemed to have lost their fighting spirit, the final minutes of the match devolved into mere garbage time. Chapter 42. The Hat Trick. Reward. Divine Stamina Potion. As all anticipated that the match would conclude with a score of 4-1, Chu Feng, undeterred, continued his relentless offensive. In an effort to leave a lasting impression on Marcelino, the Valencia coach, he resolved to make this evening unforgettable. Therefore, even as all Atletico Madrid players had seemingly surrendered their attacking efforts, Chu Feng was still sprinting fervently. At long last, in the 89th minute, as Kondogbia passed the ball back to fullback Montoya with insufficient force, an opportunity emerged for Chu Feng. Despite reaching the limits of his stamina, he pressed on with determination. Simultaneously, Valencia's head coach in the technical area quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Be careful. Clear the ball immediately." However, before Marcelino could finish his warning, Chu Feng had already surged forward, intercepting Montoya with his swift stride. He stole the ball. In the 89th minute, Chu Feng was still running with unyielding vigor. This was a golden opportunity to attack. Commentator Hiwei's voice had barely faded when Chu Feng charged toward Valencia's penalty area. Frankly, the Valencia defenders had completely relinquished their focus on the match, their minds elsewhere. Thus, when Chu Feng entered the box with the ball, the defenders were caught off guard. As Chu Feng lifted his right foot, preparing to shoot, center-back Paulista lunged in recklessly, bringing both Chu Feng and the ball crashing to the ground. The referee immediately blew his whistle. Following this, the referee rushed to the scene of the foul and issued a yellow card to Paulista. The Valencia center-back received a booking for his infraction within the penalty area, and the referee pointed to the penalty spot. A penalty kick. In the final minute of the match, Chu Feng's tireless efforts had granted Atletico Madrid a penalty. Hiwei, witnessing this development, elevated his commentary to a fervent pitch. Like everyone else, he had not anticipated Chu Feng's continued offensive push at the last moment. "Chu, you take the penalty. You earned it." Originally, the primary penalty taker for Atletico was Griezmann, but he graciously ceded the responsibility to Chu Feng. Griezmann understood the conflict between Chu Feng and the opposing coach and hoped his teammate would deliver a stunning performance to silence Marcelino. Moreover, this penalty was a direct result of Chu Feng's hard work, so Griezmann felt compelled to pass it on. Chu Feng accepted without hesitation. He placed the ball on the penalty spot with deliberation. Chu Feng is taking the penalty. In the studio, Hiwei, witnessing Chu Feng position himself, shouted with excitement. If Chu Feng scores this penalty, he will achieve his first hat-trick in La Liga. Within the Mestalla Stadium, every Valencia supporter erupted in vehement boos, attempting to disrupt Chu Feng's concentration. As the referee blew the whistle for the penalty, the cacophony of jeers and insults intensified. Yet, Chu Feng remained unfazed. His gaze locked onto Neto, the goalkeeper. Suddenly, Chu Feng began his run-up, and the Valencia goalkeeper, anticipating the shot, dove to the right. He guessed correctly. Chu Feng aimed for the right side of the net. Bang! Balotelli's powerful shot card activated. With the enhancement of Balotelli's card, Chu Feng's shot rocketed like a cannonball, hurtling into the corner of the goal. Although Neto guessed the direction, his hands failed to touch the ball. A powerful strike. The ball found the net. 5-1. Chu Feng completed his hat trick. If memory serves, this marks the first instance of an Asian player scoring 3 goals in a single La Liga match. Chu Feng is crafting his own miracle. After scoring, Chu Feng did not celebrate with his usual flamboyance, but instead leapt onto the advertising boards, removed his jersey, and pointed to his number 18 shirt in front of the loyal Valencia fans. In that instant, the Valencia supporters fell silent, despite the provocative nature of his celebration. In a fit of rage, Marcelino smashed a water bottle against the substitute bench before storming down the tunnel. Shortly thereafter, the referee blew the final whistle. 5-1. Atletico Madrid triumphed with an emphatic victory over the back group. Unsurprisingly, Chu Feng, who achieved his hat trick, was awarded the man of the match. Additionally, due to his 3 goals, he could take the match ball home as a memento. Ding! Host has scored 3 goals in the match, rewarded with 3 free attribute points. Upon the conclusion of the match, Chu Feng received 3 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all 3 points to his physical confrontation skills. Subsequently, he reviewed his updated stats. Chu Feng, 17 years, 3 months, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 77, explosiveness, 75, reaction speed, 70, strength, 88, stamina, 72, jumping, 73, injury, 60, physical rating, C, offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long shot, 76, header, 77, set piece, 66, dribbling, 72, offensive rating, B. Passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64. Through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 80, passing rating, C. Defensive attributes, tackle, 56, slide tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, confrontation, 72, defensive rating. D. Overall rating, 75. Comprehensive evaluation level, C. Star skills, Alvarez's lucky card. Balotelli's powerful shot card. Available attribute points, 0 aside from improvements in stamina and confrontation. Most attributes remained unchanged. It seemed further training was necessary. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Chu Feng's ears once more. Ding! Host has achieved a hat trick in La Liga. Rewarded with a divine stamina potion. Following this, the system provided additional clarification. Divine stamina potion. Upon use, it reduces the host's fatigue and rapidly restores stamina. It can only be used before a match and is limited to one use. Chapter 43. The Champions League approaches. Atletico Madrid enters the Devil S group. Eliminating fatigue? Upon perusing the system's explanation, Chu Feng bore an expression of calm. He deemed that he had no immediate need for the potion, for he had only participated in 2 matches thus far and did not feel fatigued. Most of his additional training occurred within the Divine Training Ground, whose primary advantage lay in its ability to alleviate exhaustion. Thus, Chu Feng would likely refrain from utilizing the potion in the near future. Chu Feng, may I request an interview? At that moment, a voice from the crowd caught his attention, prompting him to turn. A woman with a ponytail stood before him. Upon their first encounter, he sensed a flicker of familiarity. Ma Fanchu. He suddenly recalled her identity as the host of World Football. Oh, you know me? Ma Fanchu's face registered a hint of surprise at his recognition. Indeed, I have watched your program. In his former life, World Football was a weekly staple for Chu Feng, particularly during his school days when he could not view live matches and relied on the show to keep abreast of the 5 major leagues. I am a correspondent for Donkey Football, stationed in Spain. May I interview you? Many fans back home admire you and wish to learn about your current situation. Faced with Ma Fanchu's earnest request, Chu Feng naturally acquiesced, nodding slightly. They then commenced their interview in a secluded corner of the players' tunnel. For my first question, how did you become a player for Atletico Madrid? Ma Fanchu inquired, her curiosity palpable. I was previously a player in Atletico's youth academy. By a stroke of luck, I secured a trial with the first team, and subsequently, I was recruited by Simeone. Chu Feng succinctly recounted his journey to the squad. Ma Fanchu nodded, glancing at her notes before posing her second question. You are the first Asian player to achieve a hat trick in La Liga. How do you feel about that? With unwavering composure, Chu Feng replied, feelings? I have none. As a forward, my duty is to score goals. For my final question, which is of great interest to fans back home, if the national team extends an invitation, would you consider joining the men's team? Rumor has it that you are not particularly interested in this prospect. Upon hearing this question, Chu Feng fell silent. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the chaotic and dark state of Chinese football during this period. He resolutely shook his head and responded with an unassailable tone. I will not join. Are you certain, Chu Feng? Ma Fanchu appeared incredulous, pressing for clarification. I am quite certain. Chu Feng explained to Ma Fanchu. My sole desire is to remain in Europe, channeling all my focus into club competitions. As for the national team, let us revisit that topic in a few years. As Chu Feng engaged in the interview, various Spanish media outlets were abuzz with extensive coverage of him. 2 consecutive victories. Atletico Madrid, buoyed by the hat trick of the 17-year-old prodigy, triumphs over Valencia. As 5-1, Simeone's squad proclaims their return to glory with a resounding victory. Atletico, with 2 wins and a draw, has surged into 4th place. Mark of 5 goals in 2 matches. A new Asian forward with black hair and yellow skin emerges on the scene. Most astonishingly, he is only 17. Catalonia Sports, could he be the next superstar? Chu Feng from China achieves a hat trick against Valencia. He is crafting his own miracle. World Sports after being ridiculed by Marcelino pre-match. The young talent from China etches his name into memory with 3 spectacular goals. Chu Feng. Daily Sports in a bar located in the Arganzuela district of Madrid. Dozens of fans clad in Atletico jerseys fervently discussed Chu Feng's performance in the match. A middle-aged man, around 50, sipped his beer and remarked, "It has been a while since Atletico's youth academy produced a talent like this. This young Asian reminds me of my first time watching Torres play. Another younger fan chimed in, I feel Chu's prowess surpasses that of Torres when he first joined the first team. His shooting accuracy is terrifying. He resembles A.G. Arrow. And also, Forlan. I hope he can lead Atletico to the La Liga championship. The tavern buzzed with enthusiastic praise for Chu Feng's display, with some fans even beginning to dream of a La Liga title. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Atletico Madrid's coach, Simeone, expressed immense satisfaction with his players' performances. After all, Valencia was a stronger opponent than Las Palmas, yet Atletico secured a remarkable victory. Boys, well played. Maintain this momentum. Next week we will face a busy schedule. As the Champions League group stage begins, I hope we can replicate tonight's form against Roma. The match had concluded, and now they needed to focus on the upcoming Champions League clash against Roma. 4 days later, Atletico would face Roma in their first group stage match. They found themselves in Group C, which was truly a group of death. Alongside Roma and Atletico, the formidable English club Chelsea and Qarabag were also present. The strength of Roma, Atletico, and Chelsea was relatively comparable, so for Atletico to advance from the group, they needed to secure an advantage in their match against Roma. The following day, at Atletico's training ground, Simeone wasted no time allowing his players to rest, instead diving into preparations for the match against Roma. Each player exerted tremendous effort during training, especially Chu Feng, who was wholly absorbed in his practice. Moreover, after regular training concluded, he continued to engage in the divine forward training ground, relentlessly enhancing his attributes for competition. Chapter 44, Away Match Against Roma. Chu Feng's Champions League debut. In the distant Eastern continent, a report was released by the official account of Dongxiu Network, which garnered nearly 100,000 views in less than 10 minutes. As time passed, the readership continued to soar. In the comments section, domestic fans were divided into two factions, those supporting Chu Feng and those opposing him. The fervent debate among fans revolved around whether Chu Feng should join the national team. As a citizen of the nation, joining the national team is seen as his duty. It is a rare opportunity to have a football prodigy emerge. He must help the national team qualify for the World Cup. It is baffling to understand Chu Feng's perspective. Joining the national team would undoubtedly make him a hero in our country. We are all aware of the state of domestic football. Selecting Chu Feng for the national team would bring more harm than good. Remember how Yao Ming was injured in the NBA? It was due to excessive participation in international competitions. Let us not forget that Chu Feng is only 17 years old. He is still a child and should not be overburdened with too many matches. Even if Chu Feng were to join the national team, would victory be guaranteed? Can the national team truly advance to the World Cup? There are concerns that Chu Feng might not be able to uplift his underperforming teammates. Before long, the comments section erupted into a heated exchange, with fans from both sides becoming increasingly sharp in their arguments, even resorting to insults. Observing the situation, Dongxiu Network promptly initiated a poll titled, "Do you think 17-year-old Chu Feng should join the national team?" Within a single day, nearly 1 million fans participated in the poll, with 80% believing that Chu Feng should not join, 10% opting for neutrality, and only 10% in favor of him fighting for the country. Meanwhile, in Madrid, Spain, Chu Feng remained indifferent to the discussions among domestic fans. Upon returning to his apartment, he immediately opened the Divine Striker training ground. With only 2 days left before the Champions League match against Roma, Chu Feng needed to enhance his competitive attributes with urgency. He owned a score in the Champions League, as the system's reward mechanism grants 2 points of free attributes for every goal scored. In a sense, the Champions League presented a valuable opportunity for Chu Feng to augment his attributes. The following day, at 8 o'clock, the players of Atletico Madrid boarded their flight to Italy. On the plane, Chu Feng continued his rigorous training in the Divine Striker training ground. As the plane landed, his training concluded, and once again, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Side quest issued. Help Atletico Madrid reach the Champions League quarterfinals. Ding. Quest reward, unknown. Another task. This time, however, the system did not specify the reward, leaving Chu Feng filled with curiosity. Nevertheless, Atletico Madrid's primary objective to reach the quarterfinals was to ensure they advanced from their group, which required a victory in this upcoming match. Upon returning to the hotel, Chu Feng re-entered the Divine Striker training ground. Every bit of training counted. At the press conference, Simeone articulated his ambitions for the match. "We did not travel all the way to Rome for a sightseeing trip. We are here to claim victory. Undoubtedly, Roma is an exceptional team. boasting numerous top players in their lineup. However, that will not hinder Atletico Madrid from achieving victory. After Simeone's statement, the Roma journalists displayed palpable skepticism, with one journalist from Roma Sports raising his hand to question him. Roma has maintained an unbeaten streak in this season's Serie A, especially with 3 consecutive home victories. Do you genuinely believe Atletico can defeat Roma? Simeone, unfazed, replied, "Of course, that is precisely why we have come to Rome." As you mentioned, Roma is indeed in good form in the league, but regrettably, this match is not Serie A, and Atletico is certainly not an Italian team. The competition in the Champions League is incomparable to Serie A. Thus is Simeone, who never conceals his intentions. He candidly expressed his goals during the interview. The next day, on match day, a multitude of Roma fans gathered around the Olympic Stadium, eagerly anticipating the clash. The Roma supporters understood that for their team to advance from the group stage, victories against Atletico and Chelsea were essential. Hence the influx of fans aiming to transform the Olympic Stadium into a fortress. At 7 o'clock in the evening, within the visitors' locker room, Simeone announced the starting lineup for the night, and unsurprisingly, Chu Feng, who had scored a hat trick in the previous match, was included in the starting 11. Chu, bring your scoring talent to the Champions League. Let's go. Before taking the field, Simeone provided Chu Feng with encouragement. The Champions League is no different from La Liga. Do not be anxious. I trust you can aid the team with your goals. Since Chu Feng's impressive performance against Las Palmas, he had fully earned Simeone's trust, securing a starting position in this crucial match against Roma. I will give it my all, Chu Feng responded resolutely to Simeone. At 7:25, the starting players of Atletico and Roma, holding hands with ball boys, stepped onto the pitch. In that moment, the entire stadium erupted into a frenzied chorus. Over 50,000 Roma fans sang in unison their anthem, AS Roma, Roma Mia. The song's meaning resonates with the spirit of the entire city of Rome, standing united in battle. Meanwhile, in the visitors section, over 2,000 Atletico fans had traveled to support their team. Although outnumbered, the Atletico fans matched the home crowd's fervor in song. Chu Feng was deeply moved by the atmosphere. He felt an overwhelming surge of determination coursing through his legs, eager to showcase his talent on this grand stage. Chu, let's seize this victory together. After the match begins, I will create opportunities for you. Griezmann whispered in Chu Feng's ear. In this match, Griezmann would be partnering with Chu Feng on the front line. Let us secure this hard-fought victory. Griezmann, like Chu Feng, was ignited by the atmosphere, brimming with fighting spirit. Chapter 45. Conflict erupts. The fans' emotions ignite. At this moment, in the studio of Dongqiu Network on the Eastern Continent, commentator He Wei announced the starting lineups of the two teams. The exhilarating clash of the 2017 to 2018 UEFA Champions League group stage was about to commence. The illustrious Italian club AS Roma hosted Atletico Madrid at their home ground. Head coach Di Francesco deployed a 4-3-3 formation, with Brazilian goalkeeper Alisson guarding the net. The defensive line comprised Bruno Perez, Manolas, Juan Jesus, and Kolarov. The midfield trio consisted of Strootman, De Rossi, and Nainggolan, while the attacking trident featured El Shaarawy, Dzeko, and Perotti. On the other side, Atletico Madrid, under the guidance of Simeone, opted for a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper Oblak was stationed at the back, supported by defenders Felipe, Godin, Savic, and Juanfran. The midfield quartet included Saul, Partey, Gabi, and Koch, with forwards Chu Feng and Griezmann leading the attack. Notably, this match marked Chu Feng's first UEFA Champions League start, and hopes were high for his dazzling performance on this grand stage. As the referee blew the whistle to commence the match, an electrifying roar erupted from the stands of the Stadio Olimpico, with over 60,000 Roma fans fervently waving their fists, creating an atmosphere that reached a fever pitch. Within the arena, the home team swiftly launched an offensive, with veteran midfielder De Rossi executing a long pass that accurately found El Shaarawy on the wing. Confronted by Felipe's defense, El Shaarawy attempted to maneuver past him with quick stops and feints. However, Felipe remained vigilant, refraining from reckless interventions, which limited El Shaarawy's opportunity to shoot effectively. At that moment, midfielders Saul and Partey swiftly joined the fray, clearly indicating that the Italian winger had lost his chance to break through. In a moment of inspiration, El Shaarawy opted to pass the ball into the penalty area. Near the penalty spot, Roma's towering forward Dzeko leaped into action, standing at an impressive 193 centimeters. The Bosnian striker possessed remarkable heading ability, Just as Zeko prepared to connect with a header, Atletico's defensive stalwart got in and surged forward. At that instant, both players executed their movements almost simultaneously. Ultimately, got in, with his exceptional defensive prowess, managed to clear the ball first. As the cornerstone of Atletico's defense, Godin's aerial defending skills were indeed commendable, leaving Roma's Zeko at a distinct disadvantage in this encounter. The second ball fell to Atletico's midfielder Godin, who seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Without hesitation, the seasoned defender displayed his long passing expertise. Soon, the ball found its way to the forefront. At the edge of Roma's penalty area, Chu Feng adeptly positioned himself. Despite De Rossi's interference, Chu Feng utilized his height advantage to gain control of the ball ahead of his opponent. Here. Suddenly, Atletico's offensive linchpin Griezmann burst into the penalty area. Observing this, Chu Feng deftly nudged the ball with the back of his foot. In an instant, the ball was at Griezmann's feet. What a golden opportunity. In the studio, commentator Jean Jun raised his voice as he witnessed Griezmann receiving the ball inside the box. Simultaneously, Griezmann unleashed a shot with his left foot. Bang! Griezmann's strike was decisive. The ball hurtling towards the Roma goal, but alas, they were met by the renowned Alisson. The Brazilian goalkeeper reacted swiftly to Griezmann's shooting motion, leaping into the air and stretching his arms to their fullest extent. Then, with a powerful punch, Alisson single-handedly preserved his clean sheet. The stands of the Stadio Olimpico erupted in applause for Alisson, as over 60,000 Roma fans expressed their admiration. Meanwhile, Griezmann, with his hands on his head, wore an expression of frustration and embarrassment. Nevertheless, Atletico and Oppo's assault did not relent. The ball rebounded to the midfield, where Atletico players successfully claimed the second ball. Shortly thereafter, the ball found its way to Saul's feet. Inside the penalty area, Chu Feng, recognizing the situation, chose to withdraw. He understood that, given his current capabilities, the likelihood of obtaining a shooting opportunity within the box was slim. The optimal strategy was to linger at the arc of the penalty area. As anticipated, just as Chu Feng retreated to the top of the box, Saul delivered a precise through ball. The ball landed perfectly at Chu Feng's feet, positioning him squarely in front of the goal. Seizing this splendid chance, Chu Feng did not hesitate. He swiftly swung his right foot, only to be abruptly brought down by Roma's De Rossi. In that critical moment, De Rossi lunged in from the side, clattering into Chu Feng, toppling him alongside the ball. Beep. The referee, witnessing the foul, immediately blew his whistle and produced a yellow card from his pocket, showing it to De Rossi. The Roma captain expressed his displeasure at the referee's decision, insisting that Chu Feng had simulated the fall. I clearly got the ball. This Asian is diving. You should show him a yellow card. When the referee remained unmoved, a furious De Rossi stormed toward Chu Feng, hurling insults. Actor, cunning Asian, stop pretending and get up. Chu Feng, incensed by these words, was about to rise and confront De Rossi when Atletico's midfield General Koch intervened, shoving De Rossi angrily. Are we the ones diving? Didn't you realize you missed the tackle? Shameless scoundrel. With Koch's shove, the emotions of both teams ignited. Numerous players became entangled with one another, while the Roma fans in the stands unleashed a torrent of invectives towards the Atletico players. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's persistent whistle finally brought a semblance of calm to the players, yet the Roma supporters remained in a frenzy. Take down these Spaniards. Take out that Asian. Give them a punch. This is Rome, not a place for the likes of Madrid to provoke us. Foolish Madrid, get out of here. Meanwhile, in the visiting supporters section, over 2,000 Atletico fans reciprocated, shaking their fists defiantly at the Roma crowd, filling the stadium with a cacophony of unsavory words. Chapter 46, A Worldly Strike. Chu Feng scores his first goal in the Champions League. A free kick. Chu Feng was brutally tackled from behind by De Rossi. Atletico Madrid earned a favorable free kick opportunity in the attacking zone. De Rossi provocatively taunted Chu Feng, leading to a clash between the players. Both sides seemed to lose control. It was indeed a Champions League match, and the intensity surpassed that of La Liga. In the studio, Hwee voiced his concerns. I hope Chu Feng isn't seriously injured. He is now the idol of Chinese football. Moreover, he holds a significant position in Simeone's tactics. Following the scuffle, the game resumed. Chu Feng struggled to rise from the pitch, and upon seeing this, Simeone shouted from the sidelines, Chu, can you continue? Do you need the team doctor? As an experienced coach, Simeone understood that a young player like Chu Feng, at just 17, was prone to injuries during matches. Fortunately, Chu Feng signaled with a thumbs up to indicate he could persist. At this moment, Griezmann placed the ball at the penalty spot, ready to take the free kick himself. On the goal line, Alisson was anxiously directing the wall and Oppo's positioning. 2 steps to the left. Okay, no problem. Come on. Alisson clapped his hands excitedly, crouching down and fixing his gaze on Griezmann. Meanwhile, the previously raucous stadium fell into an anticipatory silence. Both Roma and Atletico fans focused intently on this pivotal set piece. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, Griezmann began his run-up. Boom. After assessing Alisson's position, Griezmann decisively struck the ball with his left foot. Alas, his shot failed to clear the wall, as a Roma defender blocked it with his body. The wall held firm. Atletico missed this scoring opportunity. Just as he lamented Atletico's misfortune, his eyes widened in surprise as he fixed his gaze on the screen. Griezmann's blocked shot fell perfectly at Chu Feng's feet. And remarkably, no Roma player was near to contest him. Undoubtedly, this was Chu Feng's golden opportunity. Without hesitation, Chu Feng lifted his right foot and unleashed a powerful strike. Balotelli's cannon. Activate. In that instant, the star skill card activated. In the blink of an eye, the ball soared like a missile, whistling past several defenders. Alisson's view was obstructed by his own players, leaving him unable to react in time. By the moment Alisson saw the ball darting through the defenders, it was too late for him to make a save. Swish. In an instant, the ball slammed into the net, and Alisson had no response whatsoever. What a magnificent goal. Chu Feng, with an astonishing long-range shot, successfully pierced through Alisson's defenses. 1-0. Atletico led. This marked the first goal of 17-year-old Chu Feng in the Champions League. Chu Feng. He had successfully carried his fiery form from La Liga to the grand stage of the Champions League. In the studio, Hiwei, filled with excitement, shouted fervently. Honestly, before this match began, I did not believe Chu Feng would start. Yet now, not only has he started, but he has also scored. The barrage of comments from fans mirrored Hiwei and Oppo's exhilaration, instantly overwhelming the screen. Did it really go in? Chu Feng and Oppo's shot was truly remarkable. No way. Is this even possible? Chu Feng's long-range ability rivals that of Ronaldo. Is Chu Feng really only 17? Is he truly a Chinese player? I can hardly believe it. Scoring in La Liga is one thing, but to score in the Champions League as well. Incredible. This night was worth the wait. A world-class strike. Alisson had no chance to react. On the pitch, after scoring, Chu Feng did not perform his usual machine gun celebration. Instead, he stood still, arms outstretched. His expression exuding serene confidence. A regal display of celebration. With immense poise, Chu Feng silenced his doubters once more. On the sidelines, Coach Simeone, witnessing Chu Feng's long-range goal, celebrated by pumping his fist in the air, while his assistant coach Burgos clapped enthusiastically. Everyone's faces radiated genuine joy for Chu Feng. He had once again proven his worth in a crucial match. Mr. Simeone, Chu will be the team's future treasure, Burgos remarked, and a rare smile appeared on Simeone's face. Indeed, he is the most talented 17-year-old I have ever seen. Perhaps he will one day claim the Ballon d'Or. Simeone's attitude towards Chu Feng had undergone a complete transformation, shifting from initial skepticism to profound admiration. Chu Feng had firmly established himself as a mainstay in the team. On the field, Atletico's players rushed towards Chu Feng, celebrating exuberantly for the spectacular goal, while the Roma players wore expressions of helplessness and frustration. Particularly, goalkeeper Alisson stood frozen in place, raising his hands in resignation. In his view, if not for the obstruction of his teammates, he would have had a chance to save the shot. Yet in the world of football, there are no ifs. Now, Roma's players had to accept the bitter reality of trailing. After the restart, the home team Roma, with no retreat available, had no choice but to bravely attack Atletico's goal. However, after taking the lead, Simeone's team immediately adopted a defensive posture. Griezmann and Chu Feng swiftly retreated to midfield. For Roma to score, they urgently needed to breach Atletico's fortified defense. Consequently, in the following minutes, Roma frequently resorted to long passes, attempting to leverage the height advantage of their striker Zeko to threaten Atletico's goal. However, after a relentless 15-minute assault, Roma found themselves empty-handed. They even allowed Atletico to launch counterattacks. Chapter 47, 1 goal, 1 assist. A flawless first-half performance. In the 38th minute of the match, Roma seized an attacking opportunity. Forward El Shaarawy received the ball on the right flank and executed a delicate nutmeg to effortlessly bypass Felipe's defense. However, faced with the combined interference of Saul and Godin, the Italian winger opted to press forward. The outcome was predictable, as Godin thwarted the attack with a powerful clearance. Despite El Shaarawy's prowess in dribbling throughout Serie A, he found himself at a loss against Godin. Once again, Roma's offensive effort was halted. Meanwhile, far across the eastern continent, commentator Hue casually remarked into the microphone, Roma has little recourse against Atletico Madrid's ironclad defense. With just 7 minutes remaining in the first half, the Roma players needed to devise a plan. 2 minutes later, Roma initiated another offensive. This time, the ball reached right winger Perotti. His technical style bore a resemblance to El Shaarawy's, focusing primarily on breakthrough plays. Yet, as Perotti confronted the joint blockade of Juanfran and Koch, he too could find no avenue for advancement. With Atletico's defensive numbers overwhelming, the ball was swiftly cleared by Koch. At that moment, in the middle of the pitch, Chu Feng skillfully positioned himself, successfully outmuscling De Rossi to gain the first touch. On the stands, over 2,000 Atletico fans erupted in cheers for Chu Feng. Undoubtedly, the 17-year-old had already become the star in the hearts of Atletico supporters. Within the stadium, Chu Feng managed to control the ball despite De Rossi's interference. However, just as he prepared to pivot, Roma's central defender Manolas lunged in behind him. In that instant, Chu Feng found himself encircled by two of Serie A's premier defenders. Frankly, forcing a breakthrough would prove quite challenging for him. Indeed, Chu Feng did not attempt to dribble through. Instead, he opted for a penetrating pass. With exceptional vision, he quickly recognized Griezmann's movement. The star forward of Atletico surged forward, racing into the penalty area. Crucially, with Manolas now blocking Chu Feng and Oppos's path, only one Jesus remained in the Roman defense. A pass to Griezmann would surely create a scoring opportunity. In less than 3 seconds, Chu Feng's incisive pass landed at Griezmann's feet, right at the penalty mark. Without hesitation, Griezmann unleashed a strike. At that moment, the lone defender, Juan Jesus, rushed to intercept, but it was futile. As Juan Jesus attempted to block, Griezmann's shot slipped effortlessly between his legs. In the next second, the ball surged forth like a bullet, streaking towards the corner of the net. All eyes turned to Alisson, who faced the mounting pressure. The Brazilian goalkeeper leapt into action, performing a desperate save. Despite his efforts, he was a fraction too late. Bang! The ball cruelly slipped past Alisson's fingertips and thundered into the net. A goal was scored. In the dying moments of the first half, Griezmann extended Atletico's lead. After scoring, Griezmann was visibly ecstatic, rushing to embrace Chu Feng, and the two shared a heartfelt hug. Both players wore radiant smiles. With the score now at 2-0, it was evident that the scales of victory had tipped decisively in Atletico's favor. Griezmann's spectacular goal pierced through Alisson's defense, solidifying the lead at 2-0. The assist came from none other than the 17-year-old Chu Feng. In the commentary booth, Hue expressed genuine delight for Chu Feng, exclaiming, in his Champions League debut, Chu Feng not only scored his first goal but also provided his first assist. This prodigious talent from the East is crafting his own legacy. On the substitutes bench, Simeone could not help but wear a satisfied smile. As an experienced coach, he understood that Atletico had firmly grasped victory in their hands. Following the restart, with just 3 minutes remaining in the first half, it was unfortunate that the home team Roma could not secure a goal during this time. In fact, their forwards failed to register a single shot on target. Beep, beep. As the referee blew the whistle to conclude the first half, the away fans erupted in thunderous cheers, clearly pleased with Atletico's performance. In stark contrast, the faces of thousands of Roma supporters reflected despair and disappointment. Prior to the match, nearly 90% of Roma fans believed their team would triumph at home against Atletico Madrid. Yet, the reality was a disheartening 0-2 deficit. This was undoubtedly the worst first half I had ever witnessed. Di Francesco should resign. How could a 17-year-old Asian forward outshine us? What is Alisson doing? I can't watch this any longer. It's too distressing. On the stands, many Roma fans could only sigh in resignation, with several beginning to leave the arena. In the distant East, the official Dongxia website seized the halftime opportunity to publish a plethora of news concerning Chu Feng. Scoring his first Champions League goal, Chu Feng breaches Alisson's defenses. Debuting in the Champions League with a goal, Chu Feng brings his fiery form from La Liga to the European stage, continuing to perform miracles. 17-year-old Chu Feng helps Atletico take the lead. Chu Feng assists Griezmann. The Atletico duo shines. A commanding 2-0 lead against Roma in the first half. Celebrating like royalty, Chu Feng unveils a second celebration move. The youngest Asian player to score in the Champions League, 17-year-old Chu Feng is creating his own miracle. Chapter 48. A dazzling dribble. Chu Feng executes a stunning breakthrough. Inside the home team's locker room, Roma's head coach Di Francesco furiously pushed the door open and bellowed, "What were you doing in the first half? Were you in a stupor? This is the Champions League. You must all muster every ounce of your fighting spirit. Do not allow that young forward from the East to have any shooting opportunities. He is merely 17 years old, and I do not wish to see his celebration again. We fight for the fans present." Di Francesco vented his frustrations on the Roma team for a full 10 minutes, and as the final 5 minutes before their entrance approached, he hastily arranged the tactics for the second half. Soon after, the second half commenced, and with no retreat left, the beleaguered Roma squad had no choice but to launch an offensive. In the 49th minute, the ball found its way to Nainggolan's feet, and the Roma midfielder chose to advance with purposeful strides. Admittedly, Roma's midfield was not lacking in quality, whether it was Strootman, De Rossi, or the ball-carrying Nainggolan. Each boasted exceptional physical prowess and excelled on both offensive and defensive fronts. As Nainggolan charged into the opponent's half, he immediately attracted the attention of several Atletico defenders. In an instant, Saul, Partey, and Gabby converged on Nainggolan. Bam! Nainggolan was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, a breakthrough was implausible, leaving him with but one option: to pass. In the blink of an eye, the ball sailed over the heads of the three Atletico players. Moments later, it landed within the penalty area. Roma's towering striker Diego leapt into the air, exerting every ounce of energy to claim the first touch. Unfortunately, the two Atletico center-backs, Godin and Savic, executed a tactical double-team. Diego found himself wedged between them, unable to seize the opportunity. Ultimately, Godin was the first to clear the ball. Roma's attempts to penetrate Atletico's ironclad defense remained futile, and the second ball was promptly secured by Atletico's players. Young Saul, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, took control of the ball and, without hesitation, sent it soaring forward with a powerful kick. Boom. Moments later, the ball landed squarely at Griezmann's feet. As the highest-valued player in Atletico's lineup, it was evident that the entire Roma defense would tense up the moment the ball reached him. The first to confront Griezmann was Roma's center-back Manolas, while midfielder Strootman was also closing in on Atletico's linchpin. Additionally, in Roma's defensive backline, center-back Juan Jesus and full-back Bruno Perez were poised to engage. Thus, for Griezmann to secure a shooting opportunity, he would need to navigate past 4 defenders in an exceedingly brief span of time. A daunting task indeed. Griezmann was undoubtedly Atletico's star player, possessing a notable capacity for dribbling, yet to expect him to bypass 4 Roma defenders seemed an arduous challenge. At that moment, Griezmann heard someone calling his name. A newer. Pass it. Chu Feng was beckoning for the ball from the top of the penalty area. At this instant, he found himself unmarked. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Griezmann swiftly pushed the ball with his left foot, sending it skimming along the grass to Chu Feng. In the stands of the Olympic Stadium in Rome, tens of thousands of home fans erupted with deafening boos. The Roma supporters were in a frenzy. In the first half, Chu Feng had already notched a goal and an assist, propelling Atletico to a 2-goal lead. Consequently, every time the Roma fans witnessed Chu Feng receiving the ball, an inexplicable tension gripped their hearts, prompting them to unleash their boos in an effort to disrupt his focus. However, the resilient Chu Feng remained unfazed. In fact, the louder the boos grew, the more resolute he became. As Chu Feng received the ball and prepared to take a shot, Roma's fullback Bruno Perez rushed to block him. Realizing the predicament, Chu Feng had no choice but to alter his attacking strategy, shifting from a shot to a controlled dribble. Yet, in terms of sheer speed, Chu Feng was no match for Bruno Perez. Thus, as Chu Feng initiated his dribble, the Roma fullback closed in on him in an instant. At that moment, Bruno Perez clung to Chu Feng like a persistent shadow, determined to thwart his advance. Understanding that he needed to break through to secure a shooting opportunity, Chu Feng deliberately slowed his pace, then executed a sudden change of direction. Simultaneously, Bruno Perez extended his leg to intercept. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a familiar voice echoed in Chu Feng's ear. Ding! The Alvarez luck card has activated. Strength, speed, dribbling, and shooting increased by 30%. Bruno Perez's right foot had just made contact with the ball, but in the next moment, it ricocheted off Chu Feng's shin. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng swiftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot. With the enhancement of the little spider luck card, in the blink of an eye, Chu Feng utilized his speed to break through. How could this be? Bruno Perez was momentarily stunned. During the first half, He had faced Chu Feng and had not perceived his explosive speed to be particularly remarkable. Yet in this instant, Chu Feng zipped past him like a bolt of lightning, leaving Bruno Perez questioning his own reality. Breakthrough. Chu Feng surged past the Roma defender. He charged into the penalty area. As He narrated the match, he silently prayed. When Chu Feng entered the box, Roma's last center-back, Juan Jesus, rushed towards him. Nevertheless, Chu Feng did not relent in his advance. As Juan Jesus closed in, Chu Feng instinctively nudged the ball with his right foot. It was this slight touch that miraculously sent the ball gliding through Juan Jesus' legs. A nutmeg. From the studio, He suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 49. A double delight. Minor injury, yet unyielding. Within the penalty area, Chu Feng elegantly maneuvered past Juan Jesus with a deft nutmeg. At that moment, Roma's goalkeeper Alisson surged forward, a whirlwind of urgency, closing in on Chu Feng with remarkable speed. In an instant, Alisson's right hand brushed against the ball, but regrettably, he failed to deflect it far enough. Instead, the sphere landed right at Chu Feng's right foot. An opportunity presented itself effortlessly. Faced with such a golden chance, Chu Feng could not let it slip away. With a swift push from his right foot, the ball soared like a released arrow, darting past Alisson and smoothly entering the net. 3-0. Atletico Madrid secured another goal in their away match. Following this achievement, Chu Feng dashed towards the advertising boards, executing his signature machine gun celebration. At that moment, the faces of tens of thousands of Roma fans at the Olympic Stadium were a tapestry of emotions, frustration, disappointment, and resignation. No one could have envisioned that a 17-year-old player from the Celestial Empire would score 2 goals in this match. Once again, it was Chu Feng. In the broadcasting studio, He shouted in ecstatic disbelief. A double delight. Chu Feng has netted his second goal of the match. This was a solo endeavor of breathtaking audacity. Chu Feng maneuvered past both Bruno Perez and Juan Jesus. Even when confronted by Brazil's Alisson, he managed to find the back of the net. Truly astonishing. Chu Feng has once again demonstrated that individuals from the Celestial Empire can excel in football. On the sidelines, Roma's head coach Di Francesco stood dejectedly, arms crossed, gazing at his players with a shake of the head. Perhaps at that moment, he had relinquished all hope for the match. Conversely, not far from Di Francesco, Atletico's coach Simeone was in stark contrast, wildly gesturing with his fists, his eyes filled with fervor. Chu Feng had scored the decisive goal. Simeone was convinced that victory for Atletico was merely a matter of time, as the spirit of the Roma players had plummeted. In truth, it was not only the Roma players who had lost faith in the match, the tens of thousands of Roma fans had succumbed to despair as well. Gradually, a chorus of calls for Di Francesco's dismissal began to rise from the stands, while some fans chose to leave the stadium entirely. After the restart, the Roma players had not yet surrendered. In the 58th minute, De Rossi's long pass found the flank El Shaarawy. But this young mosquito's breakthrough ended in failure once more. Clearly, Roma's offensive trident was visibly struggling throughout the match. Whether it was El Shaarawy, Dzeko, or Perotti, they squandered numerous shooting opportunities. In the 63rd minute, De Rossi, thoroughly disappointed with his forwards, decided to take a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. Bang! The ball soared into the stands. Roma's attacks continued to pose no threat to Atletico's goal. Soon, the match approached the 70th minute, and once again, Atletico seized a counterattack opportunity. Godin's header found Koch in midfield, who then threaded a pass to Griezmann. Griezmann, not dwelling on the ball, sent it forward to Chu Feng. Upon receiving the ball, Chu Feng immediately sprinted forward, despite the 3-0 scoreline being sufficient for Atletico to claim 3 points that night. Chu Feng sought to add to his tally. After all, according to the system's rules, each goal scored in the Champions League would grant him 2 points to enhance his attributes. To elevate his stats swiftly, Chu Feng was determined to continue his offensive pursuit. At that moment, Roma's captain De Rossi rushed forward to defend against Chu Feng. However, the instant De Rossi attempted a tackle, Chu Feng seized the opportunity, deftly nudging the ball with the inside of his right foot. The ball glided perfectly through De Rossi's legs. Ding! Lucky card. Alvarez unleashed. The next moment, having bypassed De Rossi, Chu Feng prepared to unleash a powerful strike when he suddenly felt his balance falter. It turned out that De Rossi, humiliated by the nutmeg, had succumbed to rage. In a fit of fury, he executed a reckless sliding tackle from behind Chu Feng. Beep! As Chu Feng fell to the ground, the referee immediately blew the whistle for a foul and promptly brandished a yellow card at De Rossi, followed by a red card. The captain of Roma was sent off. 2 yellows resulting in a red. De Rossi's foul was utterly reckless. In a moment of lost control, he executed a slide tackle. One could only hope that Chu Feng remained unscathed. Just as Wei finished speaking, the live broadcast was inundated with a flurry of comments. Clearly, countless fans from the Celestial Empire were deeply concerned for Chu Feng's well-being. Is De Rossi insane? Why would he tackle Chu Feng like that? Resorting to such despicable actions when you can't compete? Truly disgraceful. Please, young man, don't get injured. You are the hope of Celestial Empire football. This atrocious behavior must be penalized. I hope for a 5-match ban. After being outplayed by Chu Feng tonight, he must be seething with rage. Not only did he lose the match, but he also lost dignity. De Rossi should retire right there. On the sidelines, Simeone's expression turned tense upon witnessing Chu Feng's fall, urging the medical staff to enter the field. At that moment, however, Chu Feng, supported by Griezmann, slowly rose to his feet. Coach, I'm all right. Chu Feng waved his hand towards Simeone, seemingly intent on continuing the match. Truth be told, Chu Feng was nearly oblivious to his ankle's presence. Yet, in pursuit of further Champions League goals and to rapidly enhance his attributes, he chose to battle through the pain. With De Rossi's dismissal, Roma would be a man down for the next 20 minutes, presenting Chu Feng with a prime opportunity to score. He had to seize it. Thus, Chu Feng resolved to persist. Regrettably, the diminished Roma squad opted to abandon their efforts, adopting a defensive stance for the remainder of the match. Due to his injury and dwindling stamina, Chu Feng failed to secure a third goal. Beep, beep, beep. After 90 minutes, the referee sounded the final whistle. Atletico Madrid triumphed over Roma with a score of 3-0. Chapter 50, a missed home debut. Atletico Madrid held to a draw ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 4 points of free attributes. As the match concluded, the sound of the system's reward echoed in Chu Feng's ears. However, this time, he chose not to allocate these 4 points to his tackling attributes, but instead opted to enhance his injury attribute. During the match, he had been brought down by De Rossi, and now his right ankle throbbed with pain. Through this experience, Chu Feng gradually realized that if he aspired to become a top-tier forward in the world, he must first ensure that he possesses a healthy physique, preferably one that is not easily susceptible to injuries. Injury 64. After completing his attribute allocation, Chu Feng's injury attribute reached 64. To be frank, such a value remains rather low. In the forthcoming matches, Chu Feng must pay close attention to physical confrontations. After all, competition for positions in Atletico's front line is fiercely intense. Should he be sidelined due to injury, his starting position could easily be usurped by a teammate. Chu, how's your injury? Upon returning to the locker room, Simeone was the first to approach him, inquiring about his condition. It's bearable. Chu Feng naturally wished to conceal the severity of his injury from Simeone. However, with each step he took, he limped noticeably, appearing quite pained. Observing this, Simeone wasted no time in summoning the team doctor for an examination. A few minutes later, the Atletico team doctor, with a look of disappointment, stated, "You have a sprained right ankle. You will need at least a week of rest. My recommendation is that you sit out the next match." Both Chu Feng and Simeone wore expressions of resignation upon hearing the doctor's words. After a brief silence, Simeone solemnly placed a hand on Chu Feng's shoulder and gently said, "For the next few days, you need not train. Focus on recuperating." To be honest, Simeone felt a twinge of guilt towards Chu Feng. After all, it was he who had put Chu Feng through such an arduous series of matches, which was indeed a considerable strain for a 17-year-old player. At this juncture, Chu Feng had no choice but to heed Simeone's advice. Although he yearned to participate in the next match, his right foot was injured. Rushing back onto the field could exacerbate the injury and potentially jeopardize his career. Thus, he could only return home to rest. The following day, while all Atletico players were on the training ground rehearsing tactics for the upcoming match against Liga, Chu Feng was not idle in the players' lodge. He promptly accessed the godly forward training ground. However, this time, he did not continue to train his tackling attribute. Instead, he shifted his focus to enhancing his injury attribute. Even though his right foot was sprained, upon entering the godly forward training ground, Chu Feng was astonished to find that his injury had miraculously healed. This revelation rekindled a glimmer of hope within him. In Chu Feng's view, if he could rapidly augment his injury attribute during this time, perhaps he could recover ahead of schedule. Training goal: injury 64 to 66. Training progress: 1. Time required: 8 days. 8 days to increase 2 points in attributes? Upon seeing the required time, Chu Feng's expression fell into despair. This meant he would likely miss the match against Liga, as only 5 days remained until the game commenced. The reason he was so eager to participate in the next match was primarily because the Atletico vs. Liga encounter was the season's inaugural home game. Chu Feng had long dreamed of competing at the Calderon Stadium, but it seemed that fate would not allow it. On the training field, as the team's head coach, Simeone bore immense pressure. He was acutely aware that Liga was not an easy opponent to conquer. With Chu Feng absent, Simeone had no choice but to place his hopes on Griezmann and Angel Correa. As for Torres and Gamero, it was evident that both players had been relegated to the sidelines. Especially Torres, who had been a mainstay for Atletico last season, had seen his starting position diminish with Chu Feng's emergence and Correa's stellar form. Soon, the date of September 17th arrived, match day for Atletico vs. Liga. This was Chu Feng's first experience watching a match from the stands at the Calderon Stadium, but truthfully, he yearned to be on the pitch rather than merely a spectator. In this match, Simeone opted for a frontline duo of Griezmann and Angel Correa. However, as the match commenced, the pair's performance in the attacking third was lackluster, failing to create significant scoring opportunities. Furthermore, both Griezmann and Correa were agile forwards. Once Atletico's teammates sent high balls into the box, it was challenging for them to seize the first touch. Conversely, Liga, playing away, frequently threatened Atletico's goal with quick counterattacks. Had it not been for Oblak's remarkable displays, Atletico might have already conceded. From the stands, Chu Feng grew increasingly frustrated. The poorer the forwards performed, the more he longed to don his jersey and take the field. Eventually, he simply closed his eyes and opened the godly forward training ground to train. After 90 minutes, Atletico and Liga ended the match in a goalless draw. Having just secured 2 consecutive victories in La Liga, Atletico faced a stalemate at home against Liga. After 4 rounds, Atletico's record stood at 2 wins and 2 draws. On the standings, they had been surpassed by Sevilla, now placing Atletico in 4th position. Such a result was evidently unsatisfactory for the Atletico supporters present. Following the match, many home fans expressed their discontent with boos. In the post-match press conference, numerous reporters did not hold back in their questioning, directing pointed inquiries at Simeone. Mr. Simeone, what do you believe was the primary reason your team failed to secure victory tonight? A reporter from Marca was the first to raise his hand to ask. Undoubtedly, it was our offense. Since Chu's injury, our attacking performance has been abysmal. Neither Griezmann nor Angel Correa could break free from the opponent's grasp tonight. Chapter 51. A triumphant return. Capturing the attention of Agent Mendes. Are you suggesting that as long as Chu Feng takes the field, Atletico Madrid can secure a victory against Liga at home? A reporter from Marca continued to press Simeone. Indeed, I must confess that Atletico has become increasingly reliant on Chu. He has scored 5 goals in the first 2 La Liga matches, which speaks volumes about his prowess. Simeone and Oppo's response ignited a flurry of reactions among the journalists present, as from a media perspective, it seemed he was evading responsibility. Is it truly believable that the team's offensive capabilities hinge on a 17-year-old forward from the East? Another journalist from the Madrid sports newspaper, unable to contain himself, posed a question to Simeone. With a furrowed brow, Simeone shrugged, expressing a hint of resignation. The reality is just that. I must admit, although Chu is merely 17, he has already ascended to the ranks of top strikers in La Liga. If all goes well, Chu will return from injury for the next match, and I have faith he will score against Athletic Bilbao. Following the press conference, Simeone's remarks immediately became the focal point of Spanish media coverage. Marca, Atletico Madrid held to a draw at home against Liga. Simeone claims the team's inability to win is due to the injury of the 17-year-old prodigy. World Sports, 2 draws and 2 victories. Simeone's squad has slipped to 4th in the standings. Chu Feng's absence has left Atletico's offense in disarray. Madrid Sports, the answer for Atletico's front line? Chu Feng sidelined by injury, leaving the team scoreless. Simeone post-match declares the 17-year-old Chu Feng is Atletico's hope for goals. Without Chu, Atletico will lose their scoring ability. In the comments section of these reports, heated debates erupted among Atletico fans. Many believe the failure to defeat Liga stemmed primarily from tactical issues under Simeone, while another faction chose to place their trust in him. This led to a sharp exchange between the 2 groups of supporters. Undeniably, Chu Feng's performance in the first 2 La Liga matches was impressive, yet he is still Chu Feng, not Messi. Indeed, Chu Feng's absence should not stifle Atletico's offense. Simeone could easily deploy players like Gamero or Torres. Simeone is simply being obstinate. He must bear the brunt of the blame for this match. Is it possible that Simeone's assertions hold truth? Is it conceivable that Atletico's offense genuinely cannot function without this Asian youth? Yes, Chu Feng, at the tender age of 17, has established himself as a key player for Atletico, scoring 5 goals in 2 La Liga matches, thus proving his capabilities. Brothers, cease the quarrel. The match is behind us. Let us look forward to the next. To be honest, Chu Feng himself was taken aback by the esteem in which he was held by Simeone. Thus, when he encountered these reports, he was genuinely astonished. Simultaneously, Chu Feng began to grasp his significance to the team. Determined to be fit for the upcoming match against Athletic Bilbao, he dedicated himself to rigorous training at the God of Football training ground. The following day, in a distant affluent district of Portugal, the renowned football agent Mendes held a newspaper, reading Simeone's praise of Chu Feng, particularly when Mendes laid eyes on the phrases 17 years old in the East. His pupils dilated in surprise. In that instant, he sensed a lucrative opportunity. Quickly, send me the information for Atletico Madrid's number 18 player. After perusing the newspaper, Mendes immediately dialed his assistant. 5 minutes later, the assistant transmitted all of Chu Feng and Apos' information to Mendes and Apos' phone. 17 years old, 5 goals in La Liga, 4 assists, and 2 goals in 1 Champions League appearance? This is nothing short of genius. Mendes reviewed Chu Feng's current market value, and upon discovering it was merely 100,000 euros, he wasted no time in calling his assistant again. Now, immediately, book me a flight to Madrid. As the foremost agent in world football, Mendes represents top stars like Cristiano Ronaldo, Di Maria, and Diego Costa. However, none of these players had reached Chu Feng's current level at the age of 17. This conviction solidified Mendes's belief that Chu Feng would undoubtedly be a formidable contender for the Ballon d'Or in the future. He must secure a contract with him at all costs. On September 20th, the day before Atletico's away match against Athletic Bilbao, Chu Feng arrived early at the training ground. After nearly a week of rest, his right foot had fully healed, and the intense training at the God of Football training ground had enhanced his physicality and injury attributes. His physicality attribute reached 75, while his injury attribute improved to 66. Simeone, upon seeing Chu Feng return to training, was visibly pleased and excited. However, to ensure his well-being, Simeone requested a comprehensive assessment from the team doctor. When the doctor gave a thumbs up, a rare, radiant smile broke across Simeone's face. He embraced Chu Feng, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Chu, play well in tomorrow's match. Use your goals to silence those foolish reporters." Clearly, Simeone was still perturbed by the previous match's media scrutiny. "Leave it to me. Although I have only missed 1 match, I am eager to return." Chu Feng could hardly contain his anticipation to participate in the game. On match day, early in the morning, Atletico Madrid's first-team players boarded a bus en route to the Basque region. During the journey, Simeone announced the starting lineup for the match. Unsurprisingly, the recovered Chu Feng was named in the starting 11. "Chu, I didn't expect you to start again. Be careful during the match. Avoid any further injuries," Torres, seated beside Chu Feng, earnestly advised. The players of Athletic Bilbao are known for their physicality, and the legendary San Mamés Stadium is notoriously challenging to play in. Though Torres and Chu Feng are direct competitors for the center-forward position, their relationship is amicable, akin to that of friends. "I know, the Basque Warriors. I heard the players of Athletic Bilbao are all native Basque." Chapter 52, The Devil's Home Ground. Bilbao's triple strike. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the pre-match press conference commenced. Perhaps due to Chu Feng's return from injury, Simeone unusually made bold proclamations during the conference. "I am acutely aware that victory at San Mamés is no small feat, but Atletico Madrid is fully prepared to seize the win. Our purpose in coming to this stadium is to secure 3 points." Simeone further emphasized, "Today, Chu Feng will make his comeback. I hope those who previously questioned him, whether they be media or fans, will earnestly appreciate his performance. This young talent from the East will lead Atletico to victory soon." Simeone's words reached the ears of the Athletic Bilbao players. An hour before the match, in the home team's locker room, the players rallied each other. "Brothers, let us give it our all. Let us crush Atletico." Silenced Simeone. "Athletic Bilbao shall prevail. Uphold the honor of our home ground. We must not allow that Asian player to run rampant at our stadium. Go, Bilbao." Under the captain's fervor, the entire Athletic Bilbao squad brimmed with fighting spirit, eager to engage in a fierce battle against the visitors. In the far-off eastern continent, the viewership in the live broadcast room surpassed 8 million. Welcome, dear fans, to the focal clash of the fifth round of La Liga. Athletic Bilbao hosts Atletico Madrid. Currently, Athletic Bilbao ranks fifth in the standings, trailing Atletico Madrid by only 1 point. Coach Saganda has deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation for the evening. The goalkeeper is Kepa, with a defensive line consisting of Kappa, Unai and Ez, Laporte, and Valenciaga. The two holding midfielders are San Jose and Torres, while the attacking trio comprises Sasita, Ral Garque, and Muniain. Leading the attack is Adris. On the visiting side, Simeone continues to employ his preferred 4-4-2 formation. Oblak stands in goal, defended by Felipe, Godin, Savic, and Jimenez. The midfield features Koke, Sael, Partey, and Gate-In, while the forward line consists of Griezmann and Chu Feng. In the last match, Chu Feng's absence due to injury led to Atletico being held to a draw at home by Laga. Now, with his swift return, we eagerly anticipate his performance. In the last 12 encounters between the two teams, Atletico Madrid has held a commanding advantage, winning 9 matches, with 2 draws, leaving Athletic Bilbao with only 1 victory. The last time Athletic Bilbao triumphed over Atletico Madrid dates back to January 2013. The encounters clearly reveal that Atletico Madrid is a formidable nemesis for Athletic Bilbao. Shortly after Hiway announced the starting lineups, a thunderous cheer erupted from the stands of San Mamés. The starting players from both teams, led by the officiating crew, stepped onto the pitch. In that moment, over 50,000 Athletic Bilbao fans erupted in a fervent rendition of their anthem, Himno del Athletic. The essence of this anthem conveys that Athletic Bilbao is the greatest team in the world, and the Basques will forever support them. It must be noted that the lyrics possess an impressive fervor, especially as sung in Basque, amplifying the morale. This was Chu Feng's first match at San Mamés. And honestly, upon hearing the deafening chorus, he couldn't help but feel goosebumps. However, as the referee blew the whistle to commence the match, Chu Feng swiftly focused all his attention on the game. In the 3rd minute of the match, the home team, Athletic Bilbao, gained a shooting opportunity in the attacking third. Midfielder San Jose delivered a penetrating through ball, successfully finding Bilbao's core player, Muniain. Facing Jimenez's defense, Muniain executed a series of quick stops and directional changes. Standing at around 1.7 meters tall and possessing remarkable speed, he forced Jimenez into a reactive defense. In a moment, Muniain, with his sharp changes of direction and footwork, skillfully evaded Jimenez's balance and darted toward the penalty area. Instantaneously, Atletico Madrid's defense was thrown into disarray, with center-backs Godin and Savic rushing to confront Muniain. At that critical juncture, this core player of Athletic Bilbao suddenly opted for a cutback pass. At the penalty spot, veteran Adris received the ball and swiftly unleashed a shot. Bang! The ball soared like an arrow, barely grazing the left post before sailing out of play. A narrow miss. Such a dangerous attempt. Athletic Bilbao struck with ferocity against Atletico's goal from the outset, completely breaching their defense. Hiway remarked, "It seems Simeone's pre-match comments have successfully incited Athletic Bilbao, which bodes ill for Atletico Madrid." No sooner had he spoken than Athletic Bilbao launched their second wave of attack. This time, Torres' interception set up Ral Garque, the attacking linchpin for Atletico, who is renowned for his top-tier passing and shooting skills. True to form, upon receiving the ball, Ral Garque wasted no time engaging with Atletico's defenders and immediately took a shot. Bang! The sound of a powerful strike echoed as the ball hurtled toward the goal. At this pivotal moment, Atletico's goalkeeper Oblak showcased his worth, leaping to make a flying save. With a single punch, he deflected the ball away. Athletic Bilbao's initial 3 strikes left Atletico's defense in disarray. In the stands, over 50,000 Bilbao fans erupted in ecstatic cheers. Even the die-hard supporters resumed singing their anthem, Himno del Athletic. On the sidelines, Atletico's coach Simeone wore an increasingly pained expression. He had never anticipated such a fierce onslaught from Bilbao. The front players seemed invigorated, as if fueled by adrenaline. Of course, Atletico Madrid would not remain passive forever. After Oblak deflected the ball, it was seized by midfielder Sael. The ball was quickly transmitted to the right flank to Gate-In. Meanwhile, in the penalty area, Chu Feng and Griezmann were both in position. Chapter 53, The Capabilities of World-Class Defenders. Restricted? Counterattack. Atletico Madrid's opportunity for a counterattack. Gaydon advances with the ball down the wing. A pass. Faced with multiple Athletic Bilbao players, Gaydon opts for a direct cross. In the broadcast studio, Huey had just finished speaking when Gaydon's precise cross found its way into the penalty area. At that moment, at the penalty spot, Atletico Madrid's towering striker, Chu Feng, leapt into the air, just as Athletic Bilbao's centre-back, Laporte, also positioned himself. The two players almost jumped simultaneously. However, in terms of height and leaping ability, Laporte clearly had the upper hand. Bang! As expected, Laporte decisively cleared the ball with a header, getting to it a split second before Chu Feng. In the aerial duel, Chu Feng was evidently no match for Laporte, despite standing at an impressive height of 185 meters. His jumping ability was rather mediocre. Huey, witnessing Laporte's timely clearance, couldn't help but display a hint of disappointment on his face. Meanwhile, in the stands of San Mamés Stadium, over 50,000 Athletic Bilbao fans erupted in genuine cheers and shouts. Clearly, Laporte and Oppos's defensive prowess had greatly pleased the home fans. Remarkable, Laporte and Oppos's defense is solid. This Asian striker seems rather ordinary, unable to contend even for aerial balls against Laporte. Indeed, one wonders how he managed to score so many goals in previous matches. The Madrid side should retreat swiftly. Laporte's defensive form is truly commendable. This Asian player will have no opportunities tonight. At this moment, every Athletic Bilbao supporter in the stands firmly believed that Laporte would completely neutralize Chu Feng's threat. Many fans even directed boos and jeers toward Chu Feng, attempting to influence his performance and mentality. In the executive box, a middle-aged man clad in an exquisite suit glanced at the confrontation between Chu Feng and Laporte, his face briefly reflecting disappointment. This man was Mendes. His initial purpose for coming to Spain was to persuade Chu Feng to become his client. However, Mendes was beginning to have second thoughts. He realized that Chu Feng's abilities were not as formidable as portrayed in the Spanish press. Could it be? I was mistaken? Mendes shook his head in resignation, clearly dissatisfied with Chu Feng's performance. The match continued. After Laporte cleared the ball ahead of Chu Feng, it was swiftly regained by an Athletic Bilbao player. This time, the defensive midfielder Torres perceived the ball and promptly sent a through ball to Ral Garque, who was positioned just behind the forwards. A few minutes prior, Ral Garque had attempted a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. Although he did not score, it served to unsettle the opposition. Now, as Ral Garque pushed the ball to the edge of the penalty area, two Atletico Madrid midfielders surged toward him, Sael and Party. These two players formed an impenetrable wall, firmly blocking Ral Garque's shooting lane. Bang! Despite losing the opportunity to shoot, Ral Garque opted to pass. With a deft flick of his right foot, the ball soared into the air and landed securely within the penalty area. At this moment, Athletic Bilbao forward Adras used his body to shield Gaydon. And as Ral Garque's pass reached him, he struck decisively. Bang! The ball flew like an arrow, nearly grazing the post before going out of play. Athletic Bilbao's attack once again ended in failure. Nevertheless, cheers and encouragement erupted once more from the stands of San Mamés Stadium. It is no exaggeration to say that in the opening stages, Athletic Bilbao had virtually besieged Atletico Madrid's goal. On the sidelines, Coach Zaganda applauded his players. Although luck had not favored them, they were still executing the pre-match tactics with precision. Zaganda believed that given a few more opportunities, his players would undoubtedly find the net. During this period, Chu Feng appeared somewhat lost on the field, especially with Athletic Bilbao controlling a significant amount of possession. He found himself with little opportunity in the attacking front. Moreover, the opponent he faced today was none other than the renowned Laporte. Rumor has it that this center-back has caught the eye of Manchester City's coach, Guardiola, and it is expected that Laporte will join the Premier League side when the winter transfer window opens. Chu Feng currently holds a C-level rating, while Laporte is undoubtedly rated A. Whether in physical contests or one-on-one matchups, Chu Feng had virtually no chance against Laporte. Thus, Chu Feng needed to adapt. He began frequently retreating to the midfield and even the defense to receive the ball. Within Simeone's tactical system, Chu Feng possessed considerable freedom. He could both pass and shoot. Before long, the ball found its way to Chu Feng's feet. In the 18th minute of the match, Atletico's midfielder Koch received a throw-in from Oblak and immediately spotted the retreating Chu Feng. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to him. At the moment Chu Feng received the ball, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands of San Mamés. Insults, jibes, and sarcasm filled the air. Additionally, Several Athletic Bilbao players charged toward Chu Feng, including Sanjos and Torres. The two converged to press him simultaneously. Clearly, the Athletic Bilbao players were wary of Chu Feng's individual capabilities. Wei could hardly believe that even as Chu Feng received the ball in midfield, two Athletic Bilbao players would confront him. At that moment, however, Chu Feng decisively chose to break through. Initially, he had intended to pass the ball to the forward Griezmann. But unfortunately, Griezmann was also tightly marked by Nez and the left-back Kappa. Passing was not the best option. Chapter 54. Two players overcome. A goal is orchestrated. In the absence of passing opportunities, Chu Feng took decisive action and boldly dribbled forward. With a swift movement, he adeptly maneuvered the ball with his right foot. As he surged forward, the two defensive midfielders from Athletic Bilbao also quickened their pace. At that moment, harnessing all the strength within him, Chu Feng suddenly collided with San Jose using his shoulder. He understood that his only advantage over these La Liga players was his physicality. Thus, to find an opportunity amidst the double team, he fully utilized his core strength. This choice proved to be remarkably astute. The moment Chu Feng's shoulder struck San Jose, the Bilbao midfielder lost his balance and fell hard onto the pitch. In truth, San Jose possessed commendable core strength, but this time, he underestimated Chu Feng's impact and did not exert himself fully in the confrontation, resulting in a rather humiliating fall. Chu Feng had sent San Jose tumbling. It must be acknowledged that Chu Feng's physical attributes were indeed impressive. On the field, he resembled an armored vehicle, unstoppable in his advance. As a devoted admirer of Chu Feng, Wei was naturally effusive in his praise for the young star's performance. However, Chu Feng had yet to complete his breakthrough. Besides San Jose, another defender stood in his path. Upon witnessing his teammate fall, Torres was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he charged towards Chu Feng, ready to resort to a foul to impede his progress. Ding! Alvarez's luck booster card activated. At this crucial moment, a familiar voice rang in Chu Feng's ears. The Alvarez luck booster card had successfully activated, substantially enhancing his attributes related to confrontation, dribbling, and passing. With the skill card support, Chu Feng felt a renewed confidence in his ability to break through. Just then, Torres lunged towards him, and instinctively, Chu Feng flicked the ball with his right foot. Perfectly timed, the ball swiftly passed through the defender's legs. In one fluid motion, he had bypassed two opponents. The stands of San Mamés Stadium fell into stunned silence as over 50,000 home fans witnessed this stunning display. Even the visiting Atletico Madrid supporters were left awestruck by Chu Feng's dazzling series of breakthroughs. With Atletico Madrid's offense stifled, the 17-year-old Chu Feng emerged as a beacon of hope. He single-handedly tore through Athletic Bilbao's central defense. Wei had scarcely finished his exclamation when fellow commentator Su Yang expressed his astonishment. "I can hardly believe that such a remarkable sequence of dribbles was executed by a player from our homeland." Chu Feng's skills were unparalleled domestically. As a former national team player, Su Yang was acutely aware of the current state of Chinese football, lending credence to his remarks. Yet, Chu Feng's exhibition was far from over. After consecutively evading two Athletic Bilbao players, he continued his sprint towards the opponent's penalty area at breakneck speed. It was now Bilbao's turn to feel the pressure. On the sidelines, Coach Zaganda furrowed his brow and shouted, "Focus on defense. Do not allow their number 18 to take a long-range shot. Clear it out. Hurry." Prior to the match, Zaganda had carefully studied all of Chu Feng's performances this season and recognized that this 17-year-old possessed a powerful long-range shot. If given the opportunity to shoot, the consequences could be dire. Under their coach's urging, the defenders finally surged forward. Among them, Unai Nez and Laporte were the first to confront Chu Feng. At the edge of the penalty arc, Chu Feng faced a direct challenge from these two defenders, having previously experienced Laporte's defensive prowess. And now with the addition of Unai Nez, Chu Feng realized that breaking through both defenders in quick succession was nearly impossible. For Chu Feng, the optimal strategy was to pass. With the enhancement of his vision attribute, he caught sight of Griezmann making a run into the penalty area. Crucially, due to the pressure from Unai Nez and Laporte, only a single fullback remained in front of Griezmann. Seizing this golden opportunity, Chu Feng could not afford to hesitate. With remarkable speed, he lifted his right foot. At that moment, Laporte and Unai Nez instinctively leaped to block the impending shot. Unfortunately for them, Chu Feng's intent was not to shoot, but to pass. Suddenly, the ball soared over the defenders' heads and landed perfectly at Griezmann's feet. It was a pass that sliced through the defensive line. Griezmann, upon receiving the ball, faced the challenge posed by fullback Valencia and, without a moment's hesitation, executed a deft flick. However, in the critical moment, Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper Kepa intervened. He successfully parried the shot directed towards the near post, despite Griezmann's powerful attempt. He could not breach Kepa's defenses. With a mighty punch, Kepa propelled the ball away. Instantly, the stands at San Mamés erupted with jubilant cheers from over 50,000 Athletic Bilbao fans. They collectively chanted Kepa's name in celebration. Yet, before they could fully express their elation, despair swept across their faces. 4. Kepa's parry had not cleared the ball far. In fact, it fell right back to Griezmann's feet. With a decisive strike, Griezmann did not squander the opportunity, swiftly unleashing a powerful left-footed shot. In a flash, the ball hurtled towards the corner of the net. Goal. 1-0. Atletico Madrid had finally breached Athletic Bilbao's defenses. Griezmann had come through. Kepa, despite his valiant efforts as a goalkeeper, found himself helpless against Griezmann's relentless follow-up. Chapter 55. Athletic Bilbao is anxious. A full-scale offensive. After scoring, Griezmann appeared elated. Yet he refrained from celebrating and rushed towards Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, I apologize for not converting your pass into an assist," Griezmann expressed with a tone of remorse. However, it was evident that Chu Feng was unconcerned. Assists are of little significance. What matters is that our team secures victory. Chu Feng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. This was a genuine reflection of Chu Feng's sentiments. Although he had accrued numerous assists in La Liga, he was truly uninterested in them. Instead, his desire lay in scoring goals. For each goal could be exchanged for a point in freedom attributes, enhancing his prowess, something assists could not achieve. Upon the restart of play, Athletic Bilbao's players swiftly launched an assault on their opponent's goal. Undoubtedly, losing was an unacceptable outcome for each member of Athletic Bilbao. Prior to the match, Simeone had boldly proclaimed that Atletico Madrid would secure 3 points at San Mamés, a statement that incensed the entire Bilbao squad. Furthermore, it had been an extended period since Athletic Bilbao had triumphed over Atletico Madrid. Many fans even labeled Athletic Bilbao as the team that generously gifted points to Atletico Madrid. These factors fueled the players and fans alike with a fervent desire to vanquish Atletico Madrid that evening, to alleviate their pent-up frustrations. Thus, from the very first minute of the match, the home team, Athletic Bilbao, played with considerable vigor. Yet, their offensive efforts only produced thunder without rain. With Atletico Madrid having already breached their defenses, Bilbao found themselves with no route for retreat, compelling them to intensify their assault. In the 32nd minute, Bilbao's central defender Laporte launched a long ball forward, and in an instant, the ball landed at the feet of right winger Simeone. As he prepared to break through, he was effectively contained by Felipe and Saul. Simeone's team adopted an exceptionally conservative approach, especially after taking the lead, commanding all attacking players to retreat to their defensive positions. Indeed, Atletico Madrid had once again set up a defensive fortress. Their objective was clear: to stifle the opponent's offensive efforts and maintain their slender one-goal advantage until halftime. On the right flank, Simeone found no opportunities to break through amidst the dual pressure from Atletico's defenders. Ultimately, he had no choice but to pass back. At the attacking midfield position, Raul Garcia successfully received the ball. So far, Raul Garcia had been the standout performer for Athletic Bilbao. After controlling the ball, he wasted no time and immediately unleashed a powerful shot. In an instant, the ball sped through the air like a bullet, narrowly evading several Atletico players before it veered towards the goal. Regrettably, Raul Garcia's third long-range attempt of the half was once again thwarted by Oblak. Confronted with Atletico Madrid's impregnable defense, it was evident that Athletic Bilbao's players lacked effective strategies to counteract. For the majority of the time, they could only threaten the goal with long-range shots. However, based on the outcomes of these attempts, the effectiveness of such shots was rather mediocre. Unbeknownst to them, the first half was drawing to a close, with only 10 minutes remaining. As time ticked away, the mindset of Athletic Bilbao's players began to grow anxious, leading to technical errors in their play. A flurry of passing mistakes ensued. Moments later, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. 1-0. The home side, Athletic Bilbao, trailed by a goal. In the visitors' dressing room, Simeone expressed satisfaction with his players' performance. Upon entering, he greeted them with applause. "Well done, lads. Keep it up." In the second half, Athletic Bilbao will undoubtedly launch a fierce attack, so hold your positions. Do not concede. I believe we will have opportunities for counterattacks. And one more thing, do not get injured. The Basques are quite formidable in their challenges. Simeone's last remark was primarily directed at Chu Feng. especially since he had sustained an injury in the previous Champions League match, causing him to miss the game against Malaga. Although Chu Feng was merely 17, he had already established himself as a crucial player in Atletico's attacking lineup. Meanwhile, across the distant eastern continent, a sports website promptly published the halftime report for both teams. Halftime. Atletico Madrid takes the lead away from home. Griezmann scores with a double strike. Chu Feng embodies Messi. Dribbling past two defenders down the middle, he dismantles the entire defense. A key pass assists Griezmann's goal. With only 30% possession, Simeone's bus defense suffocates Athletic Bilbao's offense. Chu Feng faces targeted defense. Athletic Bilbao employs a two-man blockade. This 17-year-old prodigy has become the team's core. In the comments section, fans from the homeland lauded Chu Feng's performance in the first half. The kid has truly become a mainstay for Atletico. His dribbling is razor-sharp. Athletic Bilbao's onslaught is still somewhat fierce. I hope Chu Feng avoids injury. The second half is bound to spark conflicts. Stay composed, kid. It seems Chu Feng has yet to regain his optimal form. He hardly had any shooting opportunities in the first half. All in all, Athletic Bilbao is not a weak team, particularly with Laporte in their defense. It's such a pity that Griezmann wasted Chu Feng's assist. I still hope Chu Feng can score in the second half. Go for it. 15 minutes later, the second half commenced. Without a doubt, Athletic Bilbao immediately launched another offensive. After the kickoff, midfielder Raul Garcia received the ball and swiftly delivered a precise through pass. Boom. The ball sliced through the gaps between Coke and Saul like a surgeon's scalpel. 2 seconds later, the ball accurately landed at the feet of Adris. As a veteran forward for Athletic Bilbao, Adris quickly unleashed a powerful shot from just outside the penalty area. It was a low drive, the ball skimming the grass as it hurtled toward the goal. In a critical moment, Oblak dove to make the save, deflecting the ball with a powerful punch. The ball was successfully controlled by Coke, and in an instant, the opportunity for a counterattack shifted to Atletico Madrid. Just as the second half began, the tempo of attack and defense escalated dramatically. Chapter 56. A mistake leads to a goal. Bilbao equalizes. A long pass. Coke's accurate delivery found Chu Feng. It was an opportunity for Atletico Madrid to counterattack. Just as commentator Hiway's words hung in the air, multiple defenders from Athletic Bilbao surged toward Chu Feng. Atletico Madrid's solitary goal had been initiated by Chu Feng in the first half, notably after he skillfully maneuvered past two defenders in midfield, almost completely dismantling the opponent's defense. Therefore, when Chu Feng received the ball again, the Bilbao defenders could not afford to be complacent in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, holding midfielder San Jose and fullback Kappa rushed toward Chu Feng. Meanwhile, in the penalty area of Athletic Bilbao, Atletico forward Griezmann was also in position. For Chu Feng, the most prudent defensive choice would undoubtedly be to pass, yet this time he chose otherwise. Instead, he boldly charged forward, evading the defensive line. With a feint to pass with his right foot, he exploded into a rapid dribble. However, the Bilbao defenders were already on high alert. The moment Chu Feng took his touch, both San Jose and Kappa immediately extended their legs to block, while their bodies collided forcefully with Chu Feng. Athletic Bilbao's closing defense firmly halted Chu Feng's advance. In a flash, the ball at Chu Feng's feet was seized. Kappa shoulder-checked Chu Feng, causing him to lose control of the ball, and at that very moment, another defender, San Jose, seized the opportunity to clear it with a powerful kick. Bang! The ball hurtled toward the front line of Athletic Bilbao. What was initially an opportunity for Atletico Madrid's counterattack had now turned into an offensive thrust for Athletic Bilbao. In the attacking third, the more experienced Adris skillfully anticipated the ball's trajectory and subsequently passed it to winger Munian. It must be said, once Munian is granted a 1v1 breakthrough opportunity, he displays a remarkable level of confidence. With a deft touch and a quick step, Munian effortlessly glided past the defender. Atletico's fullback Jimenez stood like a statue, unable to react in time. Following this, Munian decisively cut inside, utilizing his lightning speed to surge into the penalty area. At this moment, it is no exaggeration to say that all the defenders of Atletico Madrid had their focus and attention fixated on Munian. Center-backs Godin and Savic sprinted towards Munian with the urgency of a 100-meter dash. Bang! At that instant, however, Munian opted for a diagonal pass. The ball spun rapidly, skillfully slipping through the gap between Godin and Savic. In an instant, the ball found its way to Adris. Now, before the veteran striker of Athletic Bilbao stood only the opposing goalkeeper Oblak. Faced with this golden opportunity, Adris embodied the poise of a seasoned veteran. He first lifted his right foot, feigning a shot. Upon noticing Oblak rushing forward, he swiftly redirected the ball with his right foot, bringing it under the control of his left. Bang! A crisp sound resonated as the ball soared like a dart, piercing through Oblak's fingers with ruthless precision. The goal was scored. Athletic Bilbao had equalized. The entire San Mamés stadium erupted into a fervent celebration. Both teams were now back on even footing. At this moment, a hint of embarrassment crossed Hiwei's face as he continued speaking into the microphone. In truth, Chu Feng bears some responsibility for this goal conceded. The Athletic Bilbao players capitalized on the interception from Chu Feng's feet, which led to their counterattack opportunity. The broadcast camera then focused on Chu Feng, where his face was unmistakably etched with disappointment and sorrow. Griezmann, Koch, and Saul approached Chu Feng to offer words of comfort, yet he remained enveloped in self-reproach. Since joining Atletico Madrid, Chu Feng had hardly made any mistakes. He was even hailed by many media outlets as the hope for Atletico and Oppo's forward line in the coming decade. Yet, on this night, due to his reckless attack, he had inadvertently caused his team to concede. Chu Feng found it impossible to forgive himself. In the stands, numerous Athletic Bilbao fans initially chanted Adjara's name in jubilant celebration, only to turn their ire towards Chu Feng, unleashing a torrent of jeers. Is this the Asian forward Simeone spoke of before the match? Thank you for the indirect assist. Asian kid. Victory will ultimately belong to Bilbao. Continue attacking. Overwhelm these Madrid men. What else can this Asian do besides conceding goals? This guy has no ability other than a bit of luck. Hurry back to your homeland. At that moment, on the Atletico Madrid bench, Simeone did not blame Chu Feng for the conceded goal. Instead, he offered applause to him. Chu, do not dwell on the goal conceded. Keep playing. This is not your fault. We are fully capable of turning the score around. Simeone's faith in Chu Feng was unwavering. He firmly believed that this young man with dark hair and a fair complexion possessed the potential to create miracles. As the game resumed, it was now Atletico Madrid's turn to attack. As previously mentioned, Atletico was the absolute nemesis of Athletic Bilbao, with the latter's last victory over Atletico dating back to 2013. From a psychological standpoint, Atletico's players held a distinct advantage. Soon, the ball arrived at Saul's feet. The young Atletico midfielder wasted no time and promptly passed the ball to the right flank to Gaitan. After assessing the situation in the penalty area, Gaitan made a decisive cross. As a South American player, it must be said that Gaitan's technique was flawless. The ball arced beautifully through the air, successfully clearing the head of the front post defender, Unai Núñez. In the very next moment, the ball landed perfectly before Chu Feng. Undoubtedly, this presented a chance for redemption. Positioned at the penalty spot, Chu Feng hesitated not for a moment and leapt into action. Just as he was about to connect with the ball, he suddenly felt a loss of control over his body and crashed heavily onto the grass. At this crucial juncture, Laporte stepped up once more, saving Athletic Bilbao. Chapter 57, The Redemption of Chu Feng. The counterattack arrives. Once again, it is Laporte. In today's match, Chu Feng has almost always found himself on the losing side whenever he faced Laporte. This time was no exception. Chu Feng was brutally knocked down by Laporte in mid-air. In the commentary studio of Dongqiu Network, commentator Hiwei shook his head in resignation upon witnessing this. Su Yang remarked, at present, Chu Feng lacks the strength to confront Laporte directly. He needs to play more intelligently. In the stands of San Mamés Stadium, the fans of Athletic Bilbao erupted into deafening cheers as they witnessed Laporte's successful challenge against Chu Feng. Undoubtedly, this was the scene that all Athletic Bilbao fans yearned to see. Bravo, Laporte, the world's top defender. This forward from the Celestial Empire appeared utterly outclassed before Laporte. This garbage from the Celestial Empire. He is utterly unworthy of competing in La Liga. I wonder if this Asian player has even attempted a shot in the match? He should retire on the spot. Within the stadium, Chu Feng could hear the jeers of the Athletic Bilbao fans loud and clear. However, there was not a trace of anger on his face. Chu Feng understood very well that the best response would be to score a goal. Thus, in the ensuing moments, he devoted all his attention to the match, eager to seize a decisive opportunity. But time was running out for Chu Feng. In the 70-minute mark, Chu Feng successfully received a pass from Koch at the top of the penalty area with his back turned. This time, Chu Feng feigned a shot and made a deceptive move to the right, but as Laporte reacted, he quickly shifted his weight to the left. Unfortunately, Laporte anticipated Chu Feng's intentions perfectly, and as Chu Feng turned to the left, Laporte lunged forward once more. This time, Chu Feng didn't even have a chance to execute his signature move, the Balotelli rocket. The ball was intercepted by Laporte with a powerful kick. The football soared directly into Athletic Bilbao's offensive zone, but fortunately, Atletico's center-back God and kept a close watch on Adris. The experienced defender successfully tackled the ball from Adris' feet, regaining control for Atletico. "Hey, kid, did you really think you could break through my defense?" After clearing the ball, Laporte nudged Chu Feng, as if the core defender of Athletic Bilbao aimed to provoke him. "Tonight, I will show you the intensity of La Liga." In the face of Laporte's taunt, Chu Feng paid it no mind and continued to focus entirely on the match. He knew that as long as he kept running diligently, a shooting opportunity would surely arise. However, at that moment, in the section occupied by the away fans, several Atletico supporters displayed expressions of helplessness and discontent. It was already past 70 minutes, and why hadn't Simeone made any substitutions? "Hurry and take Chu off the field. He has been absolutely dreadful today. To be honest, I can't see what impact Chu Feng has on the pitch. He seems to be in a daze. In truth, it is not entirely Chu Feng's fault. Laporte's strength is simply too formidable." The Atletico fans were vocally discussing Chu Feng's performance that evening, and it was clear that the majority were dissatisfied with his display, with some even calling out for Torres' name. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Simeone indeed made a substitution. But it was not Chu Feng who was replaced. Rather, the ineffective party was substituted for Carrasco. However, this change did not yield any positive results. The team's offense continued to lack momentum. Gradually, time slipped into the 82nd minute, and with the match nearing its conclusion, both the home team, Athletic Bilbao, and the visiting Atletico began to feel the tension. This time, Atletico's midfielders exerted tremendous effort to successfully regain possession from their opponents. Subsequently, the ball found its way to Carrasco's feet. The Belgian winger was confident in his individual dribbling abilities, especially upon seeing that only one defender stood before him, which further boosted his confidence. A sudden stop, a quick cut, then a rapid dash. Carrasco deftly maneuvered his agile steps to shake off the Athletic Bilbao fullback. "Cover him. Don't let him cut inside. Foul. Quick." Upon witnessing this, Zaganda's face was instantly filled with anxiety. To be fair, he was somewhat aware of Carrasco's individual capabilities. If Carrasco found his rhythm, it was highly likely he could orchestrate a spectacular breakthrough. Under Zaganda's shouts, several Athletic Bilbao defenders swiftly converged. Besides the two defensive midfielders, Sanjas and Torres, even center-back Unai and Ez rushed to confront Carrasco. In an instant, 3 players donned in Athletic Bilbao jerseys charged at Carrasco. However, Carrasco was no Messi. Faced with the onslaught of 3 defenders, he found himself entirely unable to seize an opportunity. Ultimately, Carrasco's fate mirrored that of Chu Feng, as the ball was easily intercepted by the opposition. Bang! Another counterattack from Athletic Bilbao. Center-back Unai and Ez cleared the ball with a powerful kick, sending it soaring to Ral Garque. The attacking linchpin for Athletic Bilbao, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, found himself with another chance to shoot. However, before Ral Garque could even execute his shot, Godin lunged in with a fierce tackle, sending Ral Garque sprawling to the ground. Beep. The referee, witnessing the incident, promptly issued a yellow card to Godin, while Athletic Bilbao was awarded a free kick just outside the penalty area. Ral Garque stepped up to take the shot. Bang! The ball soared just over the heads of the wall and rapidly veered toward the goal. Unfortunately, it failed to penetrate Oblak's grasp. The Atletico goalkeeper secured the ball firmly in the air, and then suddenly delivered a powerful clearance. Bang! Mere seconds later, the ball traversed most of the field, landing directly before Chu Feng. At last, Chu Feng had awaited his moment. In the entirety of Athletic Bilbao's defensive line, only Laporte and Balanziga stood before him. The first to rush toward Chu Feng was the fullback Balanziga. This time, Chu Feng opted for the simplest of breakthrough methods, a powerful surge. Chapter 58, the final moment of triumph. A savior for the team. Chu Feng was acutely aware that this counterattack might very well be his last opportunity in the match. Therefore, to aid his team in achieving victory and to attain personal redemption, it was imperative that he score. He exerted himself to the utmost. Despite his physical stamina teetering on the brink of exhaustion, he resolutely refused to abandon his sprint. Ding! The Alvarez luck card has been activated. At the moment Chu Feng executed his explosive dash, a familiar voice resonated in his ears. Stamina 30, strength 30, breakthrough 30. After participating in numerous matches, Chu Feng gradually comprehended the activation pattern of the Little Spider luck card. As the skill card suggested, the more effort one exerts, the more fortunate one becomes. The harder Chu Feng fought during the game, the more he yearned to score, the higher the likelihood of this skill card activating. Moreover, the enhancements he received would be even more substantial. In summary, Chu Feng had once again activated the Alvarez luck card. This undoubtedly bolstered his confidence. Most importantly, he no longer felt fatigued. His legs surged with newfound vigor. With a powerful burst, he darted forward like a tempest, weaving effortlessly past the defenders of Athletic Bilbao. It was as though he faced no resistance whatsoever. In the dying moments of the match, Chu Feng still possessed the energy for such a burst. He had succeeded. His speed was remarkable. He had outmaneuvered Valencia and Oppo's defense. At that moment, he resembled an indefatigable bull. In the broadcasting studio of Donchio Network, when Hiwei witnessed Chu Feng's sudden breakthrough against Valencia, his pupils dilated, and his commentary grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, in the stands of San Mamés Stadium, tens of thousands of Athletic Bilbao fans mirrored Hiwei's expression, their faces betraying a hint of panic. Should Chu Feng score, it would likely be the decisive blow. In the VIP box, Mendez, a top football agent, also found his interest piqued. Throughout most of the match, Chu Feng had been effectively neutralized by Laporte, leaving him with few opportunities to shine, which had caused Mendez to lose interest. But now, as Chu Feng effortlessly broke past Valencia, Mendez's face reflected renewed intrigue. Like the fans present, his gaze was firmly fixed on Chu Feng. Before Chu Feng stood only two remaining players from Athletic Bilbao, aside from goalkeeper Kepa. There was only Laporte. In the first 80 minutes, every confrontation between Chu Feng and Laporte had ended in defeat for him, and Laporte had even mocked him during the match. This presented a perfect opportunity for revenge. As they approached the penalty area, Laporte lunged forward, charging directly into Chu Feng's path. Perhaps due to his previous victories over Chu Feng, Laporte brimmed with confidence, attempting to shoulder charge him while extending his right foot to disrupt. However, now Chu Feng was empowered by the little spider luck card, which had significantly enhanced his strength and breakthrough capabilities. Moreover, through their numerous encounters, Chu Feng had begun to decipher Laporte's defensive strategy. To accomplish his breakthrough, he chose to confront Laporte head-on. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his might and collided with Laporte using his shoulder. Crack! With a sound reminiscent of bones fracturing, the Athletic Bilbao center-back crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, Chu Feng strode into the penalty area as if nothing had happened. In that instant, Chu Feng fully harnessed his advantage, his strength. It is worth noting that his strength attribute had reached an impressive 88, and with the enhancement from the little spider luck card, he had become an unstoppable juggernaut. Not even Laporte could withstand his force. Chu Feng had toppled Laporte. How could this be? Just as Hiwei finished his sentence, Chu Feng entered the penalty area and lifted his right foot. Ding! The Balotelli cannon card has been activated. As this Balotelli cannon card is an active card, it automatically triggers every time Chu Feng takes a shot. Boom! In that moment, Chu Feng struck with the ferocity of Balotelli, launching the ball toward the goal with almost no spin. On the goal line, Athletic Bilbao and Oppo's goalkeeper Kepa had no time to react. It was not that he lacked the desire to save, but simply that the speed of Chu Feng's shot was too great. Swish! The ball thundered into the net. The entire San Mamés stadium fell silent. Despair etched the faces of nearly all Athletic Bilbao players. They had been defeated, 2-1. In the 85th minute of the match, Chu Feng executed a dazzling solo effort. He had successfully navigated past two defenders from Athletic Bilbao, including Laporte. This 17-year-old prodigy from the Celestial Empire had once again showcased his remarkable goal-scoring ability. As of this match, Chu Feng had already netted 5 goals and provided 5 assists in La Liga. He was undeniably formidable. Chu Feng emerged as a sensational talent, seemingly descending from the heavens. At this moment, the commentator from Donchio Network was utterly beside himself with excitement. He had never anticipated that Chu Feng would score in such a manner, nor did he foresee Atletico Madrid clinching victory at the last moment. Equally exhilarated were the fans from the Celestial Empire watching the live broadcast. In an instant, the comments section was inundated with Chu Feng's name. Undoubtedly, all fans were captivated by Chu Feng's offensive prowess. To be frank, Chu Feng is the most formidable U17 player I have ever seen. Unbelievably strong. I cannot find the words to describe it. Laporte is a defender personally endorsed by Guardiola, yet he was so easily bypassed by Chu Feng. Am I dreaming? This doesn't feel real. I believe Chu Feng is now capable of being compared to Messi and Ronaldo. This is what genius truly means. Laporte used to enjoy mocking others. So where is he now? Where have all the naysayers gone? On the pitch, after scoring, Chu Feng once again dashed toward the corner flag and, suddenly turning, mimicked a machine gun gesture towards the opposing fans as if to celebrate his triumph. Chapter 59, second in the scoring chart. Just one goal behind Cristiano Ronaldo. In the VIP box, Mendes, having witnessed the recent events unfold, stood up in excitement, continuously applauding Chu Feng. As one of the premier agents in global football, Mendes was acutely aware of Laporte's defensive prowess, especially with his imminent transfer to Manchester City in a few months. However, in the recent defensive play, this world-class defender was utterly overwhelmed by a mere 17-year-old Asian player, a turn of events that clearly astonished Mendes. On the sidelines, Athletic Bilbao's coach, Zaganda, stood frozen like a scarecrow, utterly stunned. In truth, upon seeing Chu Feng score, Zaganda's mindset had completely shattered. He understood that the suspense of the match had dissipated entirely. The players of Athletic Bilbao lacked the capability to equalize in the final 5 minutes. Moreover, their defensive stalwart, Laporte, was down on the grass, appearing quite distressed. After the team doctor assessed the injury, he gestured to Zaganda for a substitution. Laporte had sustained a severe injury in his confrontation with Chu Feng. His shoulder had dislocated, rendering him unable to continue the match. As Laporte was carried off on a stretcher, boos erupted from the Atletico Madrid supporters. Following the restart, although the Bilbao players launched a fierce attack towards Atletico's goal, they found themselves utterly powerless against Atletico's bus-like defense. With 3 minutes of added time elapsed, the referee blew the final whistle. 2-1. The away team, Atletico Madrid, secured victory thanks to Chu Feng's last-minute heroic goal. As of now, Atletico Madrid has achieved 3 victories and 2 draws in the first 5 rounds of La Liga, positioning them 4th in the league. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, who netted the decisive goal, has scored 6 times, placing him 2nd in the scoring chart alongside Messi, while Cristiano Ronaldo of Real Madrid leads with 7 goals. Furthermore, in addition to his 6 goals, Chu Feng has provided 5 assists, making him the undisputed top assist provider in La Liga. Chu, let us discuss tonight's match. You performed relatively average for the first 80 minutes, especially in your duel against Laporte, where you did not hold a considerable advantage. Yet, in the final moments, you delivered a remarkable performance that helped your team achieve the winning goal. How did you manage to do that? In the players' tunnel post-match, Chu Feng was interviewed by journalist Ma Fan Shu from Dongqiu Network. Without hesitation, Chu Feng responded, "The reason is quite simple: belief. I have always believed that Atletico is the stronger side. Additionally, the trust from my coach is paramount. As you mentioned, my performance in the first 80 minutes was subpar, yet Coach Simeone did not substitute me. I am grateful for his trust." This was genuinely from Chu Feng and Oppo's heart. After the second half commenced, he feared that Simeone might replace him, given the plethora of talented forwards on Atletico's bench, such as Angel Correa, Torres, and Gamero. Nevertheless, Simeone chose to trust Chu Feng, and it proved to be the right decision. AS Newspaper. Last-minute goal. The 17-year-old player from the Celestial Empire overturned Laporte in the 85th minute, successfully breaching Bilbao's goal. He helped Atletico secure another 3 points. Marca. The mysterious Eastern power continues. Chu Feng resolved the match in the final 5 minutes. World Sports Daily. Atletico's young forward has scored 6 goals, tying with Messi for 2nd in the scoring chart. He is just 1 goal away from Cristiano Ronaldo. Daily Sports. Atletico's savior, young Chu Feng netted a golden goal in the 85th minute. Undoubtedly, after the match, Chu Feng's name became the focal point for the Spanish media. However, for Chu Feng himself, he remained indifferent to the external media. Following his interview with Ma Fan Shu, he returned to the locker room to freshen up. Once he had completed his routine, while his teammates were celebrating their victory exuberantly, Chu Feng quietly opened a system in a corner to allocate skill points. In this match, Chu Feng had only scored 1 goal, thus earning him a single point for free attributes. He decided to enhance his injury resilience. Although his injury attribute had reached 66 after training at the Divine Striker training ground, he felt this value was still too low. Despite La Liga emphasizing technical skills over physical confrontations, as a center forward, he inevitably faced defensive players during matches, which naturally increased the risk of injury. Therefore, he deemed it essential to improve his injury attribute. Moreover, as he had now become Atletico's top scorer, and given that he had missed the last match due to injury, resulting in the team drawing against Malaga, Chu Feng recognized the necessity of maintaining a healthy physique for the team's success. Injury 66-67. After allocating the points, Chu Feng whimsically opened his personal panel to review. Chu Feng, 17 years, 4 months, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 77, explosiveness, 75, reaction speed, 70, strength, 88, stamina, 72, jump, 73, injury, 67. Physical attribute rating. C. Offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long shot, 76, header, 77, set piece, 66, dribbling, 72, offensive attribute rating. B. Passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through pass, 67, cross, 67, vision, 80, passing attribute rating. C. Defensive attributes, tackle, 56, sliding tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, physical confrontation, 75. Defensive attribute rating. D. Total score, 75. Comprehensive evaluation level. C. Star skills, Alvarez's lucky card. Balotelli's heavy artillery card. Available attribute points, 0, equipment, divine stamina potion. The divine stamina potion? Upon seeing this name, Chu Feng suddenly recalled that he had received this reward after scoring a hat-trick in the previous match against Valencia. In the upcoming fixtures, Atletico would face a grueling schedule with matches twice a week, making this divine stamina potion particularly significant for Chu Feng. Chapter 60, the long-awaited home game. Simeone's confidence source. Chu, there is someone looking for you outside. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly heard his name being called, prompting him to exit the system immediately. Is it a reporter? Chu Feng inquired, casting a curious glance at Felipe, who shook his head in response. No. It's an agent. An agent? A hint of perplexity flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. Yes, and he is one of the top football agents in Europe. Felipe did not disclose the agent's name, which only fueled Chu Feng's intrigue further. Eagerly, Chu Feng donned his jersey and, clad in slippers, made his way to the locker room door. Before Chu Feng could utter a word, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in an expensive suit, enveloped him in a warm embrace. Chu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jorge Mendes, a Portuguese agent. After speaking, Mendes produced a business card from his briefcase and extended it to Chu Feng. Ah, so you are Mendes. What an honor. Chu Feng responded, extending his right hand to shake Mendes. As a fan in his previous life, Chu Feng was well aware of Mendes' illustrious reputation, knowing that one of the greatest players, Cristiano Ronaldo, was among his clients. However, he had only seen Mendes' name in news reports and had never encountered his visage before. I have come to propose that I become your agent. I watched today's match, and I firmly believe that you have the potential to become the star player of Atletico Madrid. Mendes, visibly excited, grasped Chu Feng's hands tightly and continued. If you're interested, we can arrange a time to discuss further. Clearly, Mendes was utterly captivated by the extraordinary talent of this young Chinese player after witnessing his splendid performance that evening. Mendes was convinced that once Messi and Ronaldo retired, Chu Feng could very well ascend to the pinnacle of La Liga. Moreover, with the vast Chinese market backing him, it was only a matter of time before numerous sponsorships would come knocking if Chu Feng maintained his current form, resulting in substantial profits for Mendes as well. I will consider it, Chu Feng replied, holding Mendes' business card. If I require your services, I will certainly give you a call. Goodbye. After uttering these words, Chu Feng turned and returned to the locker room, leaving Mendes momentarily astonished. It is worth noting that Mendes, as one of the most distinguished agents in the world of football, had only ever been the one to decline others. He had never been rejected by a player before, let alone being turned down by a 17-year-old Chinese player, which struck Mendes as almost unbelievable. Such character, Mendes mused, a hint of an awkward smile creeping onto his face after a prolonged silence. The reason Chu Feng did not immediately accept Mendes' offer stemmed from his desire to focus entirely on the match at hand. Moreover, hiring an agent is a significant matter for a footballer, necessitating careful contemplation before a decision can be reached. As a young player, Chu Feng was aware that Mendes would likely demand a hefty fee, and this was not the most opportune moment for negotiations. Following the match between Atletico and Athletic Bilbao, the team returned to Madrid that same evening. In the week that followed, Atletico's players were set for a grueling schedule of double matches. In 2 days, Atletico would host Sevilla, and then on September 28th, they were to face Chelsea in the Champions League group stage. Undoubtedly, both matches were of utmost importance to Atletico. The forthcoming match against Sevilla represented a prime opportunity for Atletico to break into the top three of La Liga. Currently, Sevilla occupied third place, while Atletico was in fourth, with a mere 2-point difference between the teams. Should Atletico secure victory at home, they would undoubtedly surpass Sevilla and ascend into the top three. However, a loss could see them overtaken by teams behind them, further widening the gap between themselves and the league's elite. Furthermore, this match against Sevilla was a home game. In their previous home matches, Atletico had been held to a draw by Malaga, and with 5 rounds of the league completed, they had yet to claim a victory at home. This was something Simeone could not accept. The next day, Simeone canceled the first team's holiday, utilizing the time to implement a focused defensive strategy. For Chu Feng, his absence in the last home match due to injury meant that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was poised to make his debut at the Metropolitano Stadium to ensure victory in the upcoming match. Chu Feng dedicated the next 2 days to intense training at the Divine Striker training ground. Soon, the date arrived, September 23rd, match day, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Atletico Madrid's bus slowly made its way to the team's home ground, the Metropolitano Stadium. On board the bus, head coach Simeone announced the starting lineup for the match. As expected, Chu Feng was included. Partnering with him on the front line was still Griezmann. Let me emphasize once more, Sevilla is not a weak team. Defeating them will not be an easy task. Once the match begins, we must take control of the game's rhythm. Remember, we must secure a victory tonight. We owe our fans a thrilling performance. Onward, Atletico Madrid. Simeone's exuberance was largely fueled by the immense pressure he had been under recently. Especially after being held to a draw at home by Malaga, the club's higher-ups had made their dissatisfaction with Simeone clear, and the media, along with fans in Madrid, had voiced their critiques of his conservative tactics on various occasions. Thus, this home match against Sevilla presented Simeone with an opportunity to prove his coaching prowess. At 6 o'clock that evening, Simeone participated in an interview with AS. The Atletico players were fully prepared to seize victory, and tonight, the triumph would belong solely to Atletico Madrid. Simeone's words brimmed with unwavering confidence. Would the 17-year-old prodigy Chu Feng take to the field in this match? A significant number of Atletico fans were eager to witness the prowess of this young Oriental talent on home turf. Of course, Chu Feng is in excellent health. He will definitely play. I assure you, he will deliver a breathtaking performance that will captivate the Atletico fans present. Each time Simeone spoke of Chu Feng, his face radiated immense trust. Chapter 61, The Divine Stamina Potion. Confronting Langlet head-on. Ding. Are you sure you want to use the Divine Stamina Potion? Confirmed. At 7:15 in the evening, within the player tunnel, all athletes were making their final preparations to enter the field, while Chu Feng, positioned at the rear of the Atletico Madrid lineup, activated his system to use the Divine Stamina Potion. The interval between this match and the previous game against Athletic Bilbao was merely 3 days, and in 4 days, Atletico would face Chelsea at home. Such an intense schedule was indeed taxing for Chu Feng, whose stamina attribute was a mere 72. Therefore, he resolved to utilize the Divine Stamina Potion to rejuvenate his energy. It must be said that the effects of the Divine Stamina Potion were remarkably significant. After just 1 second of use, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming transformation within his body. It was as if a mysterious surge of primal energy coursed through him, instantly dispelling any remnants of fatigue. Come on, Chu. For the fans in attendance, we must secure victory. At this moment, team captain got in approached Chu Feng to offer his encouragement. Rest assured, Captain, I will give my all. After a heartfelt embrace, determination radiated from Chu Feng's eyes. Meanwhile, in the stands, nearly 65,000 Atletico fans awaited with bated breath. The instant the starting players from both teams stepped onto the pitch, the atmosphere within the Metropolitano Stadium erupted into a thunderous chorus of shouts and cheers. Each Atletico fan spontaneously began singing the club anthem, Yo me voy al Manzanares. The lyrics conveyed the unwavering support of Madrid fans for Atletico and urged the players to fight valiantly on the field. The sheer might of this collective voice was overwhelming, especially with close to 70,000 fans united in song. In the studio of Dongchio.com, commentator He Wei and guest Su Yang commenced their analysis. Dongchio.com. Welcome, dear fans, to the thrilling clash of the 6th round of La Liga. Atletico Madrid is set to face Sevilla at home. Following 5 rounds, Atletico temporarily stood 4th in the La Liga table, while their opponents, Sevilla, occupied 3rd place, with a mere 2-point gap separating the teams. In the last 12 encounters, Atletico had triumphed in 7 matches, while Sevilla had secured only one victory alongside 4 draws. Based on historical confrontations, it was evident that Atletico, playing at home, held a distinct advantage. However, in their previous home match, Atletico had been held to a draw by Liga, a result that surprised everyone. Hopefully, tonight, Simeone's team could deliver an extraordinary performance for the thousands of Atletico fans present. In the starting lineup, Simeone opted for a 4-4-2 formation. The goalkeeper remained Oblak, with the defense comprising Vrsaljko, Savic, Godin, and Felipe. The midfield featured Koke, Gabi, Saul, and Carrasco, while the forward duo consisted of Chu Feng and Griezmann. On the Sevilla side, Coach Berizzo chose a 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Rico, defenders Carroll, Carrillo, Lenglet, and Mercado, midfielders Banega, Nzonzi, and Vasquez, and forwards Sarabia, Muriel, and Jesus Navas. As the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the first half, the nearly 70,000 Atletico fans erupted into cheers, marking the official commencement of the match. Immediately after the kickoff, Chu Feng surged into Sevilla's defensive line, engaging in a tactical battle with the opposing defenders. Perhaps due to the effects of the divine stamina potion, Chu Feng was brimming with vigor, as if imbued with limitless strength. Within just 30 seconds of the match, during a confrontation with Lenglet, Chu Feng harnessed his core strength and forcefully toppled the Sevilla center-back. Yet, the referee remained unperturbed, allowing play to continue. In the 5th minute of the first half, Atletico's offensive began to threaten Sevilla's goal. A through ball from Koke deftly pierced the gap between Nzonzi and Banega, arriving perfectly at Griezmann's feet. As Atletico's attacking engine, Griezmann swiftly turned upon receiving the ball, showcasing his exquisite footwork to execute a nutmeg. At that moment, Griezmann faced off against the defending player, Vasquez, an Argentine currently valued at 18 million euros. Regrettably for Sevilla, Vasquez suffered a complete defeat in this duel. Griezmann unleashed his prowess. He effortlessly broke through a shot. Just as Simeone narrated, after evading Vasquez's defense, Griezmann showed no hesitation and struck towards Sevilla's goal. The ball grazed the upper right corner of the post, soaring into the stands. A near miss. Although he did not score, the Atletico fans immediately showered Griezmann with applause. Before the match, Simeone had advised the Atletico players to apply pressure on their opponents from the outset and maintain control of the game's tempo. Judging by their performance thus far, the Atletico players were executing the plan quite well. 3 minutes later, Koke, Gabi, and Saul surged towards Sevilla's Nzonzi, and amidst the chaos, Saul successfully seized the ball. At this moment, Carrasco had made a run into a gap on the left flank, and in the next second, Saul's long pass found the Belgian winger, who, faced with Mercado's defense, executed a series of feints and quick changes of direction. In summary, Carrasco's dazzling display of footwork enabled him to break through successfully. Near the baseline, Carrasco decisively opted to cross the ball. In an instant, the ball accurately landed within the penalty area, positioned at the edge of the 6-yard box. Chu Feng skillfully established his position. Lenglet attempted to use his body to obstruct Chu Feng, striving to gain an advantageous position, but regardless of how Lenglet collided with him, Chu Feng remained steadfast, unyielding. In that instant, the ball descended onto Chu Feng's head. With every ounce of his strength, Chu Feng charged forward, overpowering Lenglet to contest the aerial ball. Bang! Chapter 62. The first goal at the Metropolitano. The crowd erupts. Bang! Chu Feng executed a powerful header that sent the ball hurtling into the net like a cannonball. In an instant, the football struck the goal, and Sevilla's goalkeeper, Rico, stood utterly unresponsive on the goal line. Whoosh! The ball found the back of the net. This marked Chu Feng's inaugural header since joining Atletico Madrid. More significantly, it was also his first goal at the Metropolitano Stadium. Consequently, after scoring, Chu Feng was overwhelmed with emotion. He sprinted to the corner flag and performed his signature machine gun shooting gesture. Simultaneously, Atletico Madrid supporters rose from their seats in unison. Incredible! This Asian player is destined to be Atletico Madrid's hope for the next decade. Such a powerful header. Sevilla and Apos' goalkeeper had no chance at all at that moment. Is this the strength of a prodigious talent? Unbelievable! Atletico Madrid are champions. Looking around, every fan clad in Atletico Madrid's colors was genuinely elated for Chu Feng. His teammates rushed to him, embracing him in celebration. The most excited of all was head coach Simeone. When Chu Feng's header thundered into Sevilla's net, Simeone, clad in a sharp black suit, immediately raised his fist toward the Atletico fans, fervently chanting Chu Feng's name. In the commentary hall of Doncio Network, the header. Sevilla's goalkeeper, Rico, was utterly powerless. The ball zipped into the bottom corner of the net. 1-0. The home side, Atletico Madrid, took the lead. Chu Feng netted his 7th goal in La Liga, equaling Cristiano Ronaldo's tally. Moreover, this header was Chu Feng's first goal at the Metropolitano Stadium. Now, the entire home ground of Atletico Madrid was ablaze with excitement, everyone chanting Chu Feng's name. In the corner flag area, Atletico's star player Griezmann was the first to reach Chu Feng, playfully patting the back of his head. Well done, Chu. You can indeed score with your head. It seems your height has its advantages. Captain got in also sprinted from the back line to the corner flag, wrapping his arms around Chu Feng and enthusiastically shouting, "Keep it up, Chu. Maintain this form. We will help you secure the Pichichi trophy." Chu Feng expressed his gratitude for his teammates' well wishes. However, he did not revel in the joy for long, as he understood that the match had just begun. Sevilla would undoubtedly launch a fierce assault on Atletico's goal in the ensuing moments. In a sense, the real battle had only just commenced. When the referee blew the whistle to resume play, predictably, Sevilla initiated their offensive immediately. On the sidelines, Coach Berizzo was vociferously directing his attacking players to reposition. However, following the goal, Atletico opted to fortify their defense. All players retreated to their half to participate in defense. Simeone re-established his formidable defensive strategy. As a notably conservative coach, Simeone has always been the proponent of resolute defense, whether during his playing days or as a coach. His football philosophy has always been rooted in strong defensive foundations. Under Simeone's cautious tactics, Sevilla's attacks found it exceedingly challenging to penetrate. The trio of forwards, Sarabia, Muriel, and Jesus Navas, struggled to find any shooting opportunities in the forefront. Gradually, the match progressed to the 30th minute. Long pass. Long-range shot. Don't hesitate. Seize the opportunity to shoot. The urgency on Coach Berizzo's face was palpable. In the first 30 minutes, Sevilla's shots were few and far between, with nearly zero hitting the target. He realized a change was imperative. This time, Sevilla's midfielder Banega received the ball near the center circle and, instead of executing a short pass, strictly adhered to Berizzo's tactics. Bang! Suddenly, the ball soared toward Atletico's flanks. Moments later, Sevilla's winger Sarabia received the ball. Faced with Fuchs' tight marking, Sarabia swiftly executed a bicycle kick. However, Atletico's defender did not rashly attempt to intervene but adopted a strategy of remaining still. Unable to find another option, Sarabia was forced to deliver a cross. Inside the penalty area, the towering Muriel leaped for a header on the edge of the 6-yard box. But regrettably, he couldn't connect with the ball due to the interference from Godin and Savic. The ball was first cleared by Godin's header. Yet, Sevilla's assault did not cease. Godin's clearance directed the ball towards the edge of the penalty area, where Sevilla's midfield maestro Banega arrived just in time. This Argentine international possessed exceptional long-range shooting prowess, and he would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Bang! Without stopping, he volleyed the ball. Instantly, it arced through the air, heading straight for the far corner of the net. Duong! A sharp sound of the ball striking the post rang out. At that moment, the goalpost stood resolutely in favor of Atletico Madrid. What a shot! Banega's long-range effort was a warning shot. Atletico's goalkeeper Oblak had practically surrendered, but alas, luck was not on their side. Just as he finished speaking, Oblak suddenly took a goal kick. In an instant, the ball landed at the feet of winger Carrasco. The speed at which the Atletico goalkeeper chose to kick was precisely because he noticed Sevilla's formation pressing forward, particularly with both center-backs near the center circle. This presented a splendid opportunity for Atletico to counterattack. On the flanks, after receiving the ball, Carrasco was immediately surrounded by Vizquez, Mercado, and others. In that moment, the Belgian winger chose not to dribble but instead delivered a cross. Bang! The ball was deflected slightly by Sevilla's fullback Mercado, altering its trajectory. Originally, Carrasco intended to pass directly to Griezmann in the box, but now, the ball landed at the arc of the penalty area. Just when everyone thought Atletico and Oppos's counterattack would come to a halt, Chu Feng appeared. Chapter 63. 8-ball. Surpassing Cristiano Ronaldo on the scoring chart. In a sudden retreat, Chu Feng found himself at the edge of the penalty area. However, at that very moment, Sevilla's defensive midfielder, Nzonzi, charged towards him. The two players simultaneously contested the ball. Bang! In an instant, Chu Feng collided with Nzonzi. The Sevilla midfielder lost his balance and fell to the ground, while Chu Feng remained steadfast. The next moment, The ball landed at Chu Feng's feet. Boom. He struck the ball with a soaring volley. Ding. Balotelli's heavy artillery card activated. As Chu Feng's right foot made contact with the ball, the system's activation sound echoed in his ears once again. The ball soared like a comet, hurtling towards the corner of the net. The pressure immediately shifted onto the goalkeeper, Rico. To be honest, Rico had not anticipated that Chu Feng would take a shot from this position. In a split second, the ball thundered into the goal's corner. Throughout the entire sequence, the Sevilla goalkeeper did not react at all. Goal. The young man from the eastern continent scored the second goal of the match. A stunning volley. Rico was utterly helpless. This marked Chu Feng's 8th goal of the season. He surpassed Cristiano Ronaldo to ascend to the top of the scoring chart. The excitement of the Spanish commentator was ignited by Chu Feng's goal, as he shouted passionately with a trembling voice. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Metropolitano, over 60,000 Atletico fans raised their fists, continuously cheering with fervor. In that moment, it felt as if Atletico had already secured victory. On the sidelines, Simeone was elated, exchanging high fives and embraces with every assistant coach. Before the first half concluded, Atletico Madrid had doubled their lead, and undoubtedly, the scales of victory had tipped entirely in their favor. In the corner flag area, Chu Feng did not resort to his usual celebratory antics, but instead executed a slide-kneel celebration with the speed of a 100-meter dash. In the broadcasting studio of the East, Hiwei sincerely marveled. Once again, it's Chu Feng. He scored twice in his first home match. The La Liga season has just seen its 7th round, yet Chu Feng has already netted 8 goals. He has created a miracle. The previously drowsy fans from the East were instantly awakened by Chu Feng and Oppo's spectacular volley, and the barrage of comments on the screen began to surge. Wow, is this even possible? Chu Feng's shot is truly remarkable. It feels like whenever Chu Feng prepares to shoot, he is almost guaranteed to hit the target. Sevilla's defense is utterly insignificant in front of Chu Feng. Who would believe that Chu Feng is only 17 years old? His performance is simply extraordinary. Top of the La Liga scoring chart. Could he really claim the Golden Boot this season? The East has finally birthed a top-tier football star. Although Chu Feng may not win a World Cup, he is fully capable of claiming the Ballon d'Or. 2 shots, 2 goals. His scoring rate is nearly 100%. On Sevilla and Oppo's bench, Berizzo was left utterly astounded. Despite having heard of Chu Feng and Oppo's name before this match, he merely regarded him as an Asian player, believing that his abilities would not allow him to make waves on the pitch. Yet now, Chu Feng had undeniably proven him wrong. In less than a half, Chu Feng had scored twice, and nearly all of Atletico Madrid's attacking plays were orchestrated by him. Mark that Asian player closely. Lenglet, stick to him. Do not give this guy any chances. Berizzo was furious. He began to make frequent substitutions, attempting to obstruct Chu Feng's attempts at goal in the remainder of the match. Of course, for Sevilla's players, beyond focusing on defense, they also had to strive to equalize before halftime. After the restart, Atletico Madrid, with a 2-goal lead and playing at home, once again set up a formidable defense. Judging by the results, this was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Sevilla and Oppo's players found themselves utterly powerless against Atletico and Oppo's fortified defense. Even their signature possession game lost its effectiveness. Although their possession rate soared to a staggering 80% during this period, they failed to create a single shot on goal. Before long, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Thus, the home side, Atletico Madrid, led by the 17-year-old prodigy Chu Feng's remarkable performance, temporarily held a 2-goal advantage over Sevilla. Back in the locker room, Simeone was visibly exhilarated. He embraced Chu Feng tightly, enthusiastically patting his shoulder. Chu, well done. Keep it up in the second half. Turning around, Simeone excitedly approached the tactical board and addressed all the starting players of Atletico. The strategy for the second half is simple. Defend with all your might. If we get a chance for a counterattack, pass the ball to Chu. In that moment, Chu Feng had clearly become the offensive linchpin for Atletico Madrid. Far away in Portugal, in a wealthy district of Lisbon, Mendes was also watching the match. It had been a long time since he had seen such an outstanding young player like Chu. Perhaps the only one comparable was Kylian from Paris. Mendes felt a whirlwind of emotions. He yearned to sign Chu Feng immediately. It seemed he had to make another trip to Spain. With a resigned sigh, Mendes instructed his assistant to book a flight to Madrid. He was determined to visit Chu Feng once more. He did not want such a top-tier talent to be snatched away by other agents. 15 minutes later, the second half of the showdown between Atletico and Sevilla commenced. As the match began, the visiting Sevilla side launched a vigorous assault on Atletico's defense. During the 15-minute halftime, Coach Berizzo had issued a stern command to the Sevilla players, insisting they must equalize. However, against Atletico's impenetrable defense, Sevilla's players could only create threats through relentless crosses. The outcome of such an offensive approach was predictable. It posed no threat to Atletico's defense. In fact, as Sevilla pressed forward, they inadvertently provided Atletico with more opportunities for counterattacks. In the 58th minute of the match, Benega's cross was cleared by Godin, and the second ball was seized by Gabi. Instantly, Atletico launched a counterattack. Chapter 64. Breaking the Sevilla goalkeeper's mentality. A hat trick. At the moment when Atletico Madrid's midfielder Gabi gained control of the ball in a defensive position, he wasted no time. With a swift turn, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring into the forward field. Mere seconds later, Gabi's long pass found the feet of Griezmann in the attacking zone. At the edge of the penalty area, the French star received the ball. But before he could make any adjustments, a swarm of Sevilla players rushed towards him, including Zanzi and Mercado, executing a double team. How would Griezmann maneuver through this pressing defense? In the commentary booth, the commentator Hue kept his eyes glued to the ball as he monitored Chu Feng's position. Chu Feng surged into the penalty area, facing only Lenglet. A pass. Indeed, Griezmann delivered a penetrating diagonal ball. Just as Hue finished speaking, Chu Feng received Griezmann's pass at the side of the penalty area. And at that moment, Lenglet sprinted towards him. During the halftime break, Coach Berizzo had specifically instructed Lenglet to mark Chu Feng closely. Lenglet and Oppos's defensive positioning was impeccable. He immediately appeared in front of Chu Feng, successfully blocking his shot path. Furthermore, the fullback Carroll also charged into the penalty area, attempting to assist Lenglet in containing Chu Feng. Upon seeing this, Chu Feng wasted no time. He lifted his right foot and unleashed a quick strike. Ding. Balotelli's power shot card activated. Ding. Alvarez's fortuitous card activated. In an instant, both skill cards were triggered. Bang. As the resounding impact echoed, Lenglet instinctively raised his right foot to block the shot. However, it was precisely this movement that allowed the ball to slip through his legs. This was the passive effect of the Alvarez's fortuitous card. Chu Feng was granted an immense stroke of luck. Such a shot, even if Chu Feng were to attempt it 100 times, would likely fail to pass through Lenglet's legs, yet this time, he succeeded. In a flash, the ball rocketed towards the goal like a bullet. On the goal line, Rico instinctively extended his hands to save, but it was all in vain. The ball grazed Rico's fingertips and confidently nestled into the net. 3-0. Another goal from Chu Feng. This marks the second hat-trick of the season for him. Tonight, Chu Feng's performance is nothing short of explosive. He attempted 3 shots, all of which found the back of the net. Hue remarked. And guest commentator Su Young couldn't help but praise. It seems Sun Heung-min might be worried. At this rate, it won't be long before Chu Feng claims the title of Asian King of Football. Within the stadium, after scoring, Chu Feng refrained from any celebratory gestures, as if he had grown accustomed to finding the net. Meanwhile, Sevilla and Oppos's goalkeeper Rico wore an expression of despair. He had no recourse against Chu Feng and Oppos's 3 shots. At this moment, Rico's mentality was crumbling. He wished fervently for the match to conclude. The same sentiment coursed through Sevilla's centre-back Lenglet. In the recent defensive encounter, Lenglet had done everything in his power, successfully blocking all of Chu Feng's shooting angles. Yet, he never anticipated that Chu Feng's shot could slip through his legs. That path was nearly the only one available, and yet Chu Feng managed to exploit it. It was as if he saw the shadow of Lionel Messi in this player. Lenglet stood frozen, gazing at the celebrating Chu Feng, reminiscent of his time training with Messi at Barcelona. Substitution. Sevilla made a change. Forward Ben Yedder entered the fray, replacing the lackluster Muriel. It seemed Berizzo was not yet ready to concede defeat. However, with Sevilla trailing by 3 goals, given their current form, a more aggressive approach could lead to further concessions. Hue remarked lightly into the microphone. In the 73rd minute, the newly substituted Ben Yedder showcased his attacking prowess. Although he donned the number 9 jersey, he was not a traditional center forward. Ben Yedder preferred not to linger within the penalty area, as his stature barely exceeded 170. Competing for headers in the box was nearly impossible. Thus, he often roamed outside the penalty area, and this time, he received a pass from Vasquez at the edge of the box. Facing Savic's close marking, Ben Yedder swiftly pivoted. Given his relatively diminutive stature, his speed of turning far surpassed the towering Savic. Bang! After turning, he unleashed a shot. The fluidity of his shooting motion was commendable, yet regrettably, his sudden strike failed to breach Oblak's formidable defenses. Unbeknownst to them, the match had entered the 70th minute. On the sidelines, Torres and Gaten were warming up, suggesting that Simeone was preparing to make substitutions. Following this match, Atletico Madrid would continue at the Metropolitano Stadium to face Chelsea in the Champions League, and Simeone needed to prepare for the upcoming battle. Chu Feng glanced towards the sidelines, aware that Simeone intended to replace him. Yet, he yearned for more goals. The more goals he scored, the more free attribute points he would earn, thereby accelerating his growth and strength. Just then, Carrasco's breakthrough on the flank drew a foul from the defender. Atletico Madrid was awarded a set piece near the sideline. This would be Chu Feng's final opportunity to shoot in this match. Anur, watch my position. Pass the ball to me. To seize this scoring chance, Chu Feng called out to Griezmann, who was preparing to take the free kick. Griezmann nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then slowly approached the penalty spot. Beep. As the referee's whistle signaled, Griezmann raised his right hand and swiftly delivered a pass with his left foot. At that moment, players from both Atletico and Sevilla surged into the penalty area, yet Chu Feng stood at the edge of the box, hands on his hips. Chapter 65. A remarkable quadruple. Praise from the opposing coach. Griezmann's pass did not soar into Sevilla's penalty area but veered towards the edge of the penalty arc. This was undoubtedly unexpected for all. Within the box, both Atletico and Sevilla players were momentarily stunned. At that moment, Chu Feng, lurking at the arc's edge, swiftly lifted his right foot. As the ball landed before him, he took a powerful shot. Boom. In an instant, the ball shot past the heads of the defenders like a cannonball, heading straight for the far corner of Sevilla's goal. On the goal line, goalkeeper Rico, despite hearing the sound of the shot, was obstructed by numerous defenders, rendering him unable to see the ball's trajectory. And when the ball finally appeared before Rico, it was evident he had no time to react. Whoosh! The ball struck the net. The score was instantly revised to 4-0. Chu Feng achieved his first career quadruple. In the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium, nearly 70,000 Atletico fans erupted in cheers for Chu Feng's name. Without a doubt, at that moment, Chu Feng was the deity of the Metropolitano. All the Atletico players instinctively rushed to embrace Chu Feng in celebration. Chu, you've done it. A magnificent goal. The most exhilarated of all was Griezmann, who, upon hearing Chu Feng request the ball be sent to the penalty arc, felt a flicker of hesitation deep within. However, based on the outcome now, it was clear that Griezmann's choice was indeed correct. Moreover, he had garnered an assist. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Simeone continually gestured with his hands towards the camera, his mood undeniably buoyant. This goal not only secured victory for Atletico, but also allowed Chu Feng to showcase his prowess before nearly 70,000 fans. In the studio, commentator Hiwei passionately shouted, "A quadruple." 17-year-old Chu Feng becomes the first Asian player in La Liga history to score 4 goals in a single match. He is also the youngest player to achieve such a feat. I believe Chu Feng's name will be eternally etched in the annals of Atletico Madrid's history. Tonight, Chu Feng has demonstrated to the world that players from the Celestial Empire can thrive in La Liga and emerge as the undisputed star in elite teams. On the bullet screen, fans from the Celestial Empire express their pride in Chu Feng. 666. This long-range shot from the kid reminds me of Zidane's heavenly strike back in the day. Who else? Little Black continues to scold. Tonight, the entire Sevilla defense was dismantled by Chu Feng alone. A genius star. Future Ballon d'Or and Oppos, or winner. Steady. Atletico is coming for the top 3, scoring 4 goals in a single match. Even Son Heung-min couldn't achieve that. Top of the La Liga scoring chart, surpassing CR7 and Messi. This performance is truly extraordinary. Shortly after Chu Feng's goal, Simeone made a substitution. Torres replaced Chu Feng. As Chu Feng slowly made his way to the sidelines, the entire Metropolitano Stadium erupted in deafening cheers and applause. In that moment, Chu Feng and Oppos' name resonated throughout the stadium. Chu, you played brilliantly. I am proud of you. As Chu Feng reached the sidelines, Torres embraced him tightly. A moment captured by numerous media cameras. Chu Feng felt grateful towards Torres, acknowledging that his ascent to Chelsea and Oppos' first team was largely due to playing alongside Torres and incorporating his star card. Upon reaching the bench, Coach Simeone was the first to rush over and embrace Chu Feng. Chu, take a good rest and aim to carry this form into the next Champions League match. I believe you can do it. Undoubtedly, Simeone had already regarded Chu Feng as a vital asset for the team. This was also the reason behind Simeone's decision to substitute him. 4 days later, Atletico would host the second round of the group stage at the Metropolitano Stadium, facing English Premier League giants Chelsea. Whether Atletico could advance as group leaders hinged significantly on this match against Chelsea. Thus, for Coach Simeone, it was imperative to allow key players to exit early to conserve energy. However, unbeknownst to Simeone, after utilizing the God-tier stamina potion, Chu Feng had experienced a remarkable boost in his physical condition, and he still felt invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. Minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle. The score was fixed at 4 o'clock. Playing at home, Atletico Madrid, thanks to Chu Feng's quadruple, decisively defeated Sevilla without a hitch. Post-match, Chu Feng was unanimously named the player of the match. In the interview area, he received the Best Player trophy from La Liga officials. Additionally, since he scored more than 3 goals, he was allowed to take the match ball home. Chu Feng, you are the youngest player to achieve a quadruple in La Liga. How do you feel? Journalist Ma Fanshu from Dongqiu Network immediately inquired. Pretty good, Chu Feng simply replied. For me, the number of goals scored is not what matters most. I value the team and Oppo's victory more. Without my teammates and Oppo's support, I wouldn't and Oppo's have scored so many goals. Thank you, team. Chu Feng, having lived a second life, demonstrated remarkable emotional intelligence. Although he achieved a remarkable quadruple in this match, he consistently emphasized Atletico as a collective. In the upcoming match, Atletico will face Sevilla at home. Do you believe the team can secure victory? In response to this question, Chu Feng replied without hesitation, of course, we are on the right path. I believe Atletico can uphold the honor of our home ground. Meanwhile, at the post-match press conference, Sevilla and Oppo's coach Berizzo was thoroughly impressed by Chu Feng and Oppo's performance. He spoke to the attending journalist with a somber tone. We were defeated by a mere 17-year-old boy. I believe it won't be long before the legendary duo is joined by a third, as Chu Feng possesses that capability. Chapter 66. The media frenzy surrounding Chu Feng. Chelsea approaches. According to AS, the 17-year-old prodigy once again delivered a spectacular performance, scoring 4 goals in a single match to secure a resounding victory for Atletico Madrid at home. Marca reports, Atletico Madrid thrashed Sevilla with 4 goals. The forward from the East captivated Sevilla with his remarkable 4-goal feat. World Sports, the youngest player in La Liga history to score 4 goals in a match. 17-year-old Chu Feng shines at the Metropolitano Stadium. Spanish 6. Chu Feng's 10 goals surpass Cristiano Ronaldo, placing him at the top of the La Liga scoring chart. Daily Sports. This young genius, promoted by Simeone, is steadily conquering La Liga. With 10 goals in the first 6 rounds, the mysterious Eastern force sweeps across the Iberian Peninsula. Undoubtedly, following this match, Chu Feng and Oppo's name became a hot topic among the Spanish media. That very evening, sales of his number 18 jersey surged past 500,000, making it the best-selling jersey at Atletico Madrid's flagship store. Additionally, his social media following skyrocketed to 800,000 overnight. It is safe to say that after this match, Chu Feng's name became well known among every Spanish football fan. However, for Chu Feng, this acclaim held little significance. Upon returning to the player's apartment, he did not seek out news about himself but instead accessed the system to allocate points. Having scored 4 goals in the match, he earned 4 free attribute points. Due to the effects of the divine stamina potion, his physical condition would not be affected by the intense schedule in the coming week. Therefore, he chose to allocate all 4 points to Confrontation. 75 to 79. Chu Feng and Oppo's latest personal attributes are as follows. Chu Feng, 17 years and 5 months, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 77, explosiveness, 75, reaction speed, 70, strength, 88, stamina, 72, jumping, 73, injury, 67, physical attribute rating, C, offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long shot, 76, header, 77, set piece, 66, dribbling, 72. Offensive attribute rating, B. Passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 80. Passing attribute rating, C. Defensive attributes, tackle, 56, slide tackle, 56. Interception, 56, save, 56, confrontation, 79, defensive attribute rating, D, overall score, 75, comprehensive evaluation level, C, star skills, Alvarez luck card, Balotelli heavy cannon card. Available attribute points, 0, equipment, 0. His overall score remained at 75, unchanged. However, the confrontation attribute had reached 79, a commendable standard in La Liga. Yet, he still aspired for an ideal value, prompting him to access his divine training ground for additional practice on the confrontation attribute. The following day, originally a rest day, was cancelled by Simeone due to the impending fierce battle against Chelsea. Training proceeded as usual, with Simeone emphasizing defensive strategies, particularly against Hazard. As an experienced coach, he understood that Hazard would be the absolute core of Chelsea's tactical system. If Atletico Madrid could effectively limit Hazard's breakthroughs, they could largely neutralize Chelsea's offense. However, containing Hazard, recognized as the world's third-best player, would not be an easy feat. Furthermore, Chelsea, the reigning champions of the Premier League, boasted an exceptionally solid defense, supported by top players like Kant and Fabregas in midfield. In summary, Chelsea would be the most formidable opponent Atletico Madrid had encountered since the beginning of the new season. Naturally, Chu Feng understood the terrifying strength of Chelsea. Hence, after the day's training, he hurried back to the player's apartment to prepare for intensive practice in the divine training ground. Just as he opened the training facility, his phone rang, an incoming call from Dofu. Chu Feng, tomorrow, Elena, Mia, and I will arrive in Madrid. Get us a few tickets. We want to cheer for you in person. Hearing his uncle's words, a flicker of excitement crossed Chu Feng's face. Really? You are actually coming to Madrid? Since the start of the new season, he had devoted himself entirely to matches and training, and it had been a long time since he last saw Dofu and Aunt Elena. Thus, the news of their visit brought him genuine joy. We'll arrive tomorrow afternoon, and I can book a hotel. I'll send you the address shortly. Remember to get me 3 Champions League tickets. It's incredibly difficult to buy Atletico's match tickets. Dofu exclaimed excitedly. Kid, make sure to perform well in the next match. Don't embarrass me in front of Elena. All right, I won't keep you. Customers are coming into the shop. Don't forget about the tickets. With that, the call ended. Chu Feng quickly reopened the divine training ground and commenced rigorous training on his confrontation attribute. He believed that his Chelsea was a Premier League team. The upcoming match would be especially intense, so he needed to elevate his confrontation attribute to 80 as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, in London, England, Chelsea's players boarded their flight, en route to Spain for the clash against Atletico Madrid. Once the plane took off, head coach Conte diligently reviewed match footage of Atletico Madrid's performances this season on his laptop. Despite Chelsea's superior strength and player valuations, the gap between the two teams was not substantial. Conte understood that this away trip would not be straightforward. The number 18 player on Atletico's front line has been in excellent form lately. We need to keep a close watch on him, Conte directed his assistant coach. This kid has scored 10 goals in La Liga, surpassing even Cristiano Ronaldo's efficiency. We must be vigilant. Chapter 67, Conte's Strategy. A new celebration gesture. The following day, after the training session, Chu Feng promptly arrived at a hotel in downtown Madrid. At that moment, Dofu and Elena were already waiting at the entrance to greet him, along with Elena's daughter, Mia. Little Feng, over here, Dofu exclaimed, his face illuminating with a look of delight as he rushed towards Chu Feng and embraced him tightly. How are you, little Feng? Did you manage to get the tickets? Chu Feng had anticipated Dofu would express some heartfelt sentiments, but to his surprise, the first question was about the tickets. Yes, 3 box tickets, Chu Feng replied while retrieving 3 tickets from his pocket and handing them to Dofu. Box tickets? Little Feng, you truly have a knack for this. They must be quite expensive, Dofu exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he received the 3 tickets. They were free. The players of Atletico Madrid receive extra complimentary tickets, Chu Feng explained. At that moment, Elena, who had been standing beside Dofu, finally spoke up. Little Feng, how are you adapting to life in Madrid? Having spent a considerable amount of time together, Elena had long regarded Chu Feng as her own child. Therefore, after several months apart, she felt a deep sense of longing for him. It's going well. By the way, Auntie, when are you and Uncle getting engaged? Before Chu Feng could finish, Dofu rushed to cover his mouth. Don't bring up what shouldn't be mentioned. You better keep quiet. As Dofu and Chu Feng playfully bantered, Elena's face turned as red as an apple. Just then, Mia dashed in front of Chu Feng, pulling out an Atletico Madrid jersey with the number 18 from her backpack. "Big star, please sign this for me. I told my classmates you and Apos, my brother. But they don't believe me." After saying this, Mia took out her phone and insisted on taking a selfie with Chu Feng. "Brother Chu Feng, if you score tomorrow, can you do a different celebration?" The machine gun gesture is really awkward. Upon hearing his carefully crafted celebration mocked, Chu Feng's expression soured. "Then tell me, what gesture would be better?" He retorted coldly. "A heart gesture." Mia demonstrated the heart gesture, but Chu Feng shook his head vigorously, firmly rejecting the idea. "I am a man, and there's no way I'm doing that." "Absolutely not." Mia looked a bit aggrieved. "But I told my classmates that you would definitely do the heart gesture after scoring. If you don't, I'll be laughed at. Brother Chu Feng, please." With a resigned sigh, Chu Feng reluctantly agreed to Mia's request. After a brief exchange, Chu Feng invited Do Fu, Elena, and Mia to dine at a high-end restaurant. Although his salary was not particularly high, his goal bonuses were quite substantial. Earning a single goal granted him 50,000 euros, so he had a modest sum to spend. Meanwhile, in the press conference hall at the Metropolitano Stadium, Chelsea's head coach, Conte, and player representative Hazard had arrived. "Coach Conte, which player from Atletico Madrid poses the greatest threat to Chelsea's goal?" A reporter from Madrid Sports was the first to pose a question. "Well, Griezmann and Carrasco are the players we will focus on," Conte responded. "Aside from these two, I have also noted that Atletico's number 18 striker has been in exceptional form lately. However, considering he is only 17, Chelsea will not impose excessive pressure on this young player." As Conte finished his statement, the reporters in attendance erupted into a commotion. "Mr. Conte, I would like to remind you that this 17-year-old has already scored 10 goals in La Liga, surpassing both Messi and Ronaldo on the scoring chart." A reporter from Marca interjected. A slight smile crept onto Conte's face as he confidently retorted, "If I recall correctly, only 6 rounds of La Liga have been completed. The data is still inconclusive. I believe that after 30 rounds, the top scorer will undoubtedly be either Messi or Ronaldo." In summary, the Chelsea manager's remarks during the press conference exuded confidence, completely disregarding Chu Feng. This, in turn, incited considerable dissatisfaction among the Madrid media. Furthermore, Chelsea star player, Hazard, shared his thoughts on the upcoming match. "Our sole purpose in coming to Madrid is to secure a victory and earn 3 points. I know Coach Simeone favors a defensive style, but regrettably, Chelsea is not intimidated by a parked bus. We will break through Atletico's ironclad defense." In an instant, the responses from Conte and Hazard at the press conference were fervently reported by numerous Spanish media outlets. As reported by AS, pre-match press conference, Conte claims he will not focus on Chu Feng. This 17-year-old poses no threat to Chelsea's goal. Marca, the pride of the Italian. Chelsea's coach disregards Chu Feng, stating this young prodigy is merely a flash in the pan. Daily Sports. Conte and Hazard express confidence in defeating Atletico. Grandiose pre-match claims. Once these reports were released, it ignited the fury of Atletico fans. Across various fan forums, they unleashed curses and mockery towards Conte. Even the players of Atletico caught wind of Conte's pre-match remarks. However, it was evident that Conte had orchestrated this intentionally, aiming to create the impression that Chelsea would not focus on Chu Feng. In reality, the Chelsea coach's tactical preparations were primarily centered on restricting Chu Feng's influence in the match, to ensure complete containment of Chu Feng's performance. Conte had even designated a specific player for man-marking him. The reason for his comments during the press conference was primarily to surprise Chu Feng. When Chu Feng returned to his player apartment, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. His phone was inundated with shares of Conte's pre-match comments. But Chu Feng remained unfazed. He lay down on his bed, silently opened the godlike striker training ground, and commenced his training. Chapter 68. Update on the Champions League match task. The following day, match day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Atletico Madrid team bus slowly approached the Metropolitano Stadium. The players, donned in their uniforms, were listening to music through headphones, striving to maintain a relatively calm state of mind. Meanwhile, Chu Feng kept his eyes closed, diligently training in the elite forward training ground. At last, as the bus neared the stadium parking lot, Chu Feng's confrontation attribute successfully reached 80. Target value, confrontation 80. Progress, 100. Description. Upon reaching a confrontation attribute of 80, the host has attained the average standard of the 5 major leagues. Just the average standard. Chu Feng had initially believed that achieving a confrontation attribute of 80 would allow him to charge through the field with abandon. only to find that it merely constituted an average level. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Knowing that if he scored in the Champions League match against Chelsea that evening, he could swiftly earn free attribute points. A single goal could yield 2 free attribute points. And the more goals he scored, the more points he would gain. Around the Metropolitano Stadium, tens of thousands of fans clad in Atletico Madrid jerseys had already gathered. They sang their team anthem, Atletico de Madrid, while eagerly awaiting entry. A glance revealed that the majority wore Chu Feng's number 18 jersey. Undoubtedly. Since Chu Feng became a key player for Atletico, the fans had quickly developed a fondness for this young talent from the Eastern continent. With Chu Feng leading the La Liga scoring charts, he had become the attacking hope in the eyes of Atletico supporters. At the entrance of the visiting fan section, nearly 2,000 Chelsea supporters had journeyed to Madrid to support their team. As the reigning champions of the Premier League, Chelsea fans brimmed with confidence for this match. Upon entering, these loyal fans chanted slogans aimed at Atletico, while Atletico supporters showed no restraint, with many jumping over barriers to confront the Chelsea fans in a display of fists and feet. Fortunately, security personnel acted swiftly, preventing the situation from escalating. At 8 o'clock in the evening, as both sets of fans took their places in the stands, a verbal duel ensued. Taunts, boos, and insults filled the air. Even before the match began, the atmosphere between the two fan bases was electric with tension. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Dofu, accompanied by Elena and Mia, successfully entered under the guidance of the staff. It was their first time watching a match from such a vantage point, and they were instantly awestruck by the array of cakes, snacks, and complimentary beverages available. The view from the box was perfect, allowing them to see the entire stadium. How wonderful it is to have money, Dofu mused, unable to contain his admiration. Elena, however, replied dismissively. The most important thing is to watch the game with someone you love. That is what truly matters. Even watching on a television screen can bring happiness. Her words were unambiguously clear, yet Dofu remained silent. Meanwhile, Mia transformed into a photography enthusiast, zealously capturing moments on her phone, even insisting on taking a group photo with Elena and Dofu. In a far-off eastern studio, 2 commentators were readying themselves. As the director called for the broadcast to commence, Kiwei and Su Young seamlessly transitioned into their roles. Welcome, dear fans, to the second round of the 2017 to 2018 Champions League group stage. Atletico Madrid versus Chelsea. Both teams had achieved victories in the first round, with Chelsea currently leading the group on goal difference, while Atletico occupied second place. In their last 5 encounters in the Champions League, Atletico had secured 2 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, slightly favoring them overall. Tonight, Coach Simeone deployed a 4-4-2 formation. The goalkeeper remained Oblak, with defenders from right to left, Juanfran, Godin, Lucas Hernandez, and Felipe. The midfield consisted of Koch, Partey, Saul, and Carrasco, while the forwards were Griezmann and Chu Feng. In contrast, Chelsea's Conte opted for a 3-4-2-1 formation. The goalkeeper was former Atletico player Courtois, with 3 defenders, Cahill, David Luiz, and Azpilicueta. The midfield featured Alonso, Bakayoko, Candy, and Moses, with forwards Hazard and Fabregas, and Morata as the lone striker. Notably, during the pre-match press conference, Coach Conte claimed that 17-year-old Chu Feng would not pose a threat to Chelsea's goal, suggesting that Chelsea would not focus on him tonight. Let us wait and see. This match also attracted a considerable number of fans from the Eastern continent, with real-time online viewership exceeding 8 million. In the chat, fans expressed their anticipation for Chu Feng's performance. We must give Conte a reality check. Go, little brother. Though Chelsea are the reigning champions, Atletico has the home advantage. Victory is entirely possible. Come on, little brother. Don't let me down. Let these Londoners feel the intensity of the home crowd. I have a feeling that our little brother will score at least twice tonight. In the players' tunnel, both teams had gathered. The atmosphere was relatively friendly as players exchanged greetings. However, Chu Feng stood quietly at the back of the line, taking deep breaths to calm his nerves. This match was the first elite team he would face since joining Atletico, and naturally, he felt a mixture of tension and excitement. He could hardly wait to dominate the field. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the players to step onto the pitch. As Chu Feng emerged from the tunnel, a wave of cheers enveloped him. At that moment, the Metropolitano Stadium was filled to capacity, a sea of fans. Ding. Mission issued. Achieve a hat trick. Mission reward. 1 random Chelsea star card. At that moment, A familiar voice resonated in Chu Feng's ear. Chapter 69, A Twin Assault. Locking down Chu Feng's breakthrough. A hat trick? Randomly obtaining a Chelsea star card? Quite intriguing. After thoroughly reviewing the system task, an expression of exhilaration illuminated Chu Feng's face. Should he secure a hat trick this evening, he would be awarded a Chelsea star card. Undoubtedly, this would significantly enhance Chu Feng's personal prowess. Thus, he must seize this opportunity at all costs. In the VIP box, upon witnessing Chu Feng's entrance, Dofu immediately raised his voice, fervently cheering, "Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng. Keep it up. Uncle is proud of you." This exclamation drew the attention of nearly everyone present. A well-dressed middle-aged man approached Dofu, initiating a conversation. "Excuse me, do you know Chu?" "Of course, I am his uncle." Dofu's tone radiated pride, and upon hearing this, a smile spread across the middle-aged man and Appo's face. "Pleased to meet you. My name is Mendez, a football agent. Chu is undoubtedly the most talented star I have encountered. I believe that before long, he will be mentioned in the same breath as Messi and Ronaldo." Mendez spoke while producing his business card. "I hope to become Chu and Appo's agent. If possible, I would like you to." Before Mendez could complete his thought, Dofu waved his hand, saying, "You should discuss such matters directly with Chu Feng. I cannot make decisions for him." Though Dofu appeared somewhat unserious, he exhibited remarkable composure when confronted with the situation. "Of course, that is your prerogative. Regardless, it's a pleasure to meet you." Mendez, having been rebuffed, remained courteous as he bid farewell to Dofu. This marked Mendez's second visit to Spain within a week. Truth be told, as Chu Feng's performance improved, Mendez grew increasingly anxious. Moreover, other top football agents, including his chief rival Raiola, had begun to take an interest in Chu Feng. Thus, Mendez found himself racing against time to secure a contract with Chu Feng. At this moment, within the stadium, players from both teams had assumed their positions. As the referee signaled the commencement of the match, the fierce contest was set to unfold. Chelsea, the visiting team, initiated the kickoff. Before long, the ball found its way to Chelsea's offensive linchpin, Fabregas. Without hesitation, he sent a long pass soaring. 2 seconds later, the ball landed precisely at the feet of Moses on the flank. Just as the match began, Chelsea launched an aggressive assault toward Atletico Madrid's goal. At this instant, the Atletico players retreated to defend their half, including Griezmann and Chu Feng, who actively participated in the defense. This was Simeone's strategy. First, to park the bus. Then, to await counterattack opportunities. Boom. Moses adjusted momentarily before delivering a cross. In an instant, the ball streaked past several Atletico players like a shooting star. Inside the small box, Morata had already leapt into the air. In a contest against 2 Atletico defenders, he exerted every ounce of strength to claim the first touch. Bang! A powerful header. Unfortunately, this forceful attempt did not breach Oblak's grasp. On the goal line, the Atletico goalkeeper secured the ball firmly. Bang! Immediately after, the opportunity for Atletico's counterattack arose. Oblak quickly threw the ball forward. Once the ball crossed the halfway line, Chu Feng seized it. The crowd at the Metropolitano erupted in thunderous cheers. Over 60,000 fans simultaneously chanted Chu Feng's name. However, Chu Feng found no space to break through. Marcos Alonso and defensive midfielder Canny rushed to block his path, effectively obstructing his progress. A double assault. Prior to this match, Coach Canny had claimed that his team would not focus on marking Chu Feng, yet the current situation suggested otherwise. It seemed merely a smokescreen. In the studio, commentator Hiwei could not help but criticize. Observing this, Chu Feng and Appo's face remained composed. He refrained from attempting a reckless breakthrough. Fully aware of the capabilities of the two players, especially Canny. Presently, Canny could be deemed one of the top defensive midfielders in the top 5 leagues. Even Messi would not guarantee a victory in a one-on-one duel against Canny. Chu Feng's current breakthrough ability was equally questionable. Boom. Without hesitation, Chu Feng immediately passed the ball to the flank with his right foot. Suddenly, Atletico's winger Carrasco received the ball. On the left, this Belgian winger, facing Moses' defense, executed a stylish nutmeg, instantly completing his breakthrough. A gap appeared in Chelsea's localized defense. At the edge of the penalty area, Griezmann had found space. However, Carrasco chose not to pass, instead continuing his advance down the left flank, until he encountered Azpilicueta. This Chelsea wingback wasted no time engaging Carrasco. Executing a direct and forceful tackle, both player and ball were sent tumbling. Beep. In the next moment, the referee decisively blew for a foul. Yet the Atletico fans were left dissatisfied as the referee did not issue a yellow card to Azpilicueta. Commentator Hiwe remarked on this incident with disbelief. No card? The referee has let Azpilicueta off the hook. Frankly, Azpilicueta's foul warranted a yellow card, and under stricter officiating, a red card could have been issued. Yet this time, the referee exhibited no response. On the sidelines, Atletico's coach Simeone swiftly approached the fourth official, passionately expressing his grievances. Unfortunately, it proved futile. In fact, the referee issued a yellow card to Simeone. Within the stadium, Griezmann stood poised at the penalty spot, while defenders Godin and Lucas Hernandez took their positions within the box. Chu Feng positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area, awaiting an opportunity. Boom. Suddenly, the ball was sent toward the edge of the penalty area. Clearly, Griezmann aimed to replicate his previous goal against Sevilla. Chapter 70. The classic Chelsea counterattack. Hazard silences the Metropolitano Stadium. At the moment the ball landed at the edge of the penalty area, Chu Feng had already lifted his right foot. However, just as he was about to take the shot, a player donning the Chelsea jersey suddenly appeared before him. Before Chu Feng could unleash a strike, this player, the formidable Chelsea midfield enforcer N'Golo Kante, executed a crucial defensive header to clear the ball. This remarkable intervention exemplifies why Kante is often hailed as the premier defensive midfielder in the Premier League. He possesses an uncanny ability to be in the right place at the right time. As Hiwe's words echoed, Chelsea players regained control of the second ball, with none other than the illustrious Cesc Fabregas receiving it. This signaled the onset of a counterattack for Chelsea. Since Jose Mourinho took the helm, the Blues have been infused with the DNA of rapid counterattacking football. Upon receiving the ball, Fabregas immediately showcased his exceptional passing prowess. With a thud, he launched a long ball forward with his right foot, and in an instant, the ball soared into the attacking half. On the left flank, Chelsea's star player, Eden Hazard, successfully intercepted the ball. In the stands, over 2,000 devoted Chelsea fans erupted in cheers. They understood that once Hazard received the ball on the wing, he possessed the capability to apply immense pressure on the opponent and Oppo's goal. And indeed, this was the case. The moment Hazard seized the ball, he surged toward the Atletico Madrid goal with remarkable speed. Of course, the defenders were already in position. The first to confront Hazard was Juan Fran, closely followed by Koke charging in as well. Faced with a double team, Hazard could easily have delivered the ball into the penalty area. Chelsea's towering striker, Alvaro Morata, had already made his way toward the 12-yard spot. However, upon noticing the Atletico defenders crowding Morata, Hazard decisively opted against the pass. For a player of Hazard's caliber, confidence in his individual abilities is paramount. True to form, with a deft touch of his left foot, he maneuvered the ball past the gap between Juan Fran and Koke. A breakthrough. Truly, the king of dribbling in the Premier League. Hazard gave no chance to the Atletico defenders. In the broadcasting hall, Hiwe, witnessing this masterclass, exclaimed, Atletico Madrid's defense has utterly crumbled in this moment. Both Juan Fran and Koke have completely lost their positions. As Hiwe's words lingered, Hazard had already penetrated the top of the penalty area with the ball at his feet. At that moment, the goal was well within his range. Center back got in. Upon seeing this, wasted no time and charged toward Hazard. Thud. Unfortunately, just as Godin lunged, Hazard had already initiated his shooting motion. In an instant, the ball zipped past Godin's head like a shooting star. Within 2 seconds, it found its way into the bottom corner of the net. On the goal line, goalkeeper Oblak exerted every effort to make the save, but alas, he was a fraction too late. The ball elegantly glided past Oblak's outstretched hands and nestled into the net. 1-0. The visiting Chelsea had breached their opponent's goal first. After scoring, Hazard celebrated exuberantly at the Metropolitano Stadium, while the over 2,000 Chelsea fans in the stands raised their fists in triumph, chanting Hazard's name. Naturally, many fans also directed their ire towards the Atletico supporters, shouting, "Down with these Madrid folks. Chelsea is the champion. Conquer the Metropolitano Stadium. This is Hazard, the world's best. Foolish Spaniards. They do not deserve victory." Bloodbath in Madrid. Perhaps due to the brawl that occurred before the match, every Chelsea fan was particularly exhilarated after the goal. In stark contrast, the Atletico fans stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the ironclad defense meticulously crafted by Simeone could be so effortlessly dismantled by Hazard. This shattered their previous perception entirely. On the field, Chu Feng maintained a calm demeanor, evidently having anticipated that this match would be a fierce contest. After all, If it were to be an easy game, the system would not have activated the match tasks. In summary, Atletico's quest to uphold their home honor would demand their utmost effort. As the game resumed, Chu Feng was the first to receive the ball in the attacking half. However, before he could even turn, Marcos Alonso appeared before him. Without a word, Alonso shoved Chu Feng to the ground. In these initial 10 minutes of play, Chu Feng gradually realized that regardless of where he positioned himself, Alonso would always be there to impede him. This was the surprise that Connie had prepared for Chu Feng. Wei, noticing this dynamic, could not help but comment into the microphone in the pre-match press conference. Connie claimed that there would be no targeted defense against Chu Feng tonight. This is clearly a smokescreen. From the very first second of the match, Marcos Alonso has shadowed Chu Feng relentlessly. Undoubtedly, during this period, Chu Feng was firmly constrained by Chelsea's defense, having had no opportunity to shoot. On the sidelines, Simeone, observing his disciple's performance, appeared quite anxious, even stamping his foot in frustration. There was no doubt that this was not the display the Atletico coach envisioned. Whether it was Griezmann or Chu Feng, both were performing dreadfully tonight. Focus. Be confident. Seek shooting opportunities. At this juncture, Simeone found himself without viable solutions, his only recourse being to encourage his players from the sidelines. Fortunately, Chu Feng facilitated a set-piece opportunity for Atletico in the attacking third. As the team struggled to break through an open play, the moment for testing their set-piece prowess had arrived. Once again, it was Griezmann to take the free kick. However, this time, Chu Feng did not linger at the edge of the penalty area but instead ventured into the box. With a thud, as Griezmann executed the set-piece, the ball beautifully sailed over the heads of the defenders at the front post and headed straight for Chu Feng. At last, Chu Feng had awaited his chance to shoot. Chapter 71, a second bloom. The darkest hour for Atletico Madrid. Undoubtedly, this would present an exceptional opportunity for Chu Feng to score with a header. Within the small penalty area, Chu Feng summoned all his strength and, with a swift motion from his core, the football hurtled towards the goal like a cannonball. Currently, Chu Feng's heading attribute stands at 77, which, to be candid, is not particularly high for a center forward. Yet at this moment, he had done everything within his power. The ball soared towards the net with astonishing velocity. Alas, in the blink of an eye, Chelsea and Oppo's goalkeeper, Courtois, emerged to thwart the attempt, just as the football was about to cross the goal line. The Belgian international deftly deflected it with a single fist, successfully parrying Chu Feng's header. In the preceding moment, the Atletico Madrid fans had raised their arms, poised to celebrate the anticipated goal, only to find themselves grasping their heads in disbelief a heartbeat later. In that instant, over 60,000 supporters experienced a tumult of emotions. The header. Denied. Courtois executed a world-class save, using his fist to clear Chu Feng's close-range attempt. Truly, he is the premier goalkeeper in the top 5 leagues. His prowess is undeniable. Inside the commentary hall, Wei, witnessing this remarkable play, could not help but extol Courtois further into the microphone. Another commentator, Su Yang, lamented, "What a pity. Had Chu Feng's header been more precise, perhaps Courtois would have been left merely to admire the ball." At that moment, Chelsea's counterattack commenced stealthily. The football, propelled away by Courtois, soared towards the flanks, where it was seized by the illustrious Fabregas. As a world-class midfielder, Fabregas rose to prominence at a young age, once deemed by Wenger as the beacon of Arsenal's revival. However, his transfer to Barcelona during his peak altered the course of his career. Nonetheless, it is indisputable that Fabregas remained among the elite midfielders of his time. Upon receiving the ball, Fabregas wasted no time and immediately showcased his exceptional long passing ability. Bang! Mere seconds later, the football darted across the half, almost as if it were guided by an unseen force, directly to the feet of Hazard. Having already scored a goal in the match, the entire Atletico Madrid defense tensed up as Hazard received the ball. On the sidelines, Coach Simeone shouted fervently, "Foul. Do not let him break through." Quickly, Simeone was acutely aware of Hazard's formidable dribbling prowess. He understood that should Hazard penetrate into the vicinity of the penalty arc, he could potentially exploit Oblak's goal with a long-range shot. Thus, in a bid for precaution, Simeone instructed his players to commit a foul. In an instant, the first to confront Hazard was Atletico's right back, Juan Fran, accompanied by the midfield stalwart, Party. Yet, before these defenders could impose any interference, Hazard transformed into a streak of blue lightning. Swift as the wind, he effortlessly evaded the two defenders with a series of feints. Neither Juan Fran nor Party had the time to foul him. In a flash, Hazard surged into the penalty arc, glancing up at Oblak's position. He swiftly unleashed a shot with his right foot. Bang! Although Atletico's center-backs, Godin and Lucas Hernandez, rushed to disrupt the shot, they were powerless against the strike from Hazard. The football soared like a projectile over the defenders' heads. Whoosh! Oblak, anticipating Hazard's approach into the penalty area, was ready to save. But at the moment Hazard shot, Oblak found himself outpaced. In the blink of an eye, the football found its way into the net, crashing down over Oblak's head. Atletico's goalkeeper never touched the ball. 2-0. Chelsea extended their lead in this away match. This exemplifies Hazard's prowess. As the Premier League's Messi, he once again pierced through Atletico's defense with sheer individual brilliance. Neither Juan Fran, nor Godin, nor even Oblak could counter Hazard's onslaught. In the commentary hall, Hiway's spirits plummeted. Truthfully, prior to the match, he had anticipated a challenging encounter, believing Atletico would likely be held to a draw by Chelsea. However, the score now reflected a 2-goal deficit for Atletico. The pressure silently shifted onto the Chelsea players. In the comments, millions of fans from the homeland began to express their concern for Atletico. Come on, Atletico, give it your all. Chelsea truly deserves their title as Premier League champions. Their attacking prowess is formidable. Hazard's individual skills seem to rival those of Messi and Ronaldo. Atletico has been left with no opportunities. Chelsea's counterattacks are nearly always spot on. Forget about being first in the group. They should strive for second. Damn, Conte is truly cunning. He claimed before the match that there would be no targeted defense against Chu Feng, yet in the game, he deployed a specific marker. The broadcast camera suddenly focused on Simeone, whose expression bore signs of resignation. It was evident that the entire first half had defied his expectations. Particularly, his proud defense had been nearly dismantled single-handedly by Hazard. In the VIP box, Mia felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing Atletico concede 2 goals. Come on, Chu Feng, I believe in you, she silently prayed, while her companion, Do Fu, wore a serious expression. Immediately, Elena comforted. There is still plenty of time left in the match. I believe Chu Feng will have his opportunity. Do Fu nodded, his voice resolute. Of course. I have always had faith in this young lad. Atletico will prevail. The match continued. In the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium, over 60,000 devoted Atletico fans once again sang their team anthem. The supporters, much like the players on the field, refused to relinquish hope. Chapter 72. Alvarez's fortuitous card activation. The opportunity arises. For Atletico Madrid, their only path forward is to launch an offensive. Thus, as the match commenced, Atletico's players surged into Chelsea's half, initiating a siege. Chelsea, already holding a 2-goal lead, fortified their defense, retreating all attacking players to bolster their backline. For them, a score of 2-0 was ample assurance of victory that evening. Consequently, the sole mission for Chelsea's players was to preserve this lead until the final whistle. Conte's team established a formidable defensive formation. It is well known that as an Italian coach, Conte has instilled a profound sense of Italian defensive prowess within Chelsea. Now, Atletico's offensive capabilities would face a formidable test. In the broadcast studio, commentator Hiway expressed skepticism regarding Atletico's attacking prospects. After all, in the first 30 minutes, Atletico's offensive attempts were scarce, with only Chu Feng's header posing a threat to Courtois. With Chelsea players now fully retreated into defense, Atletico's challenge was undoubtedly heightened. In the 38th minute, Carrasco received a long pass from Koch on the flank, shifting Atletico's attacking focus toward the wings. With both frontline players, Chu Feng and Griezmann, effectively neutralized by the opposition, reliance on wing players became paramount. Yet, as Chelsea's entire squad fell back into defense, Carrasco's opportunities for breakthrough dwindled. Azpilicueta and Kanté, Chelsea's defensive stalwarts, acted as Carrasco's dual sentinels. Just as Carrasco attempted to maneuver past Kanté, the latter anticipated his move, successfully intercepting the ball. In an instant, Chelsea regained possession. On the visiting fan stand, over 2,000 Chelsea supporters erupted in jubilant cheers. Without a doubt, they sensed an imminent opportunity for a counterattack. Indeed, after intercepting the ball, Kanté swiftly nudged it towards Fabregas. Boom. The attacking linchpin of Chelsea promptly delivered a long pass. In a flash, the ball found its way to Morata's feet. Another counterattack opportunity for Chelsea. Amidst the roars of over 2,000 Chelsea fans, Morata seized the ball and surged forward, charging towards the opponent's penalty area. However, Atletico's central defenders maintained their focus. In an instant, both Godin and Lucas Hernandez closed in on Morata. employing a steadfast defense to thwart the attack. Ultimately, Godin cleared the ball with a powerful kick. A sigh of relief escaped the Atletico fans upon witnessing this. In the broadcast studio, Hiway couldn't help but remark on Chelsea's incisive counterattacks, suggesting that had the receiving player been Hazard instead of Morata, the scoreline might have changed to 3-0. Another commentator, Su Yang, echoed a pessimistic view for Atletico, lamenting that a loss seemed inevitable, as Chelsea's performance was a stark disparity in quality. Before long, the match clock ticked to the 40th minute, with the first half nearing its conclusion. It was evident that Atletico's players were growing increasingly anxious. Even Chu Feng, who had not been particularly effective, began to drop back to the midfield. Surrounded by Chelsea defenders in the penalty area, Chu Feng lacked the aerial prowess to contest headers against Gary Cahill or David Luiz. Thus, for Chu Feng, the optimal strategy was to distance himself from the penalty area and position himself around the edge of the box for support. In the 42nd minute, Oblak's throw-in found Carrasco on the flank, but alas, as Carrasco controlled the ball, two defenders swiftly closed in, one of whom was Canny. After several encounters, Carrasco had developed a clear understanding of Canny's defensive capabilities. He recognized that, given his current form, breaching Canny's defense would be a daunting task. Without hesitation, Carrasco opted to deliver a long pass into the penalty area upon receiving the ball. However, Canny disrupted Carrasco's attempt, causing the ball to land at the edge of the penalty area rather than within it. Serendipitously, the player waiting at that position was none other than Chu Feng. As Chu Feng skillfully controlled the ball with his right foot, an eruption of fervent cheers resonated throughout the Metropolitano Stadium. Undeniably, at that moment, the over 60,000 Atletico fans yearned for Chu Feng to conjure a miracle. Historically, in moments of desperation, he had always risen to the occasion, and the fans hoped he would once again play the role of savior. Seal him off. Deny this Asian talent a chance to shoot. Quickly, in Chelsea's coaching zone, Coach Connie visibly displayed signs of anxiety upon witnessing this. Before the match, Connie had studied footage of all of Chu Feng's matches this season and understood all too well the dire consequences of allowing him space at this position. As anticipated, when Chu Feng received the ball, Marcos Alonso charged forward to confront him, with Canny also sprinting towards him. In an instant, Chelsea executed a double-team strategy. Yet, despite this, Chu Feng did not falter in his advance. Confronted by Alonso and Oppo's defense, he made the bold choice to push through. Ding! Alvarez and Oppo's fortuitous card activated. Just as Chu Feng was about to engage in physical contact with Marcos Alonso, the familiar system voice echoed in his ears. At last, Chu Feng successfully activated his star skill card. Chapter 73. Goal. Balotelli's powerful strike. Strength 10, breakthrough 20, shot 20, as Chu Feng activated the Alvarez luck card. A surge of confidence enveloped him, momentarily enhancing his attributes. In a split second, as Chelsea's defensive stalwart Marcos Alonso charged towards him, Chu Feng instinctively nudged the ball with his right foot, and astonishingly, the football slipped through Alonso's legs. A brilliant nutmeg. Chu Feng deftly maneuvered past Marcos Alonso with an incredible breakthrough. In that exhilarating moment, not only was Hiway ecstatic, but the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium erupted as thousands of Atletico fans waved their fists in unity, chanting Chu Feng and Oppo's name fervently. In the VIP box, Dofu and Mia mirrored the enthusiasm of the Atletico fans, pumping their fists and shouting Chu Feng's name. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng surged into the top of the penalty area. With remarkable speed, he swung his right foot, clearly intending to shoot. Chelsea center back David Luiz, witnessing this, rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. In that instant of commitment, Luiz resolved to foul rather than allow a shot. He was willing to concede a free kick rather than let Chu Feng take aim. However, as Luiz charged at Chu Feng, the Atletico prodigy had already unleashed his shot. Boom! Balotelli's cannon card activated. In an instant, the ball ruthlessly zipped past David Luiz's head. The Brazilian international was left helpless, merely watching as the ball soared towards the net. At that moment, all hopes for Chelsea rested upon the shoulders of Courtois, the world's finest goalkeeper, who had previously thwarted Chu Feng's certain goal. Now they faced off once more. On the goal line, Courtois noticed Chu Feng's shooting motion and immediately sprang into action, legs propelling him with remarkable speed. Yet, as the ball neared the goal, fear and helplessness flickered in Courtois' eyes. As a seasoned goalkeeper, he understood that, given the ball's velocity and angle, it was impossible to make contact. Swish. Indeed. The next moment, The ball hurtled into the bottom corner of the net. 1-2. Atletico Madrid, playing at home, had finally clawed back a goal. Following the goal, Chu Feng refrained from celebrating, instead sprinting towards the goal at breakneck speed, snatching the ball from Courtois' grasp and darting towards the center circle. Chu Feng. Once again, whenever Atletico and Oppo's offense faltered, he emerged as the savior. His thunderous strike from the edge of the penalty area shattered Chelsea and Oppo's defense. The score was now 1-2, and without a doubt, Atletico Madrid had ample opportunity to seize victory. On the sidelines, Simeone, who had been restrained for 40 long minutes, could finally unleash his pent-up emotions, vigorously waving his fists, his expression fierce. Simultaneously, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Press on. Everyone, advance the attack. Don't give the opponent a chance. Strive to equalize before the half." After the restart, Chelsea players continued to play defensively, engaging in meaningless passes at the back. For Chelsea, the priority was simply to maintain their lead until halftime. Any reckless attack could provide Atletico with a counterattack opportunity. Thus, caution was essential for Chelsea players. Conversely, following their goal, every Atletico player was invigorated, their adrenaline surging, amplified by the deafening cheers of their fans. In the dying moments of the first half, Atletico's warriors pressed high in their opponent's half, especially Chu Feng. Perhaps due to the effects of the divine stamina potion, he felt no fatigue. In fact, he felt his legs brimming with power. "Brothers, charge. Don't give the opponent a passing opportunity. Hold on." Under Chu Feng's impassioned rallying cry, numerous Atletico players surged towards their Chelsea counterparts. Griezmann, Coke, Carrasco, and Chu Feng pressed relentlessly. After a series of passes from Chelsea, the ball eventually landed at David Luiz's feet. At that moment, Chu Feng and Griezmann, the lethal strikers of Atletico, lunged towards Luiz simultaneously. In a critical moment, Luiz opted for a powerful clearance. But just as he lifted his foot, Chu Feng threw himself into the fray. In an instant, Chu Feng's body blocked Luiz's pass, and the ball ricocheted perfectly into Griezmann's path. Finally, Atletico had another glorious opportunity to attack. The star of Atletico Madrid received the ball and immediately embarked on a rapid dribble. In that electrifying moment, the entire stand of Atletico fans instinctively rose to their feet, already poised for celebration. At the same time, Chelsea and Oppo's goalkeeper Courtois decisively charged forward. Griezmann had no time to think, needing to shoot at lightning speed. However, just as Griezmann lifted his foot, Courtois was upon him. Ultimately, Griezmann's shot was blocked by Courtois' body. He squandered the chance to equalize before halftime. Beep, beep. Following Griezmann's blocked shot, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. 1-2. Atletico Madrid, playing away, trailed Chelsea by a single goal. Chapter 74. Penalty appears. Griezmann concedes the spot. Chu Feng steps up. Inside the locker room, the Atletico Madrid players appeared quite fatigued, except for Chu Feng. Every player was incessantly gulping down water and gasping for breath. Indeed, the recent schedule for Atletico Madrid had been grueling, facing strong opponents consecutively, coupled with midweek matches. This would undoubtedly pose a tremendous test of endurance for the players. "We have just 45 minutes left. Come on, lads, hold on a little longer. Chelsea's defense is not impenetrable. We have every opportunity to score." Coach Simeone did not delve deeply into tactical discussions in the locker room. Instead, he focused on uplifting the players' spirits. As an exceptionally seasoned head coach, he understood that the primary concern at this moment was the players' mindset. As long as Atletico's players could maintain a winning mentality, the possibility of victory would remain within their grasp. "Chu, how's your stamina? Can you hold on?" Simeone approached Chu Feng, inquiring about his condition. From Simeone's perspective, Chu Feng, being only 17, could easily succumb to injury if his energy waned. "Rest assured, coach. I'm fine." A resolute expression adorned Chu Feng's face. At this moment, all he could think about was finding every possible way to score and lead his team to victory. Meanwhile, in the Far Eastern lands, during the halftime break, the sports website released a plethora of reports about the match. 1-2. Atletico Madrid trails at halftime. Chu Feng scores the only goal of the first half. A prodigy. Chu Feng weaves through defenders and fires a thunderous shot, the last bastion of Atletico's offense. Chu Feng's goal reignites hope for the team. Hazard nets a brace in the first half. The Belgian star tears through Atletico's defense single-handedly. In the comments section, fans from the homeland fervently cheered for Chu Feng. Indeed, the first half had been excruciating. Chelsea's counterattacks were exceedingly sharp. For Atletico to secure victory, they must first contain Hazard's breakthroughs. Although Chu Feng scored just before the halftime whistle, the performance of his teammates was dismal. Griezmann squandered a golden opportunity to equalize. Atletico and Oppo's luck today was truly abysmal. Yes, throughout the first half, besides Chu Feng, the other Atletico players seemed to be sleepwalking. Let Chu Feng handle this cursed football. Who would have thought that a 17-year-old from the homeland would become the hope of Atletico's offense? 15 minutes of halftime flew by. As the second half commenced, neither Simeone nor Conte made any substitutions. Following the kickoff, Atletico Madrid, playing away, adopted a defensive strategy. In a certain sense, Chelsea's defense also served as a counterattack. Should Atletico push forward excessively, once Chelsea regains possession in midfield, they would seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Overall, from Conte's perspective, a defensive counterattack was Chelsea and Oppo's optimal strategy at this moment. Indeed, as proven, Conte's thoughts were correct. Within the first 10 minutes of the second half, although Atletico Madrid boasted an astonishing 80% possession, they created very few shooting opportunities. In fact, in the 53rd minute, Griezmann's attempt to break through was thwarted by his national teammate Kant. In a flash, Kant's long pass found Hazard up front. Chelsea's familiar counterattack opportunity arose. On the flank, Hazard, as if gliding on wheels of fire, effortlessly bypassed both Juan Fran and Lucas Hernandez. On the left side of the penalty area, after creating space, Hazard opted for a quick shot. The ball soared towards the far post. At that moment, over 60,000 Atletico fans fell utterly silent. The Metropolitano Stadium was enveloped in an eerie quiet. Bang! Oblak failed to intercept Hazard's shot, which instead struck the goalpost. Atletico narrowly escaped disaster. The post had thwarted Hazard's attempt. In that instant, Lady Luck appeared to favor Atletico once more. In the studio, Huey had just finished speaking when Oblak swiftly launched the ball forward. For Atletico, they needed to race against time. They had to equalize as quickly as possible. At the edge of the center circle, Chu Feng and Kant both leaped for the ball. Chu Feng, utilizing his height advantage, successfully claimed the first touch. But in the next moment, he swiftly passed the ball to Carrasco on the left flank. Though both Carrasco and Hazard hailed from Belgium and played as wingers, their performances tonight were worlds apart. As Carrasco received Chu Feng's pass, the very next second, as Pilicueta lunged in with the tackle, the Atletico winger had almost no chance to react, as he was sent sprawling by as Pilicueta's challenge. Beep. The referee decisively called the foul. Another opportunity for a set piece. In fact, during the first half, Atletico Madrid had earned numerous set pieces, but regrettably, they failed to convert these chances into goals. Griezmann stood over the ball once more. Boom. A long pass. In the blink of an eye, the ball soared into the penalty area. At the far post, Atletico's center-back Godin outmuscled David Luiz to win the first header. Just as Godin was about to direct a header towards goal, David Luiz, astonishingly, used his hand to block it. Ultimately, Godin's header was thwarted by Luiz's right hand. Beep. The referee, having seen the incident clearly, wasted no time in blowing the whistle for a foul, pointing decisively to the penalty spot. In the 63rd minute, Atletico Madrid was awarded a penalty. Finally, the stands of the Metropolitano erupted with fervor as over 60,000 Atletico fans roared with delight. A penalty. David Luiz had obstructed Godin's header with his hand. This decision was entirely correct. Let us see which Atletico player will take this penalty. On the field, Griezmann received the ball from the referee, hesitated for a moment, then tossed it to Chu Feng. Chu, it's your turn. I believe you can do it. Griezmann's penalty conversion rate was rather modest, and facing the world-class goalkeeper Courtois, to be frank, Griezmann did not harbor much confidence. Chu Feng nodded at Griezmann, accepting the ball. And then, he quietly positioned himself at the penalty spot. Chapter 75, Penalty Scored. Chu Feng levels the score. Chu Feng. Griezmann passed the ball to Chu Feng. Unless an unforeseen event occurs, it is expected that this penalty will be taken by Chu Feng. Can this 17-year-old withstand such immense pressure? Within the broadcast hall, both Huey and Su Yang displayed a hint of anxiety on their faces, nervously sweating for Chu Feng. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium, over 60,000 Atletico fans held their breath, their eyes riveted on Chu Feng. On the goal line, Courtois raised his hands towards Chu Feng, a mocking grin on his face as he taunted, "Hey, Asian, I am certain I will save your penalty. I firmly believe that." However, upon hearing this, Chu Feng's expression remained impassive. He understood well that Courtois' words were primarily intended to disrupt his mental state. Naturally, Chu Feng would not fall for such a trick. Beep. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle for the penalty. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng began his run-up, while Courtois positioned himself for the save. To be honest, at the moment of his approach, Chu Feng had yet to decide on the direction of his shot. His eyes continuously monitored Courtois' positioning. Just as Chu Feng's right foot was about to make contact with the ball, Courtois could no longer contain himself. He made the first move. His weight shifted slightly to the left, clearly believing that Chu Feng would aim for the left side of the goal. Chu Feng, however, keenly sensed this and immediately directed the ball towards the right side. Simultaneously, his star card was successfully activated. Ding! Balotelli's cannon card. Activated. With the activation of this skill, the ball shot towards the right side of the goal in a flash. It soared like a cannonball, heading straight for the upper right corner of the net. Courtois had already begun his dive, but regrettably, he dove in the wrong direction. The ball found the net. 2-2. The two teams were back on equal footing. Chu Feng seized the opportunity. His penalty successfully deceived Courtois. The score was leveled. Once again, the two teams stood on equal ground. Chu Feng completed a brace. This 17-year-old prodigy had helped his team equalize with 2 goals tonight. In that moment, Chu Feng became the miracle of the team. In the broadcast hall, Hiwei's pupils dilated in shock as he witnessed Chu Feng breach Courtois' goal. Another commentator, Su Yang, could not help but shout hoarsely, "Chu Feng has saved the Spurs." I believe that after this match, Chu Feng will become a legend among Atletico fans. On the barrage, fans from the Celestial Empire erupted in excitement, praising Chu Feng's performance. I can't believe that one day I would witness a 17-year-old player from the Celestial Empire score twice against Courtois. Instant fame. I can hardly imagine how many fans will praise Chu Feng after this match. Is Courtois really that poor? He let a kid score 2 goals. Could it be possible that Courtois is just too strong? Courtois completely misjudged Chu Feng's intentions. Steady. Let's aim for another goal. On the sidelines, Atletico and Oppo's coach Simeone was utterly ecstatic, fervently pumping his fists. His face radiated excitement as he yelled passionately, "Beautiful. Chu, you are the hero of the team. A magnificent goal." Within the stadium, Chu Feng was embraced by several Atletico players, celebrating wildly with him. Conversely, the faces of most Chelsea players reflected helplessness and despondency. Being scored against by a 17-year-old player from the Celestial Empire was a tremendous disgrace for these Chelsea players. On the sidelines, Coach Connie's face was etched with dissatisfaction. Despite his extensive training aimed at stifling Chu Feng's performance, he was ultimately unable to prevent the young star from scoring twice. One can only imagine the extent of Conte's frustration. After the restart, Conte immediately instructed his players to attack. With the score equalized, Chelsea's so-called bus defense lost all significance. The Blues could only commit to an all-out offensive. In the 60th minute, Fabregas' long pass accurately found Hazard in the attacking third. However, just as Hazard was about to showcase his brilliance, several defenders converged upon him, including Koch, Partey, and Juanfran. Clearly, after leveling the score with Chu Feng's penalty, Simeone adjusted his tactics, prompting Atletico to adopt a defensive stance. The correctness of Simeone's choice was soon proven. As all Atletico players retreated to their half, the space available for Hazard to maneuver became exceedingly scarce. Despite skillfully nutmegging Juanfran, as he attempted to advance further, he was brought down by a joint effort from Koch and Partey, losing his balance. Beep. The referee wasted no time, promptly blowing the whistle for a foul. Chelsea was awarded a set-piece opportunity. As an Italian coach, Conte understood that if Atletico committed fully to a defensive posture, it would be exceedingly difficult for Chelsea to score in open play. Therefore, they had to make the most of this set-piece. Push up. Everyone. Attack. Hurry. Under Conte's fervent exhortations, Chelsea's towering centre-backs, David Luiz and Gary Cahill, surged into the Atletico penalty area. Along with Marcos Alonso and Morata, Chelsea enjoyed a significant height advantage. The team's attacking linchpin, Fabregas, prepared to take the free kick. At that moment, over 60,000 fans in the Metropolitano Stadium collectively shouted their defensive mantra. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Fabregas swiftly sent the ball into the penalty area towards the far post. Morata leapt into the air. Chapter 76. The hat trick. The mental collapse of the world's best. Fabregas delivers a long pass. The ball lands at the far post. Morata seizes the first touch. A header. The ball is parried away by Oblak with both hands. At that moment, the Atletico Madrid goalkeeper finally proved his mettle. He thwarted Morata's certain goal. The voice of commentator Hwee echoed throughout the broadcast hall. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium, over 60,000 Atletico fans erupted with emotion at Oblak's save. In an instant, the entire crowd fervently chanted Oblak's name. Furthermore, the ball that Oblak deflected was deftly controlled by Koke, signaling the onset of a counterattack for Atletico Madrid. As Koke received the ball on the left side of the penalty area, he was unencumbered by any Chelsea players, allowing him to execute a long pass with ease. Although Koke's long passing skills lagged slightly behind those of Fabregas, he nonetheless found his teammate on the front line with precision. Boom. As anticipated, Koke's long pass soared over the field, landing perfectly for Griezmann. In an instant, the momentum of the game shifted dramatically, and the pressure undoubtedly fell upon the Chelsea players. On the sidelines, Chelsea's coach, Conte, was the most anxious of all. Upon witnessing the play, his pupils widened in disbelief at how swiftly Atletico's counterattack penetrated Chelsea's defense. Defend. Quick. Don't let him break through. Conte bellowed, his voice a frantic roar, as the Chelsea defenders sprinted towards Griezmann with the urgency of a 100-meter dash. Azpilicueta and Kanté, two Chelsea defenders, executed a simultaneous foul in an effort to contain Griezmann. To be fair, seeing this, Griezmann felt a pang of anxiety. He knew he had no chance to break through at that moment. The only option left for Griezmann was to pass. Anuel, here, quick. On the left side of the penalty area, Chu Feng raised his right hand high, calling out Griezmann's name. Upon hearing Chu Feng's shout, Griezmann instinctively passed the ball to him. This decision proved to be astute. As the ball reached Chu Feng, the entire Metropolitano Stadium erupted into a frenzy. Goal! 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 Over 60,000 devoted Atletico fans chanted for the goal. They anticipated that Chu Feng would seal the match with this strike. However, at that very moment, Chelsea and Oppo's midfielder Bakayoko had also arrived before Chu Feng. Bakayoko had even stretched out his arms, firmly clutching Chu Feng and Oppo's jersey. He attempted to use a tactical foul to halt Chu Feng's advance. Yet, facing this golden opportunity to regain the lead, Chu Feng would not be deterred. He deliberately shouldered Bakayoko with force and surged forward with all his might. Ding! Alvarez's luck card activated. In that instant, the system successfully activated Alvarez's star card. And Chu Feng felt a surge of power in his legs. Physicality 30. Breakthrough 30. Speed 30. These three key attributes experienced a 30% boost at that moment. Suddenly, Chu Feng unleashed his strength. Like a wild stallion breaking free, he broke through Bakayoko's defense, charging like a meteor into the Chelsea penalty area. Bakayoko, struck by Chu Feng, lost his balance completely, unable to impede Chu Feng's advance, and could only watch as Chu Feng entered the box. Now, all defensive pressure rested on the shoulders of goalkeeper Courtois, who had already conceded 2 goals to Chu Feng in this match. Truth be told, Courtois felt a profound dissatisfaction within. He would not allow this 17-year-old prodigy from the East to breach his goal 3 times in a single match. Thus, he was determined to thwart Chu Feng's attempt at all costs. As Chu Feng entered the penalty area, Courtois rushed out from his goal. Courtois had but one objective. Even if it meant colliding with Chu Feng, he had to block his shot. When Chu Feng saw Courtois charging towards him, his face remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as though everything was well within his control. At the 12-yard spot, just as Courtois was about to collide with Chu Feng, he calmly nudged the ball with his right foot. Then, the ball skillfully slipped through Courtois' legs, leaving the Chelsea goalkeeper to lament in despair. Whoosh! Without any surprise, the ball found the net. 3-2. Chu Feng had helped Atletico Madrid regain the lead. After scoring, Chu Feng could hardly contain his emotions. Wildly sprinting to the corner flag, shedding his jersey, and celebrating passionately with the fans, all the Atletico players rushed towards Chu Feng at breakneck speed. Chu, magnificent! You did it. A hat trick. Chu, you were the hero of the team. In the VIP box, Dofu was overwhelmed with joy. Tears of happiness streaming down his face. He had never imagined Chu Feng could achieve a hat trick on the UEFA Champions League stage. At that moment, Dofu felt an immense sense of pride. Mia's face shone with a radiant smile as she incessantly captured the moments of Chu Feng's celebration on her phone. On the sidelines, the most exhilarated was undoubtedly the charismatic Simeone. The Atletico Madrid coach, witnessing Chu Feng's goal, immediately dashed to the corner flag, even outpacing the players to embrace his protege tightly. Meanwhile, Chelsea's goalkeeper Courtois stood dejectedly on the goal line, occasionally shaking his head in disappointment. It was evident that this esteemed goalkeeper was highly dissatisfied with his performance, and he could hardly believe that this 17-year-old prodigy could execute a nutmeg shot in such a brief span. It completely reshaped Courtois' understanding. On the Chelsea bench, Coach Conte had returned to his seat, turning to his assistant coach with a sigh. Tell the owner that if Chelsea wishes to capture the Champions League, they must find a way to sign this 17-year-old talent. Chapter 77, a player down. Chelsea equalizes in an instant. The third goal. Chu Feng. He has achieved a hat trick in the match against Chelsea. This 17-year-old prodigy from the Celestial Empire has once again caused a stir across the entire Iberian Peninsula. Facing the reigning champions of the Premier League, Chu Feng pierced through the defense with a shot that went through the legs, reaching the goal guarded by the world's #1 goalkeeper, Courtois. This marks his third successful strike against Chelsea. At this moment, Chu Feng descended like a deity. Although this is merely his first season with Atletico Madrid, he has undoubtedly created numerous historic moments. In the commentary booth, Simeone was struggling to contain his emotions. As a commentator, he had always felt a twinge of envy witnessing players from the land of cherry blossoms and the land of kimchi dominate the top 5 leagues. He longed for players from the Celestial Empire to prove themselves in these prestigious leagues. And now he has witnessed it. Chu Feng, with sheer determination, has almost single-handedly propelled Atletico Madrid into the lead tonight. And Chu Feng is only 17 years old. His future is boundless. On Chelsea's bench, Conte swiftly made substitutions. With only 20 minutes remaining in the match, Chelsea needed to give their all to secure 3 points at the Metropolitano Stadium. Substitutions. Coach Conte could no longer remain seated. Chelsea made 3 changes. Number 22, Willian, replaced by Pedro, while Rudiger came on for Azpilicueta. The adjustments included 2 attacking players and 1 defender. In these final 20 minutes, Chelsea was poised to launch a fierce assault. As Simeone remarked, the moment play resumed, Chelsea's offensive immediately threatened Atletico's goal. Fabregas's long pass found its way to Hazard, who was wreaking havoc on the flank. Faced with the encirclement of Koke, Partey, and Juan Fran, Hazard resolutely chose to break through. The ball seemed glued to Hazard's feet. No matter the defensive approach Atletico employed, they could not regain possession. He nutmegged Koke, halted abruptly to evade Partey, and skillfully maneuvered past Juan Fran's defense. At that moment, Hazard showcased the true caliber of Chelsea's number 10. He flashed by the defenders like a bolt of blue lightning, swiftly entering the arc of the penalty area. Fortunately, Atletico's defensive midfielder, Saul, rushed to confront Hazard. A flying tackle. Saul, with both ball and player, came crashing down. Beep. The referee, witnessing this, showed no hesitation as he rushed to Saul and decisively produced a red card from his pocket. What? A red card? Saul has been sent off. In the ensuing moments, Atletico Madrid, the home team, would be reduced to 10 men. Oh heavens! This would be a massive blow for Atletico. Simeone was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe the referee's decision was so swift. Beside him, guest commentator Su Young quickly stated, Simeone must devise a strategy. Atletico's defense has no answer for Hazard, and now, down a man, if changes are not made, Atletico is at risk of conceding an equalizer. On the sidelines, Simeone, upon witnessing this, did not display excessive excitement, nor did he question the referee's decision. Instead, he promptly approached assistant coach Burgos to discuss the impending tactical adjustments. On the field, Saul perhaps realized his foul was overly reckless, so upon receiving the red card, he exhibited no discontent, quietly walking towards the sidelines. For Saul, committing a foul was the only way to halt Hazard, and he had no other recourse. Allowing Hazard to break through would grant the Chelsea star an opportunity to face Oblak, and with Hazard's shooting prowess, it was entirely plausible he would score. Indeed, Simeone made substitutions. Griezmann was replaced by midfielder Gabi. It appeared Coach Simeone was shifting to a lone striker formation. With less than 20 minutes left in the match, one could only hope the Atletico players could defend their home honor. To be honest, Simeone had already lost all hope for Atletico. Despite leading by a goal, they were now a man down. As play resumed, Atletico players opted for a defensive formation. All players, including Chu Feng, retreated to their half to defend. Simeone's tactics were evidently clear, to maintain the 3-2 scoreline through a compact defense until the final whistle. In the 80th minute, Chelsea's midfield maestro Fabregas once again delivered a pass to Hazard on the flank, and this time, Hazard faced 3 defenders. However, this time, Hazard chose not to break through but instead executed a precise diagonal pass, effortlessly finding Pedro at the edge of the penalty area. as Pedro had just entered the match. His stamina was intact. Thus, upon receiving the ball, he accelerated with explosive speed. In the blink of an eye, Pedro surged into the penalty area. At this moment, nearly all defenders were drawn towards Pedro, with Godin, Lucas Hernandez, and others converging upon him. One must commend the reaction speed of Atletico's center backs, who swiftly blocked Pedro's shooting lane. But at that instant, Pedro opted to pass, with a deft touch of his right foot. The ball was sent to the top of the penalty area. A back pass. The ball swiftly arrived near the penalty line, where Hazard awaited. Boom. Chelsea's star player unleashed a ferocious shot. The ball zipped like a bullet, soaring over the heads of several Atletico players, and in an instant, it crashed into the net. Oblak had no reaction whatsoever. 3-3. Chelsea has successfully equalized. Clearly, when Chelsea unleashed their full offensive might, Atletico, reduced to 10 men, could not withstand the pressure. Hazard too completed his hat-trick. The score stood once more at 3-3. Chapter 78, the final counterattack. Pass the ball to Chu Feng. The comments section erupted with fervor as the fans of Tianqiao expressed their discontent. The score of 3-3 was far from the outcome they had hoped for. Unbelievable. How could it be equalized? It's unfortunate, with Atletico down a man. One must admit that Chelsea's offense is truly formidable. If we can hold on to the draw, it will suffice. Let's just avoid a loss. Hazard's performance is simply extraordinary. He is undoubtedly the third best after Messi and Ronaldo. Little Kid also completed a hat-trick. He is on par with Hazard. Only 10 minutes remaining. We mustn't concede another goal. Saul has ruined this match. On Atletico's bench, Coach Simeone's eyes were filled with disappointment. In truth, he had anticipated the possibility of the opponents equalizing when Saul received a red card. However, at this juncture, securing a point this evening was acceptable for Simeone. The last 10 minutes would present the greatest challenge for Atletico's players. After the kickoff, the Chelsea players, invigorated by their recent equalizer, surged with confidence. Although Atletico players maintained possession in their half, they could not withstand Chelsea's high-pressure tactics, ultimately. Center-back Godin was forced to clear the ball with a long kick. Instantly, possession reverted to Chelsea. In midfield, Fabregas executed a long pass, accurately finding wingman Willian. This player had just entered the game, thus brimming with energy. Upon receiving the ball at the flank, he immediately showcased his speed advantage, particularly against the fatigued Felipe. In the blink of an eye, Willian had taken a decisive lead over his opponent. The next moment, Willian delivered a cross. The ball arced sharply through the air, swiftly descending at the edge of the penalty area. At that instant, Morata had arrived. The Chelsea forward, having positioned himself against Atletico's center-back Godin, executed a stunning volley. Oblak, on the goal line, leapt into action, making a valiant save with both hands. In a flash, the ball veered to the left side of the penalty area. However, due to Chelsea and Oppo's numerical advantage, Fabregas managed to seize the first touch. Crucially, as Fabregas received the ball, most Atletico defenders had surged into the penalty area, leaving him unmarked. The Chelsea midfield maestro glanced at Oblak's positioning, and without hesitation, he took aim and shot. At that pivotal moment, Chu Feng emerged. As Fabregas struck the ball, Chu Feng extended his long leg, successfully blocking the shot. A crucial defensive play. Chu Feng had come to the rescue. His intervention effectively aided Atletico's backline in clearing the danger. To be frank, when he witnessed Fabregas receiving the ball at the top of the penalty area, his heart nearly stopped. Fortunately, Chu Feng thwarted Fabregas' long-range attempt. The score remained unchanged at 3-3. In the VIP box, Mendes, witnessing this moment, couldn't help but applaud Chu Feng wholeheartedly. Remarking to Dofu and others beside him, Chu's playing style aligns almost perfectly with Atletico's. It's truly hard to imagine a forward rushing back to defend in his own half, regardless of the match outcome. I believe every Atletico fan is satisfied with Chu's performance. Amidst the tension, Dofu felt slightly more at ease upon hearing Mendes' words. Just then, the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. Atletico had unexpectedly gained a counterattack opportunity after Chu Feng blocked Fabregas' shot. The ball ricocheted to Bakayoko. However, the Chelsea midfielder miscontrolled the ball, causing it to bounce 3 meters away. In that instant, Atletico's midfielder Gabi swiftly intervened. Seizing the ball, the counterattack had commenced. Bang! In the next moment, Gabi quickly distributed the ball, finding Carrasco. At this juncture, over 60,000 Atletico fans rose from their seats, anticipating Carrasco's potential to secure a last-minute victory. This evening, on Chelsea's side, Hazard, also from Belgium and playing as a left winger, had netted a hat trick, leading the Atletico supporters to hope for a similar feat from Carrasco. However, as soon as Carrasco received the ball, several Chelsea defenders surged towards him. Kant and Gary Cahill. These two defensive stalwarts firmly established their positions, denying Carrasco any chance to break through. To be honest, after nearly 9 minutes of play, Carrasco's stamina had reached its limits, leaving him lacking the confidence to navigate past Kant and Cahill. Just when Carrasco found himself hesitating, Chu Feng suddenly burst onto the scene. "Hey, pass the ball. Come on." Chu Feng sprinted forward, desperately calling for the ball. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Simeone was equally vociferously shouting Chu Feng's name. Bang! Just as Kant and Cahill were about to intervene with Carrasco, the Belgian winger opted to pass. Finally, the ball found its way to Chu Feng. Carrasco had delivered the pass. The ball was once again at Chu Feng's feet. This time, could Chu Feng perform another miracle? He exclaimed into the microphone with a trembling voice, fully aware that this would be Atletico's final opportunity to attack. Succeed or perish. Near the center circle, Chu Feng received the ball and immediately unleashed a powerful dribble. With strides like a meteor, he charged forward. However, before him stood no teammates. If he wished to score, he would have to rely solely on his individual prowess. Meanwhile, Chelsea's center-backs Rudiger and David Luiz had positioned themselves. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Chu Feng remained undeterred. He exerted every last ounce of strength, pushing forward with all his might. Ding! Alvarez and Oppo's lucky card activated. At that moment, as Chu Feng surged forward, his luck surged as the lucky card activated once again. Stamina 30, Strength 30, Breakthrough 30. All three attributes surged by 30%. Just as Chu Feng activated the skill card, Chelsea's center-back Rudiger prepared for the confrontation. As a physically imposing defender, Rudiger chose to engage Chu Feng head-on. Chapter 79, the fourth penetration of Courtois' 10-finger defense. A stunning victory. For Rudiger, the task of defense was singular, to impede Chu Feng's advance through fouls. Thus, he charged forward with ferocity, swiftly positioning himself before Chu Feng. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Feng did not evade Rudiger's advance. Instead, he boldly collided head-on with the defender. The two players crashed together near the edge of the penalty area with a resounding thud. With a loud bang, Chelsea's center-back Rudiger was upended. After activating the Alvarez luck boost card, Chu Feng gained a 30% advantage in physical confrontations, coupled with his exceptional core strength, rendering him akin to a speeding tank. Unstoppable. Rudiger found himself utterly powerless. The moment Rudiger's body met Chu Feng's, it felt as if he had slammed into an iron wall. As Chu Feng summoned his strength once more, Rudiger lost his balance. What on earth? How is this possible? The fallen Rudiger began to question his life choices. In his perception, Chu Feng was merely a 17-year-old rookie, and having played for nearly 90 minutes, he should have been fatigued and weakened. Yet, in that confrontation, Chu Feng exuded power, completely defying Rudiger's expectations. Regardless of the circumstances, Rudiger had no chance for redemption. All his hopes rested on David Luiz. As the last line of defense for Chelsea, Luiz rushed to confront Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng had already penetrated the penalty area. For Luiz, the opportunity to foul was lost. All he could do now was thwart Chu Feng's shot. Their previous encounters in the match had often ended in Chu Feng's favor. And upon seeing Luiz again, a glimmer of excitement flickered across Chu Feng's face. With a quick flick of his right foot, he deftly maneuvered the ball to the side, aiming to create space for a shot. Unfortunately, Luiz had learned from previous encounters and did not bite the feint. Sensing the Chelsea defenders closing in, Chu Feng had no choice but to strike. If he hesitated, he risked losing possession. With a thundering kick, Chu Feng shot the ball. Luiz instinctively raised his foot to block it. He succeeded. The Chelsea defender managed to deflect Chu Feng's shot with his left foot. However, the ball rebounded right back to Chu Feng. In that split second, he swiftly sidestepped. Luiz, having committed to blocking the shot, had lost his balance, allowing Chu Feng to bypass his defense. This was the passive talent of the Alvarez luck boost card, with Lady Luck perpetually favoring Chu Feng. In a flash, he surged into the small penalty area, confronted by the diving Courtois. Chu Feng swiftly lifted his right foot to shoot. Courtois dove, attempting to intercept. But just as he made his move, Chu Feng altered his action into a deft touch. A feigned shot transformed into a touch. In an instant, Chu Feng bypassed Courtois with sheer determination. The next moment, with a gentle push from the inside of his right foot, the ball rolled into the empty net. 4-3. In the 86th minute, Chu Feng had once again breached Chelsea's defenses. As the ball nestled into the net, the Metropolitano Stadium erupted with exuberant cheers. Over 60,000 Atletico Madrid fans waved their fists in exhilaration, shouting and celebrating. This was a moment for the Atletico faithful. Overcome with emotion, Chu Feng expended his last ounce of energy, sprinting towards the loyal stands, shedding his jersey in wild celebration with the fans. Chu, Chu, Chu. In that moment, the fervent crowd chanted Chu Feng and Oppo's name in unison. In the coaching area, Simeone could hardly contain his emotions. Upon witnessing Chu Feng and Oppo's game-winning goal, he transformed into a sprinter, dashing toward Chu Feng and enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace. Brilliant! Brilliant! Chu, we shall triumph, Simeone shouted, passionately grasping Chu Feng's head. At that moment, whether on the field or the bench, Atletico teammates flocked around Chu Feng, reveling in this glorious moment of victory. Atletico is the champion. Chu, you are the hero of the team. Thanks to you. Chu, you are truly formidable. It seems I must pass my number 10 jersey to you. Each teammate expressed their genuine joy for Chu Feng, pride swelling for their team. Meanwhile, in the stadium, Chelsea players began to doubt their own abilities, particularly goalkeeper Courtois. Frustrated, he retrieved the ball from the net and, in a fit of rage, kicked it high into the air. Undoubtedly, Courtois was profoundly dissatisfied with his performance this evening. Equally discontent was David Luiz, who had faced defeat in every encounter with Chu Feng. Watching the celebrating Chu Feng, his gaze reflected a mix of resignation and bitterness. As the team and Oppo's coach, Italian Conte, stood on the sidelines, shaking his head. Though the match was not yet over and Chelsea had a numerical advantage, Conte understood that the game had lost its significance. Chelsea had already succumbed to defeat. Wow, brother Chu is truly amazing, scoring 4 goals tonight. In the VIP box, Mia felt a genuine admiration. However, she quickly recalled something, her expression shifting from shock to anger. How could he not perform the heart gesture in celebration? That detestable Chu Feng. Mia remembered their pre-game agreement, prompting Dofu to reassure her, "Don't worry, Mia. After the match, I will ensure that this rascal is taught a lesson." Chapter 80, Mission Rewards. Azar's breakthrough talent. In the Eastern Continent, the Celestial Empire. Inside the Broadcasting Hall of Donchio network, due to signal transmission issues, the live broadcast experienced a slight delay compared to the on-site action. Atletico Madrid's final counterattack opportunity. The football arrived at Chu Feng's feet. 1v2. The freshly substituted Rudiger swiftly confronted Chu Feng. Accelerate. The two players collided heavily. Chu Feng toppled the Chelsea center-back. Splendid. He surged into the penalty area. A shot. The ball deflected back to Chu Feng after being blocked by David Luiz. A deft touch to evade. Only one defender remained before Chu Feng. Courtois opted to charge forward. The decisive goal. It's in. In the dying moments of the second half, Chu Feng scored a goal as golden as the sun. 4-3. Atletico Madrid achieved a thrilling victory. The 17-year-old Chu Feng celebrated a remarkable quadruple tonight. Despite Hiwei's voice being hoarse, upon witnessing Chu Feng strike against Chelsea's net once more, he still shouted with fervor. Another commentator, Su Yang, expressed in a trembling voice, "This is nothing short of a miracle." Chu Feng executed a Messi-like breakthrough to secure the win. Dribbling past 3 Chelsea defenders, Chu Feng once again emerged as the hero of the team. On the screen, the previously lethargic fans from the Celestial Empire suddenly sprang to life, fervently sending barrage comments after witnessing Chu Feng's goal. Unbelievable. 4 goals. And what a decisive strike. The young lad is truly formidable. Next update, his market value should soar to at least 80 million euros. I still maintain. Is he truly from the Celestial Empire? This is Chelsea, the reigning champions of the Premier League. To concede 4 goals to Chu Feng is astonishing. Courtois' prowess as a goalkeeper seems rather mediocre. Suddenly, I am wide awake. Chu Feng is the pride of the Celestial Empire. Celestial Empire football is finally on the rise. Within the stadium, amidst the cheers of over 60,000 Atletico Madrid fans, the game resumed. In the final minutes, all Atletico players retreated to defend their half. Although Chelsea's lads did not concede defeat, they found it nearly impossible to penetrate the impenetrable defense. Most of the time, they could only resort to long-range shots. As the 5th minute of stoppage time came to an end, the referee blew the whistle to signal the conclusion of the match. The score remained at 4-3. Playing at home, Atletico Madrid, thanks to the brilliance of the 17-year-old prodigy Chu Feng, secured all 3 points. After the match, over 60,000 Atletico fans collectively chanted Chu Feng's name, while his teammates surrounded him to celebrate and embrace. Both the Atletico players and fans understood that tonight's victory heavily relied on Chu Feng's performance. In stark contrast to the jubilant Atletico players, the Chelsea lads bore expressions of discontent. Truth be told, throughout most of the match, Chelsea's performance was evidently superior to that of Atletico Madrid. However, Chelsea's defense could not contain Chu Feng, leading to their loss of 3 points. Of course, this match was merely a group stage of the Champions League, not a knockout round. Chelsea still had ample opportunity to advance from the group. In the players' tunnel, Chu Feng received the trophy for being the man of the match in the Champions League, and a throng of reporters rushed to interview him. Chu, this is your first match this season where you scored 4 goals. Please share your feelings. Do you believe Atletico can win the Champions League this season? What do you think was the key to your victory? Facing the reporters and oppos' barrage of questions, Chu Feng appeared remarkably composed. With a steady expression, he responded, I believe Atletico will continue tonight's excellent form, and I will work alongside my teammates to help Atletico secure that coveted trophy. Meanwhile, in the post-match press conference hall, Atletico's head coach Simeone was also addressing reporters. Mr. Simeone, do you believe Chu Feng can be compared to Messi and Ronaldo? A journalist from Marca was the first to inquire. Upon hearing this question, a hint of pride appeared on Simeone's face. Absolutely, he replied emphatically to the Marca reporter. In my opinion, Chu Feng can certainly be compared to Messi and Ronaldo. As far as I know, neither Messi nor Ronaldo displayed such prowess at 17. I firmly believe that in the near future, he will be fully capable of claiming the Ballon d'Or from their grasp. In the locker room, all Atletico players were still joyously chanting Chu Feng's name. Carrasco even offered to give his number 10 jersey to Chu Feng, as the number 10 is often worn by the team's core player. Thus, in Carrasco's view, Chu Feng was more deserving of wearing the number 10. Of course, the number had already been registered with La Liga prior to the season, so Chu Feng would have to wait until the winter transfer window to change it. Nevertheless, Chu Feng's flawless performance tonight had utterly won over every teammate. Ding! Detection of the host achieving a remarkable quadruple in the match, contributing to the team's victory. Mission accomplished. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Chu Feng's ears. Prior to the match, the system had assigned the task of scoring a hat trick, and Chu Feng had exceeded the expectations. Please draw a star skill card. Suddenly, 5 shimmering golden cards appeared before Chu Feng. From the back, the 5 cards looked nearly identical, prompting Chu Feng to casually select the rightmost card. Ding! Loading star skill card. 10, 50, 100, nationality, Belgium. As the card radiated a golden glow, the Belgian flag immediately came into view. Position, winger. The next moment, the position of this star materialized before Chu Feng. Finally, Eden Hazard, donned in the Belgian national team's jersey, appeared before Chu Feng. Star player, Hazard. Hazard. No way. Chu Feng's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Currently, the most prominent star in Chelsea and Oppos' lineup was indeed Hazard, and Chu Feng never anticipated that he would randomly draw the most formidable card. Skill, Hazard and Oppos' breakthrough talent. The system then announced the full name of this skill card. Chapter 81, Multifold Attribute Enhancement. Overall level reaches B. Peak Hazard Breakthrough Talent Card. Level S. Type Active. Effect 1. Breakthrough 15. Effect 2. The host will automatically activate this star card when attempting to break through during a match, temporarily gaining the breakthrough talent of Peak Hazard. Proficiency 0. Upon seeing the details of the Peak Hazard Breakthrough Talent card, Chu Feng's face lit up with joy. He understood that once he trained the proficiency of this star card to 100, it would signify his complete acquisition of Peak Hazard's breakthrough talent. Furthermore, his breakthrough attribute would receive a direct boost of 15 points. This meant that Chu Feng's current breakthrough attribute soared to an astonishing 87, though 87 still paled in comparison to the likes of Messi and Neymar. It constituted a relatively high value, and with the enhancement of the Peak Hazard Breakthrough Talent card, Chu Feng's breakthrough capabilities could undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the footballing world. At that moment, a notification sound from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Detected that the host has scored 4 goals in the Champions League match. Reward, 8 free attribute points. Indeed, there was also the scoring reward. Each goal in a Champions League match granted 2 free attribute points. Thus, after this match, Chu Feng would receive a total of 8 free attribute points. Without further ado, he hastily opened his personal attribute panel and began contemplating his allocation strategy. In Chu Feng's view, an 87 in breakthrough attributes was already sufficient, especially with the acquisition of the peak hazard breakthrough talent card. Hence, he felt no need to allocate points there. Additionally, his speed and explosiveness attributes stood at 77 and 75 respectively, which were relatively low. However, considering that the proficiency of the peak hazard breakthrough talent card could potentially enhance speed and explosiveness once it reached 100, he opted not to allocate points to these attributes either. After much consideration, Chu Feng ultimately decided to invest in his stamina. Although he had not felt fatigue during the match, this was largely due to the effects of the divine stamina potion he had previously used. However, the effects of the potion would dissipate post-match, and in the following month, Atletico Madrid would face a grueling schedule of double matches each week. Furthermore, Coach Simeone's tactics revolved around relentless pressing, which undoubtedly took a toll on the player's stamina. Thus, Chu Feng resolved to prioritize enhancing his stamina. Stamina 8. Chu Feng's latest personal attributes were as follows. Chu Feng, 17 years and 5 months, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 77, explosiveness, 75. Reaction speed, 70, strength, 88, stamina, 80, jumping, 73, injury, 67, physical rating, C, offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long shot, 76, header, 77, set pieces, 66, breakthrough, 87, offensive rating, B, passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 80, passing rating, C, defensive attributes, tackle, 56, slide tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, physicality, 80, defensive rating, D, overall rating, 80, comprehensive evaluation level, B, star skills, Alvarez lucky card, Balotelli cannon card, peak hazard breakthrough talent card, 0, available attribute points, 0, equipment, 0. After this series of allocations, Chu Feng observed that his overall rating had finally changed, reaching 80. Moreover, his comprehensive evaluation level had also ascended to B. Just then, his phone rang. It was his uncle Do Fu calling. Tomorrow, Do Fu, Elena, and Mia would return to Catalonia, and they wished to bid farewell to Chu Feng tonight. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng promptly closed the system and swiftly left the locker room. In a CAF near the Metropolitano Stadium, Chu Feng met with Do Fu and the others. Chu Feng, over here, Elena exclaimed, rising to wave at him. Due to their prolonged interaction with Do Fu, both Elena and her daughter Mia had become reasonably proficient in Chinese, albeit with some pronunciation issues. However, this did not hinder their communication with Do Fu. Wow, Chu Feng, you are truly remarkable. All the fans were chanting your name. It's incredible. Elena couldn't help but praise. Beside her, Do Fu nodded in agreement, remarking, indeed, quite impressive. You resemble my younger self. Huh. Chu Feng chuckled at his uncle's boastful remark. Be careful not to get injured. You're only 17. And your body is still not fully developed. Before Elena could finish, Mia stormed up to Chu Feng and struck his back with her fist. Why didn't you do the heart gesture in celebration? Mia pouted, tears welling in her eyes. Chu Feng was taken aback. I forgot. Mia, I'm sorry, the match was too intense. He gently patted Mia's head and continued. Next match, I will definitely do the heart gesture. And what if you forget again? Little Mia retorted, pouting in annoyance. Then I'll do it in the next match after that. Chu Feng teased. Mia placed her hands on her hips, angrily retorting. As expected, men's words are unreliable. I don't like you anymore. Humph. Chu Feng. Chu Feng, stop teasing Mia. You must remember to do the heart gesture in the next match. This is a task from your uncle. You must accomplish it. Do Fu intervened, supporting Mia. At that moment, a few fans wearing Atletico Madrid jerseys entered, instantly recognizing Chu Feng and rushing over for autographs and photos. Gradually, more and more Atletico fans flooded into the CAF, clamoring for pictures with Chu Feng. With no alternative and to avoid disturbing others, Chu Feng had to bid farewell to Do Fu, Elena, and Mia ahead of time. Then, with the help of the staff, he discreetly slipped out through the back door. Upon returning to the player's apartment, Chu Feng immediately opened the Divine Striker training ground. Next, he needed to hasten the training of the Peak Hazard Breakthrough Talent card to achieve 100 proficiency in the shortest time possible. Training Project, Peak Hazard Breakthrough Talent card, proficiency, 100, time consumed, 90 days, Chapter 82, Fame Source. Transfer rumors emerge. What? 90 days? 3 whole months? Upon seeing the time frame of 90 days, Chu Feng's face instantly displayed disbelief. Perhaps sensing Chu Feng's confusion, the system promptly provided an explanation. The time consumed will be adjusted according to the level of the skill card, with D-grade cards requiring the least time and S-grade cards the most. Additionally, the time is not fixed and will vary based on training efficiency. There was no alternative. Patience is a virtue, and Chu Feng could only silently open the Divine Training Ground and commence intense training. Meanwhile, major media outlets in Spain and England were tirelessly crafting reports about him. After this remarkable match, Chu Feng had firmly established himself as a 17-year-old prodigy in European football. AS, Atletico Madrid claims a glorious consecutive Champions League victory. They triumphed over the Premier League defending champions Chelsea with a score of 4-3 at home. Marca, a night belonging to Chu Feng. The 17-year-old Eastern talent shattered Connie's defense with 4 stunning goals. Daily Sports, back on track. After experiencing early season turbulence, Atletico, under Simeone's guidance, has achieved 3 consecutive victories across all competitions. World Sports, a phenomenal 6 goals across 2 Champions League matches. Chu Feng firmly holds the top spot on the Champions League scoring leaderboard. Sky Sports, a 17-year-old genius emerges. Chu Feng breached Courtois defenses 4 times. This young talent single-handedly defended the honor of his home ground. The Times, the youngest player in Champions League history to score 4 goals. Atletico's number 18 has become one of Europe's finest forwards. In the comments sections of various media platforms, football fans from England and Spain expressed profound interest in Chu Feng. Chu Feng? 17 years old? A forward from the East? How is that even possible? To be honest, this young man's scoring efficiency is truly terrifying. It was the first time I witnessed Courtois in such disarray, scoring 6 goals in 2 Champions League matches. Is he really only 17? Atletico has a history of producing great strikers. It seems another super forward is about to emerge. To achieve such high scoring efficiency in Simeone and Oppo's team is genuinely impressive. Are we witnessing history? Another superstar is rising. In addition to the fans and Oppo's interest in Chu Feng, scouts from various elite clubs also became deeply intrigued. Rumors surfaced that clubs like Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain were keen on acquiring him, and these transfer rumors were credible. Breaking news. Paris Saint-Germain is set to bring Chu Feng to Parc des Princes for 80 million. Manchester City enters the fray for Chu Feng. Guardiola is determined to secure his signing after the winter transfer window opens. Real Madrid shows interest in Chu Feng. Will this 17-year-old talent switch to the neighboring club? As these transfer rumors spread, Atletico Madrid's fans erupted in fervor, flooding Chu Feng's social media with pleas for him to remain with the club. Even restaurant staff inquired about the transfer situation after training sessions. It was then that Chu Feng realized the gravity of the matter. Upon returning to his player apartment, Chu Feng located Mendes' phone number and scheduled a meeting for the following weekend to discuss the details of hiring an agent. Chu Feng knew it was time to enlist professional help. With his rising fame, he was increasingly burdened by external factors, making it difficult to focus solely on training and matches. He believed it was essential to find a specialist to assist him with off-field issues. Moreover, he learned from assistant coach Bigos that due to his recent exceptional performance, the club's higher-ups had decided to offer him a new player contract. All these factors underscored the necessity of a professional agent, and Mendes was undoubtedly the best choice. 3 days later, the 7th round of La Liga commenced. Atletico faced Liga S away from home. Currently, Liga S was positioned 13th in La Liga, having secured only 1 victory in the first 6 matches. In light of this, Coach Simeone implemented widespread rotations for the evening's match, with key players such as Chu Feng, Griezmann, Godin, and Koch on standby on the bench. As the match began, the home team Liga S adopted a defensive strategy, retreating to their half. Despite Atletico and Oppo's numerous changes, their starting players still outclassed Liga S. From the very first minute, Liga S coach Garitano instructed all players to fall back and defend. However, just 10 minutes into the game, Atletico's forward Torres unleashed a long-range shot that found the back of the net. 5 minutes later, another forward, Angel Correa, deftly maneuvered within the penalty area and struck decisively. Atletico led by 2 goals. The final score remained 2-0. Following this match, Atletico Madrid celebrated their 3rd consecutive victory in La Liga, and their ranking finally ascended to 3rd place. After this match, the international break loomed. Players selected for the national team would participate in international fixtures, while Chu Feng devoted the ensuing week entirely to training. He aimed to enhance the proficiency of the peak hazard breakthrough talent card. October 3rd, the weekend. In a CAF located on the outskirts of Madrid, Chu Feng hurriedly arrived after training. As he approached the entrance, Mendes quickly stood up to greet him. "Chu, long time no see." Mendes beamed with a radiant smile. Without further ado, they delved straight into business. As Chu Feng settled into a chair and ordered an iced Americano, he initiated discussions regarding contract matters with Mendes. "Of course, no problem. The contract has already been drafted. Here are the details." Mendes promptly produced a stack of contracts from his briefcase and handed them to Chu Feng for review. "If you hire me as your agent, I will oversee all your commercial activities and maintain your personal image. Although I represent numerous players, I assure you that I will personally handle any contract negotiations on your behalf. What are your fees?" Chu Feng directly inquired about his primary concern. "I will only take 5% of your salary. Additionally, I charge a 3% commission on commercial contracts," Mendes responded candidly. Chapter 83. Appointing Mendes as the agent. A 10 talent card. "Rest assured, I am undoubtedly the most professional agent in all of Europe, backed by an exceptionally skilled team. Most importantly, the price I offer you is historically the lowest. I will personally oversee your salary negotiations with the club and the commercial contracts with sponsors, employing my utmost professionalism to safeguard your career. At that time, you need only focus on the game, leaving the rest to me." In this moment, Mendes seemed to transform into a salesman, employing every tactic to sway Chu Feng. His desire to represent Chu Feng stemmed from an unwavering belief that the young talent could ascend to the heights of superstars like Messi and Ronaldo. Thus, seizing the opportunity was imperative. Once Chu Feng clinched the Ballon d'Or, the endorsements would undoubtedly be overwhelming, and Mendes would naturally reap substantial rewards. The commission for salary would be a mere 3% and 2% for commercial contracts. "If agreeable, I am ready to sign the contract with you now." Chu Feng, wishing to avoid wasting time with Mendes, revealed his cards directly. Upon hearing Chu Feng's request, Mendes hesitated momentarily. After all, he had already offered a relatively low commission to secure Chu Feng's representation. Now, being asked to lower it further was evidently unacceptable to Mendes. "You have only 5 seconds to contemplate." 5. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Mendes abruptly stood up and promptly declared, "No problem. We shall proceed according to your terms." Ultimately, Mendes chose to concede. His desire to sign Chu Feng was too great. Moreover, it was not just Mendes who coveted Chu Feng. Agents like Raiola and Zahavi also expressed considerable interest. Mendes had no alternative but to accept Chu Feng and Oppos as conditions. Pleasant cooperation. After Chu Feng inscribed his name on the contract, he extended his hand for a shake with Mendes. "Recently, there have been numerous transfer rumors surrounding me. I hope you can manage that. Additionally, Atletico Madrid needs to negotiate a new contract, and I require your assistance in securing a higher price." Following the signing, Chu Feng immediately conveyed his demands to Mendes, who confidently replied, "Rest assured, Chu, I will handle everything." Chu Feng nodded, having heard of Mendes and Oppos' prowess in his previous life, and he felt reassured by Mendes' expertise. After bidding farewell to Mendes, Chu Feng promptly returned to the player's apartment, opening the striker training ground to enhance the proficiency of the peak hazard breakthrough talent card. The next day, Mendes utilized his connections in the Spanish media to swiftly release numerous reports confirming that Chu Feng would remain with Atletico Madrid. Atletico Madrid is set to sign a new contract with the prodigious youth. This 17-year-old forward will stay in Madrid. Chu Feng declares he will not leave the Metropolitano Stadium. He aims to become an Atletico legend. Breaking news. According to agent Mendes, Chu Feng will not depart the team until he helps Atletico secure the Champions League. These reports swiftly assuaged the concerns of Atletico fans. Soon, as the international break concluded, the main players of Atletico returned to the squad. Subsequently, Simeone and his coaching team commenced preparations for the upcoming match against Celta. On October 15th, the 8th round of La Liga officially commenced. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Balados Stadium was filled with over 40,000 Celta fans eagerly anticipating the showdown. This season, Celta could undoubtedly be considered a dark horse in La Liga. After the first 7 rounds, Celta stood at 8th place with 3 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss. Furthermore, at home, they had achieved 3 victories and 1 draw, remaining unbeaten. Faced with such a formidable home team, Simeone approached the match with utmost seriousness, fielding his strongest lineup. In the players and oppos tunnel, both teams prepared for the final moments. As the top scorer of Atletico this season, Chu Feng stood at the back of the starting lineup, as was his custom. Just before entering the field, he opened the striker training ground to check his progress. Training project, peak hazard breakthrough talent card, proficiency, 10-100, time spent, 80 days after 10 days of dedicated training. The proficiency of the peak hazard breakthrough talent card had reached 10%. Though merely a fraction, Chu Feng distinctly felt his legs were lighter than before, and he was eager to experience the power of the peak hazard breakthrough talent card. Soon, under the direction of the referee, the starting players of both teams stepped onto the field of Balados Stadium. At that moment, over 40,000 Celta fans erupted into thunderous cheers. The atmosphere was so electric that Chu Feng experienced a temporary ringing in his ears. This was the devilish home ground of Celta. For Atletico to emerge unscathed tonight, every player must give their all. With the referee and oppos' whistle, the La Liga match between Celta and Atletico officially commenced. Atletico kicked off. Chu Feng passed the ball back to midfielder Gabi, who in turn relayed it to forward Griezmann. The Frenchster found himself besieged. Pass. Chu Feng received the ball on the left side of the penalty area. As the commentator's voice faded, Chu Feng began his performance. On the left side of the penalty area, after expertly controlling the ball with his right foot, several Celta defenders charged towards him. Up to this point in the season, Chu Feng had already netted 10 goals, placing him atop the La Liga scoring charts. Thus, Celta's coach must have focused on marking him closely before the match. Defensive midfielders Daniel Was and Pablo Hernandez simultaneously attempted to block Chu Feng. Previously, he would have instinctively opted to pass, but now Chu Feng chose to break through. Despite the peak hazard breakthrough talent card, proficiency being a mere 10%, Chu Feng remained brimming with confidence. As the 2 defenders lunged toward him, Chu Feng instinctively flicked the ball with the inside of his right foot, and a familiar sound echoed in his ears. Ding! Peak hazard breakthrough talent card, 10, activated. Chapter 84, a swift breakthrough. A cannon shot. The moment Chu Feng received the football, central defender Cavral and defensive midfielder Lewandowski rushed towards him. A double team. In particular, Lewandowski stretched out his right foot, attempting to block Chu Feng's advance. However, in that instant, Chu Feng deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, bringing it under the control of his left. Following that, he executed a quick maneuver. These 2 actions unfolded in mere seconds, leaving the defenders with no time to react. With astonishing ease, Chu Feng bypassed Lewandowski. In the next moment, he surged forward. The defensive pressure shifted entirely to Cavral. To be honest, the Celta central defender felt an overwhelming weight of pressure after witnessing Chu Feng and oppos' breakthrough. Simultaneously, Celta and oppos' head coach, Vunsu, was vociferously calling for a foul. Yet, Cavral was a beat too slow. As he lunged towards Chu Feng, the latter flicked the ball again with his left foot, evading Cavral and immediately delivering a powerful shot. Ding! Balotelli's cannon shot. Activated. In a flash, the football soared like a missile, thundering into the net. The Celta goalkeeper could only watch helplessly as the ball zipped past him. The shot struck the bottom corner of the goal with precision. 1-0. Chu Feng once again propelled Atletico Madrid into the lead. At that moment, the home fans in Balados Stadium were engulfed in doubt, as this was not the outcome they had hoped for. Chu Feng's goal tilted the scales of victory unmistakably in favor of Atletico. In the stands, thousands of Atletico supporters waved their fists and chanted Chu Feng's name in exhilaration. This time, Chu Feng sprinted towards the corner flag, making a heart gesture towards the camera. This was the celebration he promised Mia before the match. He did not break his word. On the Celta bench, Coach Vunsu and oppos' face betrayed a flicker of anxiety and helplessness. Before the match, Celta had never lost at home, and now, they found themselves trailing early on, plunging Vunsu into a state of panic. In preparation for the game, he had meticulously studied numerous videos of Chu Feng's performances and implemented specific defensive strategies. Yet, he had not anticipated that Chu Feng would so effortlessly score a goal, particularly by evading 2 defenders in such quick succession. Stay composed. Retreat into a defensive formation. Focus on marking the opponent's number 18. Do not give him any space to shoot. Lunda hastily instructed his players from the sidelines. There was no doubt that Chu Feng had firmly established himself as Atletico and Oppos's leading striker. Chu Feng, what is going on? Your dribbling skills have improved remarkably, Griezmann exclaimed, astonished. To him, Chu Feng's skill set resembled that of a striker rather than a winger. Yet, in the previous play, Chu Feng had effortlessly broken through a double team from Celta. Perhaps it was simply talent. Chu Feng concocted a light-hearted excuse. Upon the restart, Atletico Madrid's offensive momentum showed no signs of waning. In the ensuing moments, Chu Feng unleashed a fierce assault. On the flanks, Angel Correa received a long pass from Sael and immediately went on the attack. The first defender to arrive was Sisto. However, being primarily an attacking player, Sisto's defensive abilities were rather poor. Correa swiftly maneuvered past him with a change of pace. Yet, just 2 seconds later, 2 more Celta players, Lobaka and Jonioto, surged towards Correa. At that moment, the Argentine star's optimal choice would have been to pass, as both Griezmann and Chu Feng were well positioned up front. However, Correa resolutely opted for a dribble. He deftly flicked the ball to the right and accelerated. Though the motion appeared fluid, it ultimately proved ineffective. Under the combined pressure of the 2 Celta defenders, Correa lost possession. In an instant, the ball was sent soaring by fullback Jonioto, reaching the flank. Up front, Sisto seized the ball. This was Celta's forte, rapid counterattacks. The winger, upon receiving the football, ignited his speed and delivered a cross. Boom. Inside the penalty area. All eyes were fixated on the number 10, Aspas, neglecting Maxi Gomez lurking near the edge of the box. Sisto's pass found Gomez perfectly. Without hesitation, he opted for a first-time shot. In the next moment, the football pierced through Oblak and Oppos's defenses like a bullet, and the home team Celta achieved an immediate equalizer. In an instant, the stands of Balados erupted in a cacophony of cheers and roars. Following his goal, Maxi Gomez sprinted to the corner flag, sliding to celebrate. Equalized. Celta proved their mettle as the home team, striking decisively with their signature rapid counterattack, cheered on by thousands of fans. In the commentary booth, Hiwei felt a wave of despair. As a loyal fan of Chu Feng and Atletico, this was not the outcome he wished to witness. Commentator Su Yang lamented. The primary reason for Atletico's goal concession lies in Angel Correa's reckless breakthrough on the flank. His skill level is still significantly lower than Chu Feng's. While Chu Feng managed to break through a double team and score, Correa lost possession amidst the pressure and allowed the opposing team to score. On the sidelines, Atletico's head coach Simeone was furious, directing a tirade at the defensive players and Correa. As an experienced coach, Simeone understood that once Celta equalized, their morale would soar. Subsequently, it would be exceedingly difficult for Atletico to regain the lead. Chapter 85. 2 goals conceded. The furious coach, Simeone. After the restart, the players of Celta, playing on their home turf, retreated to a defensive position in their own half. Coach Vunda proactively set up a defensive formation. In truth, for Celta, securing a draw against Atletico Madrid would be entirely acceptable. However, for Atletico, in their pursuit of the La Liga title from the grasp of Real Madrid and Barcelona, securing victory in tonight's match was imperative. Faced with Celta's resolute defense, Atletico's offensive efforts relied heavily on crossing from the flanks for the majority of the match. Players like Sael and Angel Correa frequently delivered crosses into the penalty area. Despite the towering presence of Chu Feng at 185 meters, he found himself at a disadvantage in aerial duels. Moreover, Celta's defenders had by now retreated into their penalty area, meaning that any attempt by Chu Feng to contest a header would undoubtedly be met by at least 2 opposing players obstructing him. Thus, Atletico found themselves at a loss for effective strategies against Celta and Oppos's defensive barricade. As the match approached the 38th minute, the urgency in the demeanor of Atletico's players began to shift. In a bid to create a shooting opportunity, Griezmann consciously dropped back to the midfield for support. However, just as the midfielder party passed the ball to Griezmann, several Celta defenders were already closing in. Pablo Hernandez, Daniel Was, and even Celta's forward Iago Aspas charged towards Griezmann. In that fleeting moment, the French star found himself surrounded by a multitude of defenders. Although Griezmann possessed a certain degree of dribbling ability, the prospect of navigating through such a dense cluster of defenders was nearly non-existent. Consequently, his only viable option was to pass. Just as he prepared to do so, another Celta midfielder, Lobaka, suddenly surged in from Griezmann and Oppos's side. Most critically, Lobaka and Oppos's intervention caused Griezmann to lose his balance and control of the ball. In the next instant, Lewandowski easily seized possession. Bang! Upon receiving the ball, Daniel Was executed the tactical directive from Coach Aspas with precision, swiftly launching the ball forward. A mistake. Griezmann and Oppos, as possession was intercepted. This presented an opportunity for a counterattack. Celta's forward Aspas received the ball. In the commentary booth, analysts He Wei and Su Yang displayed signs of alarm upon witnessing this turn of events. Meanwhile, in Balados Stadium, thousands of Celta fans erupted in fervor, waving their fists and chanting Aspas's name. Undoubtedly, every Celta supporter eagerly anticipated that their star player would score the goal to turn the tide. At the edge of the penalty area, Aspas halted the ball and prepared to turn for a shot, but Atletico's central defender Savic was already positioned to defend. Additionally, Celta's other forward, Maxi Gomez, was closely marked by Godin. In that electrifying moment, these two stalwarts of Atletico and Oppos' defense performed admirably. Yet, this did not imply that their defense was impenetrable. Observing that his striking partner Maxi Gomez lacked a shooting opportunity, Aspas opted to take matters into his own hands. The Celta star quickly pivoted to the right, lifting his right foot to shoot in one fluid motion. Savic, noticing Aspas's intent, instinctively raised his own right foot in an attempt to block the shot. However, in that split second, Aspas suddenly altered his direction. His entire body shifted to the left. Notably, Aspas, at 176 meters tall, was not a towering center forward, which afforded him remarkable agility in the final third. Compared to the taller Godin, Aspas had a shorter turning radius and required less time to execute his maneuver. Bang! As Aspas completed his turn to the left, he wasted no time in unleashing a shot. Although Godin exerted every effort to block, he was a beat too late. The ball swiftly skimmed along the ground toward the right side of the goal. Oblak could only watch in despair. Celta scored again, 2-1. With the advantage of home support, Celta had turned the match in their favor. In an instant, Balados Stadium erupted in jubilation. Celta fans raised their arms in celebration, with some die-hard supporters even jumping in excitement in the stands. The name of the goalscorer, Aspas, echoed throughout the stadium. At that moment, Chu Feng truly felt the electrifying atmosphere of La Liga's daunting home ground. After the restart, Celta resumed their defensive strategy, with all players, including forwards, quickly retreating to their own half. Perhaps buoyed by their recent goal, every Celta player exuded confidence and vigor. Whenever Atletico gained possession in the attacking third, Celta players were quick to commit fouls. In the final minutes of the first half, the pace of the match became disjointed, leaving Atletico unable to mount any threatening offensive. Ultimately, as the referee signaled the end of stoppage time, he blew the whistle for halftime. 2-1. Celta, playing on home soil, held a temporary lead over Atletico Madrid. As both teams retreated to the locker room, Simeone was the last to enter. In a fit of rage, he kicked open the door and unleashed a torrent of scorn upon his players. Useless. A bunch of useless players. The opponent is merely Celta, not Barcelona. Get your act together on the pitch. Do you still aspire to claim the La Liga title? If so, then win this damn match. Undoubtedly. Simeone was profoundly dissatisfied with his players' lackluster first-half performance, chastising them for a full 10 minutes before gradually regaining his composure. Subsequently, he dedicated the final 5 minutes to strategizing for the second half. Chapter 86. The activation of double S-star cards. Dribbling like a breeze. As the first half concluded, Atletico Madrid found themselves trailing 1-2 in an away match. Chu Feng scored the only goal of the half. The impregnable fortress of Celta's defense effectively stifled Atletico's offensive efforts. Griezmann and Angel Correa repeatedly faltered, allowing Celta to seize opportunities for swift counterattacks. Simeone and Oppos' team appeared lackluster, with players collectively sluggish throughout the first half. 15 minutes later, the second half commenced. Simeone made a tactical adjustment, substituting the underwhelming Angel Correa for Carrasco. Additionally, the defensive midfielder party was replaced by striker Torres. This reshuffle repositioned Griezmann to a deeper midfield role, partnering with Chu Feng and Torres up front. Simeone seemed poised to take a more aggressive approach. The second half began, and Celta maintained their resolute defensive stance. The stands at Balados echoed with the fervent chants of over 40,000 devoted fans rallying for their team's defense. In the 52nd minute, Carrasco received a pass on the left flank and launched into a dazzling display of skill. In truth, outside of the stalwarts Godin, Griezmann, and Chu Feng, the remainder of the squad lacked the stature of key players. Although Carrasco donned the number 10 jersey, Simeone and Oppos faith in him was not particularly strong. Hence, upon his entrance in the second half, Carrasco displayed an extraordinary drive to prove his worth. As Carrasco maneuvered down the left, he demonstrated his dribbling prowess against Celta's defender, Malo, effortlessly sidestepping him. He surged forward, yet as more defenders closed in, including Daniel Wass and Pablo Hernandez, most players would have opted to pass. However, driven by a desire to score, Carrasco pressed on towards Celta's penalty area. Predictably, with two Celta midfielders obstructing his path, he found no space to shoot and ultimately opted for a forceful strike, which was thwarted by the defense. Fortunately, Atletico's defenders, having learned from prior mistakes, reacted swiftly, with God in clearing the ball in front of Aspas. Soon after, Atletico regained control of the ball. A long pass from Sael found Carrasco once again. Despite Celta's tight defense, Atletico sought to exploit the flanks for opportunities, returning the ball to Carrasco. However, Celta's defenders had adapted, and upon Carrasco receiving the ball, Wass and Malo swiftly closed in, creating a double-team situation. In this moment of uncertainty, Chu Feng called out Carrasco and Oppos's name. With the second half allowing him more freedom than before, Chu Feng anticipated Celta's focus on Carrasco and rushed forward to offer support. Without hesitation, Carrasco passed the ball to Chu Feng. Positioned at the left edge of the penalty arc, Chu Feng embarked on his personal showcase. At that moment, two star cards activated simultaneously, the peak hazard dribbling talent card, 10, and the Alvarez luck boost card. Feeling a surge of power in his legs, Chu Feng instinctively propelled the ball forward. In a fleeting second, he bypassed the interference of Pablo Hernandez with remarkable agility. The Atletico fans in the stands erupted with renewed hope as they witnessed Chu Feng's brilliance. On the sidelines, coach Simeone clenched his fist, yearning for Chu Feng to deliver a decisive blow to the opponent and Oppos's goal. Celta and Oppos's defense, meanwhile, was thrown into disarray as two center-backs converged on Chu Feng, joined by another midfielder, Lewandowski. Yet, even amidst such pressure, Chu Feng's momentum remained unyielding. With two-star skills activated, he deftly maneuvered, slipping past Lewandowski with ease. Glancing at the goal, he swiftly raised his right foot for a strike. As center-back Sergi Gmez lunged to block, Chu Feng altered his motion into a gentle push, effortlessly bypassing the defenders once more. In a single fluid motion, he had evaded two Celta players, leaving only the center-back Cabral before him. Chapter 87, Assist 1. Veteran Torres scores. Calafel commits a foul. Quickly foul him. Do not allow him to penetrate the penalty area. On the sidelines, Celta and Oppos's head coach, Vinicius, is visibly anxious, shouting the name of center-back Calafel at the top of his lungs. In Vinicius' view, relying solely on Calafel's abilities is utterly insufficient to halt Chu Feng's advance. The only viable option now is to commit a foul. Moreover, it must be outside the penalty area. The weight of defensive pressure has inexorably fallen upon center-back Calafel, and undeniably, in that fleeting moment, the defender and Oppos's reaction speed is remarkably swift. Sprinting like a 100-meter dash, he positions himself just outside the penalty area, successfully blocking Chu Feng's path. However, before Calafel can execute the foul, in the blink of an eye, Chu Feng deftly nudges the ball with his right foot and forcefully maneuvers past. With a simple shift in rhythm, Chu Feng glides past Calafel's right side. The Celta center-back has no time to react. Bang! As Chu Feng enters the penalty area, he wastes no time and unleashes a powerful shot with his right foot. In an instant, the ball crashes into the far corner of the net. Celta and Oppos's goalkeeper, Celso, is left utterly unresponsive. The score is now 2-2. Once again, Chu Feng has utilized his formidable individual skill to help his team equalize. In the broadcasting studio of the Celestial Empire, commentator He Wei, witnessing Chu Feng and Oppos's strike, leaps from his seat in excitement. What a goal! In this moment, Chu Feng is reminiscent of Messi. He deftly evades three defenders, and with a single shot, penetrates Celta's goal. The score has been rewritten to 2-2. This is Chu Feng. Though merely 17 years old, whenever Atletico Madrid requires a goal, Chu Feng consistently rises to the occasion. This marks his 12th goal in this season's La Liga. Not only is he way exhilarated, but the fans of the Celestial Empire watching the match have also descended into utter madness upon witnessing Chu Feng's goal. The live broadcast screen is now inundated with comments. Kid. 666. This is simply Messi. Wow. How did Chu Feng's dribbling ability suddenly improve? He makes it look so effortless. Another goal. Could it be that Chu Feng is truly vying for the La Liga Golden Boot? Celta's iron defense seems rather average. We're good. With Chu Feng in this form, victory for Atletico is merely a matter of time. Chu Feng's improvement is visibly apparent. Within the stadium, while Atletico fans celebrate and cheer fervently, Chu Feng's expression remains composed. He understands that this goal alone will not secure victory for his team. He needs to score more. Atletico Madrid and Oppos's objective this evening is not merely 1 point, but 3. As play resumes, Celta regains possession. However, one must acknowledge that the Celta players are now engulfed in indecision, uncertain whether to maintain a defensive stance or launch an all-out attack. This lack of cohesion results in a disconnection among Celta and Oppos's 3 lines. Offensive players wish to mount an assault and strive to reclaim the lead. Consequently, the frontline players advance aggressively, while the defenders, fearing a counterattack from Atletico, hesitate to join the fray, remaining primarily in the backfield. This imbalance creates a golden opportunity for Atletico. Aspas, upon receiving the ball in the front line, is swiftly dispossessed by Godin and Savic, who immediately transition the ball to the front by delivering a long pass to Carrasco. On the left flank, as Carrasco halts the ball, he instantly draws the attention of fullback Malo. However, this time Carrasco exhibits intelligence, advancing the ball while observing Chu Feng's movement. At the moment Malo attempts to tackle, Carrasco decisively sends a through ball. In an instant, the ball finds its way to Chu Feng's feet. Yet, having learned from past experiences, Celta's defenders do not grant Chu Feng an opportunity this time. Center-back Celso Gomez, Calafel, along with 2 defensive midfielders, Daniel Was and Lobatka, converge towards Chu Feng. Bang! Just as he appears to be cornered by Celta and Oppos's defenders, Chu Feng does not hesitate and immediately delivers a precise through ball. 2 seconds later, the ball zips past the gap between Celso Gomez and Calafel, landing perfectly at the feet of forward Torres. This is Chu Feng. He consistently makes the most astute offensive choices. Inside the penalty area, the golden boy Torres faces the onrushing Celta goalkeeper and effortlessly slots the ball into the far corner. 3-2. Atletico Madrid has achieved an epic comeback. After scoring, Torres rushes towards Chu Feng, embracing him tightly. "Thank you, Chu. Your through ball was superb." Torres sincerely appreciates Chu Feng, knowing he could have opted for a forceful breakthrough or pass to the better positioned Griezmann. "Let's keep pushing." Chu Feng pats Torres on the shoulder and continues, saying that a 1-goal lead is not secure. They need to score again. On the sidelines, the emotions of both head coaches undergo a stark transformation. Simeone, witnessing his team's comeback, is so elated that he leaps into the air, his expression exuberant, akin to the Atletico fans in the away section. In contrast, Celta and Oppos's head coach Vencu stands frozen on the sidelines, his eyes filled with despair. Perhaps at this moment, Vencu realizes that the scales of victory have entirely tilted in favor of Atletico Madrid. Beep. As play resumes, it is now Atletico Madrid, buoyed by their 2-goal streak, who are brimming with confidence. Soon, Atletico's frontline players initiate a high-pressing strategy, rendering it nearly impossible for Celta's defenders to find passing lanes. Consequently, center-back Calafel is forced to hastily clear the ball. Before long, possession returns to Atletico's feet. Bang! Midfielder Gabi spots Chu Feng advancing to the edge of the penalty area and promptly delivers a long pass. In a heartbeat, Chu Feng regains control of the ball. In tonight's match, Chu Feng has fully transformed into the offensive linchpin of Atletico Madrid. It is no exaggeration to state that every offensive maneuver necessitates Chu Feng's initiation. This instance is no exception. Receiving Gabi's pass, Chu Feng strides forward with meteoric speed towards the opponent's penalty area, causing a palpable sense of alarm among Celta's defenders. Chapter 88. The first attribute to reach 90. Training the talent card with utmost effort. Ding. The peak hazard breakthrough talent card, 10, is activated. As the defenders from Celta rushed towards Chu Feng, his player card once again came to life. The first defender to confront him was Cabral, a tall and robust center-back from Celta, who did not hesitate but charged directly at Chu Feng. It was evident that Cabral's sole intention was to foul him. In a split second, Chu Feng deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, allowing it to glide effortlessly through Cabral's legs. The timing was impeccable. The Celta defender had completely missed his target. However, in a desperate attempt to thwart Chu Feng and Oppos's advance into the penalty area, Cabral immediately reached out, gripping Chu Feng's jersey tightly. Bang! Chu Feng was well aware of Cabral's intentions. Instead of taking a shot, he gently prodded the ball forward. In an instant, the football found its way to forward Torres. Near the penalty spot, as Torres received the ball and prepared to strike, another Celta center-back, Sergi Gmez, had already closed in, while left-back Joni Otto lunged towards him as well. It is well known that Torres is not particularly renowned for his dribbling prowess. So faced with two defenders, his only option was to pass. In an instant, the football was at Griezmann's feet. As he received the ball in the penalty area, he found himself surrounded by space. Bang! The next moment, this French star swung his left foot, and in a heartbeat, the ball tore through the Celta goalkeeper's grasp, swiftly crashing into the net. Atletico Madrid scored yet again, extending the score from 3-2 to 4-2. Simultaneously, Griezmann and Oppos' strike effectively extinguished any lingering suspense in the match. After scoring, Griezmann jubilantly dashed towards the corner flag, fervently waving his fists at the ecstatic fans in the stands. Soon, both Torres and Chu Feng joined him, and in that moment, the trio linked arms and charged towards their warming-up teammates. The moment of their united sprint was captured by journalists stationed near the advertising boards. With the score now at 4-2, the match's intrigue had been entirely extinguished. In the remaining time, the Celta players had utterly lost their spirit, and the game had devolved into mere garbage time. Beep, beep, beep. As the second half stoppage time began, the referee blew the final whistle. Atletico Madrid emerged unscathed from Celta's home ground. Post-match, Chu Feng, who had netted 2 goals and provided an assist, was once again awarded the title of Man of the Match. In the interview zone, journalist Ma Fanshu of Dongxiu Network excitedly raised her microphone towards Chu Feng, exclaiming, "Congratulations on your brace, Chu Feng. With 12 goals in La Liga, do you believe you can clinch the Golden Boot this season?" Chu Feng shrugged, responding lightly to the reporter, "While winning the Golden Boot would indeed be a delightful outcome, my greater desire is to help Atletico secure the championship." At the post-match press conference, Simeone transformed into Chu Feng's fervent supporter once more. Chu Feng has once again become Atletico and Oppos' hero. To be honest, I have grown accustomed to his splendid performances. He has scored 12 goals in La Liga, while both Messi and Ronaldo have only 10. In my view, 17-year-old Chu Feng can already stand shoulder to shoulder with him. After the conference, Simeone and Oppos' remarks ignited a frenzy across Spanish social media, with prominent media outlets promptly releasing a plethora of news reports. Atletico Madrid claims for consecutive victories. Simeone's team aims for the championship. After the match, Simeone believes Chu Feng possesses Ballon d'Or caliber. Marca, 17-year-old Chu Feng strikes again with a brace, orchestrating an astonishing comeback for Atletico. World Sports, Simeone praises Chu Feng, asserting that he is capable of being compared to Messi and Ronaldo. Spanish 6, after 4 consecutive wins, Atletico Madrid returns to the championship race. The young 17-year-old prodigy will become the X factor. Upon returning to his player apartment, it was already 2 in the morning. Despite his considerable fatigue, Chu Feng eagerly activated his personal panel to review his performance. Having scored 2 goals in the match, he earned 2 additional attribute points. This time, Chu Feng chose to allocate both points to his strength attribute. Strength 88 to 90. His previously 88 strength attribute successfully ascended to 90, marking the first attribute of his to reach this milestone. Chu Feng was acutely aware that his formidable performance in both La Liga and the Champions League group stage was largely due to the power of his star skill cards. Without these 3 cards, it would be quite remarkable for his current abilities to secure a starting position at Atletico. Thus, after completing his attribute allocation, Chu Feng immediately accessed the godly training ground, immersing himself in training for the peak hazard breakthrough talent card. After the match against Celta, Chu Feng recognized the card's potential. Despite only having a 10% proficiency, he moved with remarkable agility on the pitch, as if traversing an unoccupied arena. The following day marked a training day. Before the regular training commenced, Simeone announced the 18-man roster for the upcoming match against Elche. This match, part of the Copa del Rey round of 16, featured a relatively weaker opponent, leading Simeone to conclude that key players like Chu Feng and Griezmann were unnecessary for this encounter. This provided Chu Feng with the perfect opportunity to devote his focus entirely to training for the peak hazard breakthrough talent card. With limited time at the godly training ground, Chu Feng needed to supplement his training in the real world, maximizing efficiency with dual efforts. October 19th, Elche versus Atletico. Although Atletico was the visiting team, they decisively triumphed with a score of 5-0, effortlessly eliminating Elche from the tournament. Next, Atletico would need to refocus their efforts on the Champions League group stage. Chapter 89. A new contract. Weekly salary of $80,000 for the player. The Yellow Submarine approaches. On October 26th, Atletico Madrid is set to face Cordoba in an away match. Despite the relative weakness of this opponent, who suffered significant defeats against Chelsea and Roma in their previous encounters, Simeone remains cautious. His plan is to advance to the knockout stage as the group leader. Hence, he will field his strongest lineup even against a lesser team. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Baku Olympic Stadium hosts the third round of the UEFA Champions League group stage. Meanwhile, in Madrid, Agent Mendes is discussing a new contract for Chu Feng with the club's sporting director, Berta. As of this round, Chu Feng has scored 12 goals in La Liga and 6 in the Champions League, making him the top scorer in both competitions. Notably, at just 17 years old, Atletico Madrid has every reason to offer him a new contract. After 90 minutes, the match concludes with Atletico Madrid triumphing over Cordoba with a resounding 5-0. Chu Feng achieves a hat-trick in this match, earning him 6 additional attribute points. He allocates these points to enhance his heading ability. As a forward standing at 185 meters, he ought to excel in aerial duels. Following the allocation of attribute points, Chu Feng checks his personal panel. Chu Feng, 17 years and 6 months, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 77, explosiveness, 75, reaction speed, 70, strength, 90, stamina, 80, jumping, 73, injury, 67, physical rating. C. Offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long shot, 76, heading, 82, set pieces, 66, dribbling, 87. Offensive rating. B. Passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 80, passing rating. C. Defensive attributes, tackle, 56, slide tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, physicality, 80, defensive rating. D. Overall rating, 80. Comprehensive evaluation level, B. Star skills, Alvarez luck card. Balotelli heavy artillery card. Peak hazard dribbling talent card, 30. Available attribute points, 0. Equipment, 0 after enhancing his attributes. Chu Feng resumes training at the Divine Forward Training Ground. He rapidly increased his skill proficiency from 0 to 30 in just over 2 weeks, proving that the estimated time displayed by the training ground was inaccurate. This motivated him greatly. He yearns to reach 100 proficiency. As the season progresses, Atletico Madrid will soon face title contenders like Real Madrid and Barcelona. And Chu Feng aims to elevate his proficiency swiftly. 5 days later, on October 30th, Atletico Madrid faces Villarreal, known as the Yellow Submarine. In their final match of October, Simeone and the coaching staff regard this match with utmost seriousness. Despite Villarreal's sluggish start to the season, they have stealthily climbed to 5th place in La Liga, just 4 points behind Atletico. Moreover, Villarreal has achieved 5 consecutive victories in their last 5 league matches. At the pre-match press conference, Villarreal and Oppos's coach Caneja speaks confidently to the reporters. "We are prepared to breach the Metropolitano Stadium. It is undeniable that Atletico has gradually found their form and is regaining their fighting spirit, but we too are in good shape. Atletico has secured 4 consecutive wins, while we have achieved 5. The fact that Atletico has been playing twice a week will test them. And I believe Villarreal and Oppos's players can secure 3 points tomorrow." In response to Caneja and Oppos's confidence, journalist Ma Fanchu poses a question regarding Chu Feng. Do you think Villarreal's defense can withstand the impact of Chu Feng, the 17-year-old prodigy who has scored 12 goals in La Liga? Caneja smirks before replying coldly, "Of course, this young player from the East is only 17. He is neither Messi nor Ronaldo. He is just a child." Chapter 90. The Duel with the World and Oppos's premier defensive midfielder. Chu Feng versus Rodri. For the coach of Villarreal. Despite Chu Feng having scored 12 goals in La Liga, this proud Spaniard remained steadfast in his belief that Chu Feng posed no threat. He even audaciously asserted that his team would maintain a clean sheet against Atletico Madrid over the course of 90 minutes. In response, Atletico and Oppos's coach, Simeone, merely smiled. He had no desire to engage in a pre-match verbal spar with Caneja, deeming it futile. The paramount objective was to secure 3 points. Match day, 7:30 p.m. At the Metropolitano Stadium, over 60,000 die-hard Atletico fans began to sing the team anthem, Atletico de Madrid, their voices soaring to the heavens. Under the guidance of referee Undiano, the starting players from both teams gradually took to the pitch. Meanwhile, fans from the distant east eagerly flooded into the live broadcast half an hour before the match commenced. Just 5 minutes before the kickoff, the live viewership exceeded 5 million. Welcome to the 9th round of the 2017-2018 La Liga season. Atletico Madrid faced Villarreal at home. Rarely, Simeone deployed a 4-3-3 formation this evening. The goalkeeper remained Oblak. The defensive line comprised Juanfran, Savic, Godin, and Felipe. The midfield featured Gabi, Saul, and Partey, while the attacking trio included Griezmann, Torres, and Chu Feng. If memory serves, Simeone had never employed a 4-3-3 formation since taking the helm at Atletico. Hiway's tone was laced with astonishment. To him, Simeone's tactical style was primarily defensive, characterized by a frenzied midfield press, clearly incompatible with a 4-3-3 setup. Villarreal's coach, Calleja, opted for a diamond-shaped 4-4-2. The goalkeeper was Alvador. The defensive line included Jaume Costa, Victor Ruiz, Alvaro Gonzalez, and Mario Gasper. The lone defensive midfielder was Rodri, supported by Trigueros and Fornals in midfield, while Roberto Soriano played as the attacking midfielder. The dual forwards were Baca and Bakambu. At that moment, within the Metropolitano Stadium, amidst the cheers of the tens of thousands of Atletico supporters, referee Undiano blew the whistle to commence the match. The home side quickly initiated an attack. In the 3rd minute, Saul and Oppos's incisive pass found Griezmann on the right flank. With confidence, the French star received the ball and swiftly cut inside, deftly evading the Villarreal defender's interference. The rapid change of pace left Alvaro Gonzalez off balance. In a matter of moments, Griezmann surged into the edge of the penalty area, only to encounter Rodri blocking his path. Although Rodri had yet to ascend to the status of the world and Oppos's foremost defensive midfielder, his interception skills and defensive prowess were undeniably top tier in La Liga. Observing this, Griezmann opted against forcing a breakthrough. Instead, he deftly laid the ball off to Torres at the edge of the penalty area. The Atletico striker, with his back to Villarreal and Oppos's defender Victor Ruiz, deftly turned to the left. Ultimately, the ball found its way to Chu Feng and Oppos's feet. With a powerful strike, Chu Feng unleashed a shot toward the opponent's goal. The ball rocketed like a cannonball, striking the corner of the net with tremendous force. Perhaps due to the sheer power of Chu Feng and Oppos's shot, Villarreal and Oppos's goalkeeper was left with no reaction, regrettably. The ball did not veer toward the goal and Oppos's corner, but instead struck the intersection of the post and the crossbar. The ball ricocheted off the baseline. In the opening moments, Chu Feng had already sent a resounding warning to Villarreal's defense. Goalkeeper Alvador nearly abandoned his post. Regrettably, Chu Feng's shot was off by a mere millimeter. Prior to the match, Villarreal and Oppos's coach Calleja had claimed that Chu Feng would not threaten his team and Oppos's defense, yet within just 2 minutes, Chu Feng demonstrated his prowess with a menacing shot. Just as Hiway finished his observation, Atletico launched a second wave of attack. In midfield, Gabi and Saul simultaneously pressured Villarreal's Fornals, who was caught off guard and swiftly lost possession. Atletico quickly transitioned into an offensive onslaught. Gabi's incisive pass found Chu Feng. On this occasion, Chu Feng displayed remarkable positional fluidity, akin to a second striker, frequently maneuvering behind Torres. As Chu Feng received the ball, defenders swiftly closed in, including Rodri and Trigueros, 2 key players from the Yellow Submarine. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng skillfully used his right foot to evade Trigueros' challenge. Yet faced with Rodri and Oppos's interception, he found himself with little room to maneuver. As an experienced defensive midfielder, Rodri refrained from lunging in recklessly and opted to position himself strategically. Given Rodri and Oppos's superior physicality, it was evidently a challenge for Chu Feng to break through his defense in such a short span. Just as Chu Feng found himself cornered, he rapidly flicked the ball with his right foot, sending it back to Griezmann, positioned on the right side of the penalty area. Griezmann controlled the ball with his left foot and, upon glancing at Villarreal's goal, decisively lifted his left foot to shoot. In an instant, Villarreal's center-back Alvaro Gonzalez and fullback Mario Gasper surged toward Griezmann. However, this French star did not opt for a shot. Instead, he delivered a precise diagonal pass. In a mere heartbeat, the ball arrived near the penalty spot, where Atletico striker Torres was already poised, promptly executing a volley. The powerful shot, however, was slightly too central, allowing goalkeeper Alvador to secure the ball with ease. Although this Atletico attack ended in failure, it was evident that the synergy between Chu Feng, Griezmann, and Torres posed a significant threat to their opponent's goal. Chapter 91. A powerful header breaks the deadlock. Simeone's wild provocation. This evening, Simeone's decision to adopt a 4-3-3 formation was largely influenced by the remarkable chemistry among his three players. In the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium, Atletico Madrid fans erupted in admiration upon witnessing their team and Oppos's attacking prowess during this period. Is this truly the attacking style of Atletico Madrid? It is astonishingly fluid. The momentum continues. A goal seems imminent. The attacking trio of Chu Feng, Griezmann, and Torres is indeed formidable, a blend of youth and experience. We hope all three players can find the net tonight. Is this the defense of Villarreal? It appears inferior to that of Celta. Clearly, most Atletico fans were content with the performance of their players on the pitch. However, in the coaching area, Simeone and Oppos's expression was marked by seriousness. After all, the Atletico forwards had squandered two golden opportunities in quick succession. Should they continue to waste chances, they might face dire consequences. Soon, the clock ticked to the 10th minute, and Atletico maintained possession. In a bid to break the deadlock, wing players Juan Fran and Felipe pushed forward aggressively. Bang! In the 11th minute, Saul and Oppos's long pass found Griezmann on the right flank. After feigning an inward cut, he successfully drew the attention of two Villarreal defenders before executing a deft backheel pass. Instantly, the ball landed at Juan Fran and Oppos's feet. The Atletico right-back glanced at his teammate and Oppos's positioning before swiftly delivering a right-footed cross. Bang! With a heavy thud, the ball surged into the penalty area. Inside the 6-yard box, Torres and Villarreal and Oppos's center-back, Victor Ruiz, became entangled, preventing either from contesting the initial header. In the next moment, the ball appeared at the back post. At that moment, another Atletico forward, Chu Feng, galloped in. Prior to this match, he had just elevated his heading ability to 82. Although slightly inferior to some top strikers, Chu Feng managed to outjump the opposing fullback, seizing the ball first. Bang! In mid-air, Chu Feng powered a commanding header. On the goal line, Villarreal and Oppos's goalkeeper, Alvaro, reacted as quickly as possible, yet his hands failed to touch the ball. In a flash, the ball ruthlessly zipped past Alvaro. Whoosh! The ball nestled securely into the net. 1-0. Chu Feng once again propelled Atletico into the lead. Undoubtedly, Chu Feng's emphatic header ignited the atmosphere among Atletico fans, and the stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Nearly 60,000 Atletico supporters chanted Chu Feng and Oppos's name in unison. After scoring, Chu Feng, embodying the spirit of gratitude, immediately rushed to Juan Fran, and the two embraced in celebration. On the sidelines, upon witnessing Chu Feng and Oppos's goal, Simeone completely lost himself in the moment, charging towards the opposing bench, wildly waving his fist at Calleja. Hey, did you see that? This is the power of Chu Feng. Villarreal and Oppos's defense crumbles before him like a heap of refuse. Haha. It must be said that Simeone possesses a unique knack for psychological warfare, as the expression on Villarreal's coach's face was one of fury and frustration. He even contemplated confronting Simeone with threats. Yet, Simeone remained unperturbed, renowned as a formidable figure in football, and in his playing days, he was equally ferocious. In a physical confrontation, Calleja would stand no chance against Simeone. The goal was scored. Chu Feng and Oppos's commanding header helped Atletico break the deadlock. 1-0. Atletico took the lead. This marked Chu Feng and Oppos's 13th goal in the La Liga season. He continued his scorching scoring form. Commentator Su Young praised. It appears that Chu Feng's heading ability has significantly improved. This time, he outmuscled the opposing fullback to score, indicating he is evolving into a versatile striker. In the live commentary section, millions of fans from the homeland quickly flooded the chat with enthusiastic remarks upon witnessing Chu Feng's goal. We still rely on the young lad. Chu Feng and Oppos's improvement is evident. After his breakthrough, his heading skills have also sharpened. It and Oppos's proven that to grow stronger, one must engage in high-level competition. 13 goals already. His scoring efficiency is simply terrifying. It seems the Golden Boy Award might very well go to Chu Feng this year. Atletico's attack truly hinges on Chu Feng now. Following the restart, Villarreal's players, playing away, initiated their offensive. Prior to this match, Kameha had explicitly stated that they needed to secure points at the Metropolitano Stadium. In the 18th minute, Rodri and Opos' long pass found attacking midfielder Roberto Soriano, who, under the pressure from Party, opted not to force a breakthrough, but rather quickly shifted the ball to forward Baca. The latter found himself in a one-on-one situation with Godin at the edge of the penalty area. The Villarreal forward attempted a series of feints, but Godin stood his ground. Seeing that Godin did not commit, Baca had no choice but to push forward. However, just as Baca was about to sprint, the seasoned Godin cleverly shouldered him, sending Baca sprawling to the ground. A penalty. This is a penalty. Why was there no whistle? In the coaching area, Kaneha erupted upon seeing his player down in the box, vociferously berating the referee, but to no avail. The referee did not deem it a foul and signaled for the game to continue. Bang! Godin did not hesitate, swiftly launching the ball forward. Moments later, the ball landed at Torres and Opos' feet. He outpaced Victor Ruiz in their duel, executed a header, and in an instant, the ball found its way into the penalty area, where another Atletico forward, Griezmann, was already racing in. Chapter 92, Rodri's worldly strike. Villarreal equalizes. Within the penalty area, Griezmann, after receiving the ball with his right foot, chose not to shoot immediately but rather to adjust the ball to his left foot. As a left-footed player, Griezmann harbored little confidence in his weaker foot, opting for a more prudent approach. However, this very adjustment provided Villarreal's defenders with an opportunity. In the next moment, the Yellow Submarine's central defender, Victor Ruiz, rushed in and effectively blocked Griezmann's shot. Atletico missed a chance to extend their lead, eliciting a chorus of disappointment from the over 60,000 Atletico supporters in the Metropolitan Stadium. Subsequently, the ball was seized by Villarreal's defensive midfielder, Rodri, signaling the onset of a counterattack for the Yellow Submarine. With a resounding thump, Rodri unleashed a long pass that found forward Bakambu with pinpoint accuracy. Upon receiving the ball on the left side of the penalty area, Bakambu seized a golden opportunity to face the goal. Although Atletico and Opos' fullback, Felipe, had also advanced, he was a step too late. Without a moment and Opos' hesitation, Bakambu struck the ball towards the goal. The ball hurtled like a cannonball, but in a critical moment, Atletico and Opos' goalkeeper, Oblak, saved the day once again. With a swift dive, he used his right fist to deflect the ball away. Oblak and Opos' heroics. This evening, Oblak was in exceptional form, having thwarted numerous Villarreal attempts on goal. The ball landed at Saul's feet. Another long pass. The pace of the game's transitions was breathtakingly swift. Now it was Atletico's turn to counterattack. In the commentary booth, Huey's voice quickened noticeably. The tempo was so rapid that co-commentator Su Young scarcely had a chance to speak. The cheers from Atletico fans soared to the heavens, particularly when they recognized that the receiving player was Chu Feng, prompting an ecstatic chorus of his name from the crowd. In the central midfield, Chu Feng commenced his individual display. Ding! Peak hazard breakthrough talent card, 30, activated. With the system prompt resonating, Chu Feng felt an infusion of boundless energy into his legs. However, just as he prepared to break through, Rodri and Opos' defense was already in position. In their previous encounters, Chu Feng had not gained a significant advantage, and this instance was no different. Rodri refrained from recklessly extending his foot, instead opting to lean into Chu Feng with his body. Clearly, a 30 peak hazard breakthrough ability was insufficient to bypass Rodri in a short span of time, leaving Chu Feng with but one choice, to pass. Yet, just as he lifted his right foot, Rodri and Opos' defense was already poised. In a flash, Rodri's left foot intercepted the ball, resulting in yet another thwarted Atletico attack. Rodri was formidable once again, emerging victorious in his duel with Chu Feng. Chu Feng needed to recalibrate his strategy. Huey couldn't help but feel anxious for Chu Feng. Aware of this reality, Chu Feng chose not to retreat to the midfield in subsequent plays, instead positioning himself firmly within the penalty area, awaiting a teammate and Opos' pass. Unbeknownst to them, the match time had quietly slipped into the 40th minute. With the first half nearing its conclusion, Villarreal's players began to surge forward in earnest. Once again, it was Rodri's pass. The Villarreal defensive midfielder intercepted the ball from Saul and swiftly delivered a penetrating through ball. which landed perfectly at the feet of attacking midfielder Roberto Soriano. As Soriano halted the ball at the edge of the penalty area, he prepared to shoot, only to find Atletico and Oppo's defensive midfielder, Party, closing in on him. It must be said, Roberto Soriano was not known for his breakthrough capabilities. Faced with Party in a one-on-one, he lacked the confidence to proceed. In the next moment, Soriano passed the ball to Bakambu within the penalty area. As Bakambu controlled the ball, Atletico and Oppo's stalwart defender got in rushed in, accompanied by another central defender, Savic, closing in on him. In an instant, Bakambu found himself surrounded by Atletico and Oppo's defensive duo. Yet, undeterred, Bakambu opted to shoot. The ball struck God in and Oppo's body and ricocheted away. However, this did not signify the end of Villarreal and Oppo's attack. The ball rebounded to the edge of the penalty area, where suddenly, a Villarreal player unleashed a fierce shot. That player was none other than Villarreal's defensive midfielder, Rodri. With a thunderous strike, the ball zipped past several Atletico defenders. Neither God in nor Savic could obstruct its path. In an instant, the ball veered towards the corner of the goal. This time, the ever-reliable Oblak was rendered powerless. Rodri's shot, akin to a bolt of lightning, eluded Oblak's grasp. In a flash, the ball thundered into the back of the net. Goal. Rodri and Oppo's long-range effort has found the mark. A stunning strike. Oblak was helpless. The visiting Villarreal successfully leveled the score. As the first half approached its end, Rodri emerged as the hero of the team. In the commentary booth, Hiway shouted excitedly, his voice filled with emotion. It must be acknowledged. Rodri's performance this evening was indeed impressive. His presence was felt on both the offensive and defensive fronts. Perhaps, in the near future, this defensive midfielder might find himself joining a prestigious club. Former national team player Su Yang, witnessing Rodri and Oppo's display tonight, could not help but sing his praises. Meanwhile, in the live chat, fans from the homeland were equally astonished by Rodri and Oppo's strike. Rodri is truly remarkable. I have never seen such an outstanding defensive midfielder. I hope Atletico can bring Rodri on board. I heard Rodri spent some time in Atletico's youth team. In that sense, he can be considered Chu Feng Sr. I have a feeling Rodri could win the Ballon d'Or in the future. Come on, don't be ridiculous. Can a defensive midfielder really win the Ballon d'Or and Oppo's? Or, how is that possible?